Now the steel types between Fortress, between Corviknight, between Empoleon, between Shadow Scizor, they
Steelix?
actually, it's Steelix, they Bastiodon,
Yeah.
they all fit different archetypes in how you use them, which is wildly different from the past steals, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like they're different puzzle pieces versus kind of before it was, hey, it's going to be roughly the same. You know, the Galarian, Stunfisk, Registeel, they kind of serve similar purposes, just like you said.
Yeah.
All right. Well, great observations. These trainers are still locking in here. It is just interesting to see some of these trends over time, right? We talked about kind of the resurgence of the Galarian Corsola and how it's taken over for the Dusclops, and even Dusknoir taking over for that Dusclops. We talked about the updates to the Steels. We talked about the Electrics. We've even talked about some of the best water types. That's one of the great things with these moveset updates is that despite, you know, the Pokemon for the most part staying the same, we get to see a lot of changes to the meta itself just with some of these attack updates.
And this is not looking good for Will D. Having the Wigglytuff in the Shadow Scizor, say swapping into that Volt Switch Fortress, and there's no clear answer because Sceptile Ice is actually weak to this Fortress in the back. There's no answer for Fortress on Sceptile Ice's team.
Yeah, this is kind of the core breaker, to be honest with you. If you don't have that Shadow Kanto Marowak on your team, you don't have any realistic thing that you can just bring in right away. I'm curious, though. Is there a possibility where this can be flipped up so much energy? Can you 2-shield and then Volt Switch down now that you've landed this Rock Tomb?
We're about to find out, and the thing is, Will D didn't use a Protect Shield, so now he can still use the Protect Shield. I think you definitely can farm down and get the alignment here, but is it worth it? Are you going to also throw a Rock Tomb, or are you going to double Protect Shield and try to bank all of that energy? Will D actually has a lot of optionality with this team right now.
Yeah, that he does. He does throw the Rock Tomb, wants to get at least one Protect Shield from Sceptile Ice. Sceptile Ice opts to use that Protect Shield. He's very, very close to reaching this next Hydro Cannon, but I think that Will D's going to have no problem farming down if he wants to invest in both Protect Shields.
And it looks like he's thinking about it, You got to do it. You got to do it, Will D. And he does it. He's going to Protect Shield. He's going to go for the Volt Switch down, but pivot. Sceptile Ice knows that he's going to lose the alignment no matter what, and then swap out into the Toedscruel here. And this is a key thing compared to other Mud Boys. You don't take super effective damage from this Trailblaze.
And I think you're only one Volt Switch off the next Rock Tomb as well, so it'll be curious to see if he's able to get in a situation where he can use that Rock Tomb to potentially permanently debuff the last Pokemon for Sceptile Ice.
And you get the full farm down here. You have Wrap, you have the Seed Bomb available as well. For Alligator is very low health. Are you going to be able to handle that Wigglytuff in the back with a Protect Shield advantage? You still have a little bit of health on that Fortress. Here comes the Wigglytuff actually going for the Seed Bomb here, I believe, not trying to go for the Wrap, the debuff Wrap as well.
Maybe knows that you can just swap out of the Wrap if the Wigglytuff is brought in, so just throw the harder hitting move, that being the Seed Bomb. Okay, now you're at a little bit of an energy disadvantage as your own Wigglytuff, but do you just bring in the Fortress here, and do you try and catch as Sceptile Ice?
And maybe after you take the Icy Wind, then you swap into the Fortress there. And the Fortress is actually going to be able to hang around a lot. So here comes the Icy Wind. Oh, actually,
it's
no.
a Swift.
Going for the Swift, decided to go for the double Swift instead of the Icy Wind here. Does Will D try to swap out now into his own Fortress? No, looks like he's staying packed here. Going to go for the Icy Wind himself, or is he going to also try to go for the double Swift? And this means Sceptile Ice has his second Swift available. I do expect a swap here.
Yeah, no, this is, I think the Sceptile Ice kind of feels like he needs to make a catch here. Let's see what he ends up doing. Here comes the swap. Switch is loaded and ready to go. Nice patience. Is this enough to knock out the Butters? It's going to be close.
I don't think it's going to be enough, and you have the Rock Tomb after his Volt Switch. Do you just blind throw the Rock Tomb? Is there going to be a swap from Sceptile Ice? There is the blind throw on the Rock Tomb. Sceptile Ice didn't know that it was already available. This is going to be able to knock out the Wigglytuff. Yes, you are going to get Shadow Claw down before you can land the Volt Switch, but I assume that Wigglytuff is going to be able to charm just with one charm.
Wigglytuff into Shadow Scizor, and you take the game. That's got to feel encouraging for Will. He is here in the losers finals. This is win or go home. This is the final match of the evening. So this is truly it. I'm very, very impressed by what he was able to do there, but I think it really came down to Sceptile Ice not having a response to that Volt Switch Fortress.
You know, Wholesome, I think someone had to do it. Someone had to bring a team like this to Vegas and just try to get lucky.
That's right.
To Will D's credit, it wasn't just luck there. He lost lead, so he was able to get the alignment with the tech of that Fortress with the Volt Switch. So I want to give him a lot of credit there. But this team, you look at it, you might think, oh, it is luck dependent. We are in Vegas. We're going to see if Will D has luck on his side in that game number 2.
But is there such thing as ethical gaming when it comes to Pokemon Go?
I think so. I think so. If you ask some traders, yes. I think think Axton says he feels unethical right now.
He said he felt dirty is what he said.
He did say that, running the Wigglytuff. Well, it looks like we got the leads for game number 2. We're going to see if it... Oh, Will D has gotten lucky here in Vegas. He has the proper alignment of the Wigglytuff into the Altaria. Swap for Alligator, counter swap Fortress.
You know, we could have maybe seen him stay in a little bit just to get a couple charms off, but I think the earlier that you swap for this Fortress, maybe the better, because it allows you to then get faster to that Rock Tomb, which then allows you to much more easily hang on versus one of those Hydro Cannons later in the matchup.
Speaking of early Protect Shield, knowing that you're going to debuff your opponent, wanting to minimize that damage from the next charge attack, Sceptile Ice also does invest a Protect Shield, but Will D's probably going to double Protect Shield this situation. Doesn't have to do it here, though. Can save it for the next Hydro Cannon.
That's right, and I think that just because of that debuff, you're just in the driver's seat now as Will D. But my question is, can Sceptile Ice find a way to get energy on that Scizor and maybe ramp up a little bit, maybe get a lucky boost and sweep this game?
Well, this isn't actually great because Will D is shaking his head because not only did he give the Protect Shield, this is charge attack priority.
That is
so
the
that
last
means
thing you wanted
all
to do.
this energy that you banked up is wasted into Sceptile's Ice for Alligator that's already low health. You could have Volt Switched that down and used this Rock Tomb for the backline. Now suddenly, maybe there's an opportunity for Shadow Scizor. Up a Protect Shield, it could sweep the backline.
That's exactly right. And actually, this is interesting. Bringing in the Altaria, I think you just recognize that Shadow Scizor is going to be your ticket to victory here. So just whatever, bring in the Altaria, take the super effective Rock Tomb, but I anticipate a quick swap now to the Shadow Scizor, trying to get ahead on energy, and it's going to be probably met by that Toad Scroll. But no, it's instead just going for the full farm down.
Yeah, I think maybe knowing that you can get more energy there and doesn't want to take any Volt Switch damage. Here comes the Toad Scroll here. Does Toad Scroll just go for the wrap, or does it, I mean, obviously Seed Bomb is double resisted into that bug and steel typing of the Scizor, but that wrap does debuff the Shadow Scizor as well.
Yeah, I think you could definitely go for the wrap at this point. Trailblaze is not enough to knock out. You do get the attack boost, throws it right away. You're going to get at least one more Mud Slap, but that's not going to be enough to knock out. Sceptile Ice feeling pretty confident
He's shaking his head because he knows he can get to another charge attack against that Wigglytuff. Here comes Wigglytuff. He just needs to get to a Trailblaze. He's already at the Trailblaze. Remember, there is energy banked on his Altaria. I don't know if he has a switch timer remaining, but he needs to be able to land that Sky Attack. Can he combo attack? Not quite yet. Just one more Bullet Punch. No, pause, swap, Sky Attack, GG.
GG indeed. Sceptile Ice making that one look easy. What's wild is we've now seen Shadow Scizor into Wigglytuff. That's a game loss. Then we saw Wigglytuff into Altaria, and that resulted in a game loss. What's going on here, Butters?
I don't know. This is wild. I mean, Will D was able to get that key alignment. He did waste that Rock Tomb, but let's just think. If he got to throw that double Rock Tomb into the Altaria doesn't get to bank any energy, right? And maybe even use the Protect Shield. So that does change the game a lot.
I think that was it, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the key thing going into game number 3 in my eyes is what do you do with the Fortress? Because if you lose lead, the Safe Swap Fortress is coming and he's going to 2-shield it. Do you bring out the Shadow Kanto Marowak if you're Sceptile Ice?
Yes, you bring it out. You are expecting Will to bring it. It's worked great for him, not only on the swap, but as a response, but also as a safe swap. I think he feels comfortable with that Pokemon, and if I'm Sceptile Ice, I'm anticipating it, and I'm bringing that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
I think you have to, especially going into game number 3. Tournament dreams on the line here. Will D, with his lucky team, trying to get the alignment. His tool for alignment is that Fortress. Unless he just tries to sit it in that game number 3 and just go full luck. We are in Vegas. He might do it.
Let's see what happens here. Luck's certainly an element in battles from time to time, but we're going to have to see where this lines up. He's led Wigglytuff. Will has led Wigglytuff both games.
Yes.
I wonder if he does it for 3 consecutive games. We went from Scizor to Altaria. What is Sceptile Ice going to bring in? What's Will going to do?
Triple down here for Will D in that game number 3. We're going to see he is actually thinking about it. Sceptile Ice looks like he is ready to go. Has his strategy in mind, knowing this would be the fitting last boss in a Las Vegas regional to make day number 2. Storybook type endings here, trainers, as we have game number 3.
Let's get the hype in the chat. This is our last game of our last match for day number 1, and it's going to be Wigglytuff again!
The triple down, and he he wins the lead. Save swap for Alligator. Yes, he did bring the Fortress, but is he gonna play it slightly differently this time?
I think so. I think you shield the first one. I think you throw the Rock Tomb, then you no-shield the next one. Then you just double shield and farm all the way down. I think Sceptile Ice is still gonna use a Protect Shield right away back again, but let's see how this plays out.
Well, if you don't use a Protect Shield here, there's no way to really chip this Fortress, unless you're just gonna invest into the Annihilate. So yes, the Protect Shield does come out from Sceptile Ice, knowing that you can get to the double Hydra Cannon at the same time, or slightly before that Rock Tomb is available.
I wonder if Sceptile Ice this time he threw on different timing because he thinks that Will is probably not going to fall for that same trap again.
Right.
Yeah. So let's see if he does that timing. No, he does it again, and this time Will gets the Volt Switch through. So
the adjustment from Will D, and now he's going to have this energy. He's looking confident, but this energy, where's it going to go in the back? Oh wait, but he does have the Earthquake.
He does have Earthquake.
If that Earthquake lands into the Shadow Annihilate here, that is going to do a ton of damage.
Okay, let's see what happens. The Annihilate comes in. The Earthquake is locked and loaded here. This could be the decision that shifts the tides of the battle. Sceptile Ice lets it go.
And it does a chunk, but it doesn't do enough. Now you're going to be able to get this farm down, and once again, we're in the same situation here. Can he bank a charge attack? No, doesn't look like he's going to get to that Rage Fist first. Swapping out here, and now counter swapping. There is the Annihilate in the back instead of the Toad Screw.
This is so much counter damage that's coming through, and I think that we just saw the Rage Fist loaded as well. Is this Trailblaze enough to knock out? It's not the Shadow Annihilate, it is the standard non-Shadow.
Annihilate holds on to reach the Rage Fist here and throwing one more counter. Maybe you want to throw that Rage Fist first to make sure that counter does a little bit more damage the next time, because you will boost the attack here. You will get another damage boost counter. No, actually get knocked out here. You need to get to the Swift here before the Trailblaze, and it's going to be the Trailblaze that reaches first. And Sceptile Ice knows it. This could be the knockout blow to Will D.
Butters, I don't even think you throw that Rage Fist. I think you just go for that one extra counter. Was that one counter enough that would have knocked out that Shadow Scissor? We're never going to know, because Sceptile Ice does win our last game, and he is going to be moving to day number 2, winning the Losers Finals in Group H.
And an exhale of relief as he's able to take down this specific team from Will D to advance to day number 2.
Against it, and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokemon World Champions!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road.
He goes on the ice beam!
Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Pokemon trainers. We are here in Las Vegas to kick off day 2 for our Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Las Vegas. Super excited to be with you. Wholesome_, joined by the always energetic 2-0 Butters.
It is great to be here. It is a perfect morning to play some Pokemon. Let's look at how these trainers are going to be qualifying for the World Championships. Of course, it's all about the road to Worlds 2026. It's going to be in San Francisco, California at the Chase Center. But up next, we got such an exciting exciting event, Wholesome.
Yeah, the Latin America International Championships in Sao Paulo is going to be so exciting because it's going to be featuring the first ever limited meta, a little different from the standard Open Great League that we've been seeing for so many seasons now. So it's going to be a really, really exciting new event. But let's take a look at what does that Road to Worlds look like from a championship points perspective, Butters?
Yeah, how do they qualify? And this is exactly how. If you get first place, you auto-qualify at a regional, of course. You get top 4 at an international championship, you qualify. But otherwise, you're trying to build up these championship points and get top 75 for the North American region. If you are top 75 on that list at the end of the season, you will get an invitation to Worlds this season.
That's right, Butters. But let's take a look, at least in NA, who our top 16 are on the leaderboard. It's still early in the season, but we can start to see that development for our top 16. We're going to start with NA here.
And these are our stars because, of course, a lot of these trainers are going to qualify because they already have such a lead over the other trainers. Rise to Occasion, Out of Pocket, Doombug. 3 trainers that are on the winner side here today in Las Vegas.
All in day 2. That's crazy. But we have a lot of other great trainers as well that we saw featured here in Las Vegas. Nighttime Clasher, Abhinav, LW Josh. I mean, this list is always growing.
Let's move on over to the European region, see who's number 1. Stone Collection, of course, that was a trainer that made a name for himself all the way back at the first World Championships in London with a Samurai, I believe. Then we got Galax Bolton, we got Z's Wireless, who of course was 2nd place at our first North American Regional this season in Pittsburgh.
And don't forget our LATAM region as well. We can see our number 1 trainer, I think he won the very first regional in LATAM yet again. That is Hard Jeff. But don't forget Marto Galde as well had so much success last season. I think he had 5 tournament wins to his name.
Look at that lead right now. Marto had the huge lead last season, Harjeffi this season. Let's see which trainers have qualified already for the World Championships. Of course, Beuzle Boy, your world champion from last season, he auto-qualifies. Padoman, Harjeffi, Korlash, Inadequance, Zardy, Meteor Fallen. So many amazing names here. And who will we add in Las Vegas?
Yeah, I cannot wait to see. And it's just great to see that we have so much continued success from a lot of familiar names. But not only that, we're starting to see some new trainers as well that are starting to, for the first time, qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, and we're going to find that trainer here in Las Vegas. Will it be one of those trainers that was top 3 in the North American leaderboard? Rise to Occasion, Out of Pocket. I mean, it could have been one of them that wins it all here in Las Vegas.
That's right. Well, for those of you that are just tuning in and didn't get a chance to watch day number 1, we want to give you a little bit of a recap from some of the coolest moments. And again, Butters, day 2 known for its hype, but obviously day 1 has a lot of great moments as well.
Let's start with a newcomer. We have Puffle Guy in his first tournament experience ever. And what a way to make an introduction on the championship series scene. Able to get all the way to winners finals. He hasn't lost a match yet in his first tournament ever, and he's making plays like this. Amazing catches, amazing swaps, and closing out this matchup 2-0.
Yeah, that's right. And with a really unique team as well, bringing back these Shadow Quagsire. We're also seeing the Galarian Moltres and the Gudra. Kind of spicy picks.
Yeah, absolutely. And how about the comeback story? It doesn't feel like a comeback when you're landing a meteor beam like that. That did so much damage. It is a comeback because, look, Inoff only had 1 Pokemon in the back, was patient, called out the swap, right? Called out the second attempt, and she didn't go for either of them. 1 Pokemon defeats the 3 Pokemon in the back. That's what you call a comeback.
That's right. That furrow was looking diabolical for Dapper Discs, but Enhoff not falling for the catch, not falling for the cheeky bring-in of the Corviknight, able to power gem the last Pokemon and win that game. Incredible comeback.
And is Florges for real in this meta? We think it is.
Oh, yeah.
It has been so strong, so prevalent. It's been one of the stories so far in Las Vegas. Day number 1 has been absolutely everywhere, and it's been impactful, Wholesome.
Yeah, top 12 in day 1 and day 2 usage, so it's definitely had a lot of impact. With its addition of Chilling Water, it's provided a lot of flexibility, and while it's still doing, of course, great versus the Dragon types like Altaria, in neutral matchups is really where you start to see it shine. And, you know, we're thinking, is Florges for real? Is it an imposter? It is for real.
It definitely is, and this is the reason right here that you don't want to miss day number 1. We got some Pokemon pop-offs for you. First off, we're warming up in our pop-offs. We got Firestar. He's able to clutch it out, throw the payback. Air Cutter probably would have done it, but he had all the energy for the payback. he takes the decisive game number 3 to move on to day number 2.
Yeah, that's right. Firestar feeling great with those 3 flyers, but then Sceptile Ice with an incredible moment. Don't forget, in this game, he led his Shadow Annihilate into that Wigglytuff. A clap from Will D. He knows great plays, great comeback as well from Sceptile Ice. He felt great there in that losers finals.
Speaking of Wigglytuff, It's Accent said he didn't use it at all until this moment. He used it in this game and it helped him win. He said he felt dirty about it, but he doesn't care now. He's just happy to win at the end of the day, and he's able to reach the air cutter to take the victory to move on to day number 2 on the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, I don't think Accent could believe that he got to that air cutter there. That was legitimately a 1 HP and a dream moment, but no surprises. We are seeing some of the big names in Pokemon Go here in Vegas, the biggest regional so far this season. The Dunebugs, the Rise, the Out of Pockets, the It's Accent, no surprises there.
But who were our MVP picks going into day number 2? I had to go for It's Accent, a previous world champion, because previously I took Beelzeboy to make it to day 2, who was a world champion. He didn't make it, so I'm doubling down with my world champions. And I got Shadow Dusknoir, and a trend that I did notice, a lot of these top players don't have Furret on their team.
Well, for the trainers that do have Furret, I think we're going to be feeling really good with Dunebug's Shadow Primate. It's just such a strong Pokemon that's able to really operate as a safe swap. With the absence of a lot of Charmers in the meta right now, it does feel pretty safe. But Butters, let's take a look at our day 2 meta. I don't think we saw too many changes from day 1 to day 2, but what's your biggest surprise?
For me, there actually is a huge change. Unova Stunfisk is number 1 at 62%. We didn't see a single Pokemon over 40% in day number 1, and that was Cradily. Cradily went all the way down to 25%. Altaria is now number 3. Shadow Scizor is number 2 in usage. And how about Wigglytuff and Furret getting 5 and 6, 2 normal types, 2 flying types, and then an electric type and a bug steel in the top 6? I think it's kind of wild.
Yeah, I think for me, the Cradily was struggling because of Furret, which has a pretty decent neutral matchup, the Scizor, which has been so strong, and then the return of some of those fighters like Annihilate and Shadow Primeape as well. I think it's struggling to find a place in the meta.
I need to point something out.
What's that?
Hold this for 1 second. 5 of these Pokemon are PvP David's, was on PvP David's team in the European region. He had Unova Stunfisk, he had Altaria, he had Shadow Scizor, he had Corviknight, and he had Furret. I don't remember if his 6 Pokemon was Wigglytuff or Florges, but I think it was a fairy. So literally the top usage here is completely influenced in day number 2 by the European region, by PvP David.
Well, we saw a lot of those trainers with that team have success. In fact, let's take a look at our bracket over on the winner side. You can see some of the top trainers that have made their way to day number 2. Again, in winners, a little bit of an easier journey for them. I know that we had Dunebug, we had Out of Pocket, Puffleguy, the newcomer, Habibi EX, another great story that we saw, Rise to Occasion versus It's Accent, going to be a very storied matchup. But don't forget, Auburn versus Rockhaven as well down at the bottom side there.
We definitely have 2 underdogs to start us off with the Out of Pocket versus Puffleguy and the Dunebug versus Habibi, and then just gladiators going at it, Rise to Occasion versus It's Accent. This is going to be amazing winner side of the bracket. Remember, if you're starting on the winner side of the bracket, it's a huge advantage, not only because obviously if you lose, you're not out of the tournament, but you only need a couple match victories to get all the way to winners finals and then have a great shot at winning it all.
Over on the loser side of the bracket, though, you can see a much longer journey, a gauntlet, as we say. We have Nighttime Clasher, who will be facing off versus Enhoff, Stud Muffins versus Firestar, Ash versus Chen Yu, as well as Sceptile Ice. A couple pop-offs already to his name. He'll be facing off versus Trent.
There's some big names on this loser side of the bracket, and we will make sure to fill you in. If we don't get to show every single side of the losers, we'll try to fill you in with what happened early on in this tournament. We usually start with the winner side, then we drop down to the losers, and we will see the losers that made their way through that beginning portion of the bracket.
That's right, Butters. Well, we've already seen a couple regional champs so far this season. Who will join them this weekend, though? Pittsburgh, we saw LNDS, T. Steiner, and Milwaukee. Who can forget the Bastiodon from Meteor Valley? In fact, Bastiodon on both teams.
Yeah, 2 in a row for Bastiodon. Can it be 3? Rockhaven is giving it a chance. Unfortunately, Will D didn't make it to day number 2 to give it 2 chances, but Bastiodon still has an opportunity here. It's a huge uphill battle, given Rockhaven is the only Bastion user, I believe, in day number 2. We will double check that, but I think he's the only one.
I believe you're right, Butters. All right, well, we are getting geared up for day number 2. We have a lot of battles in store, but make sure that you guys check out Pokemon.com/broadcast so that you guys can follow along with all the action.
And make sure to follow us everywhere on every channel, on X, on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. Make sure to hashtag play Pokemon. You might get featured on the stream. We would love to see you. How is your wild area event going? Did you get a cool shiny? I got a Gigantamax Grimmsnarl with the background. I'm pretty happy about that. What did you get so far?
I did not get the shiny Grimmsnarl. I got a shiny C-Dot, which was a little bit underwhelming for me, Butters.
That is way worse, but it's okay because you know what's going to be way better? This tournament, day number 2, Las Vegas. Let's crown a champion today and let's get these battles started. Let's head on over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Wholesome and Butters. Day 1 was fun, but Championship Sunday is when we find out which trainer performs when the lights are the brightest. So excited to bring you all the action here. Las Vegas, day number 2. Amanda Lundberg, myself, Speediest Chief 2. Welcome in, everyone.
Very excited. We saw some really big moments in that pre-show, the hype battles, the difference that Florges is going to be. Maybe the hype is real behind it. I do have to say, PvP David did use Florges on that team, so all 6 Pokemon of the team that won in Gdansk is viable here in that top 12 of day 2 in Las Vegas. But we've got new victors to crown. We've got new people to be in the largest regional competition so far for Pokemon Go.
One line that really stood out to me from the intro is what Butters said. He said, in the winner side bracket, we essentially have gladiators going at it. And when you look at Rise and Accent in round 1 of the winner side bracket, you know you're in for some fireworks. The loser side also looks incredibly stacked. And that's what I always keep my eye on because you never know which one of those trainers is just going to lock in and have a deep losers bracket run like Firestar did at Worlds just a few weeks past.
Absolutely. Firestar was the person from America who made it the farthest, placing 7th at Worlds. So
yeah,
it's really good. Congratulations to him, and really anxious to see how he's going to make it on here in Vegas. Will he be able to keep up that fantastic run? Will he be able to take it even farther, perhaps take home that crown?
Yeah, that's a good question. Valid question. He might do it with my MVP pick, and that's Shadow Mighty Yenna, but you're going to have to tune in to make sure and find out how this all unfolds. This is a really interesting matchup on stage that we're going to start with, Amanda, because Out of Pocket, I mean, basically synonymous with NA Pokemon Go PvP, but his opponent, Puffleguy, incredibly measured, incredibly composed against some of the top competition. And the line that he said yesterday that still I was thinking about after the show was, my results speak for themselves.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is his first tournament ever, and to have such amazing results, to be able to put his name up there with those gladiators, as Butters said earlier on, now playing against one of the most seasoned people in the game. Out of Pocket has won the North American International Championship. He's been a regional champion, and he's looking to keep adding these titles to his name, but he's got to get past this newcomer here who's been on an absolute tear.
Exactly, an absolute tear, running through that bracket on day number 1 and firmly slotted into this day 2 position in the top cut. Let's check out these teams in a little more detail, though, because we do have Out of Pocket with that Gastrodon and Steelix, as well as the Wigglytuff and Shadow Scizor. But Puffleguy, a little bit unconventional here with the Shadow Quagsire and Fortress. How do you think these two match up against each other?
I mean, I'm looking at all of these teams, and there are definitely some unique picks between them. Honestly, Will, this season, I've been calling it the season of Dragons. Dragons have really made a comeback because of the fast energy that Dragon Breath is being able to generate now. A lot of people are opting for Altaria. It seems to be the most popular, but Goodra is a very interesting pick that I also think is something that's super viable right now. So I'm really curious to see how they want to play out those matches. Are we going to see them when there also is like a Steelix on the other side that kind of negates a lot of that energy that the Dragons would be generating?
I think the trick here is that not only does Out of Pocket have a Steel type in his Steelix, he also has his Wigglytuff, and if you look for Goodra's coverage, you want to hit for super effective where you can, and I don't see more than one target that Goodra can hit for super effective damage. That's Aqua Tail into that Shadow Steelix. So while it is a very versatile Pokemon, it might not have its best place here in this particular matchup. I would look for Puffleguy to maybe bring a little bit of the Fortress. I think it's a very nice, well-rounded option for him that's very durable, give him some time to get back to that Switch Timer, and throw out some Rock Tombs and debuff the opponent.
Yeah, we all know how much you love Fortress, but when it comes up against a Steelix with Out of Pocket's Steelix running Earthquake and Psychic Fang, because if you notice on the screen, it doesn't have those purple flames around it, which means it is actually a regular Steelix. Can hold on a little bit longer, and I believe that's why Out of Pocket opted for Earthquake, a little longer to generate that energy than like a Crunch or a Dragon.
I agree. So we got Shadow Altaria on Out of Pocket's team. That is definitely something to note because it is going to do just 20% or so more damage than its regular non-Shadow counterpart. But guess what, everybody? Wake up, Las Vegas. We're jumping right into day number 2. This is Championship Sunday, Out of Pocket versus Puffleguy.
Out of pocket, leading that Gastrodon up against a Corsola on the side of Puffle Guy. Looks like both of them are wanting to stay in the matchups for a little bit here. Bear with us. We're going to give you that exact play-by-play. They're charging up a ton of energy and going for that water pulse there on the side of out of pocket. No shield by Puffle Guy.
Yeah, we got to kind of be your audio guides here as we get our battle footage on camera for you. But the water pulse does connect into the Glaring Corsola. Glaring Corsola, though, has doubled up on the Nightshade. It's going to throw the first one here into the Gastrodon. It's just going to deal a bit of chip damage, but I'd say the Gastrodon might have a slight edge here.
Going ahead, and you see now going for one more Mudslap, but now another Nightshade is going through. This will be enough to knock out the Gastrodon should there's no shield, and that's exactly what Out of Pocket does. He lets that Gastrodon go down, and he comes in with the Wigglytuff, a really great counter there to that Corsola. Even if Corsola gets to another Nightshade, it's not going to be doing too much damage.
Wow, actually connects with 5 charms to farm down that Galarian Corsola. There's a Clodsire and a Quagsire, double Sires in the back here for Puffle Guy. It's a Water Gun Quagsire?
Oh my goodness, we haven't even seen it in play yet. This is exactly it, but now there's so much energy on that Wigglytuff, able to immediately throw an Icy Wind and just slow down how much this attack damage is doing on the Quagsire. Quagsire just pacing a little bit quicker here, going for another Aqua Tail.
This is definitely an important call to bring out the Quagsire here against the Wigglytuff. Could have opted for the Clodsire, which is actually does carry that poison subtyping, but I think he's pretty confident in his positioning. Actually swaps the Clodsire now into that Shadow Altaria.
I think Out of Pocket's maybe saying, hey, Quagsire, you're supposed to be my one, because Out of Pocket loved Quagsire, brought it to North American International Championships, helped him win it, but now it looks like Quagsire has switched allegiances, and Clodsire is going to take this Sky Attack from the Shadow Altaria.
Still 2 shields in play for Out of Pocket. Stone Edge is going to pull the first one away from him in this game number 1. The question becomes, can this Clodsire withstand another Sky Attack, or is Puffle Guy going to need to use his final shield?
Going ahead, just charging up a little bit extra energy on both of the sides here, going for the Stone Edge right before it looked like Out of Pocket was going for a Sky Attack. Now Out of Pocket is out of shields because both of them have been used on the Stone Edge, which would do a ton of damage to the Shadow Altaria. Now charging up just a bit more energy, going for that next Sky Attack.
He's got 2 at this point, so Puffle Guy needs to make a really important decision here. If he shields, he might just get hit with another one. Oh, we might even see a swap after this. Yes, he actually goes into that Quagsire to soak the second Sky Attack, but I don't know. What do you think, Amanda? How does this play out?
No Protect Shields remaining. Sky Attack going through. Shadow Pokemon on both sides does a ton of damage. Almost knocks out that Quagsire, and the Wigglytuff comes in. So charming, so lethal there, and able to throw this Swift to the Clodsire.
Swift is going to connect. No shields in play. You would think Icy Wind being super effective would be the way to go, but that Swift is still neutral. Clodsire takes a big hit. Can't even clutch up the Stone Edge, and that is a Game 1 victory for Out of Pocket.
Out of Pocket taking game number 1 with that Shadow Altaria, Gastrodon lead, and that Wigglytuff there. And it looked like Puffle Guy, he had a decent plan, right? He wanted the Quagsire, he wanted the Clodsire in the back to be able to have a little bit more tankiness to, you know, soak some energy. But one thing I think we really need to note that we overlooked earlier on was the fact that it was a Water Gun Quagsire.
Exactly, and taking a closer look at the Water Gun Quagsire, you would think that paired up against a Steelix, it would be really devastating and much more favorable than the Clodsire variant. So that was an important decision point for Puffle Guy to bring that Shadow Quagsire into the Wigglytuff in game number 1. I wonder if he's going to run it back. Does he run the same trio here in game number 2?
I mean, it changes a lot of matchups if you think about it, because if the Water Gun is on Quagsire, Steelix, it also does pretty decent into Scissor, because then it's going to be able to do a little bit more fast attack damage to it, to some shields to hide behind. I think that Puffle Guy had a decent plan in mind, but just that neutral matchup at the beginning with the Gastrodon against the Corsola there, and then being able to get 5 charms in with the Wigglytuff, just put Out of Pocket in such a good position.
Yeah, agreed. You can kind of pick up on some of these nuances of these more seasoned trainers that have competed for a long time. Maybe they will make that forced swap because they don't want to cede any additional energy to their opponent, but you have to do it. It's kind of like a calculated risk. You have to do it selectively and not kind of put yourself a step behind. So our trainer's getting locked in here, Amanda. This might be the final game for Puffle Guy in the winner's side bracket, or this might be the beginning of a comeback.
That's right, because this is winners round 1. These trainers did not lose at all on day number 1. They're hoping to keep that streak alive here on day 2, but we'll have to see how it's going to play out. We have that Shadow Altaria up against the Clodsire again. We saw earlier on that this actually can do quite a bit of damage, and when Altaria has 2 shields to hide behind, it's a dangerous position.
This is a very close matchup between the 2 Pokemon. Clodsire already about half health, and it hasn't even fired its first Stone Edge. We do get that from Puffle Guy here, and this is likely to pick up a shield from Out of Pocket.
Out of Pocket debating, is this the Pokemon he wants to keep? Yes, last second shield on that Stone Edge, which will put that Altaria down very low and is going to be able to actually go for the next Stone Edge. Does Out of Pocket want to use 2 shields so early on? Absolutely not. He's going to let this connect.
As you peek at the back lines here, I think the controlling switch advantage for Puffleguy is massive and could be a huge issue for Out of Pocket, because if that Fortress finds a Wigglytuff, excuse me, we see a swap. Giving away control switch advantage allows Pocket to adjust, and I think he'll do exactly that.
Give him a catch, but at what cost here? Because now a very healthy Corsola is going to meet one of its biggest nemesis. We saw it in game number 1, just able to completely farm down. Yes, this Power Gem will most likely be able to connect, but Pocket is still in a great position here. Corsola, I mean, normally it's the Ghost. It's kind of scary, but I think it's scared by this Wigglytuff.
Yeah, it's a little spooked by the Wigglytuff. Maybe a bit too cute for its liking, but Wigglytuff is likely to throw a charge attack eventually, because I don't think Pocket wants to go too far over in terms of energy, but he might just actually charm all the way down.
I mean, at this stage, he's now taken 2 Power Gems. He's know the Corsola can't get to another, so I think that's exactly what he's going to do. And actually, Puffleguy swaps right back out into the Clodsire, trying to make this Wigglytuff waste some energy here. Exactly what it does. Icy Wind coming through. This is super effective. This knocks the Clodsire out of the game.
It all comes down to the Bug Steel type Fortress. Puffleguy's going to wait out that switch timer because he did just use it to send out the Clodsire, and comes out with the Fortress, but the risk here is that he's going to get debuffed immediately. Pocket with a knowing glance at the camera. I think he recognizes his Annihilate is about to go crazy.
It's definitely going to go bananas here. Annihilate coming in. Look at this fast attack damage not doing much at all, especially now that it's been debuffed even farther. Still 1 shield to hide behind by the side of Pocket, but look how much the fast attack damage alone is doing. Puffleguy trying to slow him down a little bit here with this Rock Tomb. No shield from Pocket.
No shield at all. That fighting typing does resist rock type damage, and the catch doesn't go through either. Pocket's going to go full counter damage all the way through here to try to win this game number 2 and keep himself in that winner side bracket.
There's 2 shields still left on Puffleguy's side, not used because Out of Pocket recognized all he needed to do was punch that down.
Exactly right. Great round 1 here to start us off. Puffleguy was so impressive in day number 1, but going up against one of the titans of North America PvP, he had a chance to show what he was made of, and I think that Pocket showed that he belongs here at the top, and he consistently is there day in and day out, week in and week out.
That, you know, you couldn't have said it better. And Puffleguy, absolutely, he said yesterday his performance spoke for himself. That is so true, but he's still in this tournament. He's knocked down to that loser side bracket. We've seen some incredible loser side runs. We're sticking to the winner side of the bracket to the start of this show. Yeah. But I mean, I think that in this sort of thing, he just was always slightly on the back foot. Like,
I agree.
Out of Pocket seemed like he was in control of this whole matchup the whole time.
No, I absolutely agree. And we talked about this before, right? We talked about the actual team compositions. I felt like if Puffleguy was able to control switch advantage in that game number 2, he could have lined up his Fortress versus the Wigglytuff at full health. He could have lined up his Galarian Corsola versus the Annihilate. And then we are singing a very different tune at the end of that game number 2. We're headed into a decisive game number 3. So for that small moment, right? That's Pokemon Go in a nutshell for you. That one decision actually set in a completely different path here in this battle.
Absolutely, and you know what? There's split second decisions as well, so you have to decide, how do I think my opponent is going to play this? And if this is your very, very first tournament ever, being able to make it in on the winner side of the bracket, absolutely impressive. But Out of Pocket's just been in this position so many times before. He had a little bit of the, you know, not only just skill, but the preparation behind him to be able to take that game, continue on to winners round 2.
No, I promise you, everybody, I don't know this for sure, but my instinct tells me that as soon as Pocket knew he was in day 2 and he was going to match up against Puffleguy, he was asking for scrims. He said, please play his team. Please let me get some reps in. Please let me see, or get a preview at least of what I'm going to see in Championship Sunday. And I think he did exactly that. The question now becomes, can Pocket continue his route through this day 2 bracket? Because he doesn't know who he's going to face next.
Right, and you can do so much preparation for that first matchup. You know the name that you're going to be playing up against, but then after that, it really comes down to how well can you read your team, how well do you trust your own team, and how far do you really want to take it? Is this the tournament for you?
That's a great question. We're actually going to head down to the floor because we have an interview with Jimothy. He's going to be speaking with Out of Pocket. Jimothy, take it away.
Thank you, Will. Jim Lawson here with Out of Pocket, fresh off his 2-0 victory versus Puffleguy. I don't think you've ever played Puffleguy before, have you?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, 2-0 record so far. Congratulations for your first win here in day 2. Look, Out of Pocket, I want to ask you, do you have any sort of superstitions as you go into tournaments, whether it's day 1, whether it's day 2? How do you approach these tournaments?
Honestly, I just sometimes have a gut feeling when it comes to how I feel a tournament's going to do.
Feeling pretty good about his performance so far, and understandably so.
Hey, I'm going to do a cameo. I'm going to pretend to be Pocket. Ask me how confident that I am that I'm going to win.
Jim, last name here. Pocket, how confident are you?
855,000%!
Yeah, I remember the percent days, right? And if you saw our eagle-eyed viewers back there, probably also got a preview of which trainers are coming up next. Dunebug on stage, but still looking at that camera. He said, I want to be where Pocket is. I want to be in that interview position after I win this next round. He's going to be taking on Habibi EX, who I thought was super impressive yesterday as well.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's sort of like we started out this day Out of Pocket playing against someone who played in his first tournament. Habibi, not super well known in this scene, but has really been making waves here in Las Vegas. So very excited to see how he will play up against another seasoned veteran, someone who's been around for quite a long time. But we've seen Titans toppled so many times, and this could be the tournament. Habibi has had an absolutely incredible run, and I'm really anxious to see how far he's going to take it.
There's one Pokemon I wanted to spotlight as we head down to the stage. That is going to be that Shadow Primeape from Dunebug. That was an MVP pick, if I'm not mistaken. I think that Pokemon is going to shine really bright here in this next series. Let's take a look. Dunebug is going to be on the left side of your screen. Habibi EX is going to be on the right. Dunebug's got to take on that Shadow Dusknoir, which is very potent in its own right.
Yes, absolutely. Running through the teams real quick of Dunebug, he's got that Unovan Stunfisk, that #1 Pokemon of the day 2 usage. Also Shadow Primeape, Galarian Corsola, Shadow Talonflame, Wigglytuff, and Cradilly. Still there, still sticking around.
Yeah, right. Don't be silly. Trainers still play Cradilly in great numbers, but Empoleon is probably looking for that matchup on Habibi's side. So Unova Stunfisk has been a staple here in Las Vegas. It's got even higher usage than at any other point in the entire season so far. And I honestly expect a lot of Stunfisk play in this game too.
I mean, Stunfisk on both sides of the field has a lot of neutral to decent matchups. So, I mean, I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see it around. Habibi being a trainer that I haven't seen as much of. Really excited to see how he's going to play up against Dunebug 97. I think Altaria is still a pretty popular pick. We've seen it so many times, but if there's a Wigglytuff on the other side, does it kind of scare you out of using it?
It's a great question. I mean, and that's the thing as well. You can have bench pressure on your team, and you can kind of expect your opponent to steer the other direction and avoid it, but that's when you can surprise them, and you can bring that pick anyway. We saw Drayflames yesterday bringing Guzzlord and Shadow Dragon Breath Charizard into a double steal composition with the Wigglytuff, and he was not shying away from it. So let's see what these trainers decide to do. Dunebug on the left side, Habibi on the right.
Hopping into game #1, we do see that Unovan Stunfisk in the lead for Dunebug up against the Furret. Furret was actually #1 in day 2 usage in Gdansk, the previous regional in Europe. It dropped down to that 6th spot, and now it's facing off against the new #1. Unovan Stunfisk now throwing that mud bomb.
It's going to be a very neutral matchup to start. I don't think the first Trailblaze is shielded that often when we do see it in high-level competitive play. Dunebug is going to go and let this one through because even after that buff, the Sucker Punches are not going to threaten this Unova Stunfisk.
Yes, it's super effective, but it's still able to hang on there, just getting up a little more energy and now throwing right before the next attack is available. It's definitely not enough to knock out. These Pokemon are both going to get pretty low. It's up to the trainers how they want to play this to see if they want to play for alignment or for shields.
This Swift actually will threaten the Unova Stunfisk, but Dunebug is confident, going to let it through. This is same type attack bonus, a normal type Swift. Unova Stunfisk does get KO'd, and now a farm down opportunity presents itself. Wigglytuff comes in, immediate swap into Shadow Dusknoir. This is actually massive because it allows this Wigglytuff to stay away from the Empoleon from Habibi.
Going ahead now, and actually, yeah, you see Dunebug staying in, even though he knows he has an okay matchup behind, even protecting up because this dynamic punch from a Shadow Dusknoir would do quite a bit of damage to this Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff, and now just still charming away. Is he gonna go for a full charm down? No, Icy Wind at the last second.
Funnily enough, the Swift might not even KO here, and I think that's a really wise decision by Doombug to throw that and not risk anything in Top Cut at the biggest NA regional of the season so far. But this has to be a little bit of a dilemma for Habibi, because now he can bring in the Empoleon and reveal the rest of his team, but he allows Doombug to pivot into the Corsola.
Well, look at the switch timer. It's now up for Habibi if he's paying attention, because Furret with its fast attack of Sucker Punch is going to do a nice bit of damage into the Corsola. Corsola's throwing shade here at the Empoleon, getting the shield from Habibi's side, and I wonder if we'll see a swap out, or if he's going to try to at least get some energy off of this Corsola. Exactly that, going for a Hydro Cannon here. Doombug's got one shield left. He's got to decide where he wants to use it, and this is the exact moment.
Yeah, this is the highest impact charge attack for the rest of the game. Both trainers have revealed their entire teams, and that switch out you talked about comes through here in the Furret, able to get some Sucker Punch damage. That's going to be extremely valuable as this battle wears on.
This is not going to be very effective. This Ghost type attack into a normal type Pokemon, and not enough to knock out the Furret, but Furret is able to actually not make it to the Trailblaze, at least gets one more fast attack in before going down. Empoleon's coming back in here, trying to gain up a ton of energy, now throwing another Hydro Cannon.
This is actually still pretty competitive, because the Galarian Corsola needs to shatter the shield here from Habibi, and that Wigglytuff is not going to appreciate the Metal Sounds and Hydro Cannon, so this is still anyone's game, and allowing Doombug to get to the Nightshade here, this is going to come down to the wire.
It's going to get close. Last shield used by Habibi's side as he shields up this Nightshade. A quick switch now from Doombug into that Wigglytuff, going to catch a Hydro Cannon. This is where the Metal Sounds will actually be impactful here. Yeah. This is going to be a really close matchup here, already at the Swift on the side of Doombug.
This is resisted by that steel typing on the Empoleon, and it is going to be closing in on another Hydro Cannon. The question is, can it survive a couple of charms? I don't think so. Empoleon can't do it, and it gets KO'd.
Wigglytuff standing tall at the end of that battle, taking game number 1 for Doombug. Really came down to a little bit of that alignment in that battle, because that Wigglytuff got to avoid the Empoleon for a majority there, and the Corsola also got to avoid the Furret and hitting the Trailblaze that went down with the attack.
I feel like a lot of people focus on type matchups a little bit too much in competitive Pokemon Go, but just think about this in an abstract sense, right? We had a Galarian Corsola KO a Furret. We had a Wigglytuff KO an Empoleon. It's all about relative damage and how you control the pacing of the game throughout. There was not a single advantageous type matchup for Doombug that entire battle.
Absolutely true, but he knew exactly what he needed to do, be able to get it here, and I think he saw breathed a sigh of relief when he was like, okay, I see that Dusknoir there. Yeah. I have an inkling of what's in the back, and he was able to still pull it out of the bag here, take game number 1 in winners round 1.
Yeah, that's the danger of speaking in absolutes, right? I say there's no advantageous matchup, and then Wigglytuff is facing off against Dusknoir. So maybe there were a couple moments that were pretty key in Doombug's favor, but let's go ahead and jump to the future, to the current. This is game number 2. We get that Shadow Primeape on the field.
Shadow Primeape just paces so quickly, blink and you miss it, and it's already thrown a Rage Fist. But here, actually opting for that heavier hitting, super effective Ice Punch. No Protect Shield from Habibi's side, but this is going to do a decent chunk of damage. Not enough to knock out, but definitely to put it down into the yellow.
You can see the Primeape, not the bulkiest Pokemon. It's going to draw that first shield almost immediately in this game number 2. But the rest of the team composition here for Doombug supports it quite well. He's got a bulky Unova Stunfisk and a Galarian Corsola. Looks like a good time to catch.
Going ahead and just charging, and both of them simultaneous swap, but this is so bad for Habibi there, because now being able to get trapped in with this Unova Stunfisk, where both the charge attacks and the fast attacks are going to do a nice chunk of damage. Doombug had a really great plan.
Yeah, I mean, Doombug honestly could not have scripted this better, right? He's able to swap in that Unova Stunfisk. Habibi was trying to catch the Ice Punch, and Doombug was trying to catch the charge attack in kind, and this distinctively, it obviously goes in Doombug's favor in terms of matchups.
And going ahead, and he's throwing right away here, knowing he outpaces with the Mud Bomb, either forcing a Protect Shield here or having that Empoleon go down. Unova Stunfisk is into the yellow. It's pretty low, but I mean, what are you going to do if you're Habibi at this point? Do you come in with that Steelix and use a shield, or do you come in with your own Unova Stunfisk to soak the damage?
No, I mean, when in doubt, you can always 2-shield scissor it out, but he's going to go ahead and throw the Mud Bomb in the Unova Stunfisk mirror matchup. I expect this swap pretty soon. That Primeape did exit with a lot of energy, so now Doombug is likely to come back in with it. Actually, bringing in the Corsola, another swap, this time into that Shadow Scizor.
Scizor does have Night Slash, and it is going to be an attack that does a lot of damage to the Corsola. Doombug only has 1 shield shield to hide behind, but we can already see by fast attack damage alone how much that scissor is going down. You see Doombug nodding. This could change things a little bit as the attack rises sharply, puts up a shield to protect the scissor.
Yeah, that boost might be clutch here for Habibi in game number 2. Nightshade shielded up, bullet punches would come through, but the swap instead as Primate gets the Rage Fist. Question is, can this Primate outpace the Scizor?
Being able to throw this, boosting those karate chops, though they're more energy generating than they're doing a lot of damage, it's going to still be a race here. Able to completely bullet punch down. There's only the Corsola left. There is a Nightshade loaded here, but you can see Habibi shaking his head. There's a shield. How much can this Unovan Stunfisk hang on, Will?
Right, the Astonish did connect. Night Slash gonna get shielded up, and the Scizor goes down. In comes Unovan Stunfisk. Can it get to the charge attack? Here comes the Nightshade in. Galarian Corsola clutches it up just one turn faster, able to win this game number 2 for Doonbug.
You think Electric's fast, but Corsola says, I'm a bit scarier there, takes it out. Doonbug sweeps the winners bracket series there, advancing on into winners round 2.
Yeah, very close. I think Doonbug is very confident this morning. You could see that after game 1 in particular, but look at him now, mouth open, kind of getting that oxygen. He's like, oh, that was a little sweatier than I anticipated, if I'm being honest with you, and I agree.
I think he felt in a very confident position when he saw that scissor come in. However, when it got a boost, you have to change all of your calculations because you're like, ooh, now it's doing a lot more damage by those fast attacks. And even though I have one shield left, I have to decide where to use it. But those simultaneous swaps almost by twice in those matchups, both times sort of in favor of Doonbug.
Yeah, a replay is absolutely on it. The moment you just mentioned, Amanda, this is so insane. This instant swap, right? Empoleon versus Unovan Stunfisk. We saw this matchup a couple times yesterday. One of the only hard answers in the meta to that Empoleon is Unovan Stunfisk. So things are just kind of lining up and falling in place for Doonbug. And these key calculations at the very end, knowing his energy, managing his HP. I mean, this is a pro player at work.
Going ahead and just taking it all on the chin. Corsola is one of the top Pokemon used for a reason, and we've been showcasing that so far in these matchups, being able to take this game, take the win for Doonbug here at the top of the day.
Habibi was very much in that game until the very last moment. The boost was a bit of a helping hand that kept him a little bit closer, but I will say he's a very impressive trainer. I can't wait to see what he does in that loser's side bracket. And you know what that means, Amanda? We're going to get Out of Pocket versus Doonbug.
What?
On the winner's side.
I mean, already those sounds like incredible matchups, but I'll give you one even better. We're going to have Rise to Occasion up against its Axon, I believe, right? I mean, these are also super well-known names.
Wow, what a treat, what a treat. We knew Las Vegas was going to be stacked. Around 200 or so trainers are competing here this weekend, and it seems like there is something to say about consistency and skill because you see a lot of the top names making it to day 2 pretty consistently. We have a lot of upstarts on that loser side bracket, but if you've been following Pokemon Go PvP in North America, Out of Pocket, Rise, Dune, these are names you're very familiar with.
That's absolutely true, and all of them want to be able to continue on that streak. All of them have something on the line for it. Axon was one of the first trainers, one of the only trainers actually, to win a regional competition, to win an international championship, and to be a world champion. Rise to Occasion was one of the few trainers, actually I believe he's the only trainer to win a regional competition every season. He's still in it on the winner's side of the bracket. It could be already in Vegas, the 3rd regional competition of this North American season.
Well, here's the thing, right? Rise didn't start as a champion. Ash Ketchum...
Would you say he rose?
He rose as a champion, right? Ash Ketchum started in the humble Pallet Town, and everyone starts somewhere. So you can find a local event near you to compete in cups and challenges, get a little experience under your belt, get a little familiar with the format, because you can watch it all day long, but until you actually step onto the stage or step into the venue and sit across from your opponent at the table, you don't really know what competitive Pokemon Go is all about, and I highly encourage everyone to get engaged.
Yeah, I think everyone is engaged in these battles so far today, and one person who just had some really engaging matchups was Doonbug. We're going to go ahead and kick it over to Jim and him on the floor.
Thank you, Amanda. Jim Lawson here with Doonbug, fresh off his 2-0 victory. Dune, it was getting a little sweaty there at the end of that game number 2, yeah? Tell me how you feel.
That was scary at the game 2. That boost was very sketchy. That scissor could have almost bullet punched my entire team down. So it got really scary, but I'm glad I pulled it off.
Glad as well. You know, I actually picked you and your Shadow Primate as what I thought was the most valuable Pokemon. Tell me how it's been operating for you this tournament and why Shadow over non-Shadow.
So yeah, I like the Shadow over non-Shadow because like just the hitting power it has with its charge attacks against a lot of things. and it's just very versatile in any team comp I can put out there.
Right on. All right, well, I did want to ask you, as someone who's just had so many tournaments under their belt, a couple tournaments this season as well, how do you think this current meta compares to the 2025 meta that we saw?
It's an interesting meta. There's so many picks that can really shine in this meta, and it's been really fascinating to see like the different tournaments everyone's been bringing.
Well, we're going to be setting up a Dunebug versus Out of Pocket matchup coming up here later in the tournament. What's the history look like there, and how are you feeling?
At first, Pocket had my number, but recently I got him back in Pittsburgh, so we'll see how today goes. Should be a fun one.
Right on. All right, well, any shout-outs or thank yous that you have for anyone in the crowd or watching back at home?
Shout out to Axon and his mom and AJ, staying with them this weekend. It's been great. And also shout out to my amazing boyfriend, Dylan. I love you so much.
Thank you, Dune. Congrats on the 2-0 victory. Looking forward to the matchup versus Out of Pocket. But for now, we are going to go to a break. We have an interview with Butters and a couple of our world champs. Stay tuned.
Hello, trainers. We're here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships, and I am honored to have this unique opportunity to sit down with two previous Pokemon Go World Champions. We have It's Axon, the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion, and Beelzeboy, the 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion. And we are going to play a little game called World Champ Difference. I'm going to ask both of these world champions some questions to their approach in Pokemon Go Championship Series. And we're going to see if they have a different approach, if they have a different answer. So let's just get into it. So when building a team of 6, what is the ideal number of bulky Pokemon on your team? So both these trainers have used bulk. Both these trainers have used spice. I would say Axon's maybe a little bulkier, but Beelzeboy gets pretty bulky himself. So first up, go ahead and reveal yours, Axon. And why did you choose that number?
So when I say bulky Pokemon, a lot of the time I just mean things that I can actually no-shield and not just get one shot. So like things like Shadow Scizor, Shadow Annihilate, very squishy Pokemon. I feel like you need to have at least 4 Pokemon that you can comfortably no-shield to pair with those squishy picks.
Fair enough. And Beelzeboy?
I chose 3 because yeah, basically like bulky Pokemon are stuff that you can no shield and you know, stuff that can tank moves, and I think 3 is a good number, and you know, the rest you can invest your shields on, because you're gonna bring like one or two of those like glassy Pokemon and 1 or 2 which are like, you know, sort of in the middle.
Fascinating. All right, already a difference between those world champions. All right, the second question. What do you spend the most amount of time on when preparing for a tournament? This could be the World Championships, could be a Las Vegas Regionals, but what do you spend the most time on when preparing for a tournament? There's options, you know, scrimming, team building. There's many options that you can be training your thumbs. I don't know. All right, we'll go first with Axon.
So I chose team building here. I'm not the biggest scrimmer myself, but one thing that I absolutely love is when you team build, that is where the biggest piece of skill comes in my mind. You have to call the meta, you have to make sure that you know what the meta is going to be, and you have to hope that once you lock it in, you know, that's the team you're running. So you have to hope that it's actually a good team. But it's not just luck what the team is. You have to look at the other tournaments, and you have to just know where the meta is going to shift to.
Interesting. All right, Beelzeboy.
I chose finding what people are running because I feel like there's always team building and scrimming that you have to pay a lot of attention to, but you have to know that the things you're preparing for are actually the things that people are bringing, and that's why I chose the answer that I did.
Great answer. All right, next question. When going into a day 2 of a tournament, obviously something you guys have done many times, do you focus on all future possible matchups, or do you take it one game at a time? There could be a difference here. There could be some trainers that have confidence thinking, I need to be prepared for the entire day. I need to see this matchup, project who I think is going to win a matchup below me to see who I'm going to play, or just stay locked in the moment. All right, it looks like actually Beelzeboy is first, so let's ask you.
Yeah, I chose one game at a time because obviously like preparing for a lot of matchups at the same time is I don't think an ideal position to be in. So like you know, just to like basically being rather than being the jack of all trades, you master one and then, you know, head on to the next one.
Awesome, great answer. All right, Axon.
Yeah, so I have one opponent at a time here. I mean, when I look at who makes it to day number 2, the only person that matters is who's my first opponent. If I can't beat them, I'm in trouble. So I want to make sure I'm ready for that match. And if I'm ready for that one, then, you know, hopefully I can keep that momentum going for the next opponents.
Awesome answer. Actually, that's the first time that they've agreed to both these questions. So this is the first time they had the same approach. All right. So next, what skill do you think it takes to succeed in best of 5 series compared to best of 3s? Because remember, towards the end of day number 2 or leading up to Championship Sunday, in our format, it changes to best of 5, which is a completely different feel. So once again, what skill do you think it takes to succeed in best of 5s compared to best of 3 series, which is earlier on in the tournament?
All right, so I say endurance is what's most important. If you've never played a best of 5, they can go so long, especially when you're in the grand finals. Maybe a grand finals resets happened, and you're not going to get a break. You have to keep on going, have to keep sharp, and have to keep on remembering what your opponent's been doing. So you have to be mentally there, and you have to have that endurance.
Awesome. Beelzebub boy?
I chose adjustments or like predictions because when it's best of 3, it's more about running what's good and you know, like if this Pokemon is good, I'll say swap this and that. But when it comes to best of 5, you can take more risks and, you know, judge what the other person is doing and like make micro decisions based on that. Are they like insta swapping into something? Are they, you know, running a certain kind of ABB style team, or are they running some you know, does their team have some sort of pattern, and you have to identify that pattern to, like, you know, do well in best of 5.
All right, I love it. My last question, which is actually the question I want to know the answer to the most. When you woke up on Championship Sunday at your respective Pokemon Go Worlds, did you believe you were going to be the Pokemon Go World Champion? 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion, 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion.
So I got to explain here. I have yes. Oh, it's flashing. There we go. I got yes question mark because I knew there was a really good chance, but I also knew that, you know, I'm capable of losing things too. I can throw games if I want to, but I beat Rubik's Master before, and I knew that I was on the winner's side. So there's a lot going in my favor, but I knew for a fact that I had a really good chance, but I can't say that I knew I had it before I actually did it.
Interesting. All right, Beelzebub boy.
I was not thinking. Let me explain. So I mean, obviously I was thinking, but more about the matchup because it's easy to, you know, get into your head and like think too much about, oh, whether I win or whether I lose. Obviously I lost to Patuman like earlier in the winners finals, so there's that thing as well. So I tried not to think about the outcome of the match and more about how I'm gonna play and how I'm gonna predict things. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. This was a fascinating exercise for me. This is the first time we've had 2 Pokemon Go World Champions at a regional, and my takeaway is you can have multiple approaches to becoming the Pokemon Go World Champion. Thanks so much, and let's get back to the Pokemon action. It's Axton said he had a lot going in his favor at the World Championships in 2023, and we have him on stage coming up right now, and he has a lot going in his favor once again because he is on that winner's side of the bracket. The only thing not going in his favor, a tough opponent in Rise to Occasion. I am Tuo Butters, joined by Wholesome.
Great to have you guys back. We are super excited for these next couple matchups. The usual suspects, we can say it's Axton versus Rise to Occasion. We did just see Dunebug and Out of Pocket move on to round 2 on the winner's side here in day 2 Las Vegas. But we're super excited for this matchup coming up. We actually got to interview Rise to Occasion yesterday, and one of the interesting things he said is that he has had so much practice with this team. Normally when he's coming into a tournament, he built the team maybe 2, 3, maximum a week ago. He says that he's been playing this team for nearly a month, so a lot of reps under his belt.
Yeah, on the other side of that, Dunebug said he locked in his team the night before the tournament. So we had one trainer lock in the team the night before. We have a trainer that's been practicing this for a month, facing a team that has the Altaria, Unova Stunfisk core, the Pokemon that is number 1 and number 3 in usage, also has that Corviknight number 4 in usage, but has the Shadow Dusknoir and Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff is going to be able to be a great counter for a lot of the picks on Rise to Occasion side, because Rise is running the Galarian Moltres and is running the Shadow Dusknoir. So does that force Rise into some Empoleon play in this battle?
I think you got to bring that Empoleon, knowing that that Wigglytuff is going to look so strong. Let's move into our game number one. Number one in day 2 usage is going to be that Unnovan Stunfisk, and here we see it from its Axon lined up versus the Empoleon.
And kind of forced into that Empoleon action for Rise to Occasion, puts it in the lead, but there actually is no Wigglytuff on its Axon's team. Instead, running that Unova Stunfisk in the lead. It's going to be able to get to that double Mud Bomb or Discharge to be able to knock out this Empoleon, take that Hydro Cannon. It's super effective, but the pacing on this Unova Stunfisk is just fantastic. Early Protect Shield from Rise.
Yeah, Rise to Occasion, I think, recognizing that, hey, if there's a Wigglytuff in the back, that this Empoleon is going to have a lot of value. So a quick swap out now by Rise to Occasion, bringing in the Florges. It's going to be met by the Cradily from its Axon. These are super effective acids that are starting to build up, but with Rise to Occasion's quick pacing, he's able to get to the Trailblaze first.
Yeah, and he's going for the Trailblaze instead of the Chilling Water here, not trying to debuff the Cradily, trying to raise the attack of his own Florges. Maybe it's going to commit a Protect Shield. No, actually not even a throw from its Axon to throw the Rock Tomb. Now throwing the Chilling Water to try to land that debuff.
Yeah, this is interesting. Its Axon a little bit on the back foot now, has not thrown any charge attack, was not able to get that utility of the Rock Tomb right away. This is going to bring the Florges back down to neutral, no attack boost whatsoever after neutralizing that Trailblaze.
But we'll probably be able to get a nice acid down unless you can... No, actually, you will get to get another charge attack. Do you swap out with the charge attack? No, actually going for the Trailblaze here. Once again, not trying to debuff the opponent, instead trying to raise the attack of the Florges. It does land, it does knocks out. Its Axon is down a Protect Shield, up a Protect Shield here as he throws in his Unova Stunfisk to get that farm down.
But look how strong this Unova Stunfisk can potentially be in the back. It's able to hit super effective versus both the Stunfisk as well as the Empoleon with these Mud Bombs. But the nice thing about this Stunfisk versus Stunfast matchup for Rise to Occasion is that these Thunder Shocks do nothing.
Yes, and luckily now you just throw Mud Bomb because its Axon has seen all 3 Pokemon from Rise to Occasion's team, so you don't have to worry about the trickery of swaps. You're going to throw super effective Mud Bombs no matter what, landing the Mud Bomb into the Unova Stunfisk. This is going to be extremely difficult for Rise to Occasion as he throws one more Mud Bomb to ensure the knockout. Do we get the Protect Shield here from its Axon? I bet we do. Yes, we do.
Yeah, he knows that he's not worried about fast attack pressure whatsoever. Triple resisted Thunder Shocks or resisted Metal Sounds. That Empoleon does not have any energy, and a beautiful catch, Butters.
And swapping double, not very effective, into the Altaria. This is gonna tickle the Altaria, almost do nothing, and now you're gonna be able to catch that energy, not very effective, but most importantly, bank that energy on your own Unova Stunfisk to try to knock out the backline Unova Stunfisk from Rise.
Yeah, it might be the ticket to victory, that Stunfisk for its Axon. He's going to hide it in the back for now. Meanwhile, the Altaria is going to tank that Drill Peck, no problem, trying to pace to its own Flamethrower. Despite the resisted Dragon Breath, they are still tick, 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 adding up over time.
And as soon as this Flamethrower lands, it's going to be almost in range of knockout from that Dragon Breath. Can you get to another charge attack before? Yes, you can comfortably get there, get to that Drill Peck right in time before you're knocked out. But it's just so tough because its Axon's Unova Stunfisk in the back has that energy advantage, and now Empoleon doesn't have any health. It's energy dry. You're going to get another Thunder Shock. Here comes the swap. There's one Protect Shield remaining, but its Axon just has way more energy.
Yeah, he is so far ahead in energy and even shields. You're now at 2 charge attacks. Its Axon has everything that he needs in order to win this game. Rise to Occasion made some great plays, but recognizes that this game 1 is over.
And didn't really have an answer for that Unova Stunfisk. I think it's a Best Buddy. Yeah, you do see that Best Buddy ribbon, a classic trait from its Axon's teams. He often puts Best Buddy ribbons on the Pokemon that he enjoyed, so maybe he does enjoy that Unova Stunfisk. But it is fascinating because it's only been meta relevant recently. I'm surprised it's got that Best Buddy ribbon.
Yeah, no doubt. But you know what really sticks out to me, Butters, is the Empoleon, because we saw Rise to Occasion shield it right away. Did not want to take that first Mud Bomb even. With that shield disadvantage, things got very challenging for him later in the game, though. But look how strong that Empoleon is to its Axon's team of 6, resisting the Dragon Breaths from the Altaria, doing super effective damage into the Cradily, doing super effective damage into the Wigglytuff, and then relatively neutral matchups everywhere else. I think its Axon recognizes how strong it is, and that's why we saw him lead the Stunfisk.
Exactly, and to the other side, because Wigglytuff is actually so good in the Rise's team, Empoleon is also your best answer.
Yep.
So you're bringing Empoleon every single time, and I think its Axon knows that, so he's like, okay, I'll just sit the Wigglytuff. He didn't even bring it in that game number 1, instead brought some Pokemon that can neutrally deal with the Empoleon, and then having the proper lead of the Unova Stunfisk to match the Empoleon of Rise to Occasion. Do you then put this Empoleon in the back, maybe just switch it, and if you can switch it in, maybe you can get that slight energy advantage to counter that Unova Stunfisk that was a problem in game number 1.
I think it's a must bring. The only thing that we have to consider is there going to be some sort of trickery where it's Axon maybe tries to continue over-rotating towards that Empoleon, and Rise to Occasion is the one that's one step ahead and just puts it on the bench and maybe instead brings something that's going to have more favorable matchups into some of the other Pokemon on its Axon's team. Don't forget, he does still have some relatively neutral Pokemon that can do well into that Wigglytuff as well. He has things like the Unova Stunfisk. He has things like the Florges as well. So I expect to see a lot of Florges in these matches.
First matchup of the day, these trainers had the night to prepare for it, and it's Fairy versus Fairy, the Florges into the Wigglytuff, a matchup we haven't seen played out that much. And of course, Florges was on the winning team in Europe, but it looks like Wigglytuff is the Fairy of choice here in Las Vegas so far.
Yeah, Rise to Occasion immediately going for the Chilling Water, wants to debuff the attack one stage from this Wigglytuff. You can see the charms adding up relatively quickly in this Fairy versus Fairy matchup. But we see now the Icy Wind has been reached by its Saxon. This is going to be unshielded by Rise to Occasion. It's going to land for some nice damage.
And this is a situation where you can learn some things too, trainers out there, because you would think maybe you want to go for the double Swift in this scenario because it's same type attack bonus, but it's Axon knowing that he wants to get the debuff. He wants to get that Icy Wind out and take this second Chilling Water. Maybe he's going to try to get out of the matchup, or maybe just knowing once you land one Icy Wind and one Swift, you can win the battle. And there it is.
What's interesting here is this is almost the same team from these two trainers. It is Fairy and then Shadow Dust Noir, then a Unova Stunfisk in the back for both of these trainers. The Shadow Dust Noir has a huge potential to actually pop off if it's able to get an energy lead.
And here is the counter swap from the Shadow Dusknoir that we saw its Axon use so much in that day number 1 and really prioritize it. This time he's not prioritizing it, letting the Mud Bomb through. Does that give the opportunity for the counter swap for Rise to bring in his Shadow Dusknoir and try to go for the farm down? No, he's actually going to stay and throw one more Mud Bomb, get a Protect Shield or a knockout, and then maybe that is when you release your own Dusknoir to try to get an extra Astonish versus its Axon.
Well, keep an eye on the switch clocks right now because its Axon actually kept that Wigglytuff, and it's going to be double resisting those Astonishes and still has a lot of work that it can do, specifically into Rise to Occasion's own Shadow Dust Noir, so it's a little bit risky at this point to try and bring it out.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you could probably knock it out with a couple of Astonishes, but I mean, you're completely right. There is that little health on Wigglytuff to threaten, and maybe that threat alone of that Wigglytuff is keeping that Shadow Dust Noir on the bench. He's too scared to bring it in. He just lets the Stunfisk go. Let's see if he brings it in now. Yes, he finally does bring it in, get the full farm down, swap into the Stunfisk. Now you actually, in the meantime, don't have to worry about that Wigglytuff, but you know it's lurking in the back, and 2 or 3 charms landing in the end could be brutal for you.
Yeah, exactly. You just need to land one of these Mud Bombs into the Shadow Dust Noir. That's going to put it in range where you're going to be able to just charm all the way down. This is the final Pokemon for Rise to Occasion, so he needs to fully invest here. He's going to use all his Protect Shields. Here comes the final one, but it's Axon. If he can just land one of these Mud Bombs, I think it's going to be his game to win.
But when does its Axon use his Protect Shield? Does he save his Protect Shield to use an extra fast attack later in the battle? I don't think he's going to use his Protect Shield now. He's going to let it go. Rise knows that. That's why he's going for the Dynamic Punch here, the heavier hitting attack. That's a smart play by Rise to Occasion. Almost getting the knockout here, but it's Axon saving his Protect Shield to guarantee an extra fast attack later in the battle. No Protect Shields from Rise, and it's going to be a fast attack off.
Yeah, I think you just come in and do as much charm damage as possible. There are 2 Shadow Punches loaded. You need to make sure that you shield this so that charm damage is going to register. I think you might...
Does he pause? Does he pause seeing that there could be a swap? Does he pause? Yes, he did pause. Wait for that charm to go through. Ensure that you get the damage in the Wigglytuff. It is double resisted, but it should be enough to knock out. Now it's going to be fast attack, Astonish versus Astonish.
Will we see a tie in this game number 2?
Oh,
yes, we do.
It is. It's a tie. Run it back, trainers. We got another one with Rise to Occasion. It's Axon. It's a simultaneous knockout with the fast attack Astonish.
Man, that was a very similar team, and no surprise, it ended in a tie. I think things were a little bit dicey at the beginning with that Florges versus Wigglytuff matchup, but then we got to see the Shadow Dust Noir into the Unova Stunfisk, and the Unova Stunfisk into the Shadow Dust Noir. Great plays by both of those trainers. I think that they understood their win conditions, and at the end of the day, we just had a stalemate by 2 titans of Pokemon Go PvP.
Yeah, I actually think that they played those in-games perfectly, both of them. The only thing maybe Rise could have done is instead of throwing the Dynamic Punch, throwing the Shadow Punch, so then he didn't have to throw another Astonish into the Wigglytuff to get his back-to-back Shadow Punches. If he came into the Wigglytuff with the back-to-back, maybe he takes 1 less charm and he could win the game, but I also don't know. It looks like he was 1 away from a Mud Bomb, so actually, forget that thought. That wouldn't have worked. That would not have worked now that we've seen the replay.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the Dynamic Punch was the perfect play there. It allowed for the perfect farm down. And then again, we saw Rise to Occasion just coming in with his Wigglytuff, and with those back-to-back Shadow Punches, he was able to, yes, get a charm through, but double resisted or not, it was just enough to knock out. And then I thought that Rise to Occasion had a little bit more HP on his Shadow Dust Noir, and I think he did. But at the end of the day, one Astonish was all you needed for both trainers, and that's what we saw, a tie. They're going to run it back in a game number 3 here.
All right, we're on the winner's side. This is just round number 1, but the path to winners finals is just 2 match victories in day number 2, so each one of them is crucial. We got the lead matchups. It's the Cradilly into Unova Stunfisk, and this is Acid Cradilly swap into the Dusknoir. This time, no Wigglytuff from Accent.
Yeah, no Wigglytuff, but there is an Empoleon on the side of Rise to Occasion. It's not going to find its proper target, but if Rise to Occasion can flip switch, he would love to get that Empoleon onto that Cradilly. Let's see what its Accent does. He throws the Mud Bomb. Rise to Occasion lets it go.
And Shadow Dusknoir is most commonly used for a tool for alignment in Go Battle League. So can Rise to Occasion use this Shadow Dusknoir to maintain alignment in this matchup, get his Empoleon into that Cradilly, because he's already seen the Cradilly in the lead. He knows he really wants the alignment.
Yeah, it's really different how these Pokemon operate. It's fast attack pressure from the Shadow Dusknoir, but you need to land a charge attack. For its Accent, meanwhile, he's just going for these spammy charge attacks with his very quick pacing from Thunder Shock and Mud Bomb. Let's see what Zaxxon wants to do here. Does he invest the second Protect Shield? No.
No Protect Shield, and there's enough health to get to another charge attack because you can take this Astonish damage, and there's 1 Protect Shield remaining. Do you try to go for the alignment here? Yes, go for the alignment, because even if you lose this Protect Shield, it's possible this energy can get a Protect Shield back. Once you knock out this Unova Stunfisk, you will have a Dynamic Punch banked, or you will have a Shadow Punch, and each one could be super. Oh no, it's the Peekaboo! The Peekaboo play to double resist the fighting attack of the Dynamic Punch. Crazy from its Accent.
Amazing play by its Accent. Double resisted non-stab Dynamic Punch. He now has a shield advantage. He needs to get through this Unova Stunfisk, but he really needs this Dusknoir to be around to fight back versus that Empoleon as well. He has not seen the Empoleon just yet, Butters.
Some Las Vegas magic. Now you see me, now you don't. And here comes the Shadow Dusknoir, and it's going to be able to throw that Shadow Punch here. There's no Protect Shields remaining for Rise to Occasion. How he's going to bounce back from this game? At least he does have the backline matchup of the Empoleon into Cradilly, but there is going to be a Protect Shield advantage, and as soon as this lands, this Unova Stunfisk is pretty much going to be knocked out. Can it hold on?
Its Accent is hoping that there's the Galarian Moltres, the Gastrodon.
Oh, holds on! It
does hold on, but then it gets farmed down with the 1 Acid from the Cradilly.
That pivot, those quick reflexes from the Peekaboo to throwing in that Cradilly to land the Acid, those might have been some quick moves that won this battle for its Accent. Gonna be able to use the Protect Shield here. It's not over yet. You need to land double Grass Knot, and there's a Pokemon in the back for Rise to Occasion. So if he's able to somehow swap, oh, actually, going for the Rock Tomb.
Going for Rock Tomb, then Grass Knot. You want to get the debuff off earlier so that you're going to be neutralizing some of the damage of these super effective Metal Sounds, and then also trying to reduce that Hydro Cannon. You're now at the next Grass Knot. Do you just throw right away? Goes for the catch. Can he get a farm down here? These are resisted acids.
Yeah, but is he in range of Hydro Cannon now? He's just in range of Hydro Cannon. He's in range of Hydro Cannon. His Switch Clock wasn't up. Is this going to be enough to knock out? I think it is.
This is going to be enough to knock out. That debuff is gone. Its Accent knew that he needed 2 charge attacks. You know, I'm not even sure Grass Knot would have KO'd there, so it was going to be tough for its Accent no matter what. And look, he's not even able to get that Astonish through. One of those Metal Sounds is enough to knock out. Rise to Occasion. He's going to be punching back here, and he's able to get a 1-1 tie currently. We're going to be moving into a game number 3.
What a crazy game. I can't believe Rise won that after the Peekaboo from its Accent, after the swap in the Cradilly to waste all that energy from the Stunfisk. You're right. I don't know if the Grass Knot was enough in the end. That's why I thought it going for the Rock Tomb and Grass Knot was a little risky, because I don't know if it adds up. But you're completely right. If you don't debuff your opponent, then you're just going to get knocked out by Hydro Cannon, which he did in the end.
That was just a tough spot for its Accent because he had a Cradilly that had double resisted acids, non-stab into the Empoleon, and then resisted into the Dusknoir. He just had way too much that Cradilly needed to do. Butters, you mentioned it, that Shadow Dusknoir is so great at flipping switch.
Look at that swap right there.
Ooh.
Wasted all that energy. And how about an Acid knocking out a Unova Stunfisk too? I mean, that was quick thinking from its Accent. That was crazy. And that Peekaboo, there was no pause either. There was a quick Peekaboo. He went for it right away. And there was the pause from its Accent, knowing that swap was coming. But once you were able to get that much Astonish damage off, the Hydro Cannon was enough. And there was the Metal Sound to tie it up. Now we got game number 4 between these trainers.
I think that It's Axon is going to be bringing that Wigglytuff in the back. He does not want to be in a situation where he wins lead, rise to occasion, brings in that Shadow Dust Noir, and he is unable to retain switch advantage. So I think he's going to bring that Wigglytuff in the back to be that showstopper, that if rise to occasion does bring that Shadow Dust Noir, he's going to have no match, and he's just going to charm that down and maintain switch alignment, no problem.
Yeah, the difficult thing with that is, of course, the Empoleon being so safe and so strong for Rise. I think you're right. I think Wigglytuff is a great play, but the threat of the Empoleon might scare It's Axon a little bit. We're going to find out in decisive game number 3 which one of these trainers can move on the winner's side of the bracket. We got the Florges, we got the Unova Stunfisk, we have a Shadow Dust Noir and Altaria in the back for It's Axon, and Empoleon, Unova Stunfisk for Rise Occasion.
The Shadow Dust Noir for It's Axon has a lot of play. There's certainly some things that it can do in the back, especially if you get a soft loss for your Unova and Stunfisk, and then you get an Astonish down. But this is a favorable matchup for Rise in the lead.
Another Trailblaze. Rise keeps going for Trailblazes instead of Chilling Water. Remember, the Chilling Water is also super effective in this matchup and will debuff the opponent. I'm fascinated by the way that Rise to Occasion is playing out these Forges matchups.
Well, if you throw Chilling Water and then Trailblaze, you don't actually knock out this Nova and Stunfisk, and it wins the Zero Shield matchup, I believe. But if you throw the Trailblaze first, you can actually knock out with 2 charge attacks. So what he's going to do now is throw the Chilling Water for the second charge attack, as I believe, and tries to actually go for the catch on the Altaria. You don't have an immediate response right away. Yes, you can bring in the Empoleon, but down a shield, it's not going to have that great of a matchup into the Altaria. So he throws the Chilling Water as a little bit of a safety net here.
Trying to maybe catch that Trailblaze, double resisted, and here comes the Empoleon as the counter swap here. And remember, the Chilling Water did land. Here comes the Drill Peck, but this Flamethrower is not going to be doing that much damage. You definitely will need 2 Flamethrowers, if not more than that.
We have not seen this Galarian Moltres be brought at all by Rise to Occasion. I think It's Axon is banking on that, and I think he's trying to set up his Shadow Dust Noir to have 2 shields and maybe just clutch this matchup for him in this game number 3.
And Flamethrower lands into the Empoleon here. It does about half of the remaining health. There's almost another Flamethrower available, and actually going for the Hydro Cannon here, maybe expecting a swap into something else. How much health does this Altaria have left? Can it knock out the Altaria? Yes, no problem. Knocks out the Altaria. Here comes the Dust Noir. Can the Dust Noir secure a full farm down before there is 1 charge attack available? No, does not get that full farm down. It has to give up Protect Shield.
Needed to knock out in 3 Astonishes, but was unable to do it. Took 4 Astonishes, but that's enough to get to a charge attack. He is now locked and loaded on energy. Keep in mind the Florges does have a Chilling Water loaded and ready to go, and it's going to be able to launch this right now. You need to prioritize the HP on this on the Shadow Dust Noir, but it feels bad shielding a Chilling Water.
It really does, but at this point, here comes the Stunfisk, and you have your own Stunfisk in the back. You have double charge attack, trying to swap, trying to catch an attack, and you're just so vulnerable here. There's no Protect Shields remaining. You're going to be able to take this Mud Bomb, but can it knock out? It's super effective. Does it knock out the Stunfisk? Rise is looking for it. No, it's not enough to knock out. That's huge for Axon.
I think that Rise is going to get a farm down. He has no problem hanging on versus this Mud Bomb. Barely looks like it's super effective. It'll do maybe a third of its remaining HP, and now you just farm down with these Thunder Shocks. You're going to come out with a Mud Bomb and more. It's Axon has no Protect Shields remaining, while 1 Mud Bomb is not enough to knock out. I think you're going to get to 2 as Rise.
But we do know, that Dynamic Punch is not quite enough to knock out in this range, and there is a swap available, just ticking away closer and closer, not even going for the Astonish, just throwing straight away. But now that means that the swap is available. So what happens here? This is mind games between these 2 trainers.
All right, well, let's see. Dynamic Punch is thrown right away. Butters, is this enough to knock out the Unova and Stunfisk?
It's going to be so close. Can Stunfisk and Rise to Occasion hold on? It does. And can he get to a charge attack? No, gets knocked out by the Astonish, and It's Axon can't believe it, thinking that the Astonish should knock out because there was 1 Thunder Shock that came through, but instead, Rise to Occasion is able to knock out and win the game.
Yeah, you can see the frustration on It's Axon's face. He still needed to get through that Florges, though, so Rise to Occasion was in a really nice position there. But a nice comeback victory from Rise to Occasion after dropping the first game to It's Axon, able to have a tie in that game number 2, followed by 2 consecutive victories. He's now going to be moving on to winners round 2, where he's going to be facing, I believe, the winner of our next matchup that we'll see here very soon, Auburn versus Rockhaven.
That matchup was crazy close in every single battle. I mean, of course, we did have a tie, so of course it was close. But in the end game there, sometimes you expect that when you're going for an Astonish, it's a 3-turn fast attack, and if you go for a 2-turn fast attack in the Thunder Shock, if that 3-turn fast attack is gonna knock you out, it often does that. But in this situation, able to get to that charge attack, what we have to do, remember, you mentioned it, there was that Florges in the back. So even if you got the knockout with Astonish, it would have been Fairy Wind versus Astonish off. And I think that Florges did have some health on it.
Yeah, it really would have depended on, are you able to get to a charge attack before you get farmed down by those fairy winds, or is there energy still on that Florges? We'll have to take a look at this replay. I did like the play of the Altaria being brought into the Florges because, again, there's no fairy-type charge attacks. You're able to absorb a lot of that energy, no problem, but it did set up that Empoleon for a lot of success, and that, again, that Empoleon looks so great on paper for Rise.
And this is what impressed me in day number 1 from Rise, was specifically this team. We saw him run this exact team of 3 of the Empoleon, Unova, Stunfisk, and Florges, and just overwhelm opponents with the pacing. And he did that once again. He overwhelmed the Shadow Dusknoir. Okay, so how much health did that Shadow Dusknoir have, and how much health did that Florges have? I think that Florges definitely had more health. So it seems like you're going to win that fast attack off anyway.
It really is wild to just see the strength of the Stunfisk. We used to see Galarian Stunfisk as the number 1, maybe number 2 on our day 1, day 2 usage charts. I don't think we've ever seen a Novan Stunfisk even break into the top 3 before, so it's pretty impressive to see just how much success that it's having. It seems very flexible, and like you said, with how fast that it's pacing, I think it puts a lot of trainers in a situation where they can stall switch clocks out and allow for some finesse play with swaps and things like that.
I'm not sure who expected it to be number 1 in usage for 60%, but here we are, and we've been watching the winner side of the bracket. But remember, there's been some loser battles happening as well. So let's look at some feature matchups to catch up on what's been happening. Firestar able to 2-0 Stud Muffins early on in day number 2.
Yeah, Stud Muffins, again, remember he had those 2 matches versus K-Pine. Actually, you and I were a little mistaken. I think he still had one shield when we saw that air cutter, thinking, why didn't he throw it? Apologies to you, Stud Muffins, but that is going to be the end of the road for Stud Muffins here in this tournament. We also had Nighttime Clasher versus Enhoff. Butters, Enhoff was having an incredible run in the loser side of the bracket.
Dropped down on the first match of her tournament run and believe went on an 8 or 9 game winning streak to get all the way to the losers finals, or not 9 matches.
Yeah.
Crazy run on that loser side of the bracket. Unfortunately, does come to an end here. Nighttime Clasher knocks her out 2-0.
Yeah, I think we still have a couple matches that are also going as well still at the tables. Let's take a look. We have Ashton Ash versus Chen Yu. Chen Yu running that out-of-pocket team. Had a lot of success. We saw him in the losers finals versus Dilap Churing. He was able to have a nice victory there, but Ashton Ash able to take a clean 2-0 sweep versus Chen Yu.
Well done to Ashton Ash, and we got one more. Sceptile Ice actually taking down Trent. So Sceptile Ice was so close to defeat at the end of day number 1, and now he's bounced back day number 2 with a clean 2-0 victory. A lot of these trainers that we're seeing in these future matches, we're going to be seeing on stream shortly. Once some of these players on the winner side drop down, a lot of these losers will then meet them on that loser side of the bracket.
We could be setting up Sceptile Ice rematch versus Itzaxon. That'll be great. But who just beat Itzaxon? That's going to be Rise to Occasion. He's standing by on the floor with an interview.
Thank you so much, Jimothy and Butters. I'm here with Rise to Occasion, who just took down the world champ, Itzaxon. Rise, personally, I know you and Axon are close. How does it feel to sit across the stage from a friend? Do you have any hesitation, or are you saying this is all business here in Las Vegas?
It's an honor to play Axon. So we hadn't played each other through the first 3 seasons of the Play Pokemon Championship Series. Last season, he actually was 3-0. Not only was he 3-0 against me, but I didn't get a single game off him. It was like a 6-0, 3-0. So to finally get one back is good for me. I guess it was time, and it was just a phenomenal set. And not to like ramble, but I remember before NAIC, he told me like I was someone that he watched back in the day and like learned from and everything. And now for him to be like probably the GOAT of our game, it's kind of cool, like a full circle thing. And now we meet up here on the big stage. It's pretty cool.
Rise, talk to me about your team. Unova Stunfisk seems pretty standard. A lot of trainers are bringing that. Why Shadow Dusknoir?
I like the oppressive nature of Dusknoir versus Corsola. I think Corsola's a great pick, obviously. It's like top usage for a reason. But also the fighting coverage against Credilli is really nice, against Bastiodon, because that Corsola Bastiodon matchup can be pretty bad. So I like it for that reason.
All right, so I'm going to throw you a curveball. When I look at top usage, I was just talking to Amanda about this. I keep thinking about Alolan Sandslash. Was that Pokemon on your radar at all, or is this like new information?
No, I never really seriously considered it. I think I saw a couple in practice tournaments, but Alolan Sandslash wasn't really on my radar.
Okay, fair enough. Rise, is there anybody you want to thank, anyone you want to shout out to? Because I'll let you get back to focusing for your next round, but just want to hear if you have anything else you want to say.
Yeah, shout out to my family for supporting me. Shout out to all you guys back home watching. My LU United, Legends United group, and shout out. I actually did a lot of scrims last night, and Softof and Elam helped me. Softof beat me like 7 times in a row. So it helped me figure out what not to do, I guess, and then adjust for the actual game.
Awesome. Rise, thank you so much. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Casters, back over to you.
What a great interview from William as well as Christopher there. We love seeing that one. Great stuff. We're going to be featuring a next matchup. We're getting right into it here, actually, Butters. We got Auburn versus Rockhaven, the wall face of Bastiodon.
And I want to make a quick correction. I thought Rockhaven was a Bastiodon user in the past, but his claim to fame was actually he was number 5 in Peoria 2024 with Carbink. I remember it now clearly, but looking back, he had the Carbink was actually his standout Pokemon, a similar prototype to the Bastiodon, but a different rock type altogether. This time, he's trying to ride that Bastiodon to victory versus Auburn. Auburn seems to have the exact same team as PvP David, so once again, we're seeing that influence.
Well, you got rock in your name, you got to bring at least one rock Pokemon, right? Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm looking forward to this. Not only do we see the Bastion, which is, again, it's one of our first 2 NA regionals, we're going to maybe see a feature from Azumarill as well, which seems to have disappeared from the meta after having a pretty much uncontested run for 3 seasons.
All right, here it is. It's the Bastiodon, but it's facing against a different steel type, the Empoleon. This is a dominant win for the Empoleon. Say swap Shadow, Kanto, Marowak, met by the Florges here. Are you going to try to reach for that Chilling Water straight away? Yes, going for it straight away, trying to neutralize the attack here of this Kanto Marowak.
Is there any way to just push your way through this with Mud Slaps and a Bone Club as the Shadow Kanto Marowak? You are going to be outpacing to 2 charge attacks. I got to feel that you probably win the Zero Shield matchup in this situation.
I have to agree with you because you're going to be able to land back-to-back here before the next Chilling Water is available. And the problem for Florges here, it's going to be hard to Fairy Wind down. Fairy Wind does not do that much damage. It's kind of a weak fast attack in terms of damage output, and Fairies don't have the highest attack stat. So giving up this Protect-Shield, but you also have to give up your energy and going for it straight away with this Chilling Water. Do we see the Protect-Shield? No. Rockhaven not caring about alignment with the Bastiodon team.
I think he's just trying to set up the Shadow Scizor, which I think there's a lot of opportunity for him to do that. He knows that he resists the metal sound from the Empoleon. He just has to hope that there's not something that's going to hard counter that Shadow Scizor in the back, and I don't think there really is anything. Yes, there is the neutral Sucker Punches that are coming through, but you resist the Swifts, and you can start ramping up your damage here very quickly.
Yeah, oh, and actually letting this go. Not going for a Trailblaze, going for the Night Slash. Do we get a boost from Rockhaven here to start us off? No, there is no boost. And now we see the Trailblaze coming in with the furry. I love this play. It gets Protect Shield, it's double resisted, but you want to ramp up those Sucker Punches. You need to fast attack this Scizor and get it out of the matchup.
Well, can you just fast attack all the way down? Yes, you can. You have a Trailblaze ready to go. It's probably going to be the hardest hitting attack remaining. Throws, oh, it has actually back-to-back Night Slash. Are you going to be able to hang on versus that next Metal Sound and be able to get the back-to-back moves here, Butters?
And once again, a chance for a boost. Can you get lucky in Vegas? Do we see a boost? No boost here. And there is the Night Slash. And the important thing for the damage of this Night Slash, does it put the Empoleon in range of Flamethrower from the Bastiodon?
I gotta say yes. You have a Protect Shield advantage. You're way behind in energy. You need 7 of these Smackdowns to get to the Flamethrower. I think the question is, can you get to 1 Flamethrower before Auburn is able to reach 3 Hydro Cannons?
And even if you reach 3, I don't think it's enough.
No,
it's not even enough to knock out Bastiodon. The might of Bastiodon, the bulkiness, even if you get to the triple, I don't think you have the damage.
Bastiodon don't care. Throw those super effective, ultra efficient charge attacks. Bastiodon has no problem tanking them on that big face of its. And here comes the Flamethrower. You're asking, is that going to be enough to knock out? I really think it is, especially with the buff to Smackdown that we saw at the beginning of the season.
In Rockhaven, with his rock Pokemon of choice, takes game number 1. And I think this is the story of the season so far. We haven't talked about it a ton, but the flexibility of Bastiodon to be able to not only go for hard alignment in the past in Championship Series and in maybe Go Battle League as well, you often see Bastiodon users hard play for alignment. But in Championship Series this season, we've seen trainers go and use its utility of bulk instead of going for hard alignment.
You know what, I haven't heard too many people describe Bastiodon as a flexible Pokemon, Butters. Maybe you cast it too much with Caleb.
Yeah, I've been brainwashed by the #1 Bastiodon supporter. But really, it isn't a flexible pick, but it is so strong neutrally.
Yeah.
And even in a negative matchup versus the Empoleon, if you can use other Pokemon to tag team with, like the Shadow Scizor, use both of your Protect Shields for the Shadow Scizor, Bastiodon doesn't need Protect Shields. So it's a great complement to some other picks where in the past, I think it was more of a one-trick pony. Now, you're seeing the potential from this Bastiodon.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you have two relatively fragile Pokemon hanging out in the back and you can devote your Protect Shields to that Shadow Scizor, to that Shadow Cancel Marowak, one of the two. Then you just have your Bastiodon to absorb all of that energy that maybe that other Pokemon was able to gather in those matchups. It's just such a nice formula that we see trainers many times in combative league leverage. It's less common here in play Pokemon, but it still is ultra effective.
And do we see the Empoleon and the Unova Stunfisk together in that game number 2 to respect the Bastiodon? There is a Shadow Kanto Marowak on Rockhaven's team. He showed it in game number 1. We got lock-ins for game number 2. Here comes the Goodra to face the Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, Rockhaven in his interview said he really wanted to make Goodra work. He felt that it was very good, not just in his current meta, but in metas past. We are seeing a lot of strength from it here, now throwing this Thunder Punch, maybe trying to get a little bit of chip damage before he goes into his next Pokemon.
Yeah, we're going to see if he does pivot out into something. You can always go into Shadow Scizor to resist all those charge attacks, but even when they are resisted, they do chunk. So deciding to just stay in, maybe using this Goodra's bulk, the pacing of it, to try to win this alignment. The problem is, if you get knocked out by Double Swift, you're going to lose this matchup even if you throw an attack. There comes the swap.
Cheeky swap there. Able to catch the resisted Swift on your Shadow Scizor. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the full farm down here, but he's definitely going to be able to retain switch advantage. And you know what? You don't even necessarily need switch advantage here because you are simply going to be able to get your Shadow Kanto Marowak realigned versus that Stunfisk, which is going to be game over at this point. Rockhaven throwing this Night Slash, though, did take a lot of chip damage, though, from the Sucker Punches from the Furret.
Yeah, was not able to get that full farm down, had to give up that energy, unfortunately, for Rockhaven. It's met by the Altaria here. Altaria should be able to soak this energy from the Night Slash, no problem. The difficult situation would be if Rockhaven gets to a double Night Slash. Can he hold on from the Dragon Breath damage, which is not doing that much damage thanks to the new update this season? I think this Scizor is going to be able to hold on to get to that double Night Slash. No, it doesn't.
Unable to do it, but you still have that Goodra with super effective Dragon Breath, and you also have, even though this is a resisted Aqua Tail, you really need this Altaria. Rockhaven has not revealed what is in the back yet, and I think Auburn's going to be very upset when he sees it. But can you farm down this Altaria, or are you going to get farmed down yourself? I think Rockhaven knows that he needs to use this Protect Shield.
Because if you let this Goodra go, you're not going to be able to take it down with the Shadow Kanto Marowak. So you actually have to chip as much as possible. You might have to double shield here.
I think you double shield here.
Oh, he doesn't.
I'm a little surprised.
How many Mud Slaps is it going to take to knock out this Altaria?
I'm going to say 5, Butters.
All right, well, let's count them out. This is going to be 1 Mud Slap here. I think it's 2, 3. You might be right. Is on the 4th Mud Slap. It does it in 4. Okay.
Close only counts in horseshoes, but not in this one here. All right, but this is still a great matchup here. Obviously, you've got 2 Bone Clubs ready to go. This is one of the most dominant matchups that you can see. Auburn, a little bit of a sigh right there. Rockhaven having a great lead, but didn't even really need the same alignment that he had in the lead to get realigned versus the Stunfisk. He had that Shadow Kanto Marowak hanging out in the back, and that is going to be a GG.
Yeah, and off the strength of Shadow Scizor, Goodra, getting Protect Shields with Aqua Tails, able to win this matchup 2-0. That means Bastiodon does advance, and there is a chance that we will have 3 straight regional victories from a Bastiodon. But remember, there is a long way to go for Rockhaven to try to get there.
Yeah, that's right. And that is going to be setting up Rise to Occasion versus Rockhaven. I'm very curious to see what some of their match history looks like. But the lone Bastiodon really standing strong there in that game number 1. Didn't get featured in game number 2, but, you know, Bastiodon, it's back, baby. It's won 2 consecutive regionals. It's still hanging out here in day number 2 in Las Vegas.
Well, the most fascinating dynamic for me is how does the PvP David's team match up versus Bastiodon? Because Bastiodon has been exclusively a North American phenomenon this season. So I think a lot of other regions aren't really preparing it for it the same way that North America is. So does that team from PvP David that Auburn has right now, does it match up well? So far, we've seen that Bastiodon was able to defeat PvP David's team. And remember, PvP David's team has 5 Pokemon on it that are top 6 in Las Vegas regionals in terms of usage.
They're all strong Pokemon. They form a good team. The formula, like we said, the blueprint, it works, and we know that. Now, there's still a lot of creativity that exists in this meta. When we were interviewing Dunebug, he said that the difference between this meta and previous metas, at least in his book, is that there's just so many more picks that you can bring into a particular team of 6. I think in some metas before, there were some must-brings. You had to have Medicham, you had to have Lickitung, Galarian, Stunfisk, or Registeel. I think there was a much more defined blueprint. And while, yes, there is a very successful team that we're seeing from PvP David, I think in general, there's just a lot of flexibility. The Bastiodon, the Azumarill, the Goodra, I mean, the Galarian Moltres, there's so many different types of Pokemon that you can bring and have success with in this current state of the meta.
To that point, a theme that I noticed when looking at all the teams on the top side of the bracket, on that winner side, a lot of those teams are far off the blueprint that you just mentioned. It seems like towards the lower side of the bracket are those teams that are more similar to PvP David. But when you look at Rise to the Occasion, Doombugs, Out of Pocket's team, even its Accent's team, a lot of the favorites going into day number 2, it's actually wildly different than that original blueprint from Europe.
Well, speaking of wildly different, Rockhaven's team certainly is wildly different, but it did just have success versus that team. We have an interview with Amanda and Rockhaven.
Thank you, Jim. Yes, wildly successful he indeed was, winning those last matchups against Auburn. Rockhaven, now, in the past, you've top cut with another rock-type Pokemon, Carbink. I noticed you're running a Bastiodon. What was the thought between bringing this Pokemon to this tournament?
As I mentioned yesterday, I really need fire-type coverage for my team, so that's why I choose Basti. And comparing Carbink and Basti, apparently Carbink is taking double super effective for all the steel-type damage there, while Basti only take neutrals. And given there's so many Scissors, so many Empoleon out in this meta, so I feel Basti is safer than Carbink.
Speaking of Empoleon, it was on your opponent's team, and it was the only difference between the team that just won Gdansk with PvP David's team. How are you feeling about that team, considering that it's been so much here in Las Vegas?
That's also part of the reason why I run Goodra instead of Altaria, because apparently Altaria is going to be struggle against Empoleon, but Goodra can handle both steel types there. So honestly, I feel pretty confident against that team and all the variations out there.
But you are on the winner side of the bracket, and a lot of those teams aren't quite similar to that. How confident are you feeling overall? Because I have to say, Bastiodon has been on the winning team of both of the North American tournaments so far. Are you going to be that winner this time?
I don't really know. I'm just going to focus on my next match and go step after step.
Well, great. One last thing from you. While we have you here, do you have any shout-outs or any thank yous you want to give to your fans?
Yeah, of course. I shouted out lots of people yesterday, and I also want to shout out Suku, from my local community. He helped me with a little bit team building last night, and I really appreciate that.
Well, there you have it. We have Rockhaven continuing on that winner's side of the bracket. We've got so many more matches. This day has just started. Jim and Butters, go ahead.
Thank you, Amanda. Rockhaven trying to climb that mountain to become the Las Vegas regional champion. And up next, we have a trainer named Firestar that is also familiar with these difficult challenges. Because I want to go back just a little bit to Anaheim 2025 World Championships, where actually Firestar dropped down to the loser side of the bracket at the Pokemon World Championships, and he was able to win 7 straight match victories in that tournament versus some really big names, taking down Javier, Zardy, Pokimichi, Ice Chris, to get all the way to LNDS Corlash, where he was defeated. But he is faced up against a world champion right now, but he is used to that world champion competition.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have 7 consecutive wins, no matter the bracket at Worlds, obviously that is a statement, and a statement he did make at Worlds, and he wants to make a statement this tournament as well. I think he's doing so thus far. He's made it quite far in this tournament, day 2, which is becoming kind of the norm for Firestar. We've seen him have some success before. I don't think we've seen him too often in the winner's side of the bracket, but hey, maybe he's even more comfortable here in the loser side of the bracket, could go on a great run.
No, it's a great point, because I believe in the 2025 North American International Championships as well, he came in on that loser side of the bracket. That time, I believe he won 5 or 6 straight matchups to get 13th in the North American International Championship. So he's used to that loser side of the bracket. It's Axon is more used to that winner side as they are getting matched up in this game number 1. We have the leads locked in, and it's gonna be the Shadow Hyena versus the Altaria.
Yeah, Firestar was talking about all the different Sucker Punch users between the Furret, between the Galarian Moltres. He really likes this Mighty Hyena. He says that when he was looking at some of the different matchups that it just looks so good, at least on paper. And with access to that Poison Fang as well, can really manipulate a lot of these matchups with his debuff potential.
Yeah, and you have the Pokemon in the back for Firestar is actually going to be that Unova Stunfisk and Cradily, I believe, trying to go for that debuff and getting the Protect Shield on the Poison Fang. Its Accent does not love it. We have mirror backlines for these trainers, so this lead will matter.
Honestly, it may come down to who's able to get a soft farm down or who's able to get a shield advantage. Energy management is going to be key here, and Firestar throws this next Poison Fang. Is it enough to knock out? It's not. Are we at the next Sky Attack? Yes. Does Firestar want to use the second Protect Shield? He says no.
Actually doesn't use it, and now that means that Firestar is going to be at a negative alignment in the back as the Sky Attack does knock out. Here comes the Cradily trying to go for the farm down here with the Acids, but is going to be met by the Mirror Cradily, because you're not bringing your Nova Stunfisk into it, so now Firestar does have the energy advantage. It didn't matter about alignment. He has energy advantage.
That's what I was saying, a soft loss and getting energy specifically on the Cradily, I think maybe the ticket to victory here. If you bring in that Unova Stunfisk, then you're going to be in a tough position, but you bring in the Cradily, you get the energy advantage, you now start ramping up these debuffs before its Accent is able to reach a debuff. As long as you're able to prioritize some HP on this Cradily and maybe get another attack into that Unova Stunfisk, Firestar does have a lot of potential to win this game.
Fantastic call out there, and the problem here for its Accent, I mean, sometimes this matchup can go down to charge attack priority to see who gets the debuff first. I do believe we saw charge attack priority there as well, so
yeah.
This is important for a future matchup in another game where you lose this charge attack priority if you are its Accent, and actually going for the Grass Knot instead of the Rock Tomb, an interesting choice from Accent.
Yeah, that's a bold play right there for Firestar, risking that charge attack priority. Does he quick swap into his Nova Stunfisk? I think he knows that he can outpace this Cradily here. You can just go straight for this Mud Bomb maybe, throws the Discharge instead, and actually loses the charge attack priority. I think that's a little bit of a miscue.
I think so. I think he was so afraid of the swap here that he didn't throw his energy when he had it, and that was charge attack priority. He threw the bait Rock Tomb, it got Protect Shielded, and he had to waste the energy.
Imagine if you throw that Discharge and it gets caught by the Unova Stunfisk as well. That would have been wild. All right, it is now Stunfisk versus the world for its Accent. He has clawed his way out of a tough matchup. Maybe a miscue on the side of Firestar. He's now going to be needing to land these Mud Bombs. Keep an eye on Firestar trying to land these Mud Bombs. He's debuffed. He's not going to be able to switch out for a while.
That is so important to remember. He is getting close to his timer. Can he try to swap? And it looks like its Accent is so afraid of that swap, knowing that the timer is available. He's pretty much at 100 energy. Is he going to go over 100 energy just trying to be pacing on the swap? But you have to throw energy against this Cradily anywhere. Here's the swap. There's the Mud Bomb. It doesn't really matter. It's Accent had to throw this anyway. He's going for an undercharge. He's trying to get a farm down.
Yeah, no, when this is resisted non-stab acid damage, any Thunder Shocks that you can get are going to put you in a more favorable position.
Oh,
beautiful, Butters.
Brilliant play from its Accent. Perfectly undercharges it to get 2 more Thunder Shocks in this matchup so that he has double Mud Bomb already banked up for Firestar. Double Mud Bomb will not be enough, but remember, its Accent does have a Protect Shield. Can this Mud Bomb knock out? I don't think so. Firestar's not out of it.
No, he's not out of it, but he has back-to-back Mud Bombs, and there's no Protect Shields remaining for Firestar. Remember, he had to use both of his, and while you have him almost 2 Mud Bombs as Firestar, those 2 Thunder Shocks that its Accent was able to get from that undercharge was what won this game for him.
Exactly right. If he didn't get those 2 Thunder Shocks, there would have been a back-to-back Mud Bomb that would have taken the first Protect Shield and would have knocked out the Stunfisk. So if he didn't do that perfectly, he loses that game, and that is why he is a Pokemon Go World Champion.
Yeah, Master Accent proving that all you need is just one little window of opportunity, and he's going to capitalize. And capitalize he did. Don't forget, Firestar ended up throwing on that charge attack priority against the Cradily, allowing Cradily, he would have actually outpaced Cradily to that Mud Bomb, would have been able to knock it out and not have been debuffed. But not only did he have to use his Protect Shield, he was debuffed for that matchup later on, and I think that that was going to be kind of his pitfall as he navigated the end game in that game number 1.
Yeah, it was very similar. Of course, we had mirror backlines, but just those subtle differences in gameplay and technique from its Accent got him over the hump there to take that game number 1. Firestar was so close that Hyena lead the same backlines. I feel like that's something that we're gonna see in a lot of these battles. Specifically, we've seen a ton of Unova Stunfisk. Actually, Cradilly has dropped a bunch, but Unova Stunfisk seems like it's such a good core with so many Pokemon. We're just locked into game number 2.
All right, we're going to be seeing the Cradilly yet again from the side of Firestar. It's going to be met by the Corviknight from its accent. You're going to be doing neutral sand attack damage. Doesn't really add up that fast, though, and even these acids, despite being double resisted, still do a little dent as well.
There's Iron Head!
I did not know that we had Iron Head here,
There's Iron Head! We didn't mention it! He has a super effective Iron Head instead of the payback!
Yeah, getting the... Wow, I don't even know that Firestar is probably thinking, wait, hold on, wait, Iron Head? Oh, I need to take a look at this team sheet again.
Yeah, what? We never see anyone use Iron Head. We haven't pointed this out before because we haven't seen the Corviknight, but the fact that he teched his Corviknight just for this Cradilly matchup, and Cradilly has actually dropped, and here's the swap, the patience from its accent met by the Cradilly.
Yeah, that Corviknight swapped out with a ton of energy, and it has almost 2 air cutters, has an Iron Head ready to go. Firestar now in a negative matchup. He's having to throw these neutral Mud Bombs into this grass-type Cradilly. At the same time, these Thundershocs are doing absolutely nothing. This is a very positive matchup for its accent.
And you know, also Iron Head is going to be so good against the Fairy types. We have obviously we have the Wigglytuff in top 5 usage, and Florges is in top 12 usage as well. Having to have that super effective versus the Fairy types, I love that tech choice from its accent.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's something that's going to certainly surprise your opponents despite having team sheets. I just don't think most people are team building for any sort of real steel charge attack whatsoever. You only really see steel from a fast attack perspective.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, you really don't see any steel coverage in the meta. Steel attacks are not that strong overall. It's hard to even think of a couple that have been good in championship series as you get the knockout with this Cradilly. Cradilly is kind of healthy here. I don't think you're going to be able to sucker punch down even with the strength of Hyena.
Yeah, but you can throw on charge attack priority here or maybe go for a catch. Opts to not do that though. You do have the ability to swap this debuff out as Firestar, but you don't want to be put in a position where you throw that Cradilly in and then it leads to a farm down for something. Thankfully, for Firestar, neither of these Pokemon are really capable of farming down the Cradilly, so I may see him swap out and try and get some of these debuffs turned off. Yeah.
And flipping the script, trying to go for the debuff, but swapped into the Corviknight. Corviknight able to take this no problem. Is actually thinking that this is a grass knot. It is not. He's shaking his head a little bit. That's not what he expected, but it's okay. He has a lot of energy banked, and it's hard to farm down a Corviknight with acid.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And even with a debuff, I mean, you're still going to be doing some damage into this Hyena. Hyena will definitely be able to sucker punch down this Corviknight, but you might be able to reach this second Iron Head, and that's exactly what his accent was trying to go for. Recognize, though, good recognition, that he was only able to reach the air cutter.
Yeah, I think he would have got knocked out by that next sucker punch before he got to the Iron Head, and no protection from Firestar, knowing that this win condition might be fast attacks here. Does he go for any Poison Fangs? Yes, he's just trying to lower the defense. There is no protection from its accent, but it's going to do almost nothing, but it's going to ramp up the attack of this Hyena by dropping the defense of the Stunfisk.
Yeah, I think Firestar would need probably 73 shields here, and if he's going to try and get through his matchup. Unfortunately for him, yeah, there's just no coming back for this one. Its accent just needs to get to 2 Mud Bombs here. He now has both. There's only 1 Protect Shield remaining for Firestar, so he may even know this. Yep, he gives the salute and says, hey, GG, that is going to be it for my tournament. An impressive run through the loser side of the bracket, but you got to make it through the World Champ. Its accent taking a clean 2-0 sweep versus Firestar here in losers round 2.
We just saw its accent lose on stage to rise to the occasion, and that bounce back was incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, he lost maybe, I don't know, 15 minutes ago. It feels like, not in real time, probably like 45 minutes ago. And he comes back on stage on the loser side of the bracket and pulls off some of the most impressive plays with that undercharge and with all of the tech that he has on his team building as well. World champ for a reason.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see any of the Corviknight in the matchup versus Rise to Occasion, so we didn't really know what to expect there. But we see, obviously, it has such great ability to be really that Cradilly counter, and that's probably why he's exactly running that Iron Head. Did so much significant damage in that early matchup, and then he just set himself up perfectly to sweep that game.
Yeah, the more I think about it is probably also, I mentioned it before, a lot for the Fairy types as well. Fairy types have really risen in usage in the last tournament in Europe and, of course, in Las Vegas as well. 2 of them in the top 12. Having that Iron Head coverage for them and the Cradilly could be extremely impactful. Plus, remember, the drop of some Pokemon like Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola, usage has plummeted, so you don't necessarily need that payback to do super effective damage versus it.
But the thing you have to keep in mind is you become so much weaker versus Innovan Stunfisk, no longer having that neutral move that you're able to throw into it. And with how much Innovan Stunfisk has trended up, with I think being on over half of the teams here, it does make that Corviknight more of a liability. But with its Accent pairing that Cradily, a hard answer, it creates a great core where you have a lot more ability to fight back versus those Stunfisks.
That's a great point. One other matchup that I'm super curious about is if the Corviknight versus Altaria matchup switches at all. Because Altaria really beats the Corviknight.
Yeah.
Getting flamethrowers before the payback or able to do that super effective flamethrower. But maybe if you're pacing a little bit quicker and you have same type attack bonus on your Iron Head, I'll find that out. But I'm curious about that matchup because we do know Unova, Stunfisk, and Altaria are top 3 in usage. So fascinating tech from the world champion. Its Accent moves on.
Yeah, I wonder if you could get to 3 Iron Heads before 2 flamethrowers. Maybe there's some shield scenarios, especially in the 1 or 2, where that starts to be flipped. But for now, we know it's great versus Cradily, not so great versus Innovan Stunfisk, but the cores that we're seeing from its Accent, just great team building. He's obviously very intentional with the Pokemon that he's bringing, not only in his team of 6, but in his teams of 3.
Well, I actually want to hear if, Speedy, if you can hear me, please ask the world champion about that Iron Head tech. Let's head on to the floor with Speediest Chief and its Accent.
Yes, 2-0 Butters, I can hear you quite clearly, and the first question on their mind, Accent, has got to be Iron Head Corviknight. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so Iron Head Corviknight is really just there because I don't know how many people play GBL and use Corviknight and realize, Wigglytuff, it's not a good matchup for Corviknight. Florges, it's not a good matchup for Corviknight. Same with Cradily. And I already had really good coverage against the Ghost type Wigglytuff for that. I got a lot of good coverage for the Ufisks, and it's a bad matchup for Ufisks anyway with Payback. And I didn't want to bring another Shadow Caesar or a second Steel type. I'd be so weak to fire. So I just chose, let's consolidate the role, use my Corviknight as an actual Steel type, go Iron Head.
Question for you, Accent. Did you ever contemplate switching Payback for Iron Head or Air Cutter for Iron Head, or were you looking to just do Air Cutter no matter what?
I think Air Cutter is kind of a necessity right now. That pacing's insane. You got that boost chance, and I mean, while Payback's nice to have, I feel like it's way too expensive if you don't have a bait move.
Accent, you are looked at as one of the top players, not only in North America PvP, but in the world, for good reason, right? Being a world champion. But when I came out here to see you, you kind of seemed like you were coming down from the matchup. You were kind of just centering yourself, getting focused again. It's kind of good and humanizing to know that sometimes you still get nervous. So how are you feeling?
Well, I mean, after the Rise to Occasion match that I had, that was it was a frustrating set to lose, but also one of the most fun sets that I've had in recent history. It was a really fun match. The tie, you don't get ties too often. But, whenever you get that, it's like the nerves start to get to you a little bit. And I didn't want to go 0-2. I didn't want to lose to Rise and lose in the loser side. I wanted at least top 8, but I mean, now I want to go on the losers run. Let's just win the tournament and go see how it goes next match, I guess.
Well, I interviewed Rise. It was very important for him to win that matchup because apparently you win every time you and him meet up. So he felt pretty good about that. But Champ, is there anybody that you want to thank, anyone you want to shout out to before we let you get back to your tournament play?
Yeah, shout out to Dunebug who helped me prep last night. Shout out to my mom, my sister, all my teammates at Legends United, and shout out to the casters. We love you guys.
Awesome. We feel the same way. Accent, best of luck the rest of your tournament. Let's head back over to a break. We're going to check out some pro tips from Las Vegas trainers.
Hello, trainers. We're here with some pro trainers sharing some pro tips because we have a very special event this weekend. It's the global release of Wild Area. It's going to be November 15th and November 16th, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. local time. There's going to be Gigantamax Grimmsnarl debut, Shadow Darkrai, special backgrounds, and my favorite, there's going to be Mighty Pokemon spawns, which have an extra chance to be XXL or huge. I love when that happens. So, first off, what is your pro tip going into a weekend like this, which is a huge event in Pokemon Go?
I think the biggest thing to realize is that when you start the event, the left-hand side of your menu will always have collection challenges or ways to get extra Safari Balls. Making sure that you take note of those and figure out a way to complete them as soon as possible is the easiest way to maximize on how much you're able to throw the Safari Ball at the things that you want.
Fantastic trip. All right, thank you, trainer. All right, next trainer, what is your tip?
All right, this is very important because you can use a Charge TM to TM away frustration from your Shadow Pokemon during this event. Also important because there's going to be Shadow Darkrai and Shadow Cresselia, and so you can immediately TM away that attack, and you can get something new on it.
That is such a good tip, especially for PvPers. You want to get that frustration teamed off. What is your trip, trainer?
don't forget to Mega Evolve a Pokemon, especially a Psychic or Dark type for those Shadow Darkrai and Shadow Cresselia. It maximizes on your candy.
Fantastic. You definitely need all that candy, especially if you want to get that level 50. All right, what is your tip?
All right, Butters, I got a good one for you. It's about adventure effects. So with your Kyurem Black, if you activate Freeze Shock, it's going to make those mighty Pokemon stick in their spot just a little while longer, makes them a lot easier to catch. So best of luck out there.
Thank you, trainer. All right, we got our last tip right here.
Okay, so Safari Balls make Pokemon drastically easier to catch. So if you want to go and use Dialga Roar of Time, which is also an adventure effect on Origin Dialga, you can use your daily incense for longer, and you have a much better chance of catching Galarian birds that may spawn on the incense. So usually they're pretty tough to catch, but I caught one last year, Galarian Moltres, with my daily incense. So
I think we definitely saved the best tip for last. That is an awesome tip, especially if you want to get that Galarian Moltres, which is super strong in PvP right now. Make sure to use advantage of all of those tips from the trainers, because Wild Area does premiere this weekend. Good luck in that event, trainers, and let's get back to the Pokemon action. Wow! Beelzeboy is playing out of his mind here. He is on point.
My name is Ved Bum. I go by Beelzeboy and I'm from India.
He is holding his community on his back, his friends, his dreams, and he can do it right now.
My favorite Pokemon starter is Sprigatito, because that was my first actual starter in Scarlet and Violet. Like most people, I started playing the game in 2016 when it first came out. When COVID hit, I found out about the battling feature that Pokemon Go had added, and I just hopped onto the game, and I've been playing since. My friend persuaded me to come to Japan. I hadn't qualified for the World Championships, but I really like the game. He told me to, come along. That was my first international trip. The atmosphere at Worlds was crazy. Saxon won that time. I thought, I would like to compete at Worlds someday. And I also met Aaron Cybertron Zeng, who's really cool. My friend persuading me to come to Japan and meeting Cybertron, those two are the things that got me into competitive Pokemon. There are so many great players. I mean, Dancing Rob is definitely one person that, he's the trailblazer. He's the first world champion. Like most things, it takes a while to learn, and it's not always smooth sailing. It's very important to take a step back sometimes and take a deep breath and think things over. It's best to just drink lots of water and, pause. This is my second in-person tournament. The first one I got 4th place.
He is following up his last year's world performance with the exact same dominance.
I really like Moltres. I caught it on my daily adventure incense. One day walking back home, I definitely had to build a team around it. I have Annihilate for opposing fighters. I have Lapras, which is the best neutral pick in the game. I was sure that this is a good team and that I have practiced well enough with it that I can play around most opposing teams. The MVP of my team was definitely Lapras. One of my toughest opponents was India's Harjev. His Annihilate was really good versus my team because I didn't have a Ghost type other than my own Annihilate, and he's a great opponent. This was my first finals on stream.
Beelzeboy has now reset the bracket.
I feel like when you're actually battling, you don't really pay a lot of attention to what is happening around you. You just focus on the battles. Most of it was the same, but lots of smoke, lots of light, and lots of people cheering.
This next game is gonna determine your Pokemon Go World Champion.
Right at the end, when I hit the Ice Beam on the Corsola,
He goes on the Ice Beam!
I knew it was done.
Absolute cinema!
The number one challenge that I set for myself this season was to make as little misplays as possible.
And how'd that go?
Well, I did make a few misplays, but I guess it balances out because I won.
He is your 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion!
My most memorable moment on the stage was definitely, walking up to the podium with the crowd cheering and then, lifting this trophy. This is the one event where I get to meet a lot of my friends.
Rick community is really warm and wholesome and very welcoming. Thank you for all your kindness, and I'm very grateful for everything that community has helped me with.
Bright lights and the big city. Welcome into Las Vegas, Nevada, where we are at the Pokemon Go Regional Championship, the largest one that we've had so far this season. I'm Amanda Lundberg, here alongside Speediest Chief 2, and we're ready to break back into the action.
I always get chills watching the Worlds recap. I feel like every single year, Amanda, the stage gets bigger, the lights get brighter, and Beezle Boy winning the World Championships there, it just makes me think we're headed to San Francisco next year, and it's going to be even bigger than ever. So if you're along for the ride, you're in for a treat. Las Vegas Championship Sunday continues to play itself out. A couple of upsets, a couple of surprises, but we have some really exciting matches still yet to come.
You know what? Beelzeboy was actually here. Our previous world champion competed. He brought a Mew. Was knocked out, I believe, in losers round 6, but there are so many trainers still left in this battle, still slugging it out to see who's going to take home the crown for our first ever regional competition in Las Vegas for Pokemon Go. And we're on this loser side of the bracket, so that means these battles are going to be getting a little more nitty-gritty, because in a double elimination tournament, this is the point where they need to win this to stay in it, to keep their dreams alive.
This is the top 16, and winning a couple of games can make the difference between top 12, top 10, top 8, or even higher. So like you said, Amanda, the stakes continue to rise. Habibi EX is on the left side of your screen. Ashton Ash is on the right. We talk about Ashton Ash as the best trainer to not win a regional championship yet, but he's got a long road ahead of him if he wants to win here in Nevada.
Ashton Ash was my pick of a player to make day 2. He did do that on that loser's side of the bracket. We saw that he won his losers round 1, and now he's playing up against Habibi, who recently lost to Dunebug 97. These two trainers are pretty well known at this point because they've been playing throughout this tournament. And let's go ahead and just jump right into their teams here.
Absolutely. Let's take a closer look. We do have that Shadow Talonflame on the side of Ashton Ash, and then we do have the Empoleon on the side of Habibi X. Will we see either of those two Pokemon in this battle number 1? We don't even need to wait very long, Amanda. We're jumping right in. Game number 1.
You guys wanted it. You guys got it. We have the Shadow Annihilate up against that Furret on the side of Habibi X. Not a great matchup for that Furret. And you see immediate pivot out into the Altaria. But look at the team of Habibi, Will. He's running a Furret in the front and an Empoleon in the back.
What a late swap there from Ashton Ash, actually firing off about 5 counters or so before going to that Unova Stunfisk. Flamethrower is going to come through here from the Altaria, and this will deal some sizable damage, but yeah, I mean, maybe Ashton Ash wanted the energy lead and some chip before he made his swap.
Going ahead now, throwing that discharge up to the Altaria, reaching high into the sky here. I think Ashton Ash is pretty positive. He knows that Furret doesn't have a great matchup against Annihilate, but what he doesn't know is Empoleon is also in the back, and that doesn't do very well without any energy against that Annihilate either. Flamethrower coming through from that Altaria, down onto the Unova Stunfisk, no shields on either side.
Now that you say that, Amanda, that actually makes a lot of sense. Maybe Habibi's running an ABB team, a little bit weak to the Unova Stunfisk, and once he pulls it out like he has done, it clears the runway for his Empoleon to close. Maybe that is his plan. Discharge connects. Looks like this Unova Stunfisk might get to one more.
Going ahead, going for the discharge, and a catch back onto that Furret. Furret waves its paws as it comes back into the field, recognizing it probably doesn't have a great matchup overall, just using it sort of sacrificially here, sponging some damage. In comes that Annihilate, and Annihilate doesn't actually want to throw these Rage Fists here. They're going to have to go for an Ice Punch. Great timing by Ashton Ash.
Impeccable timing, honestly, on the charge tech priority to deny this energy from the Furret. Habibi's going to let it go. We saw him do this in day 1 as well, kind of putting all of his odds on one single Pokemon, but he doesn't have very much HP left. Here comes Altaria.
Altaria comes and throws this Sky Attack. The Annihilate is rather low. Ashton Ash does choose to shield it up. I think he was going for that Rage Fist, didn't quite reach it in time, and now I wonder if he'll actually throw it. He's going to throw it. This will boost up the attack of the Annihilate, so all of this counter damage, all the charge attacks after this are going to be doing just a little bit more.
We see the shield here from Habibi. He's only going to get 1 or 2 more counters, but he actually pivots now into the Empoleon, and this is one of the reasons I was personally an Empoleon doubter, Amanda, because we do have these counter users. We do have have Mud Slap users, and Annihilate in particular is so punishing in this matchup.
You know, Empoleon took the crown in Lille. It's been doing so well in these tournaments so far, but not good enough at this point. Goes down to that Annihilate. The Altaria ends up going down. At least they get to see maybe what's in the back. No, Ash Nash wants absolutely nothing to do with this. You're not even going to see my third Pokemon. Welcome to game number 1.
That's such an important wrinkle, right? Because not showing off the entire team, it gives Habibi EX less information as he prepares for game number 2. He doesn't even know what the final Pokemon was from Ash and Ash. So that question mark is going to loom large here because he could say, okay, was I even really that close in that game? Did I even really have a chance?
I mean, at this point, Ash Nash is really in the driver's seat. That first game showed a lot of dominance with just basically one Pokemon being able to essentially take out almost all 3 of them. Annihilate, just once it starts boosting up, can do a ton of damage. And being ABA weak to Annihilate and seeing it in the lead really, really was not beneficial for Habibi there.
When you have that kind of situation play out, I'm sure that the first thing you think of is how can I counter the Annihilate? How can I stop that Pokemon in its tracks? And the most obvious response seems to be that Shadow Dust Noir. And this is the mind games of Pokemon Go, right? Because if Habibi does bring that Shadow Dust Noir, is he then too predictable? Maybe we see a Furret lead into the Dust Noir. Who knows?
Who knows? We do see that there was the Furret in the back, but that's the thing. Habibi has no idea what that third Pokemon is. He can only guess, but we're going to go ahead and jump right into that game number 2 in losers round 2 here. Ash and Ash needs one more win to secure it, being able to go on to the next round here. Habibi needs to reverse sweep, and he's going to go ahead and throw this Mud Bomb onto the Shadow Annihilate.
Yeah, very neutral matchup here to start. We saw a similar matchup with that Primeape with its Ice Punch earlier on stream. Annihilate plays out a bit differently, though. It's going to rely more on the counter damage, and the Ice Punch is much, much slower. So do we see that first shield here?
Going ahead, and you see Habibi deciding, is this an impactful moment? He lets this go down. This is a Shadow Annihilate. Still not enough to knock out. Charge attack priority. Mud Bomb is going through. Now it's Ash and Ash's turn to decide. Does he want to shield up the Annihilate? He lets it go.
That was his key Pokemon in game number 1. He lets it faint in the lead situation here in game number 2, but the Furret gets a full Sucker Punch down, which is honestly massive for Ash Nash.
Yeah, Furret says, I ain't no sucker. Watch these punches. What's coming into me? I already have some energy loaded. Already the Altaria comes in, getting up a little more energy here before throwing that first Swift.
Swift will connect into the Altaria. No boost here because we didn't see the Trailblaze first, so this is just going to be a base stat Swift. Does connect into the Altaria, dealing a little bit of chip damage, but Altaria can strike back with a Sky Attack. Actually, a clever swap.
Wow, knowing the timing here, knowing that that Sky Attack was coming, Ash Nash swaps into his Unova Sunfist, catches that not very effective move, wasting some of the Altaria's energy, and Habibi doesn't want to swap out because he's got that Scissor in the back.
Exactly right. Altaria firing the Flamethrower here. Definitely the charge attack you want to use in this situation due to that electric typing on the Unova Stunfisk. That deals a little bit of damage there, but I'm telling you, Amanda, that catch, that swap was devastating.
Unova Stunfisk is the #1 Pokemon used in day 2 for a reason, and I think Ash and Ash is showing that here as he's 1 away from another discharge, fires it off immediately, wants to say, okay, whatever is in the back, here, you got to use a shield at some point, not on the Altaria.
Discharge connects, picks up another KO. It all comes down to the Shadow Scizor for Habibi EX. He knows the full team. He knows the full trio this time. This Night Slash actually will KO if it connects, and Ash Nash is going to shield. He says, no, no, no.
No, no, no. Shield coming up. Night Slash goes through. He's praying for no boost, and that's exactly what he got. He does also get the shield here off of Habibi, but this is still going to come close because Scissor is going to be able to put in a lot of work. Dash and Dash is trying desperately to strip away all of the shields from the Scissor. This is just a Swift, however.
It's going to be resisted, right? But the Sucker Punches do so much damage that even calling it and letting it through is going to mean that this Scizor is so weak, it can only get to 1 more charge attack. I don't know. I think the window of opportunity is closing here for Habibi. Ash Nash has been in full control.
You see both of them discussing it a little bit. Ash Nash starting to smile as he recognizes that he is in the leading position here. Furret, the Pokemon not even shown in game number 1, takes it for him in game number 2, and Ash moves on to losers round 3.
We've seen Sucker Punch be pretty volatile and pretty potent here for a lot of different Pokemon, whether it's that Shadow Mightyena that we saw from Firestar or the Thievals that we saw yesterday on stream, but Sucker Punch damage into Scizor is deceptively hard hitting. Another thing I want to talk about, Amanda, is the play style. Did you notice that Ash Nash has such an incredible grasp of the margins when it comes to HP management, charge attack intervals? He can spam a bunch of fast attacks, bank energy, and then make a pivot and it doesn't seem to put himself behind. He's always like prepared for the next step.
One thing I wanted to discuss with you with Ash and Ash, I don't know if you remember, but he was the finalist at the North American International Championships, and he's been running a Pokemon that you keep saying is going to be so good in this current meta. He was so good with that Alolan Sandslash, and so I don't know if maybe he has a new mascot in this Vegas tournament here with a team that is sort of meta, but really also running some off-meta picks like that Shadow Annihilate that really put in the work for him game number 1.
I really like the Annihilate pick. If you can count on Cradily showing up, Empoleon rising in usage, and other soft targets as well, Annihilate seems well poised, and just the willingness to pivot and change strategies, right? We saw Annihilate basically steamroll that game number 1. He didn't even need to show his Stun Fist, right? Game number 2, letting the Annihilate go early, that's such an important part of competitive Pokemon Go PvP. You cannot just commit to one thing early on. You have to change and evolve your plan as the game goes on.
I've been talking with Ash and Ash, and he's hungry for these wins. He does have a lot of recognition behind his name, but he hasn't had those true breakout moments. We think of like Elam a couple seasons ago where he was someone who was top cutting consistently. All of the really big name players were fearing him, and then once he broke through, once he punched his way off of that ceiling, you couldn't stop him. Ash and Ash, I think, is on a similar trajectory.
We got a close-up look at some talented trainers, but let's zoom out a little bit at the bracket overall. As we see here, Auburn and Nighttime Clasher are set to battle it out. Then we also have Puffleguy still in the tournament after taking down his, after losing to Pocket. He's now going to face Sceptile Ice here.
Yeah, the first rounds we didn't get to see on stream. We did get to see a little bit of a highlight earlier on. We'll bring it back one more time. Nighttime Clasher taking that 2-0 sweep, as well as Firestar, Ash and Ash, and Sceptile Ice. But Firestar was just knocked out by its Axon previously.
Good point. Let's zoom up to that winner's side bracket and kind of see where we are. We've got Out of Pocket facing Dunebug. My goodness. And then followed by Rise to Occasion versus Rock Haven. I did not mean to rhyme. That's just how it happened, everybody.
Sure. Rock Haven is a trainer that is running Bastiodon, and if you're paying attention to this 2026 North American season, Bastiodon has taken both of the regional event titles so far this season. Rock Haven's the only person who's using it. He's on that winner's side of the bracket. It could be a third time is once again a charm or a charm preventer. Bastiodon.
Don't forget though, when I talked with Rise, he said he picked that Shadow Dusknoir because of that dynamic punch and that super effective fighting type damage. So maybe he's going to be ready for that Bastiodon on Rock Haven's side. I can't wait to see those matches, but we're going to get into something really soon that I'm hyped for. We've got Puffleguy taking on Sceptile Ice. This is a trainer whose results speak for themselves, and then Sceptile Ice, who we actually featured on 2 of our 3 pop-off moments from day number 1.
I mean, he's got a lot of hype behind his name, and he's been playing really well these past couple seasons. This is Puffleboy's first tournament ever. He made it to day 2 on that winner's side of the bracket. Just got knocked down, but he is not out. It's going to be very interesting to see these two trainers up against each other in our next round.
We do have kind of like an elite tier of trainers, no matter what region you look at. You look at LATAM, you think Marta Galde, you think Harjef. You look at EU, you might think Z Swilis, Patoman, and the like. In NA, we've got some really talented trainers, but there are a lot of newcomers and upstarts, and Puffleguy and Sceptile Ice are continually making a name for themselves in the championship series. So I'm really excited to see which one of these trainers will progress.
When Puffleguy was talking last time, he was saying, you know, Quagsire, Clodsire, 2 of his favorite Pokemon, and he wanted to build a team around them. That's exactly what he did. It brought him so far in the tournament. He used them actually on those winners rounds against Dunebug, made it pretty close, but unfortunately for him, wasn't able to seal the deal here. Sceptile Ice, we saw him play throughout so many close matchups. He really snatched the victory from the jaws of defeat yesterday when he played against Will D.
Yeah, so reverse sweep, right? Losing the first game, winning the next 2. I need all of our friends to tag Homesize Henry in the chat and let him know that Sceptile Ice is on stream, because I know he's his biggest fan in the whole world. That Feraligatr, Amanda, let's talk about it. Sceptile Ice has a pure water-type Pokemon that was basically the staple of the max-out season. Feraligatr and Clodsire, those 2 were peanut butter and jelly.
And now they're on opposing sides.
Exactly, kind of divvying up the sandwich there into slices. So do we see this Feraligatr come to play? Because there are some neutral matchups, but I don't see many overwhelmingly positive ones.
I mean, I don't think that there's not overwhelmingly positive. You look, there's a Clodsire on that team. It's going to do pretty well against that. Those Shadow Claws are going to hit that Galarian Corsola fairly hard. And I'm looking at that Fortress, and it's running Bug Bite, which is a little bit worse for Alligator, but it's still going to be able to hit almost everything with those neutral Hydro Cannons fairly hard.
What I'm looking at is that for Alligator versus Galarian Corsola matchup, I mean, the Shadow Claws just rip through that Corsola's HP, and we did see Sceptile Ice vanquish a couple of Corsolas in day one in that manner, so we might see it here in game number 1. But again, everyone, this is Losers Round 2, a double elimination bracket, which means that this is the final chance, the last opportunity for these players to stay in the tournament in Vegas. But
going ahead and looking at these accomplishments of the trainers, like we said before, Puffleguy, this is his first tournament ever coming in to that winner side. Already has a top 8 under his belt, but Sceptile Ice, he's no slouch either. Look at this. He's got the North American International Championship top 8, Baltimore top 8, and Toronto the finalist. So close to that gold medal.
I mean, if you're top 8 in an international competition, you have to be feeling pretty confident, and we've seen Sceptile Ice not make steps forward, but actually leaps forward in terms of progress and development as a trainer. So this is going to be a fascinating test to see if our young upstart Puffleguy has what it takes to take down one of the rising stars in North American PvP.
You see both of them give a little bit of a nod. I think that they're getting ready to lock in. They're getting ready to play out their matches and see who is going to become the champion of this round of Losers Round 2. We have that Clodsire up against a Alligator. You know, they used to be besties, and now they're on opposing teams.
House divided. We see the instant pivot into the Fortress met by the Altaria. So you have ways to strike on both sides. You've got the Rock Tomb for the Fortress, you've got the Flamethrower for the Altaria, but the bad news for the Bug Steel is that that Flamethrower is going to be double super effective.
No shield by the side of Sceptile Ice is going to have to take this full front. No, it's not going to knock out, but it is going to lower the attack here. Sceptile Ice, since he didn't reach the Flamethrower ahead of time, just charging up a lot of extra energy here. Now, also, Puffleguy not shielding up this, even though it's debuffed, it's still a Flamethrower on a Bug and Steel type Pokemon. Super effective damage, down it goes.
Yeah, that is more than enough to pick up the KO there, and waiting down the switch timer again. Puffleguy demonstrates he's got great knowledge of his switch timer, and he wants to be able to pivot out when necessary. Brings in his Galarian Moltres, revealing his third Pokemon early on in this battle.
Yeah, of course you don't know it when you're starting to enter the battle, but this middle matchup may have been important for them there, because losing the lead, they're losing the swap, and now if you take a peek at that backline, even though this Moltres has energy, in comes one of its harder counters in a Wigglytuff. Charm's just starting to chunk.
Here's the thing though, the Charm Fast Attack did get a rework, so it's not doing nearly as much damage as in days past, but it is generating energy more quickly. Sceptile Ice knows this is not a Brave Bird, so he no shields to fly. In comes a Clodsire, and just like you pointed out, Amanda, kind of resetting the table, lining things up for Alligator is facing the Clodsire now.
Both of these trainers still have 2 Protect Shields. Puffleguy not even using it on this Hydro Cannon here. This is going to be another super effective, and it's going to be able to knock that Clodsire, one of our bulky Pokemon, down into that yellow. He's baiting here with a Stone Edge. Is it going to be something that Sceptile Ice is going to fall for, or is he going to put up a shield at that last second?
I mean, the thing is, you're in a 2-shield matchup, right? So if you're going to get to the Hydro Cannon every 10 turns, and that's all you're going to throw, the Clodsire naturally is going to be outpaced. So I don't see really a scenario where Sceptile Ice doesn't double shield here.
Going ahead now, throwing another Hydro Cannon, getting that first Protect Shield off of Puffleguy at that charge attack priority. This is another Stone Edge here. Sceptile Ice is down to 1 shield, and he lets that go through with a nod saying, no, you're not fooling me. That's not going to be a quick pivot into the Galarian Moltres, and in comes the Wigglytuff in response, but the Fly is already ready, getting that last shield off of Sceptile Ice.
So Sceptile Ice did bank the Hydro Cannon. He's going to go ahead and shield up here, pick up the KO, and he's got the Icy Wind loaded. He's got 2 super effective charge attacks to throw. He knows one of them is going to take the Protect Shield, and one of them is going to take the KO.
Going ahead now, going for that Icy Wind. No Protect Shield to use on the Clodsire. Clodsire goes down to that attack, and Sceptile Ice takes game number 1.
Great example of building in not only a plan A, but a plan B as well, and kind of getting that full court press on the opponent. Sceptile Ice knew that his Alligator would win that charge attack priority, even if for some reason the Clodsire got past the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, going ahead looking at that for Alligator, you see some other shadows on the team of Sceptile Ice. It was a big wonder for a lot of players early in different seasons. Are you running a shadow for Alligator? Are you opting for the regular one? But one thing is for certain, it's most likely likely running that Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam as its charge attacks.
For sure, for sure. Wigglytuff's also looked pretty solid for Sceptile Ice. If you look over the team from Puffleguy, once that Fortress is off the field, I mean, the Icy Wind can hit that Clodsire, and the Charms will do the talking for the rest of the matchups.
I mean, look at the matchup there of Puffleguy. He's got a Goodra, which doesn't want to face a Wigglytuff, a Galarian Corsola that doesn't want to face it, and a Galarian Moltres. It's totally limiting his picks of what he can bring because he knows that Sceptile Ice is bringing that Wigglytuff. It's just got to find it with the right Pokemon.
You're exactly right. It almost forces Puffleguy into a Clodsire, Quagsire, and Fortress trio, but does he do that, or does he push against the grain? As we take a look back at our replay, just really well executed, and I think that one of the best improvements that Sceptile Ice has made is just his ability to envision the end game.
Going ahead, you saw it when he was nodding. He's like, okay, I put this shield up, I farm down, and my win conditions are there in strides. If he shields up the Icy Wind, I can throw the Hydro Cannon. If he doesn't shield it, you guys saw it right there, wins the game straight out.
Would you say his win conditions were there in spades?
Oh, you could say
you could
that.
say that. You could say it that way. We're getting queued up for game number 2 here. Our trainers taking just a few more moments to look things over and lock in their respective Pokemon. Puffleguy, tournament life on the line. I mean, no matter what, right? First event ever, you gotta be content. You gotta be happy with how much progress you made and how good of a showing you had. But I know he wants to make it to losers round 3.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, top 8 is a pretty great achievement. Top 4, even better. And podium finish, my goodness. I mean, who could turn that down? But he's got to be able to reverse sweep Sceptile Ice to get there. And he's got to be able to take it one game at a time. And this is the game that we're going to go for here. Altaria up against Goodra. We got the Dragons.
I see Dragons, chat. We've got Goodra facing off against the Flying and Dragon type Altaria. Goodra's going to pace just a little bit faster, and that Thunder Punch is going to hit for neutral. But this is a very close matchup between two Pokemon of shared types.
Going ahead now, getting all those bubbles. Thunder Punch, no shield on the Altaria, still in the green. And Sceptile Ice just charging up a little bit extra, throwing a Sky Attack now onto the Goodra. And also, Puffleguy, no shield.
That might be an extra large Goodra. As I look at it here,
Be a big boy.
It's pretty huge. It's going to look for another Thunder Punch here. Do we see a catch or a swap? No, actually content to let this charge attack connect and maybe look for the Dragon Breath down.
Altaria does not shield this. It might be enough, not quite. I think Altaria can just take a quick pivot out into the Clodsire now, but now met by the Feraligatr. And again, this is a very difficult matchup to play between, even though there are 2 shields by both opponents.
Exactly, a little bit of an overcharge here. Sceptile Ice, because he got the 1-turn swap, was not really content with throwing his charge attack. He's going to let the Clodsire throw first, and another Stone Edge call, just like we saw in game number 1.
Going for a Hydro Cannon here. He has maximum energy. No Protect Shield by Puffleguy. Going to let that first one go through. Again, super effective damage. Knocks it pretty low, but he's going to be able to do a charge attack priority here. Great timing by Sceptile Ice. And now it's Puffleguy's choice. Does he want to use the shield, or is he going to let that Clodsire go down?
It's so tough, right? Because he's got basically no HP left on the Goodra. He's got his final Pokemon in the Fortress, and this Feraligatr is not really within farm down range. Sceptile Ice is applying enormous amounts of pressure here.
In comes that Fortress, and now in comes that Annihilate to counter. Our first matchup of the day, we saw a very similar thing with Puffleguy and Out of Pocket. This time, since there's a little bit of an energy advantage on this Fortress, now throwing the Sand Tomb, lowering the defenses, and getting that first Protect Shield of the Annihilate, but now the Annihilate is just going to ramp up its attack.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could argue that Sceptile Ice could have no-shielded there, but I think he wants to preserve his HP, and he knows this is going to be a longer matchup. You also have to keep an eye on the catch. I think the Puffleguy might swap to that Goodra any second.
Going ahead now, going for it. Another tries to catch, but just keeps punching on that side of the Annihilate, and just like it happened in that first round for Puffleguy, Annihilate takes out the Fortress, takes the game, takes the round.
We hear some cheers in the crowd for Sceptile Ice as he advances to losers round 3. What a passionate, what a talented player here in Las Vegas, taking down Puffleguy. One of the most interesting and I guess like most entertaining storylines that we've had all weekend.
I think it's always an interesting storyline, and a lot of people like to cheer for the underdog.
Sure.
And for a while, Sceptile Ice may have been considered a bit of an underdog, but when you're looking at his accomplishments now, and you see that he's a top 8 contender, he almost won an event, you have to keep an eye on it and wonder, could this next one be it? And he is still doing so well.
Let's talk one more time about team compositions. I felt like Pofoguy's team was so good in day number 1. It was so interesting, right? The Clodsire, the Water Gun Quagsire that we actually saw for the first time today. But up against a trainer like Sceptile Ice, I felt like his options are so limited, his decisions so constricted that it made him a little too predictable.
Yeah, for Alligator, coming back into the fray was something that maybe not a lot of people predicted, but it does have a good place in the meta, especially if you're looking at the team that Pofoguy brought here for Alligator, really putting on the show, but it was Annihilate at the end there. And you have to wonder if you're Pofoguy, because this is truly how he went out at the beginning of the day, and this is how he ended his tournament run, with Annihilate just being able to completely counter down his Fortress.
And you see there, even late game, Pofoguy's making the swap on the charge attack. He is well aware of the counts. He knows exactly where Sceptile Ice is in terms of energy. So his game knowledge is showing, like, all over. Every single game that he plays, we know Pofoguy is aware of the situation, but up against an elite trainer like Sceptile Ice, it's just so tough to overcome a bad team composition and bad alignment.
And honestly, not that it is only practice and only luck, but it does come down to a little bit of practice. And Sceptile Ice was just a little more practiced, a little more well-versed. He's been to quite a few tournaments before he had his really breakthrough moments there. Pofoguy, this was his very first tournament ever. Yeah. He made a top 8, so congratulations to him. He has a lot of championship points from this as well, and with 75 trainers going on to Worlds, and this being the very beginning of the season, he's got plenty more opportunities.
So if my memory serves, we do have Ashton Ash and Sceptile Ice progressing in that loser side bracket, and then we have absolute fireworks on the winner's side as well. And you know we're going to show you every single match that we possibly can, but let's take another look at our loser side bracket just to kind of, you know, zoom out, look at the map, and see where we stand.
We saw that Nighttime Clasher was able to take down Enhoff, and now up against Auburn. Whoever wins that matchup will face off against its Axe in the losers round 3.
This is so fierce, right? I keep looking across the board and I ask myself, is there a clear-cut matchup? Is there one pairing that I think this trainer's got an advantage? And it's so difficult, right? It feels so 50-50 no matter how you look at it.
So many good trainers left in this tournament. Around 200 competitors started out, but in the end of today, there will only be one to be crowned our first ever Las Vegas regional champion.
Man, I'm curious, what are your thoughts on the meta? Do you feel any sense of like contentment that we have the Gdansk meta being set by PvP David and boom, and then you travel across the Atlantic and you're like, hey, I'm familiar with this. I know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty helpful as far as the casting wise, but I have to say, I was not expecting it to really take off in the same manner, because oftentimes we see a little bit of different Pokemon that are being used at the different regional competitions throughout like the different continents. The fact that so many trainers have opted to use very similar Pokemon makes me really wonder, has the meta started to be solved?
That's a really good question, right? I think that the best trainers kind of copy each other and they iterate, but what I want to find out is why Sceptile Ice is leaning so hard on that for Alligator. 2-0 Sanders, what does he have to say?
Thank you so much, Speediest Chief. I will ask Sceptile Ice that question, but first, I want to speak to you because the last matchup of the day, day number 1. How do you feel making it on the loser side of the bracket for day number 2?
It feels great. This is my first time making a run in the losers bracket. Every time I fall into the losers bracket, I lose almost immediately. So to go from barely making day 2 to top 8, it feels amazing.
All right, and the question that Speediest wanted to know, how are you feeling about Feraligatr? I think Feraligatr might be your favorite Pokemon, but speak about Feraligatr in this meta.
It's very safe into every team. I haven't faced any team where you just can't throw Feraligatr anywhere. It's like the glue to my team. It supports my cores. It's a comfort pick. I know how to play it very well. Why wouldn't I bring it?
Speaking of another favorite pick of yours, the Shadow Annihilate. It's a Pokemon that we've seen been really strong. Out of Pocket has it. Some other trainers, top trainers have it. How do you feel about Shadow Annihilate right now?
I hate Annihilate. It is the worst Pokemon to ever be invented. I don't winning, but I just like winning too much. So
fair enough. What did Annihilate do to you? Well, you might hate Annihilate, but I bet you have some love for some other people. Do you have any shout outs that you want to give?
I want to shout out the home slice. It's everyone there, as well as Team Texas. You guys are great. A few specific shout outs today. Home slice Henry, planning, motivation, and as well as out of pocket. I wouldn't be without these two. So.
All right, well, congratulations once again. Let's get back to the battles.
I remember I did a chili cook-off with Septile at a previous regional, and he's known for his spicy takes. So whenever you sit down with that trainer, you're going to get a hot fireball of action coming at you, and we got exactly that in the interview. But what a fascinating kind of mindset, right? He says, Feraligatr is my glue. It keeps my team together, and I don't see any reason not to play it. I think that once you have a comfort pick like that, it's natural to kind of lean on it.
Especially if it's something that you know that can fit really well into the meta and into your playstyle. I really like that interview because while it was going on, I was actually like really listening to Septile Ice, getting his insights, and I was also watching Auburn catch mighty Pokemon while he's getting ready and set up on stage. I was like, oh yeah, we got that wild area event going on right now. I've got to use those Safari balls.
I saw the Alola Ninetales, right? It kept on lunging at the screen. I'm like, oh man, well, you better catch that. You better get centered because Auburn's about to throw down here against Nighttime Clasher, a very talented trainer in his own right. This loser side bracket is so stacked, Amanda. I'm hyped.
This whole tournament has been so stacked. We've been seeing so many newcomers, but also some of the Titans that have been around for a while. And really, these two that are coming up have been making their names for themselves throughout the seasons here. And if you're going ahead and taking a look at the team compositions of both of these, there's a lot of familiarities because each of these trainers have taken that Gdansk winning team and modified it slightly. On the side of Auburn, he's using that Empoleon. And on the side of Nighttime Clasher, he's using that Shadow Malamar. And those are the key differences there. Empoleon being replaced by that Corviknight and Malamar being placed by the, looking at the things real quick here.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank personally. But chat knows.
No will is no help.
Everyone is correcting us, I'm sure, in the comments. But that being said, Amanda, I don't think there's much play for that Shadow Malamar at all into this team from Auburn. I mean, that's just my first look, my first interpretation. You've got the Florges, you've got the Sucker Punch from the Fur, you've got the double steals in Empoleon and Scizor. I think that this might be a 6 versus 5 kind of situation.
It could possibly be. I know that Shadow Malamar actually really helped Nighttime Clasher out in his first round of the day against Enhoff. Speaking with her, she said, in that second game, I was like, I'm in such a good position as long as he doesn't lead that Shadow Malamar. The game starts up 3-2-1. Best friend on the floor, and there went it for Nighttime Clasher.
So you're saying Shadow Malamar's your best friend and not Inadequance?
Well, Inadequance, he's a person.
Fair enough. We're getting locked in here for game number 1 between Auburn and Nighttime Clasher. Winner moves on to losers round 3 and makes their way through the gauntlet that is this Las Vegas bracket. Loser goes home.
Go ahead and see them taking some notes as the game already gets started. Just solving some extra puzzles on the side of Nighttime Clasher. And one of these puzzles is how do you get out of this bad matchup between Unova Stunfisk and a Corviknight? And the answer is apparently do a couple fast attacks, swap into that Furret.
Yeah, devastating lead. You couldn't tell it by his reaction, but Nighttime Clasher did not want to see Corviknight versus Unova Stunfisk. That's exactly where Auburn wanted to be. Mud Bomb gets thrown. He swaps Florges. A little bit of chip and dip action here.
Now go ahead now. The swiftly being able to be thrown here into this Florges, but it's not going to be doing too much damage. And you know what? With this Chilling Water coming up soon, the next one's going to be doing even less. Auburn reaches it, throws the Chilling Water, no Protect Shield on the side of Nighttime Clasher.
Neutral attacks, either way you cut it, but I will say that these Sucker Punches are going to be resisted by that Fairy typing, so the Chilling Water actually makes a huge impact in this matchup. Furret queues up the Swift. I don't think this Florges is at any risk of being KO'd.
Going ahead now, no shield used, no shield really necessary. Chilling Water will be reached first, and you do see Auburn go a little bit ahead, going for that charge attack priority, winning it there. Great timing. Nighttime Clasher doesn't want to use a shield on such a low health debuff for it. It goes down, and Auburn actually gets to keep that alignment that he had at the beginning, but he pivots out immediately instead of getting farmed down into the Altaria, and now Nighttime Clasher's own Stunfisk comes in.
Yeah, you saw that. I mean, immediately reaching for the Altaria, and then Nighttime Clasher had to respond with Unova Stunfisk. So I do think that Auburn still is at a slight advantage here. He does have that Unova Stunfisk healthy, waiting in the wings, and Nighttime Clasher is kind of forced into a matchup that's not that comfortable.
Yeah, speaking of the wings, Altaria is just taking it on the wings here. No Protect Shield used on this discharge. It will knock the Altaria down a little bit, but still in the green here. Nighttime Clasher says, okay, if you're not going to shield that one, how about this one? Throwing yet another discharge, still no Protect Shield.
Second discharge, high voltage in Las Vegas, but will it be enough to take down Auburn and his Altaria. Flamethrower getting queued up here, and the first shield of the game for Nighttime Clasher.
Nighttime Clasher shields up that Unovan Sunfist rep. He remembers that at the beginning, there's that really healthy Unovan Sunfist against his Corv Knight. That's still lurking in the back. He's got to get this Altaria out of the way. Still no Protect Shield on the side of Auburn there.
I almost wonder if this is going to KO. It's going to be pretty close. Yeah, it actually does take down the Altaria, and now the Unovan Sunfist comes out for Auburn. It's got a Protect Shield advantage, but it's got to start shielding up the Mud Bombs.
The Mud Bomb number 1 being shielded. Auburn uses his first shield of the game as Unovan Sunfist comes right back in. He knows that there's that Corv Knight in the back. He knows which attacks are going to be the most impactful, but what he doesn't know is that Nighttime Clasher knows how to catch.
Wow, rising above the Mud Bomb damage. Nighttime Clasher swapping in the Corv Knight. He's got to do something special to get back into this game, because that discharge, when it does eventually connect, is going to be devastating for that Steel Flyer.
They're still taking notes on the screen there. Nighttime Clasher says, yep, this hurts. Writing that down, making some notes, and just still continuing to get some energy here. Going for that heavy hitting payback. Auburn has 1 Protect Shield. He doesn't use it. This is going to be hitting fairly hard, bringing that Unovan Sunfist down to the yellow, but he's already at another discharge.
This is so tricky too, because for Auburn, it's incredibly difficult to catch. Oh, actually lets the Corv Knight go. I was gonna say Auburn can't catch on the floor just, but apparently the Corv Knight's no longer a problem. Nighttime Clasher lets it go, brings in his final Pokemon, the Unovan Stunfisk.
Unovan Stunfisk on the side of Nighttime Clasher is able to reach attack first, going for the Mud Bomb, and this is what Auburn was saving his shields for. Shields that up because he's almost at an attack himself. He still has a very low health Florges in the back here, and it looks like Nighttime Clasher is going to use his Protect Shield here.
Knowing your damage calculations is so critical. Auburn needs to realize if the Chilling Water or the Trailblaze will be enough. He brings in the Fortress. He's 3 Fairy Winds behind. Isn't going to get to his charge attack here, but he does force energy out of the Unovan Stunfisk.
It's still going to be a race. You see him, Nighttime Clasher deciding if he wants to undercharge, says absolutely not. Okay, get this Florges out of the way. And now it's about the energy, and it's about Auburn here, because he is able to reach this Mud Bomb first. No Protect Shields remaining. Is this enough to knock out?
Just 2 Thunder Shocks made all the difference here for Auburn as he picks up the KO versus Nighttime Clasher. But Amanda, we gotta recall back to that lead situation. You know, if a Sunfisk and a Corv Knight, and it came down to just 2 seconds of fast attacks, that's incredibly impressive from Nighttime Clasher.
Both of these trainers, though you can't really see it on their faces too much, there was a lot of calculation going on in those matchups there. Auburn leaning on that Altaria, but you didn't see any shields at all used on that Pokemon, almost just as a damage sponge there, relying really on that Unovan Stunfisk, which had such a great lead and really helped pull through for him in the end.
Yeah, it was a pretty, I guess there were a lot of twists and turns, a pretty dynamic matchup. We started off with that devastating lead, then we saw the Corv Knight swap in to soak the Mud Bomb, which is really, really good from Nighttime Clasher. I think that was a huge step in making this game competitive, but the awareness and the ability of Auburn to bring in that Florges and force the energy, I mean, that was key.
Yeah, I mean, if you are ever wondering what a player is writing down during those matchups, usually they're trying to keep track of how much energy their opponents have, how far away they are from their attacks. But Nighttime Clasher just didn't want to take any risks with that Florges there, because a Chilling Water would have been enough to knock out, and he was, in the end, just 2 fast attacks short.
And the key, right, is that that Florges would have won that charge attack priority, but things might change here, because we have a monstrous lead for Nighttime Clasher. Scizor into the Florges. Auburn's got to get out of there.
And still, Nighttime Clasher staying in, just getting a little bit of energy on his Scizor before swapping into that Unovan Stunfisk against Altaria. We saw this in game number 1. Auburn didn't choose to shield up this Altaria at all with that Unovan Stunfisk. That might change a little bit of the scenario here, because he saw how bad of a lead matchup he had with that Florges against the Scizor. It really is something that maybe you want to keep alignment.
No, exactly. I mean, I think that Auburn really wants to move the pieces around and put his Pokemon in position to succeed, but the Altaria's got a lot of work to do. Going to throw the Flamethrower here. This is not nearly enough to KO. Nighttime Clasher knows his damage calculations. He's not worried at all.
Going ahead, just letting that go through there, just charging up a ton more energy. Almost 2 discharges loaded. The first one going through. We do know that this is actually enough to knock out. We saw it last game. Auburn still not putting up a Protect Shield here, and Altaria barely hangs on, and he swaps out. I wonder if Nighttime Clasher saw it as well. Comes back in with that Scizor against the Florges, goes for the Trailblaze to boost that attack even more.
Despite looking like a grass-type Pokemon, that Florges is not. It is a pure fairy type, and that Trailblaze would have done a lot more damage than the Night Slash. We're going to see a Chilling Water get thrown here, and Nighttime Clasher may or may not shield. It's really a 50-50 call.
He doesn't shield. It brings him very low down to the red, but he had already boosted his attack with the Trailblaze, so that Chilling Water just didn't do too much damage. Still able to bullet punch down. Scissor's going to wave his little claws, and then he's going to throw a charge attack at whatever comes in. I think Nighttime Clasher is going to be looking up at that typing in the corner to see what is going to be coming in. He sees Altaria. He's actually able to bullet punch down.
Yeah, Auburn was trying to force the Scizor to throw the energy into the Altaria, but like you said, Amanda, Nighttime Clasher keeping his eye on the top right corner, saw that Dragon flying typing, it didn't fall for it. Instant pivot out to Unova Stunfisk. Nighttime Clasher is starting to apply pressure.
Going ahead now, no Protect Shields remaining on the side of Auburn. It's going to have to take this Mud Bomb, and the fast attacks of his own Unova Stunfisk are not going to be doing too much damage. You can see how much or how little it's doing, and Nighttime Clasher has still 2 Protect Shields, and he uses his first one on his super low health Stunfisk.
Yeah, whenever you introduce ground types into competitive Pokemon Go, you get a lot of double resistances, and in this situation, a triple resistance. Those Thundershocks are probably doing 1 damage every single time, and with a 2 Protect Shield advantage, now a 1 Protect Shield advantage, I think that this is well in hand for Nighttime Clasher.
Going ahead and actually going for, it looks like charge attack priority, something to keep in mind for future rounds here, but Auburn is going ahead and pretty much conceding this matchup, but Nighttime Clasher now has some information that he can bring into the next round. He knows that if the 2 Unova Stunfisk are in even energy and throw their charge attack at the exact same time, his will throw first.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Amanda. That's actually incredible, right? Because Auburn didn't really have much to gain, and a lot of people would wonder, oh, why even throw the Mud Bomb? Because there's really no way you're going to win the game unless Nighttime Clasher forgets how to shield. But we did see Auburn recognize he wins that charge attack priority. So we are tied up 1-1 here in losers round 2.
Going ahead, you see both of these trainers wondering what they want to bring in. And if we're going ahead and looking at their teams, even though 5 of the 6 Pokemon were the same of the winners in Gdansk, there's actually 4 of the same on each of the teams. So if we look at the different Pokemon, like you said, there's maybe not a lot of wiggle room for Malamar in this direct matchup. Empoleon maybe also feels the same, but I don't know. Do you think that we'll see an Empoleon from the side of Auburn in this next game?
I mean, we've seen so much of the Unova Stunfisk, and I don't think there are that many hard targets for the Empoleon, maybe outside of something like the Altaria, but it's a very neutral pick. I think with an energy lead, it could be valuable, but if Auburn's going to run that, right, the game plan needs to be about pulling out the Unova Stunfisk, eliminating that from the field, and then letting the Empoleon go crazy from there. But we'll see.
We'll see, because this is going to be the decisive game number 3 in losers round 2. The winner of this gets to advance on in this tournament in Las Vegas. The other one is going to go home. We're going into this game right here. We have Unova Stunfisk up against that Shadow Scizor.
Now, Shadow Scizor is not known for its bulk. It does not appreciate discharges or Mud Bombs. However, the Trailblaze does strike back pretty hard. Mud Bomb number 1 coming through. Auburn strikes first.
Going ahead, and Nighttime Clasher lets that Mud Bomb go through. This is going to do a hefty amount of damage, but not enough to knock out. And Trailblaze is going to be fired off in return here from this Shadow Scizor, boosting up the attack, and no Protect Shield either on its sides.
Because of the electric typing, the bullet punches don't do too much. We see a pivot now. Okay, Florges into the Altaria, but there is no disarming voice on this fairy type Pokemon, so it's got to settle for a Chilling Water.
And since Altaria ended up going first, it's able to reach that charge attack beforehand, so this is a full Sky attack. It's not debuffed by this Chilling Water that Auburn is sending out right now here. Had to put up a Protect Shield to keep that fairy type healthy, and now throwing Chilling Water just to cool off this Altaria just a little bit.
That quick swap from Night Clasher put him a second and a half, or maybe even 2 seconds ahead, and like you said, Amanda, that was all it took. Now the Florges will outpace, but Auburn doesn't throw. He actually gathers the additional energy. I think he's starting to think about that switch timer and realizing he needs a Chilling Water in case that Scizor comes back out.
Both of these matchups so far on paper, look like it's going to be hard for one. Of course, a fairy type up against a dragon type Pokemon, and you're like, oh, of course it's going to the fairy, but there's a lot of nuances in between this, depending on how quickly people swap and how fast these debuffs are going. And speaking of swapping, we got this Furt coming in, and Nighttime Clasher responds in kind with his own Furt, but it's behind in energy.
We know this is just a Swift. Nighttime Clasher might choose to no-shield this one, actually, as it's not going to hit that hard, and he does allow it through, but Auburn is about 2 sucker punches ahead in this mirror matchup.
This is a dance between these opponents here. How much energy is on each of the Pokemon? How much health is left? Where are the switch timers at here? Trailblaze coming through on the side of Nighttime Clasher. No Protect Shield used on side of Auburn here, so that means that the Furret on Nighttime Clasher's side is going to be doing just a little more damage.
First Protect Shield of the matchup used there by Nighttime Clasher, but as you can see, the reserve Pokemon are weak. We do have that energy on the Florges for Auburn. We do have a bit of energy on that of Altaria as well, so as that switch timer expires, we might see a combo play.
Going ahead now, Auburn uses his Protect Shield on his Furret because he's very close to the Swift, and the Swift is caught onto Altaria on the side of Nighttime Clasher. Doesn't look like he's going to use a Protect Shield. He's using it as that sacrificial swap.
He loses the whole Sky Attack because he did a Dragon Breath and the Furret through the Swift. Now we're back in the Furret mirror match. Another combo play. This time, Flor just comes in to strike with the Chilling Water.
Chilling Water will hit this Furret. It means that if it's shielded, it would be loading the attack. No shield, Furret's gone, only Scissor remains. Scissor has a great matchup against the Florges, but there's still some Pokemon to go through. No Protect Shield left on Auburn's side.
What does Auburn do if he brings in the Furret? I think it gets Bullet Punch down. If he brings in the Stunfisk, he loses his best chance to win this game. Decision time is here. Comes in with the Unova Stunfisk.
Coming in with the Unova Stunfisk, there's still 1 Protect Shield left on the side of Nighttime Clasher. It's going to come down to fast attacks alone. This Night Slash knocks out the Unova Stunfisk, and he gets the boost!
Gets the boost, and that makes all the difference. Nighttime Clasher only needs 1 Bullet Punch instead of 2, and the 11th hour, Scizor comes through to lock down that series and keep Nighttime Clasher in this tournament.
It comes down to a little bit of luck, a lot of skill, some great team building, and Nighttime Clasher moving on in this loser's side of the bracket.
I'm telling you, if you're going to get a boost at any point in the game, the final 2 seconds is a pretty good time when you need that fast attack damage, and that was the difference maker. I think if the boost doesn't come through, we might, Amanda, have gotten a tie.
We've already seen a tie today. We've been our second one.
And then go on to another game after that, but that's not how it turned out. That Scizor came through for Nighttime Clasher in his moment of need, and it propelled him into losers round 3. Auburn, a great run. So happy to see that trainer that was so talented a couple seasons back returning to the championship series. I can't wait to see what he does next.
He did say earlier on when we interviewed him that he does want to be able to qualify for the Worlds. This season, he's well on his way with a great top finish here in Las Vegas, but this is the end of his tournament run. Nighttime Clasher will be able to go on, advance even farther in this tournament. It's going to be really interesting to see how he'll be able to perform. He was their first trainer from North America to steal away a European victory. Can he take a victory here in North America as well?
I think our North American trainers remember that quite fondly, if I'm being honest, but that single bullet punch there was the difference maker for Nighttime Clasher. Again, Night Slash, there's only a small chance that you're going to get that boost, and we did see a couple of exciting moments in day number 1, but it's not guaranteed, and that could have gone to a rematch and then another game 3.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, the Night Slash was pretty much making Nighttime Clasher the winner there. It was a little bit of a pun. They say, "Come on, work with me here, Scissor." Exactly able to do so, and really comes out. I mean, you saw it on Auburn's face too. He just put down his phone when he saw that the boost was happening. He's like, "There's no getting out of it at this point."
And we even saw Ash Nash earlier on stream, kind of waving his finger and mouthing the words, "No boost, no boost," and that he knew that was his win condition in that moment as well. So, while Pokemon Go is a relatively stable competitive format, there is a bit of RNG. There are a bit of moments or a couple of things that could change when these Pokemon buff or debuff themselves.
I mean, there are Pokemon such as the one used on Auburn's side of that Florges that have automatic buffs or debuffs. Chilling Water is going to automatically, no matter what, debuff your opponent. Trailblaze is automatically going to boost you, but Night Slash is one that just relies a little bit more on chance.
Amanda, I will say, I heard a rumor that Las Vegas only gets about 4 inches or so of rain per year, but we got hit with some chilling water last evening because we were walking around just seeing the sights, and it was a little bit chilly, a little bit cold out there. I thought there might be a floor just above us, you know, throwing some charge attacks down. I couldn't tell.
I mean, it was maybe something like, I don't know.
I don't know, maybe. Well, I'll tell you what's real and what's actually going on. We've got the Wild Area event in-game, everybody. Catch those mighty Pokemon and get hyped for Grimmsnarl. One of our TCG casters, a Hexter, he loves that Grimmsnarl design in Pokemon Go. Every time we're doing a battle backstage, he's looking over at the screen, right? So you can also get Shadow Darkrai, which is a really cool one. Amanda, you actually did a raid right before we started. How did your Shadow Darkrai turn out?
You know, it wasn't great, but I've already used a Dark Mega Pokemon so I can get more XL candies because I have, you know, the maxed out Darkrai. I just need those XL candies to be able to get it to the maximum CP.
You're not telling the full story. You got a shiny, didn't you?
I did get a shiny, but it didn't, you know, I don't think I would use it in Master League, is what I'm saying.
Well,
but maybe, you know, I'm seeing that there's that silver bottle cap. Maybe I'll end up using it on one of these Pokemon to be able to make it more viable for me when I'm PvP battling.
Well, you might have a Darkrai that's a little bit better in terms of its overall stats, but I'm sure you're not going to delete a shiny Shadow with a background anytime soon, right?
No, well, yeah. I mean, truth be told, it didn't have the background, but it was shiny, and I love this Wild Area event, so I'm all about it. So happy to be here with so many different trainers, too, because you just see all of them. You know, you can jump into raids with people, and the raid lobbies fill up almost immediately. Been doing a lot of Grimmsnarls as well.
Well, Amanda, speaking of things that we love, I love hearing from the Gyminator. He's talking with Nighttime Clasher. Jim, take it away.
Hey guys, the Gyminator here with Nighttime Clasher, fresh off his victory. What an incredible boost that we saw to round out that final match. You know what, Nighttime Clasher, I want to ask you, when you're team building, what moment did you say, ah yes, Shadow Malamar, let me bring this to my team?
So obviously David and Bohm did fantastic in Gdansk the other week, and their team is really fantastic, and I didn't actually take it from them, even though I have 5 of the same Pokemon and Malamar instead of Florges. But I actually started with Malamar, and then I kind of started building, and somehow I just ended up with the same team. But basically this weekend, I tried to play like a no dark types gambit, where my team is just extremely weak to Guzzlord, Moltres, Mightyena, Thievul, basically any dark type, pretty much just have no answer for. So that's why it's really weird to have Malamar instead of Florges, because we don't have that coverage anymore. And I guess it's working out, because so far I've played against 2 Guzzlords and got those out of the way, and I don't think there are like any more dark type in the tournament other than Rise, Galarian, Moltres. So almost home free. I think the no dark gambit is working out. Malamar, it's obviously just good against Corsola, Furret, a lot of those common picks. It's very neutral, basically outside of like Moltres or Wiggly, any of those crazy things, but been pretty good, honestly. I always like Malamar, so just happy to play with one of my favorites.
Yeah, we've seen it have success in previous metas, and it's very interesting we're seeing it again here. Taking a little bit of a gamble, but what better place than here in Vegas? I know you've had, you know, a good grasp of this meta and of this season so far, playing in a lot of tournaments. You played in a lot of tournaments in general. Any observations for how this meta feels compared to the 2025 Championship Series?
Definitely feels a little bit weird, because I feel like I had a really like strong hold on last year's meta, where it was like Drapion, Azu, A-Slash, Annihilate. I felt super comfortable with those. This season, honestly, it's been a little bit of a shock for me, a little bit of time to adjust. Furret, Ufisk, for example, are like not exactly my play style. They just do very little damage, are not like super like easy to just sweep a team with. So the style of gameplay has been completely different. I think the meta right now is in a really healthy state, especially after Gdansk. So thanks to David and Boom for introducing Altaria, Furret, Ufisk, all those things, because honestly, they are super neutral, and I've enjoyed a lot of games where me and my opponent honestly can play the same 3 Pokemon against each other, and the better player comes out on top.
Yeah, a lot of variables and different outcomes that you might see in a very similar matchup. All right, one more question for you. You're coming in on the loser side of the bracket. Obviously, you've had experience on the winner side of the bracket as well. Do you prep any different here for day 2?
I honestly try not to look at it any differently, because at the end of the day, like, if you win all the rest of your matches, you just win the tournament. Like, if you think about it on the loser side, you become maybe more risk adverse, more stressed, and if you just kind of ignore those factors, it's a lot easier to just play with a clean mindset and think, no matter where you're on the top or the bottom side of the bracket, you just have to win the game in front of you and keep going.
All right, well, incredible interview. We're going to round it out, though, with any shout-outs or thank yous you want to say.
Shout out to a bunch of the Europeans, honestly, for helping me with my lines. Always shout out to my family, shout out to Teresa, all of those people watching from home. I'm just really glad to make another top 8 again. And oh yeah, also I'm big thank you to Aiden. He's honestly helped me a lot, just like becoming better at the game over time. So always just happy to be in the top 8 again, though.
maybe we will see Aiden versus Nighttime Clasher later in the tournament. But for now, we are going to be taking a break. We have an interview with Butters and Firestar. Make sure you stick around. More battles to come.
Welcome, trainers. We're here at the Las Vegas Regionals, and I am joined by one of the breakout stars at the 2025 Pokemon Go World Championships. Firestar73 is a trainer that placed #1 in his region, #7 overall, I believe. And now that it's been a couple months since the end of last season, how have you soaked that in, that amazing accomplishment?
Genuinely, it took me a while to even feel like it was real. It was still feeling like a dream. Everything, all the people I met at Worlds, etc. It was just such a memorable event for me. It's going to be with me forever, for sure.
And as a breakout star, I just want to ask a couple questions about you. So how did you get started in Pokemon in general?
Oh man, this goes way back. I was younger. I started playing Pokemon Emerald when it first came out. Favorite Pokemon main series game. It was amazing. And as soon as Pokemon Go came out, my family was into it. I was into it. Next thing I knew, PvP was coming out, and I knew this was something I wanted to compete in.
And when did you get started in PvP?
PvP, I got started, I believe, Season 2. I didn't have anything built. My first Pokemon was a Heatmore. That Pokemon was really bad. But, I kept climbing. I kept getting more Stardust to build more things, and slowly but surely kind of revamped my setup, made sure I had Pokemon that could play in the metas.
And you started off with a good start, to be honest, in Charlotte in 2023. I believe also you got 7th place in that tournament. So how was the start of your championship series Pokemon journey?
Absolutely crazy. I didn't expect to come in and just perform to the extent I did. I still look back on it in a little bit of a surprise because I was like, I expected to kind of go 2-2. I was saying it to a lot of my friends like, hey man, I don't expect to do super well, but I want to kind of start working on this, make sure that I can get into this Play Pokemon series since I knew it was something I'd be interested in.
And how would you describe yourself as a trainer? What kind of play style do you prefer? Just overall, how are you as a trainer?
That's a good question. I think overall I'd have to be on the aggressive side for a Pokemon trainer. I struggle with slower Pokemon. I need a Pokemon that can exert pressure, damage, force shields, and set me up for success in the back line.
And how did that play into your favor at the World Championships?
It played perfectly into my favor, honestly. Typhlosion was a insanely good meta breaker at the time. I was able to pair it well. I was able to use it in both of my stream games day 2. And one win, one loss, 50%. Not bad on the day 2 setup, but hey, I mean, I think I played Typhlosion in the right scenarios, and it really showed up and showed off.
And more importantly, now that we're in Las Vegas, we're in a new season. How do you think that playstyle will fit in this new current iteration of the meta?
This new meta is very interesting. I think there are some aggressive Pokemon that can really set themselves up for victory, like Annihilate, Primeape, the Shadows being. And especially Pokemon like, I think one of the hidden gems will be Shadow Altaria. I think that's going to have some play that people aren't expecting. There's a couple breakpoints that gets that I've looked into. So I think that's going to be more of an aggressive Pokemon than it seems.
Oh, that is fascinating. I love that Pokemon, and I think you have been a hidden gem in the Pokemon Go Championship Series scene, so it's been great to get to know you a little bit better. And since you were first place in North America at the World Championships, we're going to have you facing the world champion, Beelzeboy, in a real-life Pokeball throwing competition. But first, let's get back to the Pokemon action.
My name is Marto Galde, and I'm from Argentina. If I won the World Championship, I will call my family. They would be so proud of me. It would be unbelievable. My favorite Pokemon changes from time to time. Right now, I like Grookey a lot. It's my favorite starter, and I haven't even played the the Galar game. The furthest I ever traveled to a Pokemon tournament was Worlds 2022 in London. The experience for me was mind-blowing because I got 5th in the world, and it was not something I didn't expect, and it made me so happy. In this moment, I look up to Colin Six a lot because I feel like he's one of the best players in the world, if not the best, and I feel like he's way ahead of a lot of players. So I like to stay up a little late. Sometimes when you play video games, it is like that. So when I'm competing, I like to eat healthy stuff because if not, the stomach might be a bit bad. But my favorite food is burgers. I don't recommend to eat them in a tournament though. It would probably be rookie. It's just so fun and goofy. I love it.
Hey there, trainers. Welcome back to Las Vegas. We are here at the Las Vegas Convention Center as we are still winding our way through the gauntlet of day 2, but we're moving back to the winner's side of the bracket. Wholesome Underscore joined by Tua Butters.
We've actually made it to the winner's semi, so whoever wins this matchup in between Out of Pocket and Doonbug, or the matchup between Rise to Occasion and Rockhaven, that means they're guaranteed a medal. If they win this winner's semis matchup, the worst they can do is 4th place, a guaranteed medal, a lot on the line for these trainers. I actually was talking to these trainers. They were all 4 huddled together by the chairs watching some other matchups, and Rockhaven said, I'm the only one here without a regional championship, so maybe it's going to be his day.
Well, he's also the only one with a Bastiodon, which again has won the first 2 North American regional tournaments. So maybe he's got a little bit of luck and maybe some team comp advantages on his side. But for now, we are on the other side of the winners right now. We've got Out of Pocket facing off versus Doonbug.
This is a really fun matchup, Wholesome. I'm really looking forward to it because on one side, you have that polarized alignment Pokemon like Gastrodon, Steelix, and Wigglytuff. Then you have the forces that are Shadow Scizor, Shadow Annihilape, and Shadow Altaria. I said it was kind of like a yin-yang. It's just 2 separate strategies are going on at one time versus Doonbug, who's swapped it up a bit with that Shadow Primeape and has the Shadow Talonflame as well.
Well, you know what's interesting is that we were trying to do an interview with Out of Pocket earlier today. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get the audio through to the stream, but I did get to ask him some interesting questions. And one of the ones I asked him is, are you superstitious about these Pokemon Go tournaments? And he said, yes, he is. That fleece that you're seeing, that's his lucky fleece. And he says he's made 3 day 2s in a row. So I think that he has a certain routine for how he does a lot of things. Maybe some of that luck will help him with his very alignment-dependent team butters.
And maybe you'll get to ask him that in the future. I'm actually really curious because I think you were mentioning he had some other superstitions as well that I want to hear later down the line. But will that help him in this matchup versus Doonbug? In this Final 4, we of course have Doonbug, Out of Pocket, Rise Occasion. Out of Pocket in Rise Occasion has a lot of matchup history, and Doonbug in Rise Occasion has a lot of matchup history. I don't know how much matchup history actually Out of Pocket in Doonbug have. I know specifically there was one at the Latin American International Championships where Doonbug and Out of Pocket were both battling for, I believe, a travel award to a future international championship. And Doonbug barely got further than Out of Pocket to claim that travel award. So maybe Out of Pocket get his revenge here.
I seem to recall a matchup back in San Antonio last season as well that had some controversy with it as well. So maybe a lot on the line here. Let's move into game number 1. This is the winner semis, Out of Pocket versus Doonbug.
This is a cool matchup because obviously you're doing super effective damage both ways, but the Shadow Talonflame has that same type attack bonus, and Shadow Talonflames always run Flame Charge. So you can win the 0 shield with this Talonflame. Looks like that's what Doonbug wants to do, but if this Steelix does decide the shield, you can win that matchup. Swapping actually on the Flame Charge into Gastrodon.
Cheeky, a nice play there by Out of Pocket, bringing in the Gastrodon, catching the resisted Flame Charge. That's now going to be bringing in the Galarian Corsola, which one of the nice things now for this Gastrodon is that you're able to pace to these water pulses a lot quicker, like, right? It used to be, I think, 6 in order to get to that water pulse. Wasn't as strong of a move. With the rework, you can actually fire these out a lot quicker.
One of the not nice things for Out of Pocket, though, is that Altaria in the back looks like it's going to be facing a Wigglytuff. If that is going to be the destiny of that Altaria, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Out of Pocket. He'll need to find some way to get some damage off or keep some health on that Steelix into that Wigglytuff, because if it's all Altaria versus a 2-shield Wigglytuff, it is over for Out of Pocket.
Yeah, absolutely, but keep an eye on the HP for that Steelix. It's roughly at 50% HP right now. That's still plenty of HP to take down a Wigglytuff. We have a shield back from Dunebug. This actually brings in the Steelix right now.
But he lets this go.
That is quite important, right? If you end up prioritizing that HP on that Steelix, maybe you have an opportunity to fight back versus the Wigglytuff. But now Dunebug is going to be bringing in the Shadow Talonflame. Is one Incinerate enough? No, it's not.
And he was just trying to whittle down that Steelix so Wigglytuff can finish it off. Now he can come back in with Corsola if you'd like, and just keep that Wigglytuff in the back. Knowing that Steelix is out of the matchup, he maybe doesn't think Out of Pocket is bold enough to bring double steal. Here comes the Corsola, going to be able to take this Psychic Fang. Might even be able to endure this and take it and knock out the Steelix.
Yeah, it definitely endures. You now bring in the Altaria, you are going to get a farm down, but you can see them both nodding. He says, oh, I know what you got here. It's the Wigglytuff. This is going to be one of the most one-sided matchups that you can think of. It's normally Out of Pocket that's finding himself in those situations where he has hard answers, not here in game 1.
And it's going to get shielded on this Sky Attack, but this is the Shadow Altaria even. These Dragon Breaths are double resisted into the Fairy typing that is Wigglytuff. These Charms are super effective. This Icy Wind would be double super effective. It does get protected. This game is pretty much over, but Out of Pocket still trying to make some last-second moves. Does he have any energy on the Gastrodon? If he hits a Sky Attack, can he get to a Water Pulse? Can Sky Attack plus Water Pulse do it?
Yeah, I don't know, because this is debuffed Sky Attack, don't forget. So this is only going to take it down to about 50% HP. You bring in the Gastrodon, you're completely energy dry. Even if you get to that Body Slam, I don't think it's going to be enough. So Dunebug simply just gets to the Swift here. Probably could have just charmed down, but prioritizes keeping some HP. This is going to be a clean game 1 win for Dunebug 97.
In a difficult position for Out of Pocket, as this Altaria does get charmed down. It's incredibly difficult to bring the double steal of the Steelix and the Shadow Scizor into the team of the Shadow Talonflame. So once Dunebug saw that Steelix in the lead, he knows there's no way he's going to run ABA weak to Talonflame. So he knows that Wigglytuff in the back is going to be super safe.
I'm trying to just look at these teams in general and just identify potential save swaps. We looked at that Shadow Primate for Dunebug, and it's been very impactful in a lot of different matchups. It's pretty risky to bring here versus Out of Pocket. While you're going to have some nice matchups into things like Steelix, you've got an Altaria, a Wigglytuff, an Annihilate, even a Scizor to watch out for. They're all going to be pretty tough to get through. So I think he might be keeping that one on the bench here for this series.
It seems like Dunebug actually has a lot of good counters for Out of Pocket Shadows, because you look at that Shadow Scizor, who is going to get destroyed by the Shadow Talonflame. And then you look at the Annihilate. You have the Wigglytuff and the Corsola to deal with that Annihilate as well. Then you have the Wigglytuff for that Shadow Altaria. I believe Shadow Altaria is probably your safest Shadow pick. That's probably why we saw it in game number 1.
All right, well, these trainers are still trying to identify what their next team is going to be. Taking a look at our replay, though, again, we saw the Steelix being brought back into that Corsola. For Out of Pocket, probably would have been a little bit more beneficial had he saved that Steelix, tried to get realigned versus the Wigglytuff. But once they found out, hey, it's the Wigglytuff, we see the nods of acknowledgement, and the rest is history.
Yeah, and that's how you know that Out of Pocket, I'm not going to say he wasn't expecting the Wigglytuff in the back, but if he knew for sure the Wigglytuff is back, he doesn't bring in that Steelix, because he wants to prioritize that health to get some damage, even some debuffs off into the Wigglytuff. We are in game number 2. Whoever wins this will go on to the winner's final and guarantee a medal here in Las Vegas. Here's Shadow Altaria in the Cradilly.
All right, well, keep an eye on how Switch Advantage turns out here, because that could dictate the outcome of this matchup. That Wigglytuff would love to find its way onto the Galarian Corsola for Dunebug, and with Dunebug bringing it in the back, I think that he recognizes that Switch Advantage will be pretty important. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a shield here.
And no shield on that first Sky Attack, and I like the shadow damage from this Altaria. If you do Protect Shield, you definitely need to Protect Shield this. I'd be surprised if he lets it go, and he does Protect Shield. I think he could endure, but it put him so low, maybe in acid range. Now he's going to be able to outpace through that Sky Attack, get the Protect Shield, but looks like Dunebug would be able to take this one Protect Shield situation.
Yeah, Out of Pocket really is in the driver's seat right now. Even if Dunebug shields this, you can simply just shield shield up that second Rock Tomb, and I think he may even be able to just Dragon Breath all the way down despite the 2 attack drops. Let's see. Let's find out.
And he decided to go for a couple acids before throwing that Rock Tomb there. Does he go for the alignment in this situation, or the soft loss? Actually decides to go for the alignment, go for the Dragon Breath down. He should be able to comfortably get it, but he's actually really close to that Rock Tomb. Does he get the Dragon Breath down, or does he get the Rock Tomb? No! He gets knocked out by that last Dragon Breath.
Devastating for Dunebug. Okay, Out of Pocket actually swapping, though, immediately brings in this Gastrodon into the Galarian Corsola. Dunebug probably feeling pretty confident. He's like, hey, I don't have my Galarian Corsola lined up versus the Wigglytuff. Yes, I lost Switch Advantage, but you just gave it right back to me.
Shadow Talonflame up a Protect Shield does have a chance in this battle. Can it somehow get a fly to take care of all of that Altaria energy? Because remember, Out of Pocket has no Protect Shields remaining. He does have a bunch of energy banked on that Altaria, though.
That he does, and that's probably going to be the key to victory, because that, oh, but no, he brings in the Talonflame here. Now you're going to have to shield this, use your final Protect Shield now on this Water Pulse, and I don't know
he probably
if you
has
can
timer.
down.
He probably has the timer. Is he back to the timer? No, almost at the timer. 2-1, he's back at the timer. He combo plays, the Sky attacks. It's going to land, but it wasn't on perfect timing. Dunebug is looking up. I believe an Incinerate is going through here. It's not going to be enough to knock out, but you have to commit a Flame Charge to this Altaria. Actually commits a Fly. Out of Pocket is kind of grimacing there because I think he knows he could have done it with the Flame Charge.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate there. You're just kind of thinking, all right, I would have liked to have thrown on better timing. Maybe I would have liked to throw the Flame Charge if you're Dunebug. Now you have to figure out how you're going to knock out this Talonflame. It is only 2 Incinerates away from reaching its next move, and it is a Shadow Talonflame, so it's going to be doing a ton of damage. Can you just simply charm down? Do you hang on versus this fly here?
Actually, that was smart in the end to try to get to the double fly. This is not going to be enough damage. Dunebug is looking up to the face of this Wigglytuff, lands on the Wigglytuff. Corsola comes in, has a Power Gem swap. Patience by Dunebug, doesn't throw on the combo attack. Looks like Dunebug is going to be able to take it with a Power Gem.
Yeah, incredible patience there by Dunebug. Out of Pocket trying to catch that move. You can see the frustration. Dunebug had all that energy on his Galarian Corsola, and despite, you know, having a tough lead matchup there, he was able to find a way to win there in the middle and late game. And yeah, he takes a 2-0 sweep in the winner's semis versus a very formidable trainer Out of Pocket.
Wow, Dunebug with a clean play there, able to get proper alignment in that game number 1, but then having that Protect Shield advantage and actually great alignment with that Shadow Talonflame into the Wigglytuff in the back of that game number 2. Dunebug does advance to the winners finals. Will he meet Rise to occasion and once again have an epic showdown?
That would be insane, but that's a guaranteed top 3 finish for Dunebug now. So
top 4, I believe, at least.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's going to be in the winners finals. If you win, you go to the grand finals. If you lose, you go down to the losers finals, which would be top 3.
Yeah, but then if you, yeah, true. Well, if you lose the losers finals, what happens?
If you lose in the losers finals, then you take 3rd place.
Oh, fair. Yeah, you're right.
So he's a guaranteed top 3 finish for Dunebug, who's obviously had so much success through so many tournaments. That Shadow Talonflame, though, was so imposing. And look at the timing there. The full Incinerate sneaks through. What that sets up is you don't take any sort of Dragon Breath damage. You just get to load that fly up.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that he went for that fly was smart. I thought maybe it was better for Dunebug to go for that Flame Charge, but Out of Pocket kind of knew it was over for him in the back, able to try to go for a swap last second, but Dunebug knew it was coming, and Patience, Power Gem, he wins it.
You know, Butters, I'm with you. I would have liked to have seen that Flame Charge too. In fact, I think if you throw that Flame Charge, you still get there in 5 Incinerates for Flame Charge and Fly.
Yeah.
If you throw that Flame Charge there, I think it still knocks out the Altaria. Then you have your boosted Fly to throw into that Wigglytuff. I think it would have just knocked out the Wigglytuff with the boost, but instead, you had to have a little bit more creativity and bring in your Corsola to finish the job, which opened up the window for Out of Pocket to make a catch, but great patience by Dunebug, not falling for it and just waiting, getting the farm down on the Gastrodon and winning that battle.
And that's such a little thing that happens from trainer to trainer, especially in these day number 2s, where there's that mind game of when the trainer is going to swap. We've seen some trainers nowadays just throw instantly because they know the other trainer is patiently waiting. We often see trainers getting over energy, over a lot of energy because they're so afraid of the swap. Just the threat of having that swap in the back is so crucial in these tournaments, and it's a lot easier to do so. Now that the switch timer is at 45 seconds, it's lower. You can have that backline Pokemon to try to be a 3rd shield late game.
It's been so great this entire tournament, Butters. You mentioned the switch clock. There have been so many times where it's like, keep an eye on the switch clock. It's coming up, and people are not always, but sometimes make some really incredible plays that just would not have been impossible with a 60-second, let alone a 50-second switch clock.
Right, in that last game, because that timer was available, you were able to make that swap to go for it. It didn't land, but it wouldn't have been available in previous iterations of the meta. And up next, we have our next winner semis. You're right, whoever wins this matchup will guarantee a third place finish, guarantee a medal in Las Vegas. And if you win, you have a really good shot to make it to the grand finals as well. Will it be the showdown between Rise to Occasion and Doombug, two trainers who have been pretty even overall in Championship Series history? Or will once again, for the third straight North American Regional, will Bastion reign supreme?
Well, I'm very curious to see what the chat thinks for who's going to be winning this battle. I know a lot of people will be rooting to see a Rise to Occasion Doombug battle, one of the most storied rivalries in all of Pokemon Go. But I know for some of you that are rooting for those underdogs, that's going to be Rockhaven. Butters, you mentioned this earlier, but the 4 trainers that were in our top 4 on the winner side of the bracket, 3 of them existing regional winners. The outlier there is Rockhaven, running probably the most unique team, and he's certainly hungry to try and finally clasp that regional medal.
And even within that top 4, Out of Pocket is an international champion. Rise to Occasion is an IC runner-up, and so is Doombug.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just absolutely stacked these winners semis here. Rise to Occasion has a lot of Pokemon that are strong versus Bastion. He has double ground with the Gastrodon and the Unova Stunfisk, plus Empoleon, even having super effective Chilling Waters with the Fairy type. I don't think Rockhaven can really rely on Bastion in this matchup.
Yeah, no, you're really not going to have as many targets as you'd like to have as that Bastion for Rockhaven. If you can get it aligned versus, I mean, the Empoleon, we've seen it have some success, right? Especially when you're up a Protect Shield or if you just have already done a lot of chip damage. The Galarian Corsola is going to be its main target, but there's just so many Pokemon that have super effective or double super effective damage on Rise to Occasion's team that it's just such a risky bring.
And on Rockhaven side, you have the Azumarill. Azumarill has pretty much fallen out of the meta, but we know how good Azumarill is. Probably the GOAT of Championship Series in terms of Pokemon. I think between the Azumarill and the Goodra, they're extremely safe in this matchup. Actually, the Florges might cause a little problem for that dynamic duo, so maybe you'll see a lot of Florges from Rise to Occasion. We've specifically seen the Florges, Unova Stunfisk, and Empoleon trio multiple times from Rise to Occasion. He loves the pacing, he loves the synergy of that 3.
Look, Rockhaven's going to bring Goodra every game. You just have to. It's so good into all these Pokemon. It's either neutral or it's strong into everything, with the exception of that Florges. Keep in mind, though, the Florges cannot throw back, and he's only resisted charge attacks, so it makes it even that much safer. You do want to be bringing some answers to that Florges, so it wouldn't surprise me if he ends up bringing something like a Shadow Scizor. That's going to be a hard answer to that Pokemon, but keep an eye out for Goodra. I think it may be the MVP for Rockhaven in this series.
We are moments away from lock-in between these 2 top trainers, and Rise to Occasion also has the Galarian Moltres, a Pokemon that was the strongest Pokemon in Anaheim at the World Championships from Beelzeboy. We haven't seen it very much here in Las Vegas, but looks like we got the lock-in. We're in the winner semis. We got Rise to Occasion versus Rockhaven. There's that Florges, and there's that Goodra. And you probably want to swap out of this matchup, but you can bank a bunch of energy. I'm actually curious. No, actually instant pivot.
Instant pivot into probably your hardest answer. That's going to be that Shadow Scizor. The one thing that Shadow Scizor struggles against is going to be fast attack pressure, and certainly Mud Slap is one of those fast attack pressure, fast attacks. We do see a bait coming from Rockhaven, throws the Night Slash, gets the first Protect Shield from Rise to Occasion's Gastrodon.
You get the double Night Slash if you bait here. I don't believe you can get to the Trailblaze, so it looks like he was reaching for that Night Slash. This Body Slam, I believe, is enough to knock out, so it's a tough choice here. Rockhaven does absorb it. No, it actually doesn't knock out. You get to the Night Slash, you do endure. You can chunk this Gastrodon a little bit further.
Yeah, I think he could have actually reached that Trailblaze. He was 2 away from getting to it. I think he would have hung on versus 1 Mud Slap had he used the Protect Shield, but satisfied with the shield advantage. Now Rise to Occasion wants to just throw these Body Slams. Again, Body Slam did get a little bit of a buff earlier in the season, going from 50 to 55 power, so it's a little bit more impactful, but this is a dominating matchup. Enough that Rise to Occasion wants to preserve that Gastrodon and actually quickly swaps back to his Florges.
Yeah, he didn't want to get that farm down, and now with the Florges, he's able to debuff this Kanto Alolan Marowak, or sorry, the Zalomo Marowak, and able to land into it, and now suddenly you're at the Bone Club here. You're going to be able to throw this, you throw the Bone Club, you get the Protect Shield. It's the last Protect Shield of the game from this Florges. You're going to go all in with the Florges.
Yeah, no, I think that it's Rockhaven, you're pretty much prioritizing the Goodra, but the thing you have to keep in mind is if you let this go, then Goodra is going to get permanently debuffed by that chilling water, which is going to really reduce its overall impact that it's going to be able to make. So you have to shield this one up. You need to get this Florges off the field. You can technically throw a Bone Club, I think, but maybe it wasn't enough to knock out. And with the buff to Rock Slide, it does a little bit more damage.
Yeah, going for the Rock Slide here, but this is debuffed. It's not enough to knock out the Florges, but you have your Switch Timer available. Can you get to it? No, you threw one Fairy Wind, but the Mud Slap was enough to knock out. And now this Shadow Kanto Marowak swaps into the Goodra, and now it's going to be the Empoleon versus the Goodra throwing into this Drill Peck. There's one Protect Shield remaining. The problem is, I think you need 2 Thunder Punches here.
I think that like I was going to say, you use this Protect Shield, this Drill Peck, despite not having the same type of attack bonus, is going to be the hardest hitting attack since we're not going to see the Water Pulses coming from the Gastrodon. The Thunder Punch is loaded. I don't think it's enough to knock out, but I think you can still withstand a charge attack, but you have to find a way to knock out that Gastrodon as well.
Yeah, the problem is now this Drill Peck is going to be landing. This Drill Peck is pretty much going to knock out the Goodra here. I mean, I think the Goodra will hang on with just a little bit of health, but you're not going to be able to Dragon Breath down. Do you have your Switch Timer? Switch Timer is not back up. You can throw an Aqua Tail. There comes the Aqua Tail, but how much energy is left on that Gastrodon for Rise to Occasion?
That's the big question, and I think Rockhaven, is going for an undercharge here, maybe trying to get 1 or 2 more Dragon Breaths, but swaps in the Shadow Kanto Marowak. This is going to be 1 Mud Slap, 2 Mud Slaps, unable to reach the Bone Club. Rise to Occasion, good presence of mind to switch right away, not giving an opportunity for Rockhaven to be 2 turns ahead and actually get that Bone Club off.
That Shadow Kanto Marowak didn't quite have the bulk to hang on for that second Mud Slap to get the Bone Club there. Rise to Occasion does take game number 1 and is just 1 game away from reaching that winners finals for that showdown between Rise to Occasion and Dunebug. And it does come down to Florges for me. Florges has been the most flexible pick. You see him even safe pivoting into it. As soon as he knows he can bring in his Florges, he's always bringing in his Florges.
Absolutely. Florges has been so great for Rise to Occasion the entire tournament. I'm sure it's been great for his games off stream as well, but we've seen tons of success on stream. He got some really nice alignment there, which forced Rockhaven onto the back foot, having to swap out of his Goodra, and we saw just how he was able to do. The crazy thing is when you are getting Protect Shields with a 10-turn attack that also has a debuff and it's hit super effective, I mean, that's just so much value. Rockhaven was just in a tough tough position that entire match.
And this is the hard part for Goodra. Goodra is very flexible, very safe, but its charge attacks aren't usually that impactful. In that lead matchup, I was actually really curious to see if Rockhaven would stay in with his Goodra against the Florges and just bank a bunch of energy, take a Chilling Water or take a Trailblaze, and then swap out. Because then maybe down the line, you could use that Aqua Tail, you could use that Thunder Punch to do something impactful, maybe against an Empoleon, land a super effective Thunder Punch. Otherwise, if it's not going to be a super effective Aqua Tail or Thunder Punch, those charge attacks really aren't that impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. But I like Rise to Occasion's team building. He's really figuring out, like, okay, I know you're going to be bringing that Goodra. Yes, there's probably going to be something on my team that takes super effective damage, but he brought the Florges and he brought the Gastrodon, 2 Pokemon that are not too worried about the charge attacks coming from that Goodra.
Okay, there it is. Once again, there's the Goodra in the lead versus the Shadow Dusknoir. Dusknoir is one of the best leads in Open Great League, but it does get a bit outpaced by the Goodra. So I'm fascinated to see how many Protect Shields Rise Occasion actually gives up in this lead matchup.
Yeah, if you're willing to no-shield this, then this Aqua Tail lands, it does set up Rockhaven where he's going to be able to get alignment and lets it go.
Oh my goodness, for a second I thought Bastiodon was in the back for Rockhaven. That was going to be devastating against the Empoleon and the Gastrodon, but it is actually the other Steel type, the Corviknight, that's in the back. Swap in the Shadow Scizor, trying to get a Bullet Punch down. Instead, it's going to have to give up a Protect Shield on this Shadow Punch.
Yeah, and I think Rise to Occasion is going to be bringing in his Gastrodon here. You don't want to, even though you do double resist the Bullet Punches with your Empoleon, no, he's bringing in the Empoleon. With that shield advantage, it makes this matchup a lot easier for him. He's not taking really any fast attack pressure whatsoever since you are double resisting those Bullet Punches, and you might even be able to just tank this Trailblaze. Maybe he uses the Protect Shield. Let's see.
And he does decide to tank it. It is neutral, and it is on charge attack priority into the Hydro Cannon here. Do you give up both of your Protect Shields, double invest into the Shadow Scizor? Scizor, yes, decides to double invest here. Can he get back to the switch timer? Not yet, but he could once again throw a Night Slash before the drill back. No, it's actually going to be on charge attack priority, so forcing a Protect Shield from Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, you really want to get the Scizor off the field, though. You know, you haven't done a ton of fast attack pressure to it, so Rise to Occasion willing to invest this Protect Shield guarantees that this Hydro Cannon is now going to land with Rockhaven no longer having any sort of Protect Shields. This Corviknight does still have some play. It has a decent matchup into that Gastrodon for sure. My question is, can this Dusknoir get to another charge attack? Quick swap, though, into the Gastrodon. It's now Gastrodon versus Corviknight.
And unless he can swap on an attack into his Goodra, this is going to be really hard for Rockhaven. He's going to try to land the payback. Does Rise to Occasion use the Protect Shield? Last second Protect Shield. It could have been a bait into the Air Cutter to try to get a boost there, but here comes the Water Pulse. If Rockhaven does not swap and catch the next Water Pulse on the Goodra, I don't see how he wins this battle.
Does this Goodra have any energy butters? Not only can it be used for a catch, but I think if you're able to maybe get it back onto that Empoleon in some situation, maybe you can farm down and get to another charge attack. We'll have to see towards the end of the game. For now, though, Rockhaven does reach a payback on his Corviknight. This is going to be some nice neutral damage into Rise to Occasion's Gastrodon, but it's not enough to knock out.
And swap combo play Aqua Tail. There was no switch timer available. The Aqua Tail is going to be enough to knock out the Gastrodon here. How much health is left on the Shadow Dusknoir and on the Empoleon here? We're going to see the Empoleon has more health. You're probably going to come in with Empoleon here, try to get a fast attack down. The Dragon Breath isn't doing enough. You get the fast attack down. It's going to be fast attack versus fast attack. Sand attack is super effective. You get the...
oh my gosh, he doesn't get there!
He gets the knockout, and suddenly he's just one away from the Air Cutter, and Rockhaven is back in it.
That was a sweaty battle, Butters. That's all I can say. That one was about as close as it can be. It came down to just one turn so many times. Unable to reach that Hydro Cannon was Rise to Occasion's Empoleon. That would have been the difference maker. Thankfully for Rockhaven, he was able to hang on and even up the series 1-1.
I love the way he banked that Aqua Tail with the Goodra there. That was the game-winning attack.
Absolutely.
And I mentioned how Goodra, their charge attacks are not that impactful during the beginning or middle of a game. But in-game, when you can use the flexibility and low energy of those Aqua Tails, of those Thunder Punches to get a super effective or a knockout blow against your opponent, that is exactly what Rockhaven needed to get back in the series. There were 3 Pokemon remaining in the end for Rise to Occasion, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, that Corviknight, I think, was a strong bring for Rockhaven. He was pretty much calling, look, if I can get this aligned versus pretty much anything besides that, you know, and Stunfisk, I've got some decent play with that Corviknight, and it was very strong for him. Let's look back at game number 2, though. We saw that Empoleon do a lot of work against that Shadow Scizor, finally knocking it out, but then it set up the matchup for the Gastrodon versus the Corviknight. Yes, you're able to reach that final payback, but it wasn't just the payback that was the big moment here, Butters. It was this combo play.
The combo attack into the Aqua Tail on charge attack priority, and also milliseconds away from the switch timer being available for Rise to Occasion. If his switch timer was up, he would probably predict the combo attack and swap out himself. But instead, Rockhaven is able to finish it off with the super effective sand attacks into the Air Cutter. His attack does go up a stage as his point total also goes up by 1.
My biggest question for game number 3 is, does Rise to Occasion bring back that Florges? I thought it operated so nicely for him in that game number 1, but Rockhaven has been bringing that Scizor.
Yes.
And even, like, it's not the best answer to that Goodra. It's solid, but it's not necessarily going to be a dominating matchup. Another question is, do we ever see Bastiodon? No, it doesn't look good on paper, but if you can find that alignment that you need, it could turn the tides of the game.
In my opinion, the key dynamic is that Shadow Scizor that you brought up first. Shadow Scizor hasn't really found a target yet.
No.
And it's still been okay for Rockhaven. Imagine if it found a target. So does Rise even try to avoid giving that Shadow Scizor a target? Knowing Shadow Scizor is coming in every single battle, I'm going to bring Pokemon that are strong against Shadow Scizor. Here we are. This is game number 3.
We have Rise to Occasion bringing the Gastrodon versus Rockhaven's Azumarill. No longer are Gastrodons running Earth Power, so it makes this matchup a little bit tougher for Rise to Occasion. Keep in mind, every time you throw a Body Slam as well with a 3-turn attack versus Azumarill's 3-turn attack, you're going to be getting a full bubble through. So right now, Rockhaven recognizes, I'm going to need 2 charge attacks to knock out. Let's throw the Ice Beam into this Gastrodon.
Wholesome, what I'm looking at right now is the back lines are looking incredibly neutral. But what I want to keep an eye on is the Protect Shield specifically for Rise to Occasion. If he starts giving up Protect Shields ever, it could be dangerous because there could be super effective Thunder Punches in the back for the Galarian Moltres, or there could be super effective paybacks into that Shadow Dusknoir. But in this lead matchup, I don't think either trainer is gonna give up a Protect Shield.
What's wild is Rockhaven can actually throw this Ice Beam. No, he opts to instead let this Body Slam come through. I think if he had just thrown that Ice Beam and then swapped out, eventually realigning it versus the Galarian Moltres, it would have had so much play. But I think Rockhaven is not expecting the Galarian Moltres, and I think that may end up coming back to bite him.
Well, I think he was also trying to prevent farm down on this Azumarill, trying to not give an energy advantage to Rise to Occasion. Here comes the Dusknoir, just gets the knockout after one Astonish here, and you have to imagine, let's see, you can actually bring in either Pokemon, decides to bring in the Goodra.
I think the Goodra would have actually operated a little bit better versus that Galarian Moltres. I just think Rockhaven is not expecting the Galarian Moltres. He's probably thinking the Empoleon, and he wants to have a super effective sand attacks. But what he's going to find is instead, it's going to be double resisted in a pretty negative matchup into that Galarian Moltres. This is a great bring by Rise.
Yeah, I was not expecting it either. It has not been a factor here at all at the Las Vegas Regionals, but the fact that Corviknight was such a great adjustment in game number 2, the adjustment to bring the Galarian Moltres to counter that in game number 3 is brilliant. I didn't see it coming.
I think that Rockhaven is trying to go for the farm down here. I think Rise to Occasion is not going to reach another charge attack. This is a smart shield by Rockhaven. He could have thrown that Aqua Tail. Now a quick pivot into the Galarian Moltres by Rise to Occasion. The Thunder Punch is loaded and ready to go. This will strip away the Protect Shield from Rise to Occasion.
And Rise to Occasion on his Moltres, he has Fly and Brave Bird, so all the charge attack damage will be resisted by the Corviknight. But remember, the Corviknight is just reliant on Air Cutter. You can't really do that much damage with the resisted payback. As the second Protect Shield comes out from Rise to Occasion, we're gonna have a Flying type versus Flying type battle, and I believe Rockhaven might need to get some boosts.
Yeah, you're gonna try and get a little bit of luck on your side here as Rockhaven. We still have to keep an eye on switch clocks though, because that Shadow Dusknoir is still around. I think there's an opportunity for a catch here in about 3 or 4 seconds.
And he needs the boost here to get the knockout with the second Air Cutter. Rockhaven knows it. He's not gonna have the reach, even though he can get to these Air Cutters quickly. He needs 2 of them now. And I didn't see it. Is this the Fly or is this the hard-hitting Brave Bird? It's the Brave Bird!
The Brave Bird comes through. A quick swap down into the Shadow Dusknoir. Can you get to another move? Rockhaven does not want to take any additional Astonish damage. Just throws this Air Cutter fishing for that boost here. But I think wants to get 1 or 2 more of these sand attacks.
Oh, wow.
Are you even going to take the Astonish damage here? Yes.
He does take the Astonish damage. Is there attack already banked? Yes, the Fly is available. And Rise to Occasion is available to be in the winners finals as he secures the matchup.
There is still the Goodra hanging around, Butters. Keep an eye on it. Can you get to 1 more charge attack? And isn't Aqua Tail enough to knock out? No!
So close for the fast-pacing Goodra, but looks like Rise to Occasion is going to be rising on over to the winners finals to face Dunebug, a trainer he's very familiar battling with.
I was going to say, you know what that sets up, a rematch that we could say yet another match for Rise to Occasion versus Dunebug, one of the most storied rivalries that we've seen in all of Pokemon Go. Rise to Occasion bringing out the Galarian Moltres, which really won that game for him. It is something that we, like you said, we have not seen at all, at least on stream. I don't know if he's even been playing it at the tables, but it was a Pokemon that really, really helped him there in that final matchup to win, double resisting all of those sand attacks from the Corviknight.
It was so useful. Corviknight was the adjustment for game number 2 for Rockhaven. Won him that game. And to bring out that Moltres, knowing that Corviknight is going to be in the back in game number 3 was a brilliant adjustment for Rise to Occasion. That is the reason he is one of the best. And also, I want to point out something. We can look at it again in the replay. He throws that Fly instantly. There was that Goodra available in the back.
Yeah.
I talked about these mind games between trainers throwing or over farming. He threw that Fly instantly, knowing that Rockhaven was probably going to wait or pause and then try to swap to the Goodra.
You know, just the Galarian Moltres in general is just such a smart brain because you are not expecting Bastiodon to be brought, right? You just say, okay, I'm so strong versus Bastiodon, I don't think Rockhaven's going to bring it. Now, when I look at where this Galarian Moltres can be, the only other thing that he has to worry about so much is the Azumarill. Once he saw that Azumarill in the lead, he knows that Galarian Moltres is going to be so strong, and it really was. Again, we did see a nice farm down there by Rockhaven, but he's again unable to reach that next charge attack. The only hope that Rockhaven had at the end of this matchup was, can you get to that final Aqua Tail? But the strength of the stab sucker punches, too strong. And again, Rise taking a nice 2-1 victory versus Rockhaven.
Yeah, and it was really smart to throw instantly because even if it did get swapped on, I don't think the Air Cutter would have been enough because there was no boost. Rockhaven was trying to fish for the boost 2 or 3 times actually on the Air Cutter, couldn't get it. He needed that 1 boost to put that Galarian Moltres in range of the Air Cutter, didn't secure it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, let's do a quick recap here. We did see we did see Dunebug taking down Out of Pocket. So Dunebug and Rise to Occasion are going to be in our winners finals. Out of Pocket and Rockhaven, though, will be dropping down to the loser side of the bracket, where their story is not over. This is a double elimination tournament. Look at it. Take a look through our winners bracket here. Go ahead, Butters.
Yeah, Out of Pocket obviously started off strong, then went down to Dunebug. Rise Occasion, look at this, taking out It's Axon. And remember, there was a tie in that matchup. It's Axon said it was one of the best matchups he's been a part of. Then taking out Rockhaven 2-1. The matchup that we've been waiting for in the winners finals, Dunebug 97 versus Rise to Occasion. We'll have some matchup history later on, but I believe those trainers have fought in over 20 battles in championship series on stage.
That is absolutely incredible. Yeah, it's such a storied history for two of the pillars of the Pokemon Go community for sure. Next up, though, we're going to be having Nighttime Clasher and It's Axon, and then also Ashton Ash versus Sceptile Ice. The winners of those battles are going to have to get through Out of Pocket and Rockhaven there in losers round 4. What I would love to see, just personally, for the content, we'll say, I'd love to see a Sceptile Ice versus It's Axon rematch there, and I think it would be the loser semifinals.
Yeah, and that was so close, remember? At that matchup in day number 1, so that would be an awesome rematch. But we have our next matchup. We have Ashton Ash versus Sceptile Ice. Both trainers running that Shadow Annihilate. One trainer really likes it, one trainer dislikes it. Ashton Ash really likes that pick. Sceptile Ice says he's forced to use it just because he does well with it. It has a good place in the meta, but he doesn't prefer to use it. He prefers that Feraligatr.
Yeah, no, the Feraligatr has been a little bit of a surprise for me all tournament. We saw a lot of it in day number 1, especially towards the end of the day. But it's just a Pokemon with such an efficient charge attack with Hydro Cannon, and then the coverage move of Ice that we're seeing is relatively rare in the tournament, that it still has a good place to operate. With some of the resurgence of normal types, though, between Furret and Wigglytuff, it is still a little bit of a risky brain.
And it looks pretty good here because you have to worry about the Unova Stunfisk, and then you have to worry about the Furret. But we've seen the Furret matchup. It's not terrible, especially in the zero Protect Shield situations. It's pretty neutral. Sometimes the Furret's able to hang on to that double Hydro Cannon and you're able to win that matchup as the Furret, but the Furret is almost out of there by that time. And especially if you safe swap the Feraligatr. Getting that energy advantage is crucial against the Stunfisk, and we know Sceptile Ice is a Feraligatr pro, so I would not be surprised if he holds on to that in the back and tries to find some way to get energy advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Feraligatr and that Altaria are going to be very strong for him. I don't think there's really anything that's going to check that Altaria too strong, with the exception of that Azumarill, which this is 2 consecutive matches we've seen Azumarill. That's a little interesting to me. The other Pokemon that I think is going to be a big factor could potentially be that Shadow Scizor. Shadow Scizor has a lot of positive matchups into Ashton Ash, but there is that Shadow Talonflame that he has on his team as well, which would be quite hard to get through.
Yeah, and that Shadow Talonflame is looking pretty good against everything but the Feraligatr and Altaria. So you're probably right. You probably see that duo of the Altaria and the Feraligatr maybe bring something to respect the Azumarill. Maybe we will see Azumarill in this matchup from Ashton Ash as well. It's crazy how much Azumarill has fallen off a cliff in terms of usage. Was always the best water type for so long, and really the best fairy type forever, and now we have 2 fairy types in top 12 usage, not named Azumarill.
That's right, Wigglytuff and the Florges. One other Pokemon that bears mentioning is the Cradily on the side of Ashton Ash. While it has a lot of great coverage in general, but also into this team, it can hit neutral everywhere. The one thing that you have to keep an eye on is that Acid is resisted by 3 of these Pokemon, so it's going to be a little bit hard to bring. Let's move into game number 1, Butters. Take us into it.
All right, we're losers round 3. Ashton Ash versus Sceptile Ice. The Unova Stunfisk is met by the Feraligatr. Unova Stunfisk likes this lead matchup, and then swap into the discharge. What a play early on from Sceptile Ice.
Ooh, baby, you love to catch that double resisted, not very effective discharge. Now we have the Shadow Kanto, shiny, might I add, Shadow Kanto Marowak. It's going to be met by this Azumarill. That's not really what it wants to see, but you do have a nice pacing advantage. Trying to see if you can throw on charge attack priority, but no, just throws this Bone Club. This will be some nice chip damage into the Azumarill.
You know, I will say, I think this is exactly what he wants to see, because he wanted to bait out that Azumarill, so he had the Shadow Annihilate in the back that he could sweep with. He did that. The Azumarill is going to be out of the picture here. This Ice Beam is going to be able to pretty much knock out this Kanto Marowak. Yes, does knock out. Now the Feraligatr is going to come in. And plus, not only can you finish up this matchup, you might be able to come out with some energy, but he's probably going to save both shields for Annihilate in the back.
Yeah, he's going to get to 2 Hydro Cannons before this Azumarill is able to reach the player. If it's still 1 bubble away, and you're only 1 Shadow Claw away from your next Hydro Cannon. So I think you just throw it right away. But no, actually over farms. He wants to do an over farm here, Butters.
I think you want that energy for the Stunfisk, because remember, Sceptile Sceptile Ice swapped on the discharge. So that Stunfisk is energy dry.
That's right.
Here comes the Stunfisk, swap out, meets the Hydro Cannon, and now he's gonna, no Protect Shield. Ash is gonna save both his Protect Shields in the back for that Ferret.
It's time for the Shadow Annihilate. You just need to punch your way through this Stunfisk, and then I think it's going to be GG's, because I think that once you ramp up, you can punch your way through the rest of the team. That Azumarill is completely energy dry, and it needs to reach a Trailblaze desperately, but it's going to find itself that, hey, I'm going up against an Annihilate that is already boosted. This is going to be really tough for Ash.
And the fact that he couldn't get to that double Mud Bomb is tough for Ash. Now the Annihilate has the chance to ramp up, but do you go for those double resisted Rage Fists just to get better counters? Yes. Actually gonna throw because there's 2 Protect Shields remaining, so just throw it, get the Protect Shield anyway.
Don't overcomplicate things. Go for the Rage Fist. You're not even going for the charge attack damage. You are simply going for the boosted counters. It's going to make it much easier to get through this Ferret, and also easier to get through the Azumarill later on. Keep in mind, the Azumarill is completely energy dry. It's going to need 5 bubbles to get to an Ice Beam. I just don't think it's going to be able to reach there.
Both these trainers are forced to Protect Shield on double resisted attacks, trying to catch a swap into the Rage Fist. Doesn't get it, gets the counter down, has double Rage Fist, but instead just goes for the counters. And Sceptile Ice with his favorite Pokemon, Shadow Annihilate, is able to take game number 1.
Butters, I don't like to call games before they are over, but once Ash let that Hydro Cannon go onto his Stunfisk, that game was over. There was no way for you to come back. That 2-shield Shadow Annihilate is just so strong. We're seeing it on so many teams, and if you look at this team from Sceptile Ice, it is almost identical to the out-of-pocket team. The one key difference is that it has the Feraligatr instead of the Steelix, which don't really occupy the same niche, but 5 out of 6 of those Pokemon are still operating very similarly. Sorry, one other exception, the Shadow Kanto Marowak in place of the Gastrodon as well.
To build off that, the thing I'm most fascinated with is Sceptile's Ice team of 3 was ABB weak to either Azumarill or Talonflame. He had the Feraligatr in the lead to counter either the Azumarill or the Talonflame, and then had that Shadow Annihilate in Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back. And he was always going to swap out that Shadow Kanto Marowak to bait out either Talonflame or Azumarill. Do we see Talonflame and Azumarill together in game number 2? Because remember, Sceptile Ice is one of the few trainers in day number 2 without an electric type.
That's right. Yeah, no, the Stunfisk has been everywhere, and we have not seen it here whatsoever. I think there's kind of 2 metas that we're seeing. We're seeing the Stunfisk and flexibility teams, and then we are seeing those teams that have a lot of shadows and have a lot of hard wins and hard losses, similar to the team that we're seeing from Sceptile Ice, but also the teams that we're seeing from the likes of Out of Pocket. Now, one thing I want to call out is that Shadow Annihilate, because realistically, as long as you're not getting on that Shadow Talonflame, I think it's super, super good. Even versus the Azumarill, when you start ramping up your counters, they just add up so quickly with how strong counter is.
And there it is. We got the leads for game number 2 here. There's the Shadow Talonflame into the Wigglytuff, and there, he actually brought it. He brought the Azumarill and the Shadow Talonflame. Say swap into the Annihilate. This is perfect for Ash.
Yeah, this is tough if you're Sceptile Ice here, because you really aren't that strong into that Shadow Talonflame. You can just see how quickly these non-boosted, might I add, Incinerates are adding up. Now you're boosted, you have to use this Protect Shield. Yeah, you might get a Protect Shield back, but I think 2 Incinerates are absolutely going to knock out, and I don't even know if you get to this next Rage Fist, Butters.
Yeah, if you don't get to the next Rage Fist, because I believe he is 2 counters away, so he will probably get knocked out by this Incinerate after he throws the 2 counters. Let's see, 1 counter, 2 counter, knockout. That is terrible for Sceptile Ice. Now he can bring in the Feraligatr, but Ash still has his timer available. He could swap out if he likes, but instead throws the fly.
Yeah, he's going to get to 2 flies here probably before you're able to farm down. So Sceptile Ice has to make a decision. Do you shield this up and then throw the Hydro Cannon? No, tanks the fly. Can you even get to the Hydro Cannon now? He does get 1 Shadow Claw, so now he's only 1 away. He may be able to reach it a little bit later. That brings in the Wigglytuff, but still, Ash is at the next fly. This is boosted. You got to shield this too.
Sceptile Ice is just overwhelmed by the heat coming from that Shadow Talonflame. It is Fairy versus Fairy. There is a 1 Protect Shield advantage for the Azumarill, but remember, there's a Unova Stunfisk, full health in the back, throwing the Ice Wind, trying to debuff. This is not very effective, but just trying to lower the attack from the Azumarill 1 stage.
Butters, I don't even know if we're going to see this Unova Stunfisk here. I think that this Azumarill has the ability to potentially just clear this game out. There is, okay, still the Feraligatr left on the side of Sceptile Ice, and it is only 1 Shadow Claw away from reaching that next Hydro Cannon, but still, that's resisted into Azumarill.
Yeah, and you still have some Talonflames left for Ash as well. This is going to be on charge attack priority. The Swift is not going to be enough to knock out the Azumarill. The Ice Beam will be enough to knock out the Wigglytuff. We'll see. Does Sceptile Ice keep playing it out to try to see what the 3rd Pokemon is? I actually think that's a good strategy. You want that information.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to even do it though, right? You get knocked out here, you bring in the Feraligatr, you throw the Hydro Cannon, you knock out the Azumarill, but then you just bring in the Talonflame and it's able to do everything that it needs to do. So yeah, I think you're just going to get farmed down here, down to the ground. We're going to have a tight series here, Ash and Ash, Sceptile Ice 1-1.
Tie game here, or tie matchup here between Ash and Sceptile Ice. And Sceptile Ice just had no plan for that Shadow Talonflame. That Shadow Talonflame really threw him off in that game number 2. And really, your best answers are the Feraligatr and the Altaria, but it seems so risky to bring the Altaria because you know that there's gonna be a Azumarill every single time for Ash and Ash.
Yeah, that's just so tough. I think that Feraligatr, all right, you know, you really want to have it aligned versus just so many things. It is very strong, but it can only do so much. And when you're running ABA weak to that Shadow Talonflame, I mean, the Feraligatr is just not going to find its target. And we saw how much that Fly did. He's thinking, all right, well, you know, that's fine. I'll tank the Fly, and then I'll get out to this Hydro Cannon. Wait, no, never mind. I'm about to get painted.
And he's just shaking his head there, thinking that he could get to the Rage Fist. He could not. He could get to the Hydro Cannon. He could not. And he could also not see the third Pokemon on Ash and Ash's team, which was the Unova Stunfisk here. So what's your best answer, actually, to Azumarill and Shadow Talonflame if you are Sceptile Ice? I mean, it is definitely the Feraligatr, but is there a number 2 answer that's strong?
Unfortunately, I think it's the Altaria. I think that's going to be your next best answer.
Yeah, but then it's also weak to the Azumarill.
It's terribly weak to the Azumarill, but you can fight back as long as you have some Protect Shields. You're still reaching those Sky attacks relatively quickly. You're not going to be relying on any sort of fast attack pressure, but you can at least stall the matchup out long enough that you might be able to bring in another Pokemon like a Scizor, like an Annihilate, like a Marowak that has some fast attack pressure. But yeah, I don't think there's really a good answer, which means you have to bring Feraligatr, which makes sense why Ash and Ash is then bringing something like a Stunfisk. He may even opt to bring that Cradily, which again has a pretty nice matchup, just needs to avoid the Ice Beams from the Feraligatr.
Or maybe he'll go back to the Furret like he did in game number 1. Here we go. Game number 3, tournament on the line for both these trainers. Unova Stunfisk into Wigglytuff, backline of Feraligatr and Shadow Annihilate here. It looks like the alignment is gonna matter in the back unless there's a pivot out.
You know what? This is a really annoying matchup for the Stunfisk because you used to be able to get to 2 Mud Bombs before the Wigglytuff was able to reach the Icy Wind. Now you no longer can. You get there just after. So Sceptile Ice can just launch this Icy Wind right away, super effective damage, and you can easily tank now 2 of these Mud Bombs. It's a little bit more of a favorable matchup for this Wigglytuff, especially in the later shield situations.
I was thinking Ash and Ash. He's thinking, oh, is there a Shadow Scizor in the back? Because if there's no Shadow Scizor, Azumarill is such a safe swap against Sceptile Ice's team. You could pivot to it at any time you want, but there could be that Shadow Scizor lurking in the back. This is a 1-stage dropped Mud Bomb, not enough to knock out the Wigglytuff, but you're at the double here, and now suddenly Sceptile Ice is just shaking his head. Okay, all right, Wigglytuff, you did your job, you got a Protect Shield, now get back in your Pokeball.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he brings in here. This Shadow Annihilate really loves to hide behind 2 shields, and that's exactly what's going to happen. This is the 4 cycle now for Ash and Ash's Unova Stunfisk. It's going to be on the 5 cycle after this one. I think Sceptile Ice will be able to farm all the way down. It wouldn't surprise me if Ash and Ash actually just brings in the Azumarill here to try and deny some energy.
It doesn't want to Protect Shield knowing that that Mud Bomb does less damage than usual because of the Icy Wind, and now getting all of this energy before, like you said, couldn't get to a second charge attack there. Here comes the Azumarill, but the problem is, yes, you do have a lot of energy, but Azumarill can really sponge up this energy and do a decent amount of damage with Bubble.
The bubbles add up for sure, especially versus Shadow Annihilate. Yes, you can throw both of these Rage Fists, but instead Sceptile Ice wants to try and save that, thinking, okay, what's going to be in the back? Well, here is the Furret. Yes, you are going to be double resisting these Shadow Claws, but still 2 Hydro Cannons does a lot.
I'm actually shocked that there's no shield here, because I thought this is maybe your best shield left. Like, your most efficient shield would be on a Hydro Cannon here, because you're not going to shield the Hydro Cannon on your Azumarill, and you don't really want to protect shield a Rage Fist either.
Yeah.
Maybe you're going to shield the next one, though.
Maybe you're shielding the next one, but I just don't think that you're really relying too much on this Furret. It does have one job, and you're kind of waiting to see what Sceptile Ice does, right? You don't need to shield the first one. Now you can maybe just kind of match shields. Okay, you shielded, now I will use my Protect Shield. I just need to get some damage into this Feraligatr because that is going to be the one thing that's going to threaten my Azumarill. I'm feeling confident that, yes, I can get bubble damage into that Shadow Annihilate, especially now that it no longer has those attack boosts.
Timer wasn't up, but Ash and Ash did pause just to make make sure no Protect Shields left in the battle for either of these trainers. The Hydro Cannon is available. There hasn't been thrown. Is going to be thrown on charge attack priority. Ashen Ash is happy to let this furry go.
This is really tough now because if you stay in this matchup trying to get a Hydro Cannon into the Azumarill, you're just giving it energy to then unleash into your Annihilate. So I almost say you need to swap here. This Azumarill actually gets to the Ice Beam and throws the energy. I'm surprised by this play, Butters.
Yeah, and it's going to be on charge attack priority, but the thing is, all you need to do is get this get this Azumarill in range of counter, and yeah, Sceptile Ice is shaking his fist here, knowing that is huge, and able to undercharge this Ice Beam. Ashen Ash is already getting up out of his seat, thinking there's no way he's going to be able to knock out this Annihilate. Remember, this Annihilate does have energy, but all you need to do is get to an Ice Beam to have a chance here. He's up out of his seat, though.
You're not gonna get to it. Yeah, no, I think that was the game-losing play. Unfortunately, you needed to have some extra energy. You needed to over-farm because he's not gonna get to this Ice Beam. Rage Fist from Sceptile Ice, and he puts his fist in the air. The crowd goes wild. He's gonna take the 2-1 victory versus Ashton Ash.
It's Sceptile Ice advances in the loser's side of the bracket. Ashen Ash is unfortunately eliminated here. Still one of the best trainers in Championship Series, in my opinion, one of the best not to have won a regional title yet. It won't be his day today, but Sceptile Ice, it still has that opportunity to become the Las Vegas regional champion.
That's right. He's hungry for a rematch versus Zaxxon, who's going to be in our next matchup. But I got to say, you know, Ashton Ash took a very risky play there, throwing on charge attack priority. He's banking on Sceptile Ice wanting to throw on good timing and throwing after 4 Shadow Claws, but instead throws his Hydro Cannon right away. He wants to get that Feraligatr off the field. He wants to stay out of double Rage Fist range, but unfortunately he was not able to do that, and when you don't have any energy to go into that next matchup, it was devastating for Ashton Ash.
The only way that play would work out great is if that was on a swap.
Yeah.
If he threw the Ice Beam on a catch from the Annihilate. Yep. That would have been the perfect scenario. Maybe that was just a gamble that Ashton Ash was trying to go for. Okay, maybe he's going to try to swap here, but the swap doesn't make a ton of sense. I have to agree with you. So not able to get that extra bubble. If he literally got one extra bubble of energy, it would have been close. He might have also been knocked out by the extra Shadow Claw damage that he had taken to get that bubble.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily like the undercharge there as well. You really just need to knock out that Feraligatr. The reason being is that your switch clock is up as Sceptile Ice, so all you're doing is just adding 1 or 2 additional Shadow Claws that you might be able to get later in the game. But I think Ashton Ash, you can just see the frustration on his face. He's like, this is not the right play. Even stands up there, Butters. That's kind of a classic move by you.
Yeah, it's the stand up. Yeah, I do like to stand up oftentimes when I'm watching Pokemon Go PvP.
It's exciting.
It's so exciting. And Ashton Ash wasn't standing up out of excitement, unfortunately. Standing up knowing, okay, this is probably it for me. This is the end of my tournament run. I was so close. I really had a chance in this game, but couldn't quite finish it off. But, you know, one of the most talented trainers and just racking up a lot of championship points as well. This trainer has been eliminated, but you still gather a lot of championship points. He's well on his way to the World Championships this season in San Francisco, California.
Absolutely. It has been a great tournament so far and great plays by Sceptile Ice there. We have seen so many successful trainers that are, you know, it's just almost normal. It's commonplace for them to reach these levels of success. The Rise to Occasions, the Dune Bugs. But there's a lot of trainers. One here that's not at the tournament that we want to feature is actually going to be S. James P21. Let's take a look back at his run from Sacramento. Make sure you stay tuned for more battles.
My name's Sean Plowski. I'm from Wildwood, Missouri. Well, I started playing Pokemon Go from basically the very beginning. Took a little bit of a break and came back to it, and that's when PvP came out. I was using stuff like Lucario and Metagross and Ultra League, which is typically not what you would see. Those are a couple of my favorite Pokemon. I feel like I've been honing my skills as the years go on, and now I'm here. My first tournament was in Peoria last year. I was just happy to be there. My last tournament in Louisville, it didn't go exactly how I wanted it to. So for me this time, there was a little bit more of an expectation that I wanted to do well. I really just wanted to do it for me. I think I do it because it's still fun for me. I don't know if I'd still be competing if I didn't make all the relationships that I've had. You know, they have a lot of experience playing the game, so just bouncing ideas off of people like them, it's really helpful. The C team that I might like, I changed like 1 or 2 things about it. I know how to use the stuff I'm gonna bring, and I'm not just like going in with a big question mark before the tourney. I've always been a person that's tried to use more flexible Pokemon. I don't really try to go for like RPS per se. Being able to adapt to any situation, it's how you gotta go. You're gonna lose eventually. Like, there's a lot of good players out there, and there's gonna be some tough matchups. I'm a very competitive person, so I think the biggest thing for me is just trying to not get too down after like one loss. Game 2 of winners finals, I wasn't sure if my aerial ace on jump bluff would knock out of pocket to Zoomerl. I think I said out loud, I don't think this KOs. And it did. I was just shocked. And I feel like that gave me such a rush to go on and compete for the rest of the tournament. I felt very comfortable after that. I know out of pocket pretty well. Played him in like 3 different regionals now. So we're pretty familiar with each other, and I know he's a really good player. The winners finals and the grand finals, I think he won game 3 in both of those. So I don't want to leave any window of opportunity where he can come back from that.
Absolute fireworks on stage.
SJ is your Sacramento 2025 regional champion.
I mean, this was really the goal. I just wanted to qualify for Worlds, and winning Sacramento did that for me. Feel good to win a regional. I don't think the feeling will ever not feel good. By the end of it, I'm a little mentally spent, but I'm just really happy I was able to get it done. Last time for Worlds, I didn't really like my team, so for this go around, I would like to, spend a little bit more time on it and find a team that fits my playstyle again. With I don't think I've gotten the opportunity to play him head on in a while, maybe ever. He took a break, came back, and won the first regional of the season, so I would like to play him. I would love to win the World Championship, but there's a lot that can happen in this game, so you just kind of have to take things one step at a time. It would mean a lot. I don't even know what that could possibly feel like. My name kind of speaks for itself in terms of like factions and grassroots formats. I feel pretty solidified at this point, and now it's just a matter of going and doing it at Worlds.
Please welcome to the stage your Pokemon Go finalist, your champion from Spain, Barcelona!
My name is Leo, and I'm from Spain. I will be the water type, just because it's the type that it's the Pokemon Psyduck, which is my representative Pokemon. My first time competing was in Liverpool 2023, where my dad came with me to Liverpool, and I also got second place. And then I won the Gdansk regional. I would love to repeat that and win the next World Championship. So actually this season I didn't have a gold medal, but I have a gold trophy, which was the EYC one. So I'm really proud of that.
Pato Man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion!
It was like a really fun experience because also the final was against a really good friend of mine, which is Sisuidus, and I actually lost a final against him in Barcelona, in my home city. So I'm really proud of that, and I think it's a really memorable moment.
Pato Man, he is going for the triple crown here.
Basically, my team has Holy Support, which is a really good Pokemon for this meta. So I think my team is really fun to play.
The 3-ball flex from Pokémon, he is so on point.
So if I had to say an MVP for this weekend, I would say Ghost Corsola. I really like that Ghost type for this meta. He did really help me to get this far in the tournament. Yeah, actually, I was really worried about the Moltres, and I had to face a Moltres in the grand final, so that wasn't really good for me. And then maybe Scizor, because I didn't have a real respawn, but I think that's all, because my team, I think it was really safe into a meta.
Execution is just on another level.
So the grand final was the most difficult matchup I had this weekend. Because of the Moltres, and also Belzeboy is a really good player, so I had to play around that. Also his Annihilate did really good bench pressure, because the counters to the Moltres, which are not really counters, got really offended by the Shadow Annihilate. So I had to manage those two, and also Steelix and Lapras, which were like really good into my team. And I think I don't really have that much of play against that.
We're here to kick it off for the grand finals of Pokemon Go. Oh, no way! Can he swap out? Oh, he did sideways down! Suddenly, bracket reset here. Oh, maybe a miss. And it catches the absolute most perfect lead. We're going to game 5! This is game number 5 of the grand finals. Let's go!
I feel good, but also maybe not disappointed, but like feeling that I could have done more. But still, I'm really proud of myself and happy with this tournament. My most memorable moment on this weekend was Saturday when I qualified to the Grand Finals in the women's bracket, because I feel like I had all the momentum I needed, and everyone supported me, really helped me to feel more confident for the next day. I think it's like the love I have for Pokemon, because I really like playing the game, and also the community, the funny players that always support me, also a friend of mine, and I appreciate a lot, so that will be the main reason why I keep traveling to this event. You have to be competing constantly and never give up. That's the way to fulfill your dream, and that's what I want to do for the next season.
It's so much more than a game. This is a way for trainers to express their resolution, their pride, their practice, and everything that comes in between. Pokemon Go is a beautiful format, and we are here in Las Vegas on Championship Sunday to crown another champion, similar to Pataman, Speedy's Chief and Amanda Lundberg.
Yeah, it's so nice to see and hear from Pataman a little bit. He had such an amazing season last season, became our world's finalist, almost getting that gold medal. And someone who did get a gold medal recently was It's Axon, being our 2023 world champion. He's still in the running here in Las Vegas to see if he can pick up another regional title, but he's got to go through some other trainer, Nighttime Clasher, to get there.
Nighttime Clasher is still grinding it out in that loser side bracket. As he said during the interview, you can't get caught up in the moment. You can't just think about, oh, don't make a mistake, don't make a mistake. Amanda, I'm sure you've experienced this, but as soon as you start telling yourself, don't mess up, you mess up. So Nighttime Clasher is cool, calm, and collected, staying in the zone. It's Axon looking to fight his way through this loser side bracket after falling to Rise earlier on in the day. He wants that rematch.
Very, very close matchups earlier on. Both of these trainers now on that loser side and in a double elimination tournament. That means even though they've made it so far, even though they are in that top 8, one of them after this round will be calling it quits.
Let's break it down a little bit. I'm liking Shadow Malamar in this matchup more than I've liked it in any matchup we've seen so far this weekend for Nighttime Clash.
Tell me all about it.
He's got a lot of targets, right? You can superpower the Cradilla, you can hit that Corviknight for a lot of damage, you can wall the Dust Noir, and you can hit that Sunfist for neutral. So there's a ton of play. Let's see if we get it in the lead, in the swap, or somewhere in between. Game 1 coming at you.
Looks like it's in the lead. That's exactly where it's going to be, up against that best buddied Unova Sunfist on the side of It's Axon. And if you look at the side of It's Axon, he said he felt a little bit dirty having a Wigglytuff on his team, and actually no Wigglytuff to be found in this round, which is great news for that Malamar. It means it can completely avoid one of the hardest counters on It's Axon's team for it. Malamar just getting up a ton of energy here before throwing a foul play.
You'll see this time and time again with the one-turn fast attacks. A lot of trainers like to allow their opponent to throw, reset the fast attacks, and then throw after perfect timing, and that's exactly what Clasher does there. Mud Bomb is going to get queued up here, and this is kind of threatened, but I do think Shadow Malamar can hang on, and Nighttime Clasher agrees.
Nighttime Clasher lets that go through. Mud Bomb connects, and he's able to, it looks like, go for a superpower. Interesting play here, but It's Axon so quick on the draw. Goes up for the Altaria. No Protect Shield here, and actually superpower is going to do a little bit less damage than that foul play was, and down goes the Malamar.
The Dragon Breath damage applies after the charge attack and KOs it, but the Scizor comes out, and this is not too bad of a matchup, but this is so clever by Nighttime Clasher because he's keeping that Unova Stunfisk in the back for the Corviknight. What a call.
It's Axon is playing a standard A-B-B format with the Stunfisk in the front and 2 flyers, his Bs in the back. The Altaria has come in perhaps to draw out that Unova Stunfisk, but Nighttime Clasher, since he has shields to hide behind, comes in with the Scissor, goes for a Night Slash. No Protect Shield on the Altaria, and it is going down.
That's a big knockout there. No boost for Nighttime Clasher and his trusty Scizor, but he's got energy. He swaps into the Stunfist to meet that Corviknight, and a counter swap by the world champ, It's Axon. He's going to bring out his own ground and electric type.
Going ahead now, throwing this Mud Bomb right before. Great timing by Nighttime Clasher there, because he wants to either get that shield or get that Unovan Stunfist knocked out of the way.
Takes that first shield away from its Axon. Tied up here at shield parity, but the HP bars are vastly different. Nighttime Clasher is still very healthy in this matchup.
Going ahead, using his Protect Shield here on that Mud Bomb. That means he is down to 0, but it's still one more Mud Bomb coming through. Does Isaacson want to use his last shield here? Yes, he does. He is behind on the energy count, so another Mud Bomb could be thrown, but their switch timer is getting mighty close to being up. Keep your eyes on it, everyone. We might see a potential catch.
Yeah, exactly. About 2 seconds left until Scizor was ready, and its Axon knew it, throwing the Mud Bomb right on time. Scizor swap is ready. Corviknight, though, comes out. Oh, heads up play by Nighttime Clasher. He says, you fool me once, you can't fool me twice.
Going ahead, throwing this Discharge is going to be the super effective move. Almost not getting that last bubble, but super effective. All excellent there. And now just continuing to charge up energy. If you notice, its Axon is running a Corviknight that has Iron Head on it rather than Payback, so it's not going to be able to hit back on this Unovan Stunfisk as hard, and there's like no big target like a Credilli on that side.
Ooh, perfectly said, Amanda, but the Scizor is going to come out here and nullify all this energy from the Corviknight. Air Cutter, Iron Head, no matter what it was, it's not going to get to use it because the Scizor strikes that fast.
Unovan Stunfisk coming back in, getting up a little more energy, wants to get this Scizor off the field. It's still going to be really close here. There's a little bit of health left on the Unovan Stunfisk on both sides, and it's not going to be doing much with fast attack damage. Looks like its Axon is a little bit ahead on the energy, but I'm not sure this Mud Bomb is going to be enough.
It's going to be super effective, but like you said, this Unovan Stunfisk does not have the highest attack. It's going to connect, no shields in play. Stunfisk versus Stunfisk, he hangs on.
You see its Axon grimace as he recognizes his Stunfisk fell just a little bit short, not able to reach enough here. This excellent Mud Bomb coming through on the side of Nighttime Clasher takes him for game number 1.
This is a meta where you're going to see tons of back and forth, lots of energy management. You're not going to have charge attacks that KO within 1 or 2 strikes. You're going to have to be very patient and work kind of piecemeal at your opponent. But Amanda's kind of dancing a little bit here. I'm liking the music.
Yeah, this is a jam. I tell you what, Nighttime Clasher had that really nice interview with Wholesome earlier on when he was talking about how this season, the Pokemon that are really meta are a little bit more neutral overall, where there's not going to be hard winnings or hard loses, looking at like picks like that Unovan Stunfisk or that Furret, but rather people can play the exact Pokemon, and it comes down to that skill cap. It comes down to knowing your movesets, knowing how to play it out, and those are the champions that are going to be arising from this turn.
Exactly, Night Slash knocking out the Altaria. A decisive win in game number 1 for Nighttime Clasher. And I just got to come back to his composure right now. I mean, he's going up against one of the most decorated trainers of all time. 2-time international champion, world champion, multi-time regional champion. And Nighttime Clasher looks like this is any regular Sunday for him.
Going ahead, just taking some notes, taking some games, taking some wins. He's got one more to go to be able to continue on into the losers round 4. But it's Axon. He's been in this position before. He knows what it takes to be able to become a real champion, an actual world champion. He's got to get through Nighttime Clasher. He's got to get through this team, figuring out maybe a different composition. Do you think it's time to bring in that dirty Wigglytuff?
I don't know. You keep on using that adjective over and over again, maybe trying to create some kind of, comparison there, similarity, if I may. But let's see, because its Axon's already locked in. He's ready to go. Nighttime Clasher finally selecting his 3 Pokemon. This is potentially an elimination game for its Axon, so he's got everything to fight for.
And fighting he will with this Altaria against that Shadow Dusknoir on his side. We're taking a peek at that backline. We do see that Unovan Stunfisk on the side of Axon and an Altaria behind, but they're just going ahead and just getting up a bunch of attacks here. I think we're going to see Protect Shield on the side of its Axon as a Sky attack from the Altaria goes through.
Exactly. I mean, the Shadow Dusknoir is not known for its bulk. You're going to need to protect it, but those 2 bulky Pokemon in the back, I think they're happy to share the Protect Shields here because Shadow Dusknoir can dish out so much damage.
If you're its Axon, you have to be thankful at least that you're not seeing a Furret in that lead there. This Dusknoir is being able to put in a lot of damage, and you actually see a really nice catch by Nighttime Clasher here onto the Unovan Stunfisk. You notice he doesn't go for the actually really good hard counter of that Furret against that Dusknoir because there's a potential that its Axon could swap out, and he's thinking if he does that, they can have that aligned later, and that's exactly what happens.
Axon tried to catch the Mud Bomb there. He realized that the Shadow Dusknoir banked the charge attack. It was going to swap out, so Nighttime Clasher holds the energy, holds the line, time until he sees that next Pokemon, and that is a brilliant play.
Going ahead now, just getting up a lot of energy. Discharge number 2 coming through here. No Protect Shield used by its Axe, and he's got a lot of energy of his own. Gonna reach for that Flamethrower to get this Unovan Stunfisk low or get a Protect Shield off of Nighttime Clasher's side. Yet another Discharge goes through first.
Discharge going to connect into the Altaria. It's not enough to knock out. I don't think the Thunder Shocks afterwards will be enough either. So this Altaria will be able to pace to the Flamethrower, but tries to trigger the swap. Nighttime Clasher can't get out of there fast enough.
Going ahead, going and getting nice and warm here as this Flamethrower connects with the Unovan Stunfisk, gets it low, and maybe able to Dragon Breath down before the next Discharge goes through. Lots of energy on this Altaria and an immediate swap out into the Unovan Stunfisk. Now might be that Furret in the back.
I really like this position for Nighttime Clasher. I mean, this is starting to look pretty rough for its Axon because the Furret can ramp up the Trailblazes, it can chew through that Dust Noir, and there's still 2 Protect Shields for Nighttime Clasher here.
You see the calculations going through both of these trainers' heads as they're recognizing that we are potentially nearing the end game here with only 1 Protect Shield left on its Axon side. He has to decide when it's most impactful to use it. Already boosted once by that first Trailblaze, probably saving up for when the next one is available. Now that everything is going to be hitting just a bit harder, Nighttime Clasher uses his very first shield here on the Furret as he reaches for that Swift.
Great awareness of the switch timer as well. Nighttime Clasher throwing just 1 or 2 seconds before the swap is available. Its Axon does have shields, but he also has that weakened Altaria in the back that could be a sacrificial swap down the stretch. I think Nighttime Clasher needs to shield soon, but he's not going to do it yet.
Doesn't want to use his last Protect Shield yet. Keep in mind, its Axon also, I believe, has a charge attack stored on that Altaria. So now coming for that Mud Bomb, and he actually hits it beforehand. Does Nighttime Clasher want to let this boosted Furret go down? No, he puts up his last Protect Shield. We might see a farm down.
Yeah, you have to. Altaria comes in, and actually gets a sneaky Dragon Breath down, banks the Sky Attack. I think Nighttime Clasher's got 2 charge attacks. There are 2 Pokemon left to be knocked out, so he might have what he needs to win. The Peekaboo! It's Axon pulls a rabbit out of a hat here in Vegas to catch this Sky Attack, but is it enough to keep him in this battle?
Sky Attack coming through, knocks out the Altaria. He's got to farm down with this Dust North. He might be able to do so. He's at the Dynamic Punch, and now we see he's able to throw it first here, going for that Dynamic Punch against the Furret. No Protect Shields remaining.
Against all odds, its Axon comes out on top in a really heated game number 2 versus Nighttime Clasher. I mean, it looked like the stars were aligning and Nighttime Clasher was going to 2-0 sweep, but its Axon had other plans.
This is the world champion difference here. We've seen actually a couple peekaboo plays from him this weekend. Once earlier on with Rise to Occasion, catching a Dynamic Punch onto his own Shadow Dust Noir, and now when it was most impactful, when it was right down to the line where Nighttime Clasher was going to move on in the tournament, its Axon said, not so fast.
This is the second peekaboo play that I believe its Axon has pulled off today. Not this weekend, Amanda, but today since 10 a.m. or so this morning. So he is definitely firing on all cylinders. And Nighttime Clasher is still calm and collected, but he's got to keep an eye out for those fast twitch movements that its Axon's going to use to try to throw him off.
Both of these trainers are well accomplished. Both of them know that this is going to be a big feat for them. Both of them regional champions before, but they want that title here in Vegas. They need to be able to beat each other, be able to take it to this next round.
Decisive game number 3. We've seen the Shadow Malamar. We have not seen the Wigglytuff yet from its Axon. There are threats. There is that Shadow Scizor on the opposing side. This could all come down to alignment, but I think we're going to get a lot of interesting plays regardless because these 2 trainers are just that talented.
Being able to pick and choose among these different 6 Pokemon is really a mind game in itself because yes, there is the Wigglytuff for the Malamar, but there is that Shadow Scizor for the Wigglytuff and Credilli. It's really going to be an interesting game as we jump right into this decisive game number 3.
Furret on the side of Nighttime Clasher taking on its Axon's best buddy, Unova Stunfisk. We know that the Trailblaze is the charge attack of choice for the Furret, but this Stunfisk is just so much faster.
Look at this. There's some risky business going on in the back here for its Axon. He said earlier on he doesn't bring Wigglytuff very often, but it is in this tournament for him. And there is that Shadow Scizor in the back. You catch a Trailblaze, it's now going to be a boosted Furret, but all this energy goes nowhere.
So heavily resisted, it barely does anything anything to that Altaria, and a key decision moment there. Nighttime Clasher choosing to send out the Unova Stunfisk instead of the Scizor. Was that a 5-head 3D underwater chess play?
Well, Nighttime Clasher is an amazing chess player, so it could be, but its accent also had some great understanding saying, okay, if there is a Shadow Scissor with Nighttime Clasher has brought multiple times before, I need to lure that out. I need to make sure that my Wigglytuff in the back is not aligned to it here. So he opted for a great play, keeping his Unova Stunfisk super healthy and brought in this Altaria.
Oh, trying to go for the switch there. I think its accent was trying to tap on the Wigglytuff, but could not get it in time. I'm telling you, everybody, we talk about the 45-second switch timer. These trainers know it. The internal clock doesn't stop. Here comes Wigglytuff.
Here comes Wigglytuff, and here comes Scizor to just start punching. Wigglytuff does have a little bit of an energy advantage, but the Scizor is going to be able to just melt through this fairy-type Pokemon.
Yeah, those red metallic pincers are just grinding through this fairy-type Wigglytuff. In spite of the icy wind, that might even feed it more farm. And now a loaded Scizor has to contend with that Unova Stunfisk that you mentioned earlier.
Unova Stunfisk comes back in. It's the best counter for that Scizor right now. Puts up a Protect Shield because there's still a lot of health, even though this is that first Trailblaze. He knows that there's another one coming right away. We might see a 2-shield and an aggressive farm down by its accent.
And you know what? If Nighttime Clasher sees that coming, he might even pivot out to avoid giving that Unova Stunfisk any more energy. He's reaching for the fur. He does get there, but a couple more Thunder Shocks get through, so its accent does have a hefty energy lead.
He has an energy lead, but he is at a shield deficit. No shields left on its accent side. Still 2 remaining on Nighttime Clashers. Throwing another Mud Bomb right before the Swift is available. Its accent's counting is impeccable. Will Nighttime Clasher want to shield up this fur? Let's it go!
Wow, actually putting it all on the back of his own Unova Stunfisk. There's the Altaria in the back. We might see a catch and a swap here from its accent, but not quite yet. He needs to pick his moment perfectly if he's going to pull this off.
He has no Protect Shields. Now Nighttime Clasher is down to 1. He does have a Mud Bomb and have loaded maximum energy. He doesn't want anything catching. Look at how much more Thunder Shocks he went through before throwing this Mud Bomb. Didn't want the Mud Bomb to get caught on the Altaria at any cost.
Are we going to get a back-to-back? Does he throw immediately? Does he swap? He doesn't throw. He holds the energy, and that was the key. Nighttime Clasher could have gone back-to-back, but instead, its accent sends out the Altaria and doesn't catch the charge attack. Oh, actually choosing to shield the Sky Attack.
Wow, Sky Attack bait there a little bit more energy efficient. But now at this stage, all of this energy is on the Unova Stunfisk here. No Protect Shields remaining. Discharge for the Altaria. Reaches up to the sky. Mud Bomb. No.
Whoa,
actually,
hold on.
Tries to go
charge attack priority.
This could be it, guys. We don't know who wins. Charge attack priority. It's accent.
Makes a swap that he probably didn't need to. Nighttime Clasher overthinks in the final moment, and its accent kicks the door open to take this series 2-1.
Its accent, both times he's had this amazing win against his opponent, has come down to the absolute wire. Just when you think it's over for this world champion, he keeps going, he keeps moving, and he is progressing into losers round 4.
Our friends in the Pokemon trading card game know this better than almost anyone, but we're in Las Vegas. Sometimes you don't get the best hand to start, but if you pull the right card, you can make some magic work. And we saw Axon do that not once, but twice. The Peekaboo play earlier on in the series, and then that decisive charge attack priority tie in game number 3. What an outstanding performance.
Its accent was a king and an ace there. He was able to take those games away from Nighttime Clasher, continuing on in the tournament. Such good wherewithal. Even such a risky play here, bringing in this Wigglytuff, and it's getting met by its hardest counter. Its accent didn't give up. He managed to grind through this whole entire game. And I just think that shows you can never give up when you're in battle.
Its accent probably was saying, give me the Malamar, give me the Altaria, heck, give me the Corviknight, give me anything but Shadow Scizor. And even though Nighttime Clasher had it and he threw everything he could at its accent, our world champ came out on top when it was all said and done.
It was looking bleak for him. Nighttime Clasher had a 2-shield advantage. He had an energy advantage. He had all of the cards in his hand, but at the very last moment, he had that discharge ready to go.
Yeah, right there. I mean, I would have expected Nighttime Clasher to fire the discharge, put himself behind, but this play right here, going to the Scizor when he didn't need to. He just gave the extra Thunder Shock to the Unova Stunfisk, and its accent realized that at that point, he had it locked down.
And you could see its accent's face go from a little bit of recognizing he could have been defeated to a, wait a moment here. let me cook. I think I have a chance.
That's one of the biggest challenges of competitive Pokemon Go PvP, because the game lasts maybe 3.5 minutes, maybe 4 minutes, right? And you're keeping count, you're keeping track, you're trying to keep your turn intervals. Nighttime Clasher was off by 1 second. If you miscount 1 second out of 3.5 minutes, nobody can fault you. But at this level, you have to be dialed in from beginning to end. Nighttime Clasher blinked 1 time, and that was enough.
It's a heartbreaking loss for Nighttime Clasher, but I hope that he can be so proud of the run that he did so far. He competed in that cup that was yesterday before the tournament started, and he also top cut in that. He's top cut in the actual Las Vegas Regional Championship. So congratulations to him. But in the end, it's Axon just being as resilient as he is, was able to pull through in those matches.
As resilient as ever, right? I mean, we talk about the quote-unquote world champ curse, where a trainer will win the world championships, and then the next event they play, they don't even make day number 2. It's Axon did take a step back from the championship series for almost a year, but then he was reinvigorated, re-energized, came back, started winning just like we know him to, winning Portland, winning NAIC, coming into Worlds in top form, and now starting the 2026 season, he's on the right foot.
He is on the right foot, and he is down with Jim Lawful Good on the floor. So let's go ahead and kick it over to an interview.
Thanks, Amanda and Will. Jim Lawful Good here with Master Axon, fresh off his very close 2-1 victory. One of the biggest nail biters that I've probably seen the entire tournament. I just got to ask you, how are you feeling when you felt that, hey, I'm just a hair away from my tournament being over? How did you recover from that?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that Nighttime had me dead to rights there in that last game. I had my Wiggly against a Caesar. I was getting RPS throughout the whole game. And I mean, I think I kind of lucked out because I knew I had a Mud Bomb at the end. I think he thought that I had a Mud Bomb at the end, so he tried to catch it. But, you know, sometimes when it's in those high-stakes situations, you just have to keep tapping and hope that you tap better than they do.
Absolutely, and certainly a little bit of luck on your side, we can say, for that one. But your tournament dreams are still alive. You did fall to Rise to occasion a little bit earlier, but one of the things that I'm looking at is some of the other trainers that are making their way through the losers bracket. Sceptile Ice did just win his match. I think you guys are now 1 match away from seeing each other again. Is there anyone that you want to see, or you just take it 1 game at a time?
You know, I really want to get a match against Junebug at some point, but I mean, he's way up in the winner's side. I'm way down the loser's side, so it'll be a bit till I could get there, but I would love to fight Junebug. I've been to so many events at the same time as him. I've never fought him, so I would love to be able to here.
Well, actually, you have reached the pinnacle of Pokemon Go before, former world champ. Do you have any goals still at this point? What's the 2026 season looking like for you in terms of goals?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, just get my Worlds invite again. I mean, this is my first tournament of the season, and at this point, I got a decent amount of points, so it's a good start. I'm doing LAIC next week, too, so I wouldn't mind doing well there. Maybe if I do well enough, I could get a travel stipend for EUIC, so we'll see. I wouldn't mind going to some bigger tournaments here in the future, but Vegas, LAIC, like, these two are massive, so I guess I just got to play what's ahead of me right now.
Any comments on your signature Pokemon Wigglytuff, by the way?
Dude, I love Wigglytuff. Everyone use Wigglytuff. It's so good.
All right, well, thank you, Axon. Any shout-outs or thank yous that you want to say?
Yeah, big shout-out to my mom and my sister, and to all my family and friends watching, my teammates at Legends United, and yeah, shout-out to you, Wholesome, as well.
Thank you, Axon. That's all we have for now, though. Back to the casters.
Always so well-spoken, just delivers every line so perfectly. And I got to be honest, he was smiling. He was happy to talk about going to LAIC. But I feel like a lot of trainers in LATAM probably had a single bead of sweat come down their forehead when they heard the world champ was going to attend.
They're like, ruh-roh, gotta get prepared because it's Axon's going to be down in Brazil next weekend. And I will tell you what, coming off of a really, really good win the weekend before is some nice momentum. But of course, there's still so many more trainers because we are in that losers side of the bracket. As a reminder, you can use that exclamation point bracket to see who is all left in this tournament, who is going to be competing against who. But right now, we got Rockhaven up against Sceptile Ice, and we are going, it's the season of the Dragons.
The Dragons take flight, but Shadow Scizor is quick to jump in the middle of this battle for Rockhaven. No swap out from Sceptile Ice, built to the flamethrower. This could definitely bait away a shield. Rockhaven is not feeling like today is the day to call his bluff.
Going ahead, just making that sure that Scizor is nice and healthy. healthy, a lot of energy, and actually in comes the Feraligatr, but there's so much energy already on this Scissor, and you see Sceptile Ice debating, is this just a bait? No, going for that shield. Smart move by Sceptile Ice, because that Trailblaze would have done quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, his eyes got really wide there. He said, oh, that shield actually paid off. Where you see a Protect Shielding kind from Rockhaven as he protects his Scizor from the Wrathful Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr. Do we see another Trailblaze here? I think so.
So if you're counting, you know that Rockhaven used a Protect Shield already on that Sky Attack. Now he's used Protect Shield on the Hydro Cannon. None remaining. Scissor has energy. No shields remaining on either side of Sceptile Ice. Keeps that Feraligatr healthy. Rockhaven tries to catch attack on his Azumarill, but now the Feraligatr is just getting a ton of energy. And you see him swap out to that Scissor of his own.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to not see Sceptile Ice throw there because he knows the Scizor wins his charge attack priority and the Feraligatr had the Hydro Cannon. That was a very well-intentioned catch by Rockhaven, but Sceptile Ice is so calm here in this situation.
Going ahead, throwing the Play Rough. It is not very effective, but it is going to do some nice, meaningful chip damage. Meanwhile, on the other side here, this Trailblaze coming through of the Shadow Scissor is going to do a decent chunk to the Azumarill, knocking it down to the red.
Yeah, that is a potent Trailblaze. That high attack Scizor just rips through opponent's HP, but the Ice Beam from the Azumarill is going to be more than enough to pick up the KO. The question is, what does Sceptile Ice do now?
I mean, the thing is, Azumarill is so good against this Altaria in the back and actually against the regular Feraligatr because the Hydro Cannons don't hit as hard. But when it's this low, there's just not much to do. Rockhaven swaps back into his own Shadow Scissor, has a Night Slash all ready to go. No Protect Shields. That means this Altaria is going to have to take it all.
Absolutely adore that play to bring in the Altaria versus the Azumarill. You're going to force a swap out when you do that, and it does put Rockhaven in a tough situation. Now he's got an energy-loaded Altaria and a Feraligatr that is itching to fire an Ice Beam into that Goodra. There are a lot of obstacles he needs to overcome here.
Not only that, the switch timers are completely misaligned since Rockhaven swapped in there. There was no potential catch for him. He's got to take this Sky Attack onto the Goodra. At least Goodra was super healthy to begin with, but now a combination play. Sceptile Ice has an Ice Beam loaded.
Yeah, exactly. Feraligatr, Tooth and Claw, Ice Beam connects, Goodra faints, in comes the Azumarill, and it's got nothing left. I don't think that Sceptile Ice needs to even throw another charge attack. He just claws right through.
Sceptile Ice said earlier on, Feraligatr is so good. I know how to use it. I know its counts. I know its matchups. I'd be crazy not to. And he's continuing to prove that here in Vegas in Losers Round 4 as he takes game number 1 with an Ice Beam to the Goodra and then just clawing down that Azumarill.
Well, we've already established that Shadow Annihilate is Sceptile Ice's favorite Pokemon to use.
Loves it.
We know the world champ likes Wigglytuff, but what are we going to see in terms of game number 2 from Sceptile Ice and Rockhaven?
I mean, I tell you what, I know that Bastiodon has been doing so well for North America in the past 2 regionals. It is on Rockhaven's team, but when you have a team like Sceptile Ice with a Shadow Kanto Marowak that completely mudslap you down with counters from that Shadow Annihilate, I think that also the Feraligatr with the Hydro Cannons, I think that's just going to be bench pressure, and it's not even pressure. Sceptile Ice really had that game from the beginning there, being able to just heavily manage that heavy damage.
Yeah, I agree. I think there is a couple of situations that Rockhaven could gain some leverage, but it's tough. It's really difficult to line things up perfectly, especially when your opponent is game planning for every potential scenario. So Rockhaven's tournament is on the line here. Losers round 4, that's super impressive. Sceptile Ice, though, wants more. He wants a 2-0 sweep here, and he wants to continue.
You know, I'm actually kind of surprised, I guess, that they didn't bring that Kanto Marowak because Shadow Scissor is pretty good, and you know that that is most likely coming, but there's also been so many ways to negate it. One of them is that Feraligatr, and you see it in the lead. You see Sceptile Ice nodding his head. He's happy with this alignment. Rockhaven staying in it, getting some energy. We saw them play this out in that middle matchup of game number 1.
Yeah, you know the Scizor is going to have a higher attack stat. It's going to win the charge attack priority, but the Feraligatr in even energy, even shields is very formidable versus the Scizor.
And you notice that it looks like Sceptile Ice did not even bother throwing his charge attack right away, even waited to turn there before throwing the Hydro Cannon, didn't want to call on something like that Azumarill that could be potentially coming in. Gets the Protect Shield off of Rockhaven as well. There's still shield parity, but now this Feraligatr is a little bit ahead, going for this Night Slash and no Protect Shield on Sceptile Ice's side. No, it's not Trailblaze.
Sceptile Ice can withstand the Night Slash. Feraligatr is likely to get to another Hydro Cannon here on the charge attack priority. Does Rockhaven use that final final shield this early in a decisive game? Yes, he does.
He wants that alignment, I guess, going ahead and will bullet punch down. So what he is going to be able to make up with that, he does lose in shields. Now it's a big decision by Sceptile Ice. What's coming into this very low health Shadow Scissor? It's going to be the Altaria!
Yeah, I feel like if you bring in the Scizor, you have to shield in kind, and Sceptile Ice wants to bank on that Scizor with the shield advantage to close out this game. Just going to let his Altaria take some punishment here. A little Night Slash here, Night Slash there.
Here
But
and there,
now,
everywhere, Night Slash.
now he reaches for the Scizor of his own, and he does get the bullet punch down.
So actually, Rockhaven has seen the entire team, and he sees how good his Azumarill is in the back against that Altaria that already has been shown. This Air Cutter Corviknight to be able to do some nice fast attack damage, also being able to potentially boost that with these Air Cutters that come so quickly here. Rockhaven looks like he's in an incredible position. Sceptile Ice doing everything he can, going for another Night Slash, hoping for a boost.
You can see Sceptile Ice kind of shaking his head. He wanted to throw the Night Slash earlier. He did not want to see a Corviknight, and he really would like a boost here. That would help him a lot, but Scizor may or may not abide. Second Night Slash comes through, and Scizor stays the same level.
Same level and about to be dropped down in health as yet another Air Cutter goes through here. No Protect Shields remaining. It does a nice amount of damage. An immediate pivot out by both of these trainers. Azumarill, hello, meet your friend Altaria, the most popular dragon in this meta.
You could rewind all the way back to 2018, 2019, and you would see this matchup on screen. Azumarill and Altaria, two of the titans of the Open Great League, facing off here, and although the meta's changed, that matchup stayed the same.
Rockhaven not even bothering to build up a little extra energy, knew that that Scissor was so low because that Air Cutter connected, and just said, okay, I'm at the Ice Beam, goodbye Altaria. You are stuck in this matchup, we simultaneously swapped. I want to go to a decisive game number 3.
Rockhaven has not brought his Bastion out to play. I keep on seeing so much Altaria gameplay from Sceptile Ice, and I wonder to myself, what if that Bastion switch locked onto an Altaria? That would give Rockhaven all the energy leverage that he needs to win a battle, but is Game 3 the time that he takes that risk?
I mean, looking at their team compositions overall, Sceptile Ice has a bit of an Azumarill weakness.
Yes.
It's not that any of the, I mean, there are Pokemon that definitely lose very hard to it, like that Altaria. Annihilate, if it's even energy, doesn't do so great. Really, the only thing that can hit hard is the Trailblaze from that Scissor. So, of course, I think we're going to see that almost every game.
I definitely agree. I think we will see Trailblaze hit here and there, and the question becomes, when the shields go down, what can stop the Azumarill? Like you said, it's got such great coverage, play rough into the fighting types, it's got water coverage for that Shadow Kenta Marowak, it's got ice coverage for the dragons. Such a powerful pick, but that's the thing too, like Sceptile Ice can't get too fixated on a single Pokemon, or he leaves himself open to other threats.
Exactly true, and this is the point, but it really matters. Sceptile Ice took game number 1. Rockhaven snatched back that second game, and now this next game will decide who continues on here in Vegas. We have a lock-in by one of the trainers. We'll have to see, taking just a couple more seconds to decide, how is my opponent going to play this out? You see the two of them nodding. They're going to get ready to get into this decisive Game 3 battle.
Elimination game. It's been a fun weekend, but somebody's luck is about to run out. Losers round 4, Rockhaven on the left, Sceptile Ice on the right. Let's see how this all shakes out.
And it looks like, as we jump into it here, yet again, we have the Shadow Scissor up against that Feraligatr. Last time we saw Sceptile Ice going ahead and charging up a little bit of extra energy, knowing that he doesn't win that charge attack priority. This time, they both throw right on it. No Protect Shield used for that first time from Sceptile Ice, as he knows this is just a Night Slash. This is not going to be that potential Trailblaze.
Changing up the approach, maybe trying to throw each other off, and they both kind of lockstepped into that charge attack priority tie. But let's look at the back lines as well. The Shadow Kenta Marowak, a curious call, but he switches it in now. Sceptile Ice applying pressure quickly.
Now coming in with the Goodra to negate it here. Goodra's going to be able to reach an Aqua Tail quite quickly, and Dragon Breath, though not as oppressive as it was before, will still apply some damage. But Sceptile Ice has so much energy already loaded. Bone Club connects there, knocks that Goodra down to the low yellow, just continuing to charge up. Great timing by Rockhaven, throwing right before this next attack is available.
Amanda, I'm flabbergasted.
I can tell.
I'm flabbergasted. You see Sceptile Ice bringing the Shadow Kit to Marowak, and Rockhaven responds with the Goodra. Maybe he thought Sceptile Ice was trying to bring out the Azumarill, but that Scizor is now in a great position to try to win this game for Sceptile Ice. He's probably got a shield, though, because it cannot take much punishment.
That Thunder Punch would have done a nice chunk of damage, but now getting in some extra energy. Coming in with his own Scissors, just wants to try to do a little bit back here, but only one Protect Shield remaining. Rockhaven uses it here, wants to get that Scissor on the other side as low as possible.
Does he try to catch a Night Slash on Feraligatr? No, actually stays in the matchup. Is this the most impactful charge attack from here on out? Sceptile Ice says yes. He's going to protect the Scizor.
This is the thing. Sceptile Ice knows how good that Azumarill is on Rockhaven's side. He's got to think that it's going to be in there. Rockhaven tries to catch, but you see Sceptile Ice nodding, saying, yes, this is exactly what I wanted to see come in.
Here's the thing. Rockhaven realized he was going to get farmed down, but he gave 3 bullet punches over to that Shadow Scizor of Sceptile Ice. This Azumarill 2 bubbles away from the Ice Beam, so he's probably going to need to switch and catch. Goes for the Feraligatr, doesn't fall for the catch.
Oh, wow. Both of these trainers know exactly what they need to do. Going for that play rough, you have to at this stage. Not sure that an Ice Beam would be enough, but this is still so close here. Great.
Undercharge? Undercharge? Maybe trying to get a bubble, but doesn't do it. In comes the Scizor. It gets the Night Slash. The question is this going to be enough?
This is no longer a boosted Scizor. This is just a regular Night Slash, which doesn't do much damage to the Azumarill. It's not quite enough. Another bubble goes through, but no! There's still such little health. It looks like Sceptile Ice is my redeeming. No!
A tie here in Game 3. Losers round 4. Sceptile Ice and Rockhaven. Neither one of these trainers wants to go home just yet.
Both of these trainers recognizing their win conditions and also recognizing, you know what, my win condition just might be a tie condition on this scenario.
Hey, I mean, as a famous group once saying, just stay alive, and that's what Rockhaven and Sceptile Ice are doing here.
That's right, both of these guys turning into Bee Gees.
Exactly, here in Nevada. Going into game number 3, I thought the Shadow Kit to Marowak was such a curious call from Sceptile Ice there, but it actually paid dividends, and I thought Sceptile Ice had Rockhaven fooled, but he came through in the end.
Rockhaven recognized what he needed to do, but so did Sceptile Ice. You saw both of these trainers playing exactly to their win conditions. Sceptile Ice would have lost if he was able to throw that Night Slash. Rockhaven tried to catch, and then Sceptile Ice tried to catch with that Feraligatr, unable to do so. Look how close this game was. So close that it became a tie. It completely wiped off the map as we're going to yet another decisive Game 3.
I think if Rockhaven can count on anything, he can count on Shadow Scizor showing up to this game number 3. That Pokemon has been so key for Sceptile Ice as we get the slow-mo replay on the double knockout. Shout out to Chucky in the back. What an incredible look at a very close nail-biter of a game.
And I think both of those trainers, too, if you were to ask either one of them, do you think you win? Their honest answer would have been, I don't know. I don't know. I just got to keep tapping.
This is a game 3 after essentially a tie, a fresh matchup for these two trainers, and they look pretty calm. I don't think I would be that calm if I was in this situation.
I mean, you saw how close those last matchups are. You see Rockhaven like tapping on the phone already. He's getting his tapping fingers warmed up for this next game. He realizes how big of a moment this is going to be for him. Sceptile Ice going ahead, thinking things over just a little bit more. Both of these trainers have made it so far in tournaments past. As you can see here, we had the regional top 4 in Knoxville and top 8 in Peoria for Rockhaven. But Sceptile Ice, we went over it before, 2 top 8s, one of them at an international championship and also a finalist last season in Toronto.
He's had lots of accomplishments, but a lot of people like to ask, what have you done for me lately? Sceptile Ice trying to take home this victory. Rockhaven trying to stay in the Las Vegas Regional Championships. Game 3, the table is set. Let's turn the cards over.
Going ahead, now we see that Goodra that we saw last game up against that Shadow Annihilate coming back in for Sceptile Ice. It's done wonders for him in the past, but how does it do with something that paces as quickly as this Goodra here? Aqua Tail coming through, no Protect Shield by Sceptile Ice.
Very well said. The Annihilate's known for that counter damage. It's not quite as fast as the Primeape, but the Ice Punch would be be devastating. What a shield call early on by Rockhaven.
Rockhaven shields up that Ice Punch. That means that this Annihilate is not boosted, and then it's quick pivot out into the Scissor, which is a good answer overall to the Goodra, but Goodra already has quite a bit of energy, throwing another attack, an Aqua Tail, and Sceptile Ice chooses to use his Protect Shield here.
Yeah, Goodra does not want to leave that matchup empty-handed. Now it's shield parity. This Corviknight has a very palatable matchup against the Bug Steel type. Probably only needs to go for the Air Cutter, but probably wants to build for the payback just to have that threat.
Going ahead, now Sceptile Ice is throwing a Night Slash. We saw this in game number 2 where Rockhaven ended up winning. There was no boost by this Scissor, even though it did the same thing. Back-to-back Night Slashes here. No Protect Shield used by Rockhaven. This means that this Corviknight is going to get kind of low into the red, but has a ton of energy, throwing that first Air Cutter now.
Air Cutter fired off here. Sceptile Ice, a decision to make. This has been his key Pokemon, his most valuable pick in this series. He lets that charge attack connect, and the boost comes through. The sand attacks are impressive, but they're not enough to pick up the KO. Forces more energy out of the Corviknight.
Great timing there by Rockhaven. Didn't want to get potentially a Bullet Punch down or even have to use a shield there, so that down goes the Scissor. And an immediate pivot by both of the trainers here. In comes the Feraligatr, and now a catch onto this Annihilate. Wonderful counting by Sceptile Ice.
Beautiful catch, beautiful swap there. The Aqua Tail is so fast on the Goodra, but Sceptile Ice is locked in here. Does allow the farm down. However, he has that Feraligatr with the Protect Shield. Does he get a full Shadow Claw down? I think he does. 4 Shadow Claws. Can't quite rip it. Is this a Thunder Punch? Is this an Aqua Tail? Biggest call of the series. Sceptile Ice. Ice water in his veins calls the Aqua Tail.
Not very effective. The Goodra goes down. Now we're going to see that there is a Azumarill coming in. Sceptile Ice puts his head in his hands, but he keeps tapping here. Feraligatr has a ton of energy. This is the same type attack bonus, though it's not very effective. It is going to start adding up, and there is a shield to hide behind. Azumarill paces so slow. Rockhaven tries to catch and still ends up catching.
Rockhaven at the most unconventional time throws out that Corviknight to soak an entire Hydro Cannon, and with that, the hopes of winning this game might have just gone down the drain for Sceptile Ice.
Rockhaven is stone cold here, knows exactly how to play out these matches, doesn't even use a shield here, even though this is going to be connecting. This Hydro Cannon is loaded. This Azumarill barely knocked down to the yellow, goes for an Ice Beam here, and you see Sceptile Ice not even clicking his shield.
Yeah, exactly. Sceptile Ice. He says sometimes the house wins, and he's going to go ahead with his winnings here in Las Vegas as he exits the regional championship. One of our fan favorite players that we've heard the crowd go crazy for, but Rockhaven was just too sturdy, too tough in the face of a very talented opponent.
Rockhaven played masterfully through that. He got caught on a couple of times, but he also caught Sceptile Ice in the moments where it mattered most. That Corviknight play at the end,
that was crazy.
And you even saw Sceptile Ice. He was like, I didn't click it. No, I didn't click it. Oh no, I clicked it.
It's so funny because you see the conventional timing, right? The conventional timing of a catch was there, and Rockhaven knew that that's where Sceptile Ice's focus would be. So he says, I'm not going to throw it when most trainers would expect. I'm going to go just a half second after that, and I'm going to scramble his brains, right? And he did exactly that. So Rockhaven, what a fantastic display of skill, right? In the face of a very high-stakes match.
And look at the Sceptile Ice, too. Like, he did everything he possibly could, being able to take that Aqua Tail and just being able to charge up so much energy. Feraligatr was against the world there and almost maybe had it, but even still, clicking the button, it was, heartbreaking for Sceptile Ice.
You could see him, you know, his leg was kind of twitching. He was nervous, he was anxious, and right there in that moment was the first time that it really showed. He cared so much to try to win that series, but Rockhaven, like you said, stone cold. Just absolutely a firm pilot in the face of so many obstacles.
Rockhaven had a chance to talk with him a little bit earlier on, and he was using a lot of Pokemon as bench pressure, like that Bastiodon, different picks that he thought was going to be super strong in this meta. And he did say, although all of the opponents were mostly using Altaria, he thought Goodra was a better pick. And look how much that Goodra did for him in both of those games.
Exactly. Seeing Goodra this deep in the Las Vegas bracket is definitely a treat. We have many, many more battles yet to go. So tell your friends, tell all your Pokemon Go PvP players, get in here, come and watch the stream. And there's a lot more to do here at the event as well. Let's check out Butters playing a game with some competitors, and we'll be right back after this.
Welcome, trainers. We're here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships, and we're going to see if luck is on these trainers' side with a special game called Lucky Leads. I have Athy, Roast Beef, and Nighttime Clasher. They each have a plushie which represents their lead Pokemon. In this bag of Trubbish is other Pokemon that are relevant in Open Great League, top Pokemon, as you would say. And each trainer will pick a Pokemon out of this bag, and they need to explain whether they win or lose the lead or it's neutral. You win the lead, you get 1 point. You lose the lead, you lose half a point. And if it's neutral, nothing happens. And the important thing here is you can't be biased to your plushie here. You have to be honest, because the first place competitor will get a prize or get to choose from a prize box. But also, who gives the best explanations will also win a prize in this challenge. So whoever gets over 3 points will win it all, and whoever gives the best explanations will also get to choose a prize. Let's get it started. First off, Athy, what are the attacks on your lead Pokemon?
I'm going to go with Dragon Breath, Sky Attack, and Flamethrower. It's the most common moveset right now, so I think it's the safest. Hopefully I'm right. Let's see how it's going to go.
Let's see if luck's on your side. All right, go ahead and pick a Pokemon and explain what happens.
Malamar. I think this is a pretty neutral matchup. I'm not like super familiar with the specifics. I haven't fought too many Malamar on my Altaria. I don't have Moonblast. I'm going to say it's really neutral. I'm sure it could change how the shield scenarios go, but we're both throwing all neutral attacks in this matchup, and we have very similar pacing. So yeah, we're going to have to see how it goes there.
I love that. That was honest to start us off. So you're at 0 points. All right, Roast Beef, go ahead, pick from the Trubbish bag here. And then I will tell, yeah, go ahead, pick, and then go for your attacks on the Sableye. Let's see. Sorry, I was blocking a little bit. Okay, what attacks does your Sableye have?
Shadow Sableye has Shadow Claw, Dazzling Gleam, and Foul Play.
Okay, great. And what is your Pokemon, and how does this matchup go?
Blastoise. And I win because I outpace.
Okay, fair enough. All right, well, you get a point then. All right, so 1 point to Roast Beef here. All right, and now we got Nighttime Clasher. Pick a Pokemon real quick, and then when I give it to you, explain the attacks on your Pokemon and then how this matchup goes.
Sure. We have a Azumarill here, Bubble, Play Rough, and Ice Beam. You mentioned there was Bastiodon in the mix, but we don't even have your pump. It's okay. So let's take a look. We have Wiggly, Tough, and then I think this is pretty good for Azumarill, especially because the charms don't really do anything right now. You can pretty much just take them out with 2 moves, and it's very hard for them to charm you down. They might go for an Icy Wind angle sometimes. If you swap it into them, they might try to Icy Wind you and maybe get out of there. However, just generally, I definitely want to be the Azumarill here. You just have better moves overall.
Okay, sounds like 1 point. So we got 1 point, 0 points for the honesty over on this side. All right, Anthony, go ahead and take your second Pokemon. What Pokemon was the matchup like?
All right, so I've got Dunsparce here. Dunsparce's attacks don't do too much damage. It's not the most attack-weighted Pokemon, but it's a rock type. Well, it's not a rock type, but it has Rollout and Rock Slide. So I'm going to say I don't win this matchup. I do some damage, but obviously the rock type is going to be super effective in Altaria. It's got a rock type fast move and a rock type charge attack. So yeah, I'm going to say I lose this one.
All right, -1, or no, -0.5, sorry. So luck has not been on your side so far, Athy. All right, Roast Beef, you're up next. Choose from the bag here. What is your Pokemon? How's the matchup go?
Gastrodon. Sableye's glassy enough. It probably loses if they invest shields.
I love it, the honesty here. So you're actually at half a point now because you won one and then you go down half a point. All right, Nighttime Clasher, you're up next. Let's see if the luck continues on the lucky leads here.
We have Cradily. I think this one is, it's not fantastic in the lead. It's always better if you swap Azumarill and they counter with Cradily because you can obviously Ice Beam them first. I think in the lead, it's probably losing. However, it's not the worst, but definitely still losing overall. Ice Beam, you get to it just a little bit slower than their 2 Grass Knots, so it's not the best.
Fair enough. All right, honesty again. 3 lost leads in a row here. Let's see if luck can be on Athy's side in this third pick.
All right, what do we got? Dusclops. I think that this is also, unfortunately, not the best matchup. Assuming that they have Ice Fudge. It's double super effective on Altaria. It's a dragon and flying type. So Ice Punch doesn't one-shot, but I think it can take me into range where a Shadow Punch can knock out if I were to no shield it. So I'm gonna say I lose this matchup as well.
All right, that's -1. Remember, one of these trainers needs to get the 3.5 to win. All right, up next, Roast Beef.
Yeah, we just talked about Dustclap. Sorry, friend. Galarian Corsola. Sableye wins. Sableye probably has to go down more shields, but it will win.
Yeah, luck is on your side there. That means you're at 1.5. All right, Nighttime Clasher.
Before we get somewhere. Okay, let's see. We have Fortress. This is not fantastic for Azumarill. I think it's okay sometimes. Not in the lead though, because the Rock Tomb they get to in 17 bug bites right before your first play rough, which is 18 turns. So Azumarill definitely loses this one.
Okay, so I think you're down to 0. So we got -0.5, 1.5, and 0 here. All right, let's turn it around here. We're gonna have to lower the point total maybe.
Oh, Clodsire. Oh, this is really interesting because I think this depends on the moveset. What do I do in that situation?
All right, you know what? It's Sludge Bomb and Earthquake.
I think I can win this. I think I can win this with Sludge Bomb and Earthquake. I think Altaria has it's very similar pacing, but the Sludge Bomb just doesn't do as much damage, I believe, as the Sky Attack. So I think I can take the win, provided that they have that moveset.
Okay, all right, that evens it up at 0. All right, let's see if Roast Beef can keep his luck going.
Farce. It's Stone Edge. Anyway, Azu, all you have to do is land the Gleam. Azu never shields first, and then you go straight foul play, and you win with a lot of health left. They never land a move.
Okay, I'm not the judge and jury here. I'm just asking if you win or lose the lead. So I'm gonna give.
You win. If you go 2 shields, you're fine.
Okay, all right. He 2 shielded it, so that means he has 2.5 points, just 1 point away. Nighttime Clasher.
We have Goodra. This is in the lead, really, really solid for Azumarill. It always gets a little awkward if Goodra swaps and you counter swap with it because Thunder Punches do come pretty quickly and they can just bully you with 2 shields. However, Azumarill still just favored here. Play rough in bubbles, easily enough to knock out the Goodra.
Okay, what's your total now?
I think I'm at 1.
At 1. Okay, 1, 2.5, and 0. All right, let's.
2.5, right?
No, 0. I think you lost 2 leads. You lost 2 leads in a row.
Oh, okay. We got an interesting one here too. Primeape. Yeah, this is also moveset dependent as well, I would say, right?
I'm gonna say it has Ice Punch because I gave you the break on the other one, so it has Ice Punch.
I think we still have play with our Altaria though, because I think we can still survive an Ice Punch if it's a non-shadow. And we can also shield, right? So I'm gonna say it's neutral still. Like that's why I'm not gonna say that I win with Ice Punch, but I think it comes down to bait calls there, right? Because if you no shield a Rage Fist, you're in a great position. And if you shield an Ice Punch, you might have a little bit more play as well. But they still have really, really great pacing as well. But because the Ice Punch doesn't quite one-shot, whereas the Sky Attack does, I'm going to give the edge to a neutral matchup there.
Okay, I'm going to give you the point, actually. I think you get 1 point there because I think you can win that matchup in some cases. All right, you're 1 point away. Can you get it right here? What is the Pokemon?
Annihilate. I win. You just straight up win.
Yeah. Okay, looks like luck was on Roast Beef's side here. I said I was going to give a prize to the best explanations, but you know what? I'm going to give a prize to everyone because Nighttime Clasher had amazing explanations, and I think Athy was the most honest. So he will also get a prize. You were half honest. No, you were honest, Roast Beef. Each of these trainers going to be able to pick something from this box. Congratulations to these trainers, and we're going to have to find out what luck will be on these trainers' side when they compete this weekend at the Las Vegas Regionals. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Well, we just saw Nighttime Clasher on stage, and unfortunately, luck was not on his side this time, but he had an awesome run at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. And also, I want to point out, he won the Cup on Friday with that exact team, so he had a good weekend here in Las Vegas. I am 2 Butters, joined by Wholesome.
Butters, I think you mentioned, or maybe it was during his interview, he had mentioned that that was his backup team that he was going to be bringing for this regional. And then he won the cup on Friday. He's like, you know what, I'll bring it.
Well, no, the thing is, I think he wishes he had a backup team because he keeps saying like, oh, I keep bringing my main team to the cup, but then it keeps doing well in the cup, so I just keep bringing it again. But he thinks that trainers maybe can scout it out a little bit. But either way, he had a good weekend. Unfortunately, he did go down to It's Axon. We have on stage next versus Out of Pocket, another epic clash of two North American international championships. Obviously, It's Axon is a world champion. I do know that a regional in Portland last season that It's Axon won, he actually did eliminate Out of Pocket from that winner's side of the bracket, I believe. So the most recent matchup between these two went to It's Axon.
Well, I'm looking forward to the rematch here then. One of the things that you wanted to see was the Ironhead Corviknight matching up versus the Altaria, which could be an interesting matchup here as well. I want to talk about that Corviknight because it is unique for It's Axon. He talked about his niche on his team. If you look at how it lines up overall versus Out of Pocket, it's probably the safest pick on his team.
Right, I completely agree with that. And specifically to that matchup, like that you're mentioning, between the Corviknight and the Shadow Altaria, the good thing about that matchup is you get to the double Ironhead before the double Flamethrower. Because if you're trying to go straight payback, you actually get outpaced, and some trainers would have to go for an air cutter bait, which you're not really protect shielding on a Corviknight either way. So it does slightly improve the matchup versus Altaria, but Altaria continues to win all even shield situations, I think.
I think that if It's Axon's going to be bringing Corviknight, he has to have an answer for Altaria and Steelix, though. And if you're looking at what that answer is going to be, I mean, probably your best bet is going to be maybe the Stunfisk. Of course, the Dusknoir has some pretty neutral play as well, but you have to have something that is neutral into those two picks, knowing that that's where Corviknight's going to struggle.
And that's also where Cradilly can be in effect too. I think Cradilly is just fine versus those matchups. The Steelix matchup is really funky.
Yeah.
It's a real weird one. Steelix does have some play, and this is the normal Steelix though. Right. We're so much more familiar with the Shadow variant. Not only of other trainers in Las Vegas chose that Shadow variant, but of course the world champion Beelzeboy became famous with that Shadow Steelix. Arrow as well did quite well at the World Championships with it. But the normal Steelix has a ton of bulk to absorb a double Grass Knot. So it makes the situation a little more clunky for the Cradilly, but Cradilly is a pick that's going to be super safe. But the thing is, against Steelix Altaria, the thing is, the force of that Shadow Scizor and Annihilate, it just makes it so hard to actually bring Cradilly into a battle.
Yeah, absolutely. When there are just two hard answers to that Cradilly between the Shadow Scizor as well as the Annihilate, it is just so risky to bring. I think that in general, It's Axon likes to run a lot of very safe Pokemon where it allows for a lot of finesse and skill ceiling type plays. We'll have to see where they end up. Guys, we're in losers round 4. It's Out of Pocket versus It's Axon, two of the top trainers in North America. Butters, take us into the battle.
Shadow Altaria versus Shadow Dusknoir here, a matchup that I'm not as familiar with because Shadow Altaria is a new addition to the Shadow Grunt pool here. But neutrally, it seems like it should be able to take a Shadow Punch, no problem. And I don't think that Dusknoir wants to take a Sky Attack, so I think Altaria could easily pick up the Zero Protect Shield situation.
Well, Switch Advantage is super important for It's Axon here. He is bringing that Cradilly, and like we talked about, it is super, super risky, especially if there's that Shadow Annihilate. But in this case, the Shadow Scizor hanging around in the back. So no surprise to me here that It's Axon is shielding up the Sky Attack.
But can this Altaria get to double Sky Attack? I don't think it can, and Out of Pocket knows that, so he swaps into the Scizor, already picked up the Protect Shield. It's gonna give a Protect Shield back against the Shadow Dusknoir, and it seems like it has to be the Unova Stunfisk that comes in to meet this Scizor, and now the Scizor is at a slight energy advantage, so you can get to double Trailblaze, but you're getting closer and closer to range of getting knocked out by Mud Bomb.
Well, those Astonishes did so much work because they now put the Scizor in range where Mud Bomb is very, very close to knocking out, so that's very fortunate. Also fortunate for Axon is the fact that he resists these bullet punches, and now he gets to have Cradilly onto the Altaria and the Steelix, which we talked about was one of those potential answers for that core.
And he's looking at it, you can't shield. Oh, you do shield. He has the back though. There's no timer available, and I think this Mud Bomb is going to be enough. It's going to be so close. This isn't the strongest attack. It is same type of attack bonus. Shadow Scizor doesn't have the most bulk. Can it hang on? And it does with a sliver of health to get to the Night Slash.
Yeah, but realistically, this isn't doing that much work. You're only taking out a small sliver of HP for this Stunfisk, so this energy, while it is meaningful that you get this off, isn't going to be that impactful overall. You now have to get through a Cradilly as well as this Astonish user, Dusknoir.
And the Dusknoir is going to be able to get to a charge attack before it's knocked out. Is there a swap here into the Altaria? It's Axon is pausing. No, actually just banking the energy and then swapping into the Cradily himself. And this is an Earthquake and Psychic Fang Steelix. We didn't mention this earlier. A lot of Steelix run Crunch and Psychic Fangs, but this one has the harder hitting Earthquake.
Yeah, not only is Out of Pocket not running the Shadow Steelix, but you're right, he's running Earthquake as well. A huge call by its Axon. I wonder now, with this defense drop, are you in range that one Earthquake is going to be knocking you out?
It seems very close at this point. I mean, and now the thing is, plus that Astonish damage into the Steelix, this Steelix is in range of double Grass Knot as well. So there is one protection remaining. You have to give it up right here, and it's properly called on the Earthquake.
What a call by its Axon. He does shield up this Earthquake. You are now so far away from reaching that next Earthquake. And catches the Grass Knot, though. I think it's Axon knows that he needs to knock out this Altaria, though. I think he would have preferred to probably farm it down. Keep in mind, he still has the Dynamic Punch loaded on his Pokemon. I think that you just outpace, you get to this Grass Knot before the Earthquake is reached.
Right, and you have to, you're probably going to bank that. You don't want to swap and get hit by a fast attack and lose that Dynamic Punch. But either way, the Dynamic Punch, the Grass Knot, Axon had 2 answers in the back for this Steelix and takes game number 1.
Yeah, great plays. And, you know, we really talked about early on, you needed to have a Pokemon that's going to be able to respond to that Steelix and to that Altaria, and that was that Cradily. Great bring by its Axon. He was very fortunate that he did not have to have his Cradily lined up versus that Shadow Scizor, which just tears through a lot of Pokemon, that Cradily included.
And once you saw that Shadow Scizor out on the battlefield for Out of Pocket, you knew that Cradily was going to be safe in the back. And he kept those protections, didn't care about alignment as much. Once again, Shadow Dusknoir was my MVP pick for its Axon in this tournament. He is heavily relying on it, even against a team that has a normal type in Wigglytuff. This Pokemon has been used over and over again to great success with its Axon. I'm really interested how Out of Pocket adjust this. Do you over-respond? Do you bring 2 answers to the Cradily? Do you bring the Wigglytuff to try to counter the Shadow Dusknoir? It feels like its Axon has such a foothold on this matchup right now.
If Out of Pocket's going to be rotating, and if its Axon rotates as well and brings that Corviknight, I think that Corviknight is going to have a lot of play, especially if it can get lined up versus the Gastrodon, has quite a bit of play, especially if it can hide behind those shields. But the thing we need to remember is that it is running Iron Head, and he was talking about how it really wasn't a Wigglytuff answer when you're running Payback, and Air Cutter actually loses in some of those situations. Now that he has Iron Head, it really flips that matchup quite a bit.
And another thing I want to point out is its Axon was heavily prepared for Steelix. I think he's expecting a lot of Steelix in his matchup. He brought his best 3 answers to counter that Steelix, so Steelix didn't really have anywhere to go. Do we see it on the team of 3 for Out of Pocket in game number 2? No, he actually dropped the Steelix. It's the Gastrodon into that Corviknight. Like you mentioned, this is not a perfect matchup for the Gastrodon, but luckily there is no Payback, so it's way clunkier for the Corviknight.
Yeah, you have to go for these Air Cutters, which by itself is not a very strong move. While it does benefit from same type attack bonus, it's just not that efficient, but it gives you that opportunity to boost, which can really change the dynamics of any matchup.
And the Water Pulse is probably going to come through onto the Corviknight here. Going to try to fish for those boosts. Looks like neither trainer wants to swap out of this matchup. You have that Shadow Dusknoir in the back, and there's a Wigglytuff in the back. That was a huge adjustment from Out of Pocket. If he can somehow get the alignment here in this opening lead matchup and have Wigglytuff versus Dusknoir, that would be brutal.
If you get a boost here, 2 of these Air Cutters are going to knock out. I think if you don't get the boost, then they don't knock out. No boost, so unfortunate for its Axon. Out of Pocket now at this next Water Pulse on its Gastrodon as well. I think he can win the Zero Shield matchup.
I think so too, and the Air Cutter does go through. Gastrodon hangs on, and there finally, its Axon does get the boost, but a little too late here. Does he give up the Protect Shield to ensure Shadow Dusknoir has a place to go? He does, smartly calling that Out of Pocket might bring that Wigglytuff in the back, swap into Shadow Scizor, and now Shadow Scizor is in a position where this has been boosted, so he's actually going to Protect Shield on it.
When you're making a hard swap like this, you probably think, okay, well, maybe you don't have a really hard answer to Corviknight. I wouldn't be surprised if he even stays in and forces him to throw energy, because he's going to be able to get to another Air Cutter. That's exactly what's happening. Throwing this Night Slash, trying to fish for a boost is Out of Pocket.
Well, Corviknight and its Axon actually got so much work out of that matchup. Even though you had to give up Protect Shield, you got the Protect Shield back, and you got to waste the energy from that Shadow Scizor, and the Shadow Scizor is kind of low.
But Butters, look at what its Axon just brought in.
Yes.
It's the Stun Fist. What that means is that the Shadow Dusknoir is now going to get a line versus the Wigglytuff.
You thought that he was afraid of that Wigglytuff in the back in the lead matchup, and there is a Gastrodon swap with no health remaining, able to take that Mud Bomb, get knocked out, using it it as a third Protect Shield in this battle.
As Out of Pocket would say, ooh mama, what a catch that we just saw there. Now it's Axon's really going to have to get a lot of value out of this very low HP Stunfisk, and I don't even know if you're going to get to the next charge attack.
I'm not a professional lip reader, but I think it's Axon just said, I have Dustnor, and Dustnor is not going to win against Wigglytuff. Out of Pocket is smiling right now because he knows that this matchup is unlosable for him, and he's actually going to go for the Ice Wind, gets a Protect Shield. You have a Protect Shield if you are Out of Pocket as well, so you can Protect Shield on that Dynamic Punch, and you're getting to a lot of energy here, but Scizor does have some health remaining.
Yeah, it's back-to-back Dynamic Punch. I think Out of Pocket does have the charge attack ready to go, but I think he realizes that, hey, I'm probably going to hang on versus this Dynamic Punch with just a little bit of HP. The Charm does go through. You're now in range that you can simply Bullet Punch down, but the Swift is loaded and ready to go. Game number 2 will be going to Out of Pocket, evening up the series 1-1.
It's a tie series here in losers round number 4. They're going to clean it up in the end game with this Night Slash to make it official, but Out of Pocket is able to put a point on the board. It is now 1-1, and this is a best of 3. So loser will advance, and the winner will advance, and the loser will be eliminated from this tournament. And the key thing is, for both of these trainers, they're still trying to get qualified for the World Champions. It's very early on. A lot of them are going to be obviously competing throughout the season, but even though these are some huge names, they're not regional champions yet this season.
That's right. We talked about goals for Saxon back in his interview, and he said his main goal was qualifying for the World Championship. The further that you can go in a tournament, obviously can really impact that. And I think a lot of these trainers, you know, they're really trying to knock it out early season. They want to get that auto qualify from the win, so they can just relax a little bit more and maybe try and not have that chip or that, you know, that monkey on their shoulder that you'll say. One thing I do want to call out though, Butters, is that you mentioned right at the end of that game, you know, it's famous last words for Saxon, I have Dust Noir. That alignment was so important. Everything was going the way of Saxon with that Corviknight in the lead, but once he brought in that Stunfisk into the Scizor, I think it was all game over for him.
It was at that point. The backline matchups were too brutal for Saxon. I actually thought that he was expecting the Wigglytuff in the back by the way that he played the lead matchup, knowing that he wanted to get the Protect Shield, give the Protect Shield up to get the alignment in the back, but then in the back, he brought in the wrong Pokemon. I guess he brought in that Stunfisk because he didn't want to deal with those Night Slashes from the Shadow Scizor, but here we are. All right, decisive game number 3, Out of Pocket versus Saxon. Saxon had the most recent success versus Out of Pocket. Can he bounce back here and defeat Saxon? It's a great start.
It's a great start for Out of Pocket, not necessarily for Saxon. Hard loss on the lead, hard loss on the swap. There is no coming back from this middle matchup. He really has to hope that his final Pokemon can sweep and Out of Pocket's entire team of 3, but Out of Pocket can simply just mud slap all the way down here. I think you need to get to, well, you might need to throw one Body Slam if you want to retain some of this HP, but Out of Pocket is in a commanding position.
It seems like Out of Pocket, with that team that has the ability to go for the alignment or go for the flexibility, decided, I'm just going to go for the alignment. I'm going to flip the script here. I'm going to call out Saxon and get the lead and get the counter swap. And now you get the knockout. I don't know how Saxon's going to be able to come back here. He's going to try to bank up some extra energy, probably give a Protect Shield into this Water Pulse, or no, just sack the Dustnor because it's worthless into the Wigglytuff anyway.
You're just hoping that you can farm down, come out with a Dynamic Punch, have that Dynamic Punch go unshielded, and then really hope that you hard counter that Annihilate from the back.
Look at the last Pokemon. In the last Pokemon's great healing versus Annihilate, man. Out of Pocket knows it. He looks at the camera and gets a little laugh because he knows he just hard called all 3 of Saxon's Pokemon.
I talked to Out of Pocket after the tournament, or after day 1 yesterday, and he said that he really liked this team. He was the creator of this team, and I think with that advantage of, hey, I'm the one who cooked this team, I know all the ins and outs. One of the things that he said about this team, though, is that there is always the win condition that he has of just RPSing his opponent and having that alignment be in his favor. While there's still a lot of flexibility and individually strong Pokemon, I think where this team can really shine is if you do get that favorable alignment like we saw in game number 3, it can sometimes be the difference between a win and a loss.
Congratulations to Out of Pocket and the character from Saxon as well, because he knows all he could do is laugh about it because there was no shot he was going to win that game when he was hard countered by all 3 Pokemon from Out of Pocket. The world champ is going down here in Las Vegas. Out of Pocket getting a little revenge after It's Axon defeated him in the Portland Regionals in 2025.
He's got to feel good with his performance, making it to top 6. That's going to be a lot of championship points and a respectable effort. If you look at the trainers that are still in the tournament, I mean, that is that is nothing to be ashamed of whatsoever. You've got the out-of-pockets, the Doombugs, the Rise, etc. So very, very incredible tournament run. You'll get quite a bit of points. I think the one moment that you have to look back at for It's Axon there is, was that game number 2 winnable if you bring in your Dust Noir instead? Like you said, Butters, you didn't want to take those Night Slashes, but what it resulted in was that Wigglytuff into that Shadow Dust Noir, and that's where things picked up in game number 3 here as well.
He definitely would have had an opportunity, and you know if you give the world champion opportunity, he can't succeed. You saw that against Nighttime Clasher. You thought it was completely over, and somehow It's Axon got out of there, scuffed by, and made it to this round, but unfortunately he couldn't quite do it here. Out of Pocket is advancing, and I believe that was a losers semifinals. We'll update you, and then we're gonna have losers finals, obviously gonna be playing the losers from the winners finals. Yes, that was
the final losers round 4. Now we have losers semis here, which will be Out of Pocket again. So we're getting back-to-back pocket action. He's going to be facing off versus Rockhaven, who, remember, had that game against Sceptile Ice, where Sceptile Ice ended up throwing that Hydro Cannon into that Corviknight last second.
Yeah, that was actually losers quarterfinals. Now we're officially in the losers semifinals. Out of Pocket versus Rockhaven. We know there's a Bastion still in this tournament. Can it make it all the way to the losers finals? We're gonna find out right now, because we already got our matchup. Out of Pocket remains on stage. On the winner's side, of course, we have the epic clash between Doombugs and Rise to Occasion. That's gonna be coming up right after this loser semis.
What's really impressive here is Rockhaven, who we're going to see in this next matchup. His best performance is top 4. So he's now matched his best performance as well. He's very excited, obviously, to be in this position. And he's going up versus the likes of Out of Pocket, Doombugs, and Rise to Occasion. Some of the, I think probably if you put those 3 together, some of the most tournament wins of anyone in the world.
Well, it's kind of funny. I was sitting with these exact 4 trainers earlier on today as they were about to get ready for their winner's side matchups, and they were both thinking, okay, if we just get one more victory, we're guaranteed a medal. And they've all guaranteed it. We have the 3 regional champions, of course, Out of Pocket, Rise to Occasion, and Doombugs, and Rockhaven saying, hey, I'm the only one here without a regional champion. It'd be nice if I got it here today.
Well, 4th place medal is great as well, and that's the minimum that he's going to be getting at this point. If you're able to beat Out of Pocket now with very, very interesting teams. There are some overlaps here from with the Shadow Scissor, but otherwise it is 5 unique, and the Corviknight, but it's 4 unique Pokemon for each of those trainers, so that'll be really interesting. If you can take down Out of Pocket, you move into the losers finals, where you're face off versus the loser of Doombugs or Rise to Occasion.
Well, before we get to these last climactic battles here in Las Vegas, let's take a look ahead of what else we have in store in November. Of course, next weekend is the big one. It's the Latin American International Championships, and for us in Pokemon Go, it's the first time ever having a limited meta.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, I would encourage you guys to take a look actually at our opening segment in the pre-show for day 1. It was a lot of fun. We were talking about some of the picks that we should expect, but it is going to be a very different tournament from what we see in Open Great League. We talked about the openness of this format, right? It's something that you can afford to bring a lot of different types of Pokemon. I think with a more limited meta, it really centralizes that meta around just a handful that are going to be very consistent picks throughout the tournament.
And we know it's a guarantee to be a huge change of pace from whatever you're seeing in this tournament, because it is limited. A lot of these Pokemon here will not be allowed in that tournament, so it's going to be completely new, completely fresh, a huge challenge for these trainers, but whoever does succeed there is going to earn that international championship without a doubt.
Well, before we get there, we still have some battles for Championship Sunday here in Las Vegas. Let's move over to the stage. We've got Out of Pocket versus Rockhaven. Again, we just saw Out of Pocket have a very close matchup versus It's Axon. 2-1 victory. He now needs to get through Rockhaven if he wants to try and make it to the losers finals.
And let's focus a little bit on the Bastion matchup. That's just something I want to do. Whenever I see Bastion, I'm like, all right, how does it work against Out of Pocket's team? Out of Pocket has the Annihilate. That's not great for Bastion. Has the Gastrodon. Not great for Bastion. Has the Steelix with Earthquake.
That's right.
Not great for Bastion. And also you have the Shadow Scizor, who can do some things against the Bastion as well. So unless unless Rockhaven is trying to specifically target an Altaria and Wigglytuff, I don't think we're going to see a ton of Bastion, but I feel like I've said that before with Rockhaven, and somehow you still see some Bastion.
Well, the Pokemon we need to keep an eye on is Azumarill, Butters, because it has a lot of good play into Pokemon like Altaria. Even into Steelix, it's not terrible. I mean, yes, you're going to get Psychic Fangs quite a bit, but you have super effective Bubbles, and you can hang in there with your Ice Beam as well. It's going to shine versus the Gastrodon and the Annihilate especially, though, and I think that with how much we've seen Out of Pocket playing those two Pokemon, Azumarill is probably a must-bring for Rockhaven.
Let's get these losers semi started. We have the Shadow Scizor into the Goodra lead. How many times have we seen Rockhaven lead this Goodra? Goodra is not bad against the Scizor. You might think Dragon versus Steel, the Dragon's gonna lose. The Dragon outpaces, so you can actually win the 0 Protect Shield situation versus the Shadow Scizor.
That's right, Butters. You get to these Aqua Tails in 9 turns as opposed to 10 turns for the Scizor's Night Slash. Now that said, a lot of trainers simply just like to shield their Scizors, but we did see a no shield early on there from Out of Pocket, so at a minimum now you've done a pretty big dent into this Shadow Scizor, which is a very strong Pokemon for Out of Pocket.
And the Night Slash does not quite knock out. Swap onto the Aqua Tail, into the Gastrodon, wanting to preserve that Shadow Scizor for the back line, and now releases that Gastrodon, taking the Aqua Tail. Do we see a pivot as well from the Goodra? No, actually, the Mud Slap went through.
Yeah, the Mud Slap went through and actually knocked out the Goodra, so great timing there by Out of Pocket. I believe that he's one Bullet Punch away from getting to the next Night Slash. Again, this is a positive matchup for this Azumarill. This Gastrodon is going to be reliant on throwing these non-same type attack bonus body slams, no longer running that Earth Power coverage move.
It's also a positive development for the backline for Out of Pocket, because now he baits out the Azumarill. He has the backline of the Shadow Annihilate not facing that Azumarill. But if it does become 2 Protect Shields versus 2 Protect Shields, you have to be careful, because of the Mud Slap damage from that Shadow Kanto Marowak is really going to weigh on that Annihilate in the back.
I think the non-Shadow Annihilate has a little bit more positive matchup because it can hang around a little bit longer and to get more boosted counters. But yeah, we have a simultaneous swap. It's the Shadow on Shadow action. I don't even know if Rockhaven's going to even go for any charge attacks here. You might just be singularly reliant on these Mud Slaps. Maybe you try and throw the Bone Club simply to try and stall the switch clock a little bit longer so you can bring back in the Azumarill at some point.
Oh, it's going to be tough because you still have to knock out that Scizor in the back, so he does decide to go for a charge attack here. Going to try to get off both of these Bone Clubs. Here comes the Protect Shield from Out of Pocket. There is back-to-back Bone Club available. There's no timer remaining. Are you going to go for the back-to-back throwing on improper timing, letting a counter through here? But Rockhaven does get the second Protect Shield.
Yeah, he did not want to risk 2 counters knocking out and not getting that next Bone Club. He needs to get both Protect Shields. So yes, actually would have been able to throw on proper timing, may have been able to get 1 additional Mud Slap off, but no, all you need to do now is Rockhaven is survive this Rage Fist, bubble down, and then try and figure out a way that you knock out both of these last 2 Pokemon. It might be that you need 2 Ice Beams.
And swap into the Scizor here. You don't have enough energy. You don't have enough. The Scizor's going to be able to farm down. Plus, the Scizor had energy, and Out of Pocket able to take that in-game take game number 1.
Yeah, a lot of fast attack pressure on that team of Out of Pocket between the counter user, Shadow Annihilate, and the Mud Slap user, Gastrodon, not to mention the Bullet Punch user, Shadow Scizor, just kind of bullying his way through that matchup with so much fast attack pressure.
And it comes down to that beginning, right, where you swap out of that Aqua Tail onto the Shadow Scizor to take it on the Gastrodon, also get the Mud Slap through, knock out the Goodra, but Keeley keeping that Shadow Scizor around to have that fast attack damage in the back. I don't know how many times we've seen in this meta where there's 3, 4, 5 Pokemon available in the in-game with very low health margins. A Pokemon like Shadow Scizor that has a lot of fast attack pressure is an awesome weapon to have.
Absolutely. I wonder if Rockhaven over-rotates a bit. Looking at that line of 3, that Corviknight actually would have done quite well into those 3. That could lead to Out of Pocket end up bringing that Altaria, or maybe even that Shadow Steelix as well, which would have a pretty dominant matchup there. Keep in mind, though, that this is the payback Corviknight. It is not the Master Axe and Iron Head Corviknight.
And the difficult decision for Rockhaven is his back is against the wall. He's 1 game away from elimination. If he's able to bounce back and win this series, now we'll be in best of 5 series where you have a little more room for error. But here in this moment, in the last best of 3 in Las Vegas, if he doesn't get this right, he is eliminated here. Out of Pocket is close to locking in. I think you might see the rotation, like you mentioned, from Rockhaven, because I feel like Out of Pocket felt very comfortable with exactly what he was bringing in that game number 1.
Yeah, I think that you should expect an Altaria at this point. I think with the line that he ran, I think that would be the most logical thing to run next for Out of Pocket. So you need to bring something like either the Bastiodon or the Azumarill, which would be very good, but you have to have some sort of answer into that Shadow Scizor. The Shadow Scizor looks pretty great everywhere. Corviknight, pretty solid answer. Also, that Shadow Kanto Marowak could be an answer. That Gudra, it's a little awkward, just as we saw, right? Especially when you can pull off that play that we saw where you're doing that snipe, we can say, bringing in the Gastrodon to neutralize that that energy from the Gudra. I think there's a lot of creativity that Out of Pocket could pull out here. Let's see what he brings in game number 2.
And Shadow Scissor was super impactful for Rockhaven all of his tournament run as well. We get fairy on fairy action in this game number 2. The Wigglytuff into the Azumarill, and it's Rockhaven this time with the Shadow Scissor in the backline. Gastrodon and Shadow Altaria for Out of Pocket.
In my opinion, it's going to come down to shield management as well as the placement for this Shadow Altaria for Out of Pocket. If he's able to get the alignment versus that Shadow Kanto Marowak, I think it's going to be GG's. But if it gets aligned versus the Shadow Scissor, things get a little bit more dicey.
And he just came off that battle with its accent when he properly got the alignment and to great success was able to roll through that matchup. Does he try to get that alignment once again? And actually going for the Swift here, if you play out the zero Protect Shield situation, I believe the Azumarill will win that because Swift is not in range of knocking out quite yet. So does Out of Pocket make a swap or use a Protect Shield or let this Wigglytuff go down? This is a crucial decision for Out of Pocket.
Okay, well, we actually see a quick swap from Rockhaven, bringing in his Shadow Kanto Marowak. It's now going to be met by the Shadow Altaria. Yes, you have a little bit of an energy advantage. You're going to get to this Rock Slide first, which does do a lot of damage. This is Shadow on Shadow action.
Wholesome, if he gets a Protect Shield, which he does, it's not over for Rockhaven because with Protect Shields down, we know the Shadow Scissor has Trailblaze. You have that Trailblaze in the back. You can one-hit knock out a Gastrodon. So do you give a Protect Shield here as well? I think you have to. I think you have to get to the next Rock Slide, and Rockhaven actually just lets it go because he still has some health on the Azumarill, but the side's coming with Scizor.
Okay, well, here's the next charge attack. You don't even need to build to the Flamethrower at this point. You have to respect the neutral Sky attack as well. So first Protect Shield comes out. Butters, does Azumarill have a charge attack loaded?
I don't know. I think it does. I think it does because it pivoted out of that matchup of the Wigglytuff, and it does. So now here comes the swap in the Gastrodon. Maybe trying to catch on a Night Slash, but instead he's going to be catching onto a Trailblaze. Out of Pocket knows it. He's going to have to give up his last protection of the battle.
Ooh, he was considering it. You can see him thinking, am I going to use that Protect Shield? Am I not? I think you get to this next Trailblaze before you even get to a Body Slam. Yes, indeed. A lot of Mudslap damage has come through, but you're now going to knock out and be double boosted this Gastrodon.
What a gamble from Out of Pocket, and it didn't pay out in a big way. That's a one-hit knockout from the Trailblaze. Plus, the Shadow Scissor is ramped up with a Protect Shield. These bullet punches are going to be doing so much damage. You can Protect Shield, just make your way through this Altaria as well.
Wigglytuff through its energy. It has at most maybe 1 or 2 charms worth of energy. Meanwhile, you've got a full locked and loaded Azumarill ready with a Play Rep or an Ice Beam, but I think you can just simply bullet punch down. Yes, indeed, Rockhaven wins game number 2.
And that's a full sweep for the Shadow Scissor, able to annihilate the back line from Out of Pocket, making an incredibly risky move, but trying to catch on a Night Slash into his Gastrodon. It didn't pay out, and suddenly it is tied 1-1.
Yeah, that's really tough because you didn't have much fast attack pressure versus that Shadow Scissor. You either need shields down or you need fast attack pressure into that Shadow Scissor. When you have the Wigglytuff and you have the Altaria, there's no fast attack pressure there. And when you were at a shield disadvantage as your Gastrodon, we saw back-to-back Trailblazes, and that's all she wrote.
What a unique strategy from Rockhaven, though. You actually called out that the Altaria would be a great change for Out of Pocket. Seems like Rockhaven did too. He actually safe swapped or pivoted into a Shadow Kanto Marowak, and you thought that would be awful for the Shadow Kanto Marowak because it was met by an Altaria. Well, but he knew it, so go ahead.
Well, once he got that shield, which I think was very, very important, it set up that Scissor, which I think is exactly what you were going to say.
And the thing is, there was also, I believe, a double charm from that Wigglytuff into that Shadow Kanto Marowak before he was able to swap out to the Altaria.
Yeah.
So you got a significant energy advantage with that Shadow Kanto Marowak, which made the shield from Out of Pocket even more likely. Once you got that shield, you knew you could sweep with Shadow Scissor. And actually, Shadow Scissor has probably been the MVP for Rockhaven this entire tournament. We've been focusing on the Bastion, but he's been winning battles with the Scissor.
It's been such a strong Pokemon, and like we said, you need that fast attack pressure if you're going to be taking it out, which means you need to have something like the Gastrodon, or you need to have that Shadow Annihilate. What we've seen in the past is things like Shadow Kanto Marowak, and while the Mud Slaps from Gastrodon are still significant, they really don't add up quite as much. So if you're Out of Pocket and you're expecting that Shadow Scissor, you need to bring something like the Shadow Annihilate just to be able to shut it down with that very, very hard-hitting fast attack damage, or you have to find a way to strip away Protect Shields before you see it.
Shadow Scissor just looks amazing for both trainers. It's so strong into the teams for both Rockhaven and Out of Pocket. It might be a Shadow Scissor showdown in this game number 3, but tournament on the line. Losers finals on the line. We're locked in to battle number 3 in this series. Once again, Rockhaven leans on his Gudra lead versus the Gastrodon.
Well, this is interesting because Gudra is going to be resisting the water pulses very similarly to what we saw with the Azumarill. And Azumarill has a very nice target hanging out in the back there with that Shadow Altaria. I think, again, alignment could be very, very significant here because you've got Shadow Steelix and you've got Shadow Kanto Marowak. You've got Shadow Altaria. You've got Azumarill. If Out of Pocket can navigate that, he has a very good chance of winning. But Rockhaven, I think, is probably in the driver's seat with his Gudra.
Well, I didn't notice anything abnormal, but Rockhaven really squinted when the Aqua Tail was going through. Maybe he didn't throw on proper timing against the Mudslap. I think he was not sure exactly what happened there, but he is sure he wants to use the Protect Shield to try to get the alignment, because look how strong the alignment would be in the back.
Yeah,
if you can land up that Kanto Marowak versus Steelix, it's probably GG.
Can Out of Pocket just simply two-shield? Does he want to two-shield Mudslap through this? I don't know. He uses the first Protect Shield. Let's see the timing on this next one, because the Body Slam's almost, yeah. Actually, the Mudslap comes through. Out of Pocket saying, I got a full Mudslap there. I know I need one more Mudslap. Do I just simply shield this? He wants the alignment.
He does want the alignment. He was gritting his teeth there, and he's looking up. Do I need it? Do I need it? You needed it. And now you do have a Protect Shield for the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and you will get a nice farm down. You'll probably come in with the Steelix if you're Out of Pocket to soak up those Ice Beams, but if you can bank some energy on that Azumarill and get some sort of counter combo play, there's still a chance here for Rockhaven, even with the negative alignment.
I think there's plenty of chance for Rockhaven because that Shadow Kanto Marowak can hit super effective versus both back remaining Pokemon. The Bone Clubs into the Shadow Steelix, or sorry, the Standard Steelix, and then also Rock Slide into the Altaria. We have a quick swap out now. You need to quickly pace through these Rock Slides. The thing to keep in mind is that you actually get to 2 Sky Attacks prior to 2 Rock Slides.
And the problem is, if this doesn't knock out, it's going to do a lot of damage, but you cannot Mud Slap this down. You can go for Bone Clubs now.
Yeah, do you just go for Bone Club?
You
that
do.
maybe is what you need.
You do. You need to get to that Bone Club to knock out, but this is going to be tough. Remember, ground attacks are double resisted by a flying type Pokemon, which Altaria is, and he's reaching for the Rock Slide, and he gets it in the last second.
I thought that Out of Pocket had swapped fast enough, but no, he did not. Unable to reach the second Sky Attack, and with great timing, Rockhaven is able to get to that next Rock Slide. Now he's going to be seeing these Shadow Steelix, and Out of Pocket, he has seen his tournament live flash before his eyes.
He knows it. As soon as this Bone Club lands, he knows it because it's super effective into the Steelix here. And remember, Azumarill has all that health in the back, can swap into it. There's the swap, there's the combo attack. There is the W for Rockhaven. He will be in the losers finals in Las Vegas.
Rockhaven will be awaiting the next matchup, which again is going to be Rise to Occasion versus Doombug. But Rockhaven looking incredibly solid there in that game number 3. That Azumarill and Shadow Kanto Marowak, once he had the 2 Protect Shields gone from Out of Pocket, he was able to just steamroll through that matchup, and congratulations to him for an incredible tournament run. But Out of Pocket, that is the end of his tournament. Top 4, he gets a medal, he gets a lot of championship points. We don't expect anything different from Out of Pocket.
Yeah, I think Out of Pocket will be in Brazil as well, so look forward to that if you are an Out of Pocket fan. One day we will ask about his other superstitions.
We will, next tournament.
I want to hear about that as well. But Rockhaven, I mean, super impressive. He went down 0-1, and Out of Pocket was looking really confident. To bounce back in that situation in reverse sweep to move on, it's that why not me attitude that I was hearing earlier on, where he's like, hey, I haven't had the regional championship yet. Why not me? Why not you, Rockhaven? You're one step closer.
Yeah, I mean, Rockhaven looking rock solid there in that 3-game series, and he's playing one of the best in the business Out of Pocket. And realistically, I think he made a lot of good decisions. The one thing that you have to kind of think of is, okay, well, Out of Pocket's team is so alignment dependent in some capacities, but he actually said, you know what, I don't need alignment. I think that with my Shadow Kanto Marowak, with the great coverage between ground and rock, I have a lot of potential to sweep, even if it is that Shadow Steelix and Altaria combo.
Yeah, it's kind of been the coverage of that Shadow Kanto Marowak or the coverage of that Shadow Scizor. As soon as he got that Protect Shield advantage, he pounced on it, was able to close with either Pokemon. In game number 2, it was the Shadow Scizor. Game number 3, of course, it was the hero right here, that Shadow Kanto Marowak. And it has all been assisted to by the Gudra and by the Azumarill. 2 Pokemon that have been irrelevant in this tournament except for on the team of Rockhaven.
We have to remember that Bastiodon still remains, Putters. There has been 2 consecutive North American regional tournaments won by Bastiodon. And there is now we'll say statistically, a 1 in 3 chance that it can win.
It's not over for Bastion. It is much harder to win from the loser side because remember, in our format, when you come on the loser side, even if you win a grand finals matchup, you then reset the bracket and you have to win twice. So uphill battle for Rockhaven and Bastion, but he is one step closer and he will await the loser of our next matchup, because on stage next we have Dunebug versus Rise to Occasion, both trainers that have won multiple regional titles. Rise to Occasion has won a regional title every single season in Championship Series. At one point, Dunebug, I believe, won 3 out of 4 regionals, just went on an insane hot streak. Both these trainers have also, I believe, been runner-ups at international championships as well. Some of the best ever in North America.
That's right. I believe that Dune was second place at the UIC, whereas Rise was second place at an NAIC. If we can take a look at our winner's side of the bracket as well, I think it's great to take a look back at the journeys that these trainers have had. Obviously, one of these trainers will be falling to the loser side of the bracket, but I mean, look at the trainers that these folks have played here with Dunebug going up against Habibi EX. He had a 2-0. Dunebug against Out of Pocket 2-0. He hasn't dropped a match so far in day 2.
That is incredible. And now we can also look forward to Rise to Occasion was the trainer that knocked down Rockhaven into the loser side. So we could have an epic clash rematch between those trainers as well. But right now, winners finals, I said these are 2 of the top trainers in North America, and they're super familiar with each other. I actually have the stat. I asked Rise himself. I knew at this point, between their best of 5 series, that they probably played about 20 games on stage against each other in Championship Series. I know the exact match record. Right now, it's very close. I'm gonna ask you to guess. There has been 9 matchups between Rise to Occasion and Dunebug. Who do you think has the edge?
I'm going to say Dunebug, and I'm going to say 6-3.
It's so close, and you're wrong. It's actually Rise to Occasion. Dunebug started out, I think, on top, but recently, Rise to Occasion has been making ground, and he is up 5-4 against Dunebug in those 9 series. So if Dunebug does win today, it will be tied up at 5-5. Who knows? If they also face each other again in the grand finals, we can have 3 series between these trainers here today. We just don't know, but let's look at the teams.
Well, 2 things that we want to call out actually real quick before we look at the teams. I mentioned this in day 1, but I think the longer a meta goes, the more powerful Dunebug becomes. And I think he's got a really good grasp on this meta, and he knows the Pokemon that he wants to bring. Meanwhile, Rise to Occasion talked about in his interview in day 1 that he has played this team for a full month, and that he's so familiar with all these Pokemon, all the matchups, and how they synergize together. So I think it's no surprise that we're seeing these 2 trainers in the winners finals.
One thing that I'm curious about is Rise to Occasion has been running a lot of Florges and a lot of Unova Stunfisk. He's also leaned on the Empoleon as his 3rd Pokemon. That trio has been a force here in Las Vegas. The thing is, one of the best answers for Empoleon is the core of Shadow Primeape in Unova Stunfisk. That puts a wrench in his plan to bring that Empoleon in this matchup. It becomes a lot harder to bring that Empoleon.
Absolutely, and another Pokemon that's hard to bring is that Galarian Moltres. If you look at the team for Dunebug, he's got the Stunfisk, he's got the Primeape, which resists those sucker punches and has super effective Ice Punch. He's got the Wigglytuff, and he's got the Cradily. Those are 4 Pokemon that have positive matchups into that Galarian Corsola. So we said it was going to be a hard bring last time as well, but he did bring it in that game number 3. A little bit of surprise pick, but let's not forget, this is winners finals. It's best of 5, Butters.
It's best of 5 between 2 trainers that know each other so well. We are locked in. Let's get these winners finals started. We got the Galarian Corsola into the Gastrodon backline of Wigglytuff, Shadow Talonflame versus Florges and Dusknoir. You want to avoid that Dusknoir against that Wigglytuff at all costs.
Yeah, no, I was taking a look at these teams while they were locking in, and I was just thinking, okay, you really have to have an answer for this Wigglytuff in the back, and that Shadow Dusknoir and that Galarian Moltres are really tough. But you talked about how Empoleon's a lot harder to bring, and Rise to Occasion ended up bringing that Shadow Dusknoir. So I think for him, he really needs to figure out how he can win this early game alignment, knowing how risky it is to bring that Shadow Dusknoir.
And one Pokemon that's really good at winning alignment is this bulky Galarian Corsola. Is going to be able to get to the double Nightshade, which is swapped by the Florges, knowing that he was destined to lose that alignment. Rise to Occasion decided to catch that energy on one of his MVP Pokemon here in Vegas.
Dunebug actually waited a turn, which allowed Rise to Occasion to get that first fast attack through. So what that allows him now to do is throw on 4, so he's able to get to this chilling water before Doombug. Otherwise, he would have had to throw on either bad timing or maybe throw 7, which would allow 3 incinerates to come through. So actually pretty key for Rise to Occasion there.
Great point that you're able to get that debuff earlier on to endure those incinerates to possibly get to a double charge attack, which I think Rise to Occasion is definitely going for. Now, do you go for the 1 fairy wind or do you try to risk it and go for 2? Goes for 1. Because there was a chance that Incinerate knocks out, but with this debuff, I don't think that Incinerate will knock out.
The thing that we have to keep in mind is this back match of the Shadow Dust Noir and the Wigglytuff still remain. Doonbug is prioritizing keeping this. Oh my gosh, this is huge. Rise to Occasion did get the Mud Slap through. He's at the Water Pulse.
He actually protect shielded on this flame charge here, but the timer is available for Doonbug. Doonbug swaps into his Corsola, and look, the patience from Rise to Occasion is going to try to go for the Mud Slap down. Doesn't have the health to do so, so had to throw that double resisted body slam, but he banks an attack.
Does Rise to Occasion have the Water Pulse loaded? At most, he's 1 away. You have to bring in the Wigglytuff here.
Yeah, it's too risky because there's no Protect Shields remaining. It's either he has a Body Slam for sure. Does he have the Resident Injury? No, he didn't have it, so he had to go for the Body Slam. The Wigglytuff does come in nonetheless and takes this Body Slam, and now Rise to Occasion is going to have to deal with this Wigglytuff with a Shadow Dust Door. I don't know how he's going to do that.
I don't know how he's going to do it at all. And it's not just the Wigglytuff. There's a Talonflame still around as well, Butters.
Yeah, and at this point, you need to try to swap on something. No, actually going for the Dynamic Punch. This will do a lot of damage, but this Wigglytuff will have enough health to endure. How much health is on this floor? Just nothing. Oh, the Wigglytuff is quite low, but not low enough. Swap on the Charm doesn't work, and still the Talonflame is in the back.
Yeah, he waited there to swap, and actually the Charm ended up registering on the floor just there. There's really just no coming back here for Rise to Occasion. If you are able to make your way through somehow this Wigglytuff, you still got the Shadow Talonflame that you're going to have to navigate. And Doonbug, I love the way that he prioritized the HP on his Talonflame. It only took resisted Mud Slaps and resisted Fairy Winds. He was able to, with that 45-second switch clock, preserve that HP so nicely and really get a lot of value out of that Shadow Talonflame.
I think we need to talk about that Game 1 strategy for Doonbug. For me, it looks a bit clear that he was leading the Galarian Corsola to try to get alignment because he knows that Rise can't really bring Galarian Moltres versus his team.
Right.
And as soon as he knows there's no Galarian Moltres, he knows Corsola will get alignment.
That's right.
And then his back line is Shadow Talonflame and Wigglytuff. If they have alignment, that is really hard to beat.
I wonder if Doonbug swaps it up here or if he goes back for the same formula here. I wonder if, because Rise to Occasion, we talked about in the previous series, like, oh, we don't like the Galarian Moltres, and then he ends up bringing it, and it looks very, very strong into that team. Rise to Occasion has been known to bring a Pokemon that on paper looks bad, but has 1 or 2 very positive matchups, and then somehow finding his way into those positive matchups.
It is risky, but one answer would be Shadow Dusknoir, because the Shadow Dusknoir outpaces the Galarian Corsola.
Yeah.
So you can do some things and get some Protect Shields, and then maybe close in the back with another Pokemon as well. But I say it's risky because, of course, there is the Wigglytuff available for Doonbug. If Doonbug is showing that he wants to bring that Wigglytuff, maybe he's going to bring it in the lead for game number 2, but we are locked into this match number 2.
All right, well, let's take a look, guys. We have Doonbug Rise to Occasion. Currently, Doonbug up 1-0 in this best-of-5 series. It's a battle of the ghosts. We have the Galarian Corsola into the Shadow Dust Noir. Just like you mentioned, Butters, the advantage that Rise to Occasion has is that you're able to outpace to these sucker punches. Do you throw on charge attack priority? No, they're just farming all the way up.
And that's kind of risky because look how much damage this Shadow Dusknoir has taken just from Astonish. But you do have the back-to-back Shadow Punch, so you could win the 1s. You could have won the 0s. Now you could also win the 1 Protect Shield situations. You do lose the 2 Protect Shield situations, but I don't know if Doonbug is going to commit both Protect Shields to his Corsola.
Yeah, you can either soft losing at a farm down, but you talked about why he's running Galarian Corsola, and he's running it for alignment. He feels that he can get that alignment, that there's not going to be that Galarian Corsola in the lead. He comes out with a charge attack, and now he's guaranteed that he has switch alignment.
And now he comes in with the Gastrodon. It's going to be able to take this Nightshade, no problem. So it seems like once this Gastrodon gets the farm down, you're probably going to come in with a Cradilly if you are Doonbug. So that means it's probably going to be Unova Stunfisk versus the Empoleon in the back. But remember, Rise to Occasion does have a Protect Shield advantage.
Well, Doonbug is probably feeling pretty good here because he knows now that he's seen the Gastrodon, it's very unlikely that there's another answer to his Unova Stunfisk here. The Empoleon, yes, while it can hit for super effective damage, you still have a more favorable matchup as this Unova Stunfisk.
This is looking pretty good, though, because you got that energy advantage. Now you're able to double Hydra Cannon before the double charge attack. So you protect shield this, of course, and then you get to the Hydra Cannon, and your Empoleon stays very healthy.
Yeah.
So not only can you clean up this matchup, you can do a lot into the Cradily.
That's right, exactly. And I don't think that Cradily was able to get 3 acids, which is what you would need in order to outpace that Empoleon. So I think you can just throw right away here and then still outpace that Cradily to the next charge attack.
This will knock out the Unova Stunfisk. Let's see how much cumulative energy that Cradily did have. Should be able to outpace to the Grass Knot here, but the Grass Knot is not enough. You throw the Rock Tomb, actually didn't throw anything, maybe afraid of a swap. Here comes the Hydra Cannon into the Cradily.
This is not going to knock out, but these Metal Sounds are adding up very, very quickly. We see a quick swap. Now the Water Pulse is loaded, but a charge attack priority. Gastrodon does win that one. Good heads-up play by Rise to Occasion. I think this is going to be very close to knocking out. It may even knock out Butters.
This is crazy. It does knock out just 2 elite trainers going back-to-back in this sparring match here between Rise and Dunebug. Wow. These are 2 talented trainers, and now it is a tied series.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, realistically, this is one of the most evenly, even series that you could possibly have. Like you mentioned, it's 5-4. So these trainers are at a very appropriate skill level for each other. 2 of the top trainers in North America, really in the whole world. Some of the most accolades that any trainer can possibly have. And it's no surprise that it's very evenly matched here. Rise to Occasion, just favoring that Gastrodon, that most recent battle. It did do quite a bit of work. The one thing that Dunebug has now done in 2 consecutive games is bringing that Galarian Corsola in the lead.
Something I need to point out here to check up on the storylines that we've been talking about. We asked Dunebug when he came up with his team. He said it was the night before the tournament. You asked Rise to Occasion when he came up with his team. He said a month ago.
Yeah.
Is that going to matter in a best-of-5 series where one trainer has so many more reps than the other trainer?
You know what? It may have some impacts, right? I don't think that this is one of those matchups where it is just so one-sided. Oh, I got my Shadow Scizor onto your Talonflame, GG. I think there is a lot of room for flexibility and a lot of intricacies and nuance to these matchups. So I do think that could have some impacts.
And it's crazy that Rise to Occasion has had that team for this long, because Unova Stunfisk has been the breakout Pokemon here in Vegas, but he's been using it for a month now. We are locked into game number 3. It's gonna be the Gastrodon versus the Shadow Talonflame. This is a weird matchup. Both of these Pokemon are resisting the fast attacks.
Yeah, it's resisted fast attack pressure. The Incinerate you have to give a little bit of an advantage towards. But the weird thing is that they both get to their first charge attack right at 15 turns. So as Rise to Occasion, you can throw on 18 turns while Dunebug is at 20 turns. A little bit awkward, but Dunebug just shields up this first charge attack, no problem.
Going for the bait here, the Shadow Dusknoir is in the back. There is that Wigglytuff in the back for Dunebug as well that we saw in that game number 1. How does Rise to Occasion avoid that matchup? Here comes the next Body Slam into the Talonflame. Talonflame is loaded with energy, has the double fly, but one fly I do not believe is enough to knock out the Gastrodon from this range.
Do you save this energy for later, or do you just unleash 2 flies? Are you in 1 Incinerate range that you can farm down? Well, we're not going to find out. Actually, that Mud Slap does go through. Yeah, the Mud Slap goes through, and then the Stars goes through. Dunebug unable to throw any of that energy. That's devastating.
It is devastating, but at least he does have this Wigglytuff to clean up this matchup. Do you give up Protect Shield here? He's thinking about it right now. He's really considering it. Is this going to be an effective Protect Shield? He does. Now he's out of Protect Shield, and this Empoleon has a 2 Protect Shield advantage in the back.
The switch clock is not up for Rise to Occasion. It is up for Dunebug. There's 10 seconds on the switch clock when you have to bring in a new Pokemon. You're going to bring in the Empoleon. Dunebug's going to immediately bring in his... he's immediate. Oh, I'm a little surprised here. He throws the double resisted Icy Wind. What this is doing now, though, is stalling the switch clock enough that Rise to Occasion may be able to then bring back in his Gastrodon at some point, even if it's just to clear that debuff.
And he just sacrifices the Gastrodon just to clear the debuff. He doesn't even try to use it for a catch later, knowing that his only way he can win the game is he get enough damage. At this point, with the Metal Sounds, double Hydro Cannon is enough to knock out a Galarian Corsola.
Well, what's interesting is now there's no catch attempt for Rise to Occasion. You forced him to swap out and sacrifice that Gastrodon for your catch attempt. I just don't know that there's any way for you to win this as Dunebug. You're just so far behind from a shield perspective, and the only saving grace you have is a Wigglytuff, but you don't have a lot of energy. I don't think you have any energy, and you're taking super effective Metal Sound damage.
You know, I think in the past, actually, Rise decided to not throw the Hydro Cannon when he had it to try to get some extra energy here. A little bit risky now. Is the switch timer up? It is just up. Here comes the swap. He just needs to get to a Swift here, but He will get outpaced. There will be back-to-back Hydro Cannons, but if you throw back-to-back Hydro Cannons, there's still health on the Corsola.
This Wigglytuff had more energy than I was remembering. So now you have the next Hydro Cannon, you have to throw it. Can this Galarian Corsola get to a charge deck or simply just farm down before Rise is able to reach the next Hydro Cannon?
It's pretty energy dry. It's going to be unleashed here out of the Pokeball. It's completely energy dry. Can you reach the Hydro Cannon? I believe Rise to Occasion is able to reach it, and he gets to the Hydro Cannon. The 2 Protect Shield. Empoleon, a Pokemon I didn't think he could use as much in this series, is able to win game number 3.
Dunebug was hoping that 3 Astonishes would be enough to knock out, maybe from a Shadow Dusknoir, not from the bulkier, non-Shadow Galarian Corsola. Rise to Occasion able to reach that Hydro Cannon in 10 turns and knock out the Galarian Corsola. He's now up 2-1 in this best of 5 series in the winners finals.
One thing I'm noticing right now is both these trainers are so locked in.
Yeah.
I'm especially noticing it from Dunebug. Dunebug is completely locked in, and you just see at the end of battles just a pleasant, polite GG, but that's it. No emotion, no frustration, no joy early on either. They are so locked in. This means more than this regional as well. This rivalry means something to both these trainers.
Yeah, and what's really wild is that you've never really seen that rivalry go too far in any one direction, with one trainer just running away with it. And just like that rivalry, we're seeing that here in this individual best of 5 series. No one trainer is running away with things here. Rise to Occasion wants to try and take that 3-1 victory, get a little bit of a breather, force Dunebug down to the loser side of the bracket. But I think Dunebug is not out of this by any means.
He is not, and I'm really curious to see if he switches it up at all. We've seen Rise switch it up a little bit, bringing that Empoleon. Dunebug has been leaning heavily on that Corsola, Shadow Talonflame, and the Wigglytuff. Looks like we have lock-ins for game number 4 of this best of 5. Once again, leaning on that Wigglytuff, leading it here, having the same team of 3 for Dunebug.
Well, you gotta feel good as Dunebug that you don't have Wigglytuff on that Empoleon. That was disaster in that previous game, so this is still quite solid. You do get to this Water Pulse before Dunebug is able to reach the Icy Wind, but Dunebug actually just going straight for the Swift.
Going for the same type attack bonus, the lower energy attack, because the double Swift will be able to knock out the Gastrodon, thinking that his alignment will matter in the back with the Shadow Talonflame, but Shadow Talonflame will be pretty good against both of those Pokemon in the back. Swapping out into the Corsola here, no direct answer, so it looks like Rise is just gonna bank up a little bit of energy and actually just go for the Water Pulse.
Yeah, it goes for the Water Pulse. Dunebug gets the Astonish through. He may even shield this one up. It wouldn't shock me if he wants to prioritize keeping some HP on there. That's exactly what he does. I think we might see a swap out from Rise to Occasion. Yes, he brings in his Shadow Dusknoir. My question is, can Rise to Occasion get to a Shadow Punch before Dunebug's able to reach double Nightshade?
I don't think he can, but does he try to go for a full Astonish down? I don't think you can either, because you're going to take so much damage. Actually, it would have been charge attack priority. He does. He gets there at the exact same time, and of course, Shadow Dusknoir is going to win the charge attack priority with that higher attack stat than the Corsola. Knocking out the Corsola, this Dusknoir is energy dry, does have a decent amount of health, but the Wigglytuff should be able to clean it up.
Yeah, and I think that you're actually trying to set up your Talonflame as well. If you can... Okay, you throw the Swift. This is curious,
Double
Butters.
resisted, by the way. It shouldn't knock out. Can you swap? No, you can't get back to your timer yet, so you have to throw the Shadow Punch. This is also double resisted. Can this one knock out Wholesome?
I think that this knocks out for sure, but I don't see a situation where Dunebug's going to win this game, and the reason being is that you bring in your Talonflame, you swap in the Empoleon, and you are going to be able to get to your Hydro Cannons a little bit faster than these Flame Charges.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
He got an Astonish through, and then he swapped. In the end game, he can still get one Astonish to get to a Shadow Punch.
I don't think he's going to need a Shadow Dusknoir. I think this Empoleon's just going to clean this up here.
Yeah, well...
He's at 3, he needs 2 more, he's going to get there within the next Incinerate.
Yeah, fair enough. The Flame Charge is going to be coming into the Protect Shield of Rise to Occasion here. Gets Protect Shield, the last one. There are 3 Pokemon remaining, but like you said, just outpaces, and Empoleon, the MVP here for Rise to Occasion, is able to move on to the grand finals here in Vegas.
Rise to Occasion pulling away 3-1 victory. We did not get to see the full 5 games, but Rise to Occasion proving that he is just locked in. I was talking to folks backstage and I just said, this is a different Rise than I see. I've seen him win several tournaments before, and there is just a mode. And when I saw him facing off versus Trent, I think it was earlier today, or no, it was yesterday when I saw him versus Trent. Trent was playing so great, but Rise to Occasion was just looking like he was on another level, and he is just proving that here, making a pretty easy path to victory there versus even Dunebug.
Seems like he was running circles around top trainers, and now we talked about the difference between a trainer that's been practicing with the team for a month and a trainer that just picked it up I feel like Rise was able to adapt in that series a little bit better than Dunebug. And that's why he clinched it out. And now he's 6-4 in that best of 10 matchup that they've had between these two trainers. But there could still be another one remaining because Rise Occasion moves on to the grand finals. Dunebug still has a chance to get to the grand finals. He has to defeat Rockhaven to do so.
That's exactly right. Yeah, Dunebug there. I think he actually, did he take that game number 1? I feel like that was Dunebug to start and 3 games from Rise.
Yes, it was. And then a reverse sweep from Rise.
It's wild. Yeah, congratulations to Rise. But again, there in that game number 4, we saw Rise to occasion bringing in the Empoleon right away. As soon as he saw that Talonflame, he knows that he's going to get to 2 Hydro Cannons before that Talonflame is able to reach 2 Flame Charges. And that's going to be a GG.
Oh, what an amazing tournament it's been so far in Vegas, but we still got the best ahead because we still have a losers finals and a grand finals, and those matchups are coming up right after the break.
I think the toughest opponent I've ever faced is probably Wolf Glick at Hartford 2023. I already didn't have a great matchup and he demolished me. My favorite Pokemon is Slurpuff. I really love all the food design Pokemon like Slurpuff, Vanillux, Sinistra, and I just find it really fun. I think honestly Magmar. I brought it to today's tournament. I'm currently 6-1, and I think it's just been carrying every single game I've played. It's incredible right now. Back in 2019 when I was a senior, I had won 2 cups with a Joltik, and it was really good at dealing with Groudon. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to just try and get as close to perfection as possible. I really enjoy the idea of trying to be as perfect in my games and as consistent as possible, and I want to see how far a human being can go in this game. Outside Pokemon, I love to cook, and I love to work with special needs children. I think my favorite Pokemon event I've ever been to is probably Worlds 2025. I really enjoyed the whole event, and while I didn't do the best, I had a great time with all my friends, and I really enjoyed the atmosphere. My favorite type of food is probably just homemade, really anything. Could be stir fries, steaks, salads, just anything from home. I'm probably Team Blastoise. I prefer Venusaur of the 3, but I think Blastoise is really fun. If I could create a Pokemon, it would probably be a regional form of Gothitelle. I really like the dress and the whole aesthetic of the Pokemon, and I think as a ice type, it'd be a really nice winter type of Pokemon where you have a nice like coat, nice earmuffs, instead of the branching out hair. I think it'd be very cute.
Hello trainers, my name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokemon like Credilli, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kenta Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These 2 trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday, in the arena, for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Kenta Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He gets the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here!
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Cradily outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line, Beelzeboy turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzeboy's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzeboy became our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World's Competitor. It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion.
Beelzeboy proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
The wild area isn't the only wild action going on here in Vegas, as we are getting down to our final 3 in the Las Vegas Regional Championship. I'm Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside Speediest Chief 2, and we are getting into the losers finals, everyone.
What a series we just saw. Rise to Occasion taking on Dunebug 97. Looked like a decisive victory there, but the loser of that series would go down to face Rock Haven, which is where we land now. Dunebug 97, if he wants that rematch versus his friend and foe, he's got to take down Rock Haven, and Rock Haven has championship dreams of his own.
That's right. Rise to Occasion actually knocked down both Rock Haven and Dunebug 97 to that loser's side of the bracket. So we'll have to see who's going to make it back up to the top to slug it out in those grand finals. We are in our best of 5 matches, so it's a little bit different than what you've been seeing throughout the day. These are big, big moments for these 2 trainers. We just saw Dunebug 97 get knocked down. We saw his team earlier on. Rock Haven, the only Bastiodon user still in the tournament. Bastiodon's won the first 2 regional competitions of this season. Will he be able to beat Dunebug, take it back up to the Rise at the top? We'll have to see.
Not only that, but I think this is the best finish for a Goodra in quite some time, and Rock Haven has made the most of that flexible dragon pick. As you take a look at the rest of the team here from Dunebug, I see tons of play for it. As long as it avoids that Wigglytuff, it can apply so much pressure, whether it's Aqua Tail into the Nova Stunfisk or Thunder Punch into the Talonflame. There's a lot of utility there. But let's see what else Rock Haven decides to build around it.
I mean, you want to talk about that. There's a Wigglytuff, yes, on that side of Dunebug, but there's also a Cradily on that team, and there is a Shadow Scissor on the team of Rock Haven. And if you have 2 Pokemon that are so weak to one, that pretty much limits your choice to probably only bringing 1 in the matchup unless you're playing extremely risky, which maybe you do in this best of 5. You have a little bit of wiggle room. You maybe have some time to throw out some new ideas, test some new theories.
As we've heard a couple times so far from our co-casters, if there's ever a time to gamble, it's in Las Vegas. Take a look at these achievements from our esteemed trainers on stage as we move into our losers finals. Peoria top 8, Knoxville top 4, Rock Haven knocking on the door of greatness for multiple seasons now, wants to etch his name in the history books. Let's get right into it, everybody. We're going to jump right into game number 1 here in short succession. Dunebug's going to be on the left side of your screen, Rock Haven on the right. Best of 5, the table is set. Let's see what we've got.
We're gonna start rocking here. We have that Bastiodon rumbling onto the field up against that bulky Corsola on the other side. You see Dunebug nodding, but I think he's wishing that that Shadow Primeape that he has in the back was lined up to it instead.
This is the quiet before the storm, right? You've got two bulky Pokemon just dishing damage back and forth. No clear winner, kind of a battle of attrition. But a lot depends on switch advantage, and if you're playing Bastiodon like Rockhaven is, you probably do not want to give that up.
Let me tell you what, there is a lot of alignment-based things that could be happening here because Dunebug has that Shadow Talonflame in the back, one of the biggest threats to that Shadow Scissor, which is also lurking for Rockhaven.
I think that Rockhaven would love to see that Talonflame, but he's got to get through this Galarian Corsola first. Meanwhile, he's going to fire the Stone Edge here against the pure Ghost-type Pokemon. Shadow Primeape is the third Pokemon for Dunebug 97, and it looks like the Azumarill and Shadow Scizor are in reserve for Rockhaven.
This is going to be so alignment heavy at the end, and I don't know if either one of these trainers know it. Dunebug going for another Nightshade. No Protect Shield by Rockhaven side. Both of these Pokemon are getting so low, and Bastiodon has a lot of energy. Rockhaven going for even more throws here before throwing one maximum energy and actually catches this Nightshade onto the Azumarill.
Banks of Stone Edge on the Bastiodon. That could be really useful down the stretch, but getting away switch advantage might be even more important. In comes the Primeape into the Azumarill matchup. Oh no!
You know what that means.
Really good for Dunebug and really bad for Rockhaven, but let's see how it all shakes out. Primeape throws their H-Fist.
When Primeape has some shields to hide behind, this actually isn't as bad as it would seem having a fighter up against that Fairy Water type. Already one time being boosted with that first Rage Fist. This time Rockhaven actually throwing and getting a Protect Shield off of Dunebug's Primeape there. Wants to try to keep it nice and healthy because he knows what's in the back.
8 turns to the Rage Fist. Primeape reaches another one here, and it's only 3 Karate Chops away from the third. This second Rage Fist will likely not be enough to KO, but the third one is really going to dial up the pressure.
That's starting to get choppy, and Rockhaven comes in now with his own Scissor here and actually puts up a Protect Shield, and Dunebug puts up a little smile because he knows what is in the back there, and he is going to go ahead, let his Primeape go down, but in comes this Talonflame to just start incinerating.
Wow, Night Slash is going to be allowed to connect into the Talonflame. Dunebug is confident in managing the HP here, but that Incinerate's about to apply, and look at that Scizor. Now you see it, now you don't.
That was like a magic trick we do have here in Vegas. Bastiodon actually goes for one more fast attack before throwing the charge attack here, getting the Protect Shield, but did the Incinerate damage go through because that Bastiodon is so low, and down it goes. In comes the Azumarill.
Absolutely, Talonflame looking for a sweep here, but a little bit of bad news. There's still a Protect Shield for the Azumarill, and this is going to come right down to the wire. 2 very weak Pokemon in the back. What does Dunebug decide to do here?
Going ahead and shielding that up. He's going to actually throw this Ice Beam into the Talonflame. No Protect Shields left. Azumarill still has a bit to go through. There's a very, very low health Primeape in the back. A very, very low health Corsola. Will they be able to reach a charge attack? Do everything loaded. Primeape goes down by 1 bubble, and look what's coming in. So does the Corsola.
Wow, Rockhaven align his Shadow Scizor versus a Talonflame and still beat Dunebug 97 in game number 1. I could not have seen that outcome.
Wow, you even saw Dunebug start to smile in that when he saw that Scissor come in, being able to put so much pressure on it with that Shadow Talonflame, but so much energy preservation of Rockhaven side. He knew exactly what he needed to do. He just kept calm and collected, and he managed to take that game with just a couple of HP left on that Azumarill.
Wow, Dunebug just out of energy, out of HP, just out of cards to play. And the Galarian Corsola versus Bastiodon matchup, that's how we started things off. And it got a little bit shaky when Rockhaven decided to swap in that Azumarill, but I guess he had a plan about what he wanted to do next.
You're looking at the team that Dunebug brought there. Both Talonflame and Shadow Primeape were a little bit weak to that Azumarill in the back. And even though Dunebug did have some shields to hide behind there, Azumarill just proves time and time again why it's been around since the beginning of PvP.
Let's talk adjustments. If you are scared of Azumarill, what do? You bring a Grass-type Pokemon. I think that's probably the most obvious answer, but is it too obvious in the face of a team that is still equipped with the Shadow Scizor and the Corviknight?
I mean, if you're looking at that team, that Shadow Scizor put in work, even though it went down so quickly. Blink and you miss it. that Incinerate damage did so much, but that Night Slash in return, speaking of, we're about to see it back in action here. That Shadow Scissor takes that main stage up against a Glaring Corsola on the side of Doonbug. Doonbug has led Glaring Corsola both Game 1 and Game 2, but this game needs to be a little bit more wary of those charge attacks as the Night Slash is now coming through.
We don't often see the shield on the first Night Slash here, but if there's a boost, it is going to change this matchup significantly. Galarian Corsola goes down into the red after that damage, and it's going to force Doonbug to throw some energy here. He will get the knockout if this connects.
Going ahead and putting up a Protect Shield on the side of Rockhaven there. If you look at Doonbug's line, he did bring that Credilli in the back, and I think if you're Doonbug, you're very happy to be avoiding it with the Scissor here, and now you're coming in with that Unova Scepters, but this Scissor has so much energy going for that first Trailblaze here. Still 2 Protect Shields on Doonbug's side. He uses it just at that last second.
Rockhaven was shaking his head, apparently not happy with throwing the Trailblaze, but he might get the get back here. No, actually pivots into his Goodra, which opens the door for Doonbug to bring in the Cradilly, but that Shadow Kenta Marowak lurking in the back, Amanda, that's all I can think about right now.
Great timing by Rockhaven, throwing this charge attack, this Aqua Tail, right before the Rock Tomb would go through to end up debuffing his attack. Doonbug goes ahead and takes it, knows it can take anything actually that Goodra is going to be able to throw at it here. Credilli is actually a pretty great answer to it, but you know what? I think in the flip side, Rockhaven's very excited to have that Credilli missing his Kanto Marowak.
And this is the difference between Goodra and the fellow Dragon type in Altaria. It can absorb the Rock Tomb no problem. Doesn't have that flying subtyping that makes it so vulnerable to it. But look at the Aqua Tails. They're not doing much either because this Cradilly does carry that sub-grass typing.
Going ahead, going for yet another Aqua Tail. This Credilly is taking a bath here. Gets it down to the red. Rockhaven tries to go for a quick play, but so does Doonbug, anticipating it, seeing that their timers were up, catching this Night Slash onto that healthy Unovan Stunfisk, just giving it a bit more farm.
Night Slash bounces off, a boost right in the final moment, but it doesn't make that much of a difference. In comes Shadow, Kanto, Marowak, and the ground types are going at it. This does not look good for that Unova Stunfisk.
Just start slapping Kanto Marowak. Mud Slap number 2 going through there. You see the health just diminishing on that Kanto Marowak. No Protect Shield used on that first Mud Bomb on Rockhaven's side. No Protect Shield on that second one. He knows there's a little bit of Credilly left in the back, and he knows he'll be able to probably Mud Slap down. But at what cost here? Can he survive this? He's got 1 shield left.
Switch timer is up. Both trainers could make the swap out if they so desire. Kanto Marowak hangs on. The instant pivot now to Goodra into the Cradilly. Dragon Breaths are adding up, but they're not strong enough. And this Cradilly might reverse sweep for Doonbug here.
Going ahead, Credilly takes it all home there. No Protect Shield used by Rockhaven there, which actually proved to be a little bit vital and maybe helping keep a little bit of health left on that Kanto Marowak.
How many KOs do you see of a double resisted acid into a ground type Pokemon? Again, these trainers have found such unconventional ways to win these matchups all weekend long. And if you take anything away from their gameplay, remember, a bad lead does not mean a game loss. A typing disadvantage does not mean a match loss either. We're going into a game number 3 here, Amanda. This is a best of 5, right? So things are not quite over yet.
That's right. These two trainers still have some time to think about what they want to bring, maybe get a little bit creative, feel out their opponent here, because this is the losers finals. Though these trainers have made it to at least a top 3, at least a bronze medal, everyone left is shooting for that gold here. They're going to hop into the battles soon. They're going to see who will be able to take off against Rise to Occasion in the Grand Finals.
Going into game number 3 here, a lot of questions surrounding adjustments come to mind. Is the Bastiodon going to show up again? Is the Talonflame from Doonbug 97 going to show up again? The Cradilly, you know, felt like the answer. In game number 2 it was, but will it work again? Let's find out.
Going ahead, coming into game number 3. A quick nod of the head, but I think Rockhaven's shaking his head the wrong direction. He should be saying no as the Scissor goes in. Goes for 1 fast attack before swapping to that Goodra. A nice alternative safe swap for him here, getting up a little bit of energy, and Doonbug responds with his Galarian Corsola.
And that's the thing, right? This team from Rockhaven is actually so cleverly constructed. Safe switching the Goodra almost forces Doonbug to bring Wigglytuff if he wants that hard answer. And if he did that, he'd be at the mercy of the Shadow Scizor. So Doonbug has to find a more neutral answer to this Dragon-type Pokemon, and he chooses that Galarian Corsola.
Galarian Corsola is throwing a charge attack. Rockhaven doesn't shield it up here, just getting even more charge attacks. He opted to go for the Thunder Punch the first time, which is a little more energy heavy here. Now he should still be able to make it to 2 Aqua Tails, it looks like. First one going through unprotected here, able to make it up to that second one, going for that Thunder Punch, that heavier hitting one, and Dunebug's 97 still doesn't put up a shield, but it still might not be enough.
Beautifully timed by Rockhaven. 4 Dragon Breaths and the Thunder Punch on 1 HP. Galarian Corsola refuses to faint, and it does get the Nightshade as well. This is about as good as it can get for Dunebug.
This is looking rough for Rockhaven. Nightshade taken onto that Scissor, now immediately swapping into that Marowak, but Marowak is not a Talonflame counter.
Absolutely not. Gonna go for the Flame Charge here. Shadow Talonflame ramping up this Incinerate damage. Dunebug's already nodding, but I gotta say, in game 1, he was nodding, and he didn't actually win that battle either, so let's find out how this shakes out. We've got a Primeape in the back for Dunebug, and we might see a switch out at any moment.
Things are getting toasty here as another shield goes up. This time Dunebug opting for the fly, a little bit more energy efficient, getting that last shield off of Rockhaven's side. Rockhaven just charging up a bit more energy. You can see he's just tapping at this point, not even bothering to throw any energy, recognizing that the writing may be on the wall for this game number 3.
Still 2 Protect Shields for Dunebug, 97. As one of these famous chefs here on the Las Vegas Strip might say, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen.
And Dunebug wants to stay in this kitchen. He wants to see what else is cooking back up on that grand finals stage. Rockhaven has been playing so incredibly throughout this day, but will he be able to take it back? He needs to be able to get 2 more games off of Dunebug to be able to make it into that grand finals.
Couple things I want to mention. Rockhaven's awareness of damage registration is so good. In the lead situation, Scizor versus that Talonflame, he throws the single bullet punch because the damage from the Incinerate doesn't apply until the last turn of the cycle. And then he does it again with his Goodra versus that Galarian Corsola, not allowing the second Astonish to apply damage to his Goodra before he clutches up the Thunder Punch. Very well done.
The thing is, with that middle matchup there, Galarian Corsola hanging on by a thread was just really the nail in it for the end there. But now we're going into game number 4. If Dunebug wins this, we'll see him up again against Rise to Occasion, but Rockhaven still has a chance as this Scissor is up against the Galarian Corsola, now throwing that Night Slash.
Yeah, this feels very similar to the last battle we just watched. This time, though, Dunebug deciding to shield. He doesn't want to soft lose the lead here, instead opting to protect his Ghost-type Pokemon and probably get a shield in kind.
Going ahead and getting that Protect Shield from that Scissor. Their Scissor's like doing a little bit of a wave with this pinching claw as it's just continuing to gain up energy. He's already at the Night Slash, and Rockhaven actually throws it right away, getting both Protect Shields here in the first part of this matchup. Less than a minute has been gone by, and Dunebug is out of shields.
Yeah, 2 shield Galarian Corsola, but I don't think it can get the Astonish down. It's being forced to throw a Nightshade into the Scizor. At the cost of both shields, Dunebug does lock down switch control.
And he is able to do so as the Scissor goes down. Now we see that this Shadow Kanto Marowak comes in and just starts throwing those Mud Slaps. In comes the Primeape to this, but already that Kanto Marowak has a little bit of an energy advantage, now throwing the Mud Bomb.
Yeah, I almost feel that was a slight misplay, right? To allow the 2 Mud Slaps through and allow the Shadow Kanto Marowak to get so far ahead. But Dunebug realized he wasn't going to outpace. He does clutch up the Rage Fist, though. This could potentially be an Ice Punch. He draws a shield anyway.
Going ahead and getting that Protect Shield off of Rockhaven's side. That means there's no Protect Shields left. Bone Club was able to take that Primeape down so low. There's a low health Galarian Corsola left, and we're about to see what is in the back as the Unova Stunfisk comes in here. Bone Club number 2.
This Shadow Kanto Marowak is just the thorn in the side for Dunebug. When he thinks he has everything else figured out, this Shadow Kanto Marowak just shows up and throws that Bone Club like a wrench into his plans. This looks really tough for Dunebug.
Both of these guys slinging mud at each other here as the Mud Bomb comes through on that side of the Unova Stunfisk. Kanto Marowak takes it, and you see a pivot out into that Goodra. Dunebug shaking his head, kind of recognizing going to get as much damage off as possible. Just want to see how this plays out, but Rockhaven might be getting close to tying up the series here as the Corsola comes back in and takes an Aqua Tail.
Yeah, just too fast, too furious. Rockhaven throwing the Aqua Tail into the Galarian Corsola to pick up the knockout. It's so healthy, and with that Shadow Kanto Marowak and Goodra core still at Rockhaven's disposal, the Unova Stunfisk just cannot get the job done.
And Rockhaven takes that game number 4, tying up the series. We're going into a decisive game number 5. And one thing to point out between these two trainers is they're not bringing the same 3 Pokemon every single time. In this team of 6, almost all of the Pokemon have been used by both of these trainers here, including that Bastiodon, including everything except for that Corviknight on the side of Rockhaven, and everything except for that Wigglytuff on the side of Dunebug.
Beautifully said. Yeah, exactly. We've seen almost every single tool thrown at the opponent here, besides the kitchen sink, as they say, right? And now, as we head into a game number 5, there's a lot of pressure. I think that this Goodra and Shadow Kenta Marowak duo that Rockhaven has kind of pulled out when he's in trouble is really difficult for Dunebug to conquer. So for him, the adjustment, I guess pressure is really on his shoulders in my mind.
Dunebug is great under pressure, though. We know that he's been one of those trainers who has been really successful in the Pokemon Go competitive circuit. He was our first trainer to win 2 events in one season, and I believe he even won 3 events that season. He's looking to gain back some of that notoriety, some of that big fame, wants another gold medal to his name. Rockhaven hasn't made it up to that grand stage so far, but he is so close. He is 1 game away from being in that grand finals.
So solid, so steady, so composed at every step of his journey. Rockhaven has had a brutal loser side bracket run, and he is very close to facing the final boss in the grand finals, but he's got to get past Dunebug 97 first. We have such an incredible matchup. Anything goes at this point.
Both of these trainers know how much is on the line for them. This is the first time we've had a competitive circuit here in Las Vegas for Pokemon Go. This is our 10-year anniversary of Pokemon Go. In the 30-year anniversary of Pokemon, there's so much to play for this season. It would mean so much to these competitors. They have 1 game left.
Decision time. One of our trainers is locked in, ready to go. This is going to be the final game of our losers finals. One of these trainers will end their run within top 3, and the other one will ascend even higher to that grand finals bracket.
Going ahead, looking at the team compositions that they've seen once again of these Pokemon that you've seen on the field so far. We have so many unique Pokemon between these trainers. I think it's a unique set of 12, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looks that way, right? I mean, there's a lot of people I know in the crowd who are hoping Bastiodon will continue its winning ways, but I do like that Shadow Primate for Dunebug, and we have not seen either of those 2 Pokemon line up. But shout out to our stage crew. Looks like Bates is doing a headphone check there, just make sure everything is going well.
I know that Wholesome had said for his MVP picks that it was going to be Dunebug and that Shadow Primate to be able to take it so far. He's well on his way to be able to take it almost to the top.
Man, this is excruciating. I'm not gonna lie, Amanda. I really want to see this game number 5. This is like 4th quarter with 2 minutes left, and you're icing the kicker, right? You just kind of hold on to your seat and hope that you keep, yeah, sports ball. You keep your wits about you and keep your composure. But these 2 trainers are going to get locked in here pretty shortly, everybody. I'm really excited to see how it all goes down, because like you said, this is the first time in Las Vegas, and for Rockhaven to make it to the grand finals, I think that's a first time for him as well. So we might see history in the making.
I believe, yeah, the highest he had made it before was in that top 4 placement, so he's well into that arena. But being able to get this 3rd place at least is very significant. Being able to get 2nd, even better. But being able to get his first ever regional title is something that all trainers are hoping for, aspiring for, something that Dunebug 97 is well established with and familiar with, and I think he probably wants even another to his name.
Well, speaking of Dunebug, right, what he wants is that rematch against Rise to occasion. Rise, like you said, has sent both of these trainers down to the losers bracket. That's the common enemy, so to speak, that they share, and they both want to get back up there and get another shot at our multi-time regional champion.
Normally, the saying is, you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but I don't think these 2 want to be friends right now. Both of them want to be winners, and they're both so close to being so. In a best-of-5 matchup, both of these trainers have brought it to the limit here. Rockhaven taking game number 1, Dunebug taking games 2 and 3 before Rockhaven's tied up this series.
Really depends on cores and duos, right? I feel like if Dunebug wants that hyper-aggressive, high-octane approach, he's probably going to lock in something like Talonflame and Primeape. If he wants to be a bit more steady, maybe he'll choose the Cradilly, or you could always draw that wild card. He's been hiding up his sleeve in the Wigglytuff. Meanwhile, Rockhaven, he could lean on the Bastion. I've heard of some trainers saying, you know what? If you're going to go out playing your favorites. So Rockhaven does still have that option in hand.
If you're looking at the Pokemon that each of these trainers are bringing, besides that Shadow Talonflame, which I do believe was still in the top 12 usage, I'm actually not sure for day number 2, but Dunebug is running a rather not typical team, but a lot of meta Pokemon, while Rockhaven, on the other hand, was using some off-meta picks, that Bastiodon that we haven't seen so often, except here in North America when it's won the last 2 titles.
You know, you keep bringing that up. You keep saying that.
I don't see it anywhere in Europe.
Well, okay. To be fair, you're right. And I guess factually, you are not incorrect, right? But as we get things sorted out on stage, everybody, please bear with us. We are heading into a decisive game number 5, but we need to make sure all of our equipment is functioning properly. For now, Amanda's going to entertain you with the dance.
Is that a good dance?
Pretty good. Pretty good. We need some claps in the chat.
Oh, that's like the Malamar dance almost.
Hey, my best friend Malamar, not inadequate. Let's go and take a look online and see what you've been saying out in the crowd and out in the stands. We've got Dark Matter Wolf, 33 years old today, so hyped to spend it here at the Las Vegas Regionals. What a birthday.
Yo, happy birthday, Dark Matter Wolf. What a way to spend it here with so many people, like-minded people that have a common interest and a great place to be.
I'm still thinking about losers finals. I thought you were going to say common enemy and how everyone wants a shot at rise to occasion, but you're right. Let's go ahead and move on to the next post. We've got Zardy. I am so excited to see Zardy compete at LAIC because this is a trainer that I spotlighted in the LAIC pre-show. I'm thinking Zardy's back.
Yeah, well, he thinks so too. He won a regional title already. Top 4 in Buenos Aires. That just happened. He always wants more, but nice to reach another top cut. This time with one of his favorite Pokemon, Zweilous. Good games to Oreo, really proud of him, and thanks to Tuzzy Esports for the opportunity there. He is, in fact, going to be at LAIC, and Zweilous, I think actually the trainer might be there as well.
I was going to say, speaking of him, I actually asked him, I said, how do you feel about trainers winning events with Zweilous before you do, when it's actually your namesake? But let's check in with Mel. We always love to hear from her. The choice was clear, making my Eternatus from Play Pokemon Worlds 2025 into a perfect. What are you using your silver bottle cap on? Type it in the chat, everybody. We really want to know.
Yeah, let us know. I still have to go through my box and see which ones I want to use it on, but I remember doing Eternatus raids. It was so much fun. So many people were playing that event at Worlds.
No
and
way.
I mean, if we're going ahead and giving some brags
No
here,
way.
look at this.
Wow, Boa Tarde says Sonora Man.
Good
he
afternoon.
got a perfect, shiny Dynamax, or excuse me, Gigantamax Grimmsnarl. What in the world?
Look at that beauty. How are you guys doing with your Grimmsnarl raids? I mean, I was doing pretty good. I have a couple. I have one shiny. I have one that's been really, really high ranked, but I haven't got one that you see here with all of those bars filled up.
I just gotta say, I mean, if you see me in a Grimmsnarl raid and I'm at the casting desk, just know I'm a very good multitasker.
Yeah, he's relying on everyone else. The weight will be carried by the rest of you trainers, but he will be there to help, catch at the very end there. Make sure you're using your Safari Balls as well to catch those mighty Pokemon. A little bit heavier CP, really, really high up. I know that I've been using it for quite a few of those. It's been such a fun event, and it's ending today, so make sure that you're maximizing your potential with it.
Here we go. We're back in it, everybody. This is Game 5, Losers Finals. Headsets firing on all cylinders, and our trainers are as well. Down to the floor, Shadow Primeape versus Goodra.
Let's go here, and we just start karate chopping away while the Goodra takes it all. Goodra does need to be wary of that Ice Punch, and it looks like going for that Aqua Tail first, getting the shield off of Dunebug's side, but I think it looked like he was trying to click a Rage Fist.
Dunebug going for that high-octane duo of Shadow Primeape
Changed
and
his mind.
Shadow Talonflame. A little bit of a decision tree there. Splits off to the right, and the Ice Punch, and it connects!
Ooh.
Goodra, no shields.
Super effective, heavy damage. You see it now coming in with that Shadow, Kanto, Marowak, now met by the Galarian Corsola, just continuing to astonish away. This is going to be a Bone Club, and it's going to do, actually a decent chunk of damage. Kanto Marowak just starts a really chunk at Pokemon the longer that it stays in.
I think that Dunebug is reading that Scizor in the back. I think he's reading Scizor as the third, but it's not. It's actually Azumarill. So we get the Galarian Corso versus the Shadow Kento Marowak, and that final matchup could go either way. We're now at shield parity. Do we see the Bone Club? Do we see the Nightshade? Actually, on charge attack priority, both get fired.
Great call there by Rockhaven, knowing that the Marowak was going to win that charge attack priority, forcing Dunebug to make a decision, and he gets the shield there as the Nightshade is going to be going through. And look at Rockhaven using his last Protect Shield on this Marowak. He's got a decent amount of energy, thinks that he can outpace, wants to try to keep this middle alignment, but in comes that Primeape, and now in comes Azumarill. The whole team has been revealed by Dunebug, but Dunebug has that Talonflame in the back.
Absolutely does. First Rage Fist will connect into the Azumarill. As this Primeape ramps up, though, it gets more and more dangerous. You're going to see a second Rage Fist in rapid succession. Left-right hook here. This Azumarill is going to get knocked down to about half health, but I think it's going to fire the Ice Beam before the third. What do you think?
The big problem with the Primeape is it paces so quickly, but those fast attacks just don't do very much, and despite all of its rage, this Primeape is going to go down to an Ice Beam. Rockhaven still has all 3 of his Pokemon left with varying levels of health. Dunebug's Corsola has been shown it doesn't have any energy left, and Talonflame doesn't have a great matchup against an Azumarill, but it's coming in anyway. It's got to start making some plays.
Oh my gosh, in the middle of the Incinerate, Rockhaven sends in his Kanto Marowak, but the turn differential is displaced just enough to allow Dunebug to swap in that Galarian Corsola and soak all that damage.
You see a complete undercharge there by the Marowak, and you see that both of these trainers are gonna go down. There's only the Talonflame left. There's an Azumarill and a little bit of the Goodra left on the side of Rockhaven. Talonflame already has some energy.
That switch timer is iced. There's no way that we'll see a swap anytime soon. Can this Talonflame? Oh, it actually is going to throw the fly. Does not want to risk getting hit with the Aqua Tail. I don't know, Amanda. I think this Talonflame is 2 Incinerates away, and the Azumarill is a little bit closer.
This is a Shadow Talonflame. That means it's going to hurt a little bit more. Azumarill is at the Ice Beam, going for one more, going to go for good timing, but this is charge attack priority.
Might have been a one-turn switch there. Azumarill isn't going to get its charge attack. Dunebug gets the fly off, and that does pick up the KO versus the Azumarill in this game 5. But our trainers are kind of looking across the table at each other, not sure about exactly what happened there, so we might need to take a closer look.
Just like the headsets, we want to make sure that everything is working properly here. This is a big moment for both of these trainers. This is the decisive game number 5. This game decides who will be in the grand finals.
Thing about Pokemon, right? Pokemon Go in particular, is that there's a lot of math. You'd be surprised, right? A lot of trainers look at it, they think you're just kind of tapping, but Azumarill's Bubble is 3 turns, and that Talonflame's Incinerate is 5 turns. So you got to think in multiples, 5, 10, 15, 20 for the Talonflame, and then the Azumarill is 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. If you throw 3 bubbles, that should be 9 turns, whereas the Talonflame for 2 Incinerates is 10 turns. So on that 10th turn, when the Talonflame is finishing its fast attack, Azumarill should have the opportunity to fire a charge attack of its own. So
that's what normally when we're saying throwing on good timing.
Yeah. Exactly. And good timing just means giving the minimal number of free turns to your opponent. So that could look like, for example, if you're competing at LAIC, that could look like firing 3 Dragon Breaths in the midst of 1 Oranguru Confusion, and then your charge attack on turn 4. So no matter what, you gotta have to keep that in mind when you are playing competitive Pokemon Go.
It did look like Rockhaven was at the attacks. He opted to go for that good timing because he thought that the Talonflame was on that cycle like Will was talking about. This is most likely what the judges are conferring over.
No, absolutely. We're getting word from production. That's exactly what they're looking at. So we might, oh my gosh, we got to replay so fast.
Here we go. Thank you, guys.
Fly connects. Here comes the Azumarill. That's 1 bubble, 2 bubbles, and then here comes our 3rd bubble. But look at the left side, Fly get clicked right there within the same kind of time span, and Rockhaven is definitely confused. It's not how it should have played out in his mind.
And we're going ahead, letting the judges make a decision on this in the competitive circuit. If you're newer to this, if the judges do decide that was an impactful moment, this would be a rematch with fresh new teams, basically like that matchup didn't happen.
A couple of questions, right? So first of all, you can ask if the Talonflame or the Azumarill should have fired their charge attack first. That's a very valid question. The second question you need to ask, though, is even if the Azumarill fires the Ice Beam and it connects, is there a world where that Talonflame hangs on and still gets to the fly? A lot of trainers that scrim a lot, know their matchups, probably can eyeball it and tell you, but it's really close. I can't call it from here.
It's especially close because it is a Shadow Talonflame, something that's relatively newer to the competitive circuit. So a lot of people have been scrimming with it, have been playing with it so far in these competitive circuits. But really, when it comes down to the line like that, there was a decent amount of bubble damage that went through. You're absolutely right. I mean, it's really incredibly close to call.
You got to kind of ask all these questions, right? Especially when it's this big of a matchup, when the stage is so bright, and the winner of this series will go on to face Rise in the grand finals. The difference between third place and second place is massive. The difference between third place and first place is even bigger. So this is definitely an important moment, and I have full confidence in our judges to make the right call.
Both of these trainers went down to the wire here in this losers finals, being able to take it all the way to this decisive game number 5. Dunebug being able to take games 2 and 3 in the typical best of 3, that would have done it. That would have sealed the deal. Rockhaven being able to take the 4th game in, once again, a best of 5 matchup, which all they will be for the rest of today, just means that it's been even more entertaining. We get even more battles to watch.
This tournament has felt, another sports reference, Amanda, you ready?
Oh boy.
This tournament has felt like a game where the coach saves all the timeouts for the last quarter, right? So we've had a very fast-moving game, or excuse me, very fast-moving tournament, tons and tons of matches shown on stream, but now we're slowing things down here, especially when the stakes are this high. Like I said, you want to get things right. You want to make sure the trainer that deserves to be in that position is there. I know our judges will do that for us. So but let's talk about Rockhaven too. We got the camera on him for a moment. What an insane run. And we talk about composure all the time. Nighttime Clasher is like the picture of cool, but Rockhaven, like you said, rock steady through this really, really tough gauntlet in the loser side bracket.
He's been playing very, very well. He's been having some picks that he said he knew that there was going to be a lot of Altaria, but he also knew there were going to be a lot of Empoleon. Empoleon is a Pokemon that Rise to Occasion has on his team, and Goodra has a much better matchup against that than an Altaria does because it's able to also be able to throw a Thunder Punch for more impactful damage. So that was the main reason that he opted to bring a Goodra over what we've seen on many people's teams, that Altaria.
Goodra, a flexible Pokemon, something that we see here and there, but it just speaks to the wide open nature of the current meta where you are kind of forced to play certain Pokemon if you, want to succeed at a high level. It's not like, the Metacham days or the Lickitung days where that was almost a requirement, right, for a lot of trainers that wanted to compete. At this stage, you can experiment, you can play fun Pokemon, you can lean into picks that people don't expect. And I think that's super rewarding because Pokemon Go is so much fun when you can play a wide variety of picks.
I mean, if you want to go even farther with this, like we talked about earlier, there is 12 unique Pokemon in this losers finals. So the team of Dunebug has no overlap with the team of Rockhaven. We see them taking off their headphones as Rockhaven concedes that this game was going to Dunebug 97. He's getting that grudge match up against Rise to Occasion in the grand finals.
Dunebug 97 with that Shadow Primeape and Shadow Talonflame taking a really hotly contested Game 5 against Rockhaven. Rockhaven will lock in that 3rd place spot here in our Las Vegas Regional Championships, which is an absolute massive honor and a great improvement from his journeys prior. So we're going to get a Dunebug versus Rise to Occasion Grand Finals, everybody.
And we've seen Dunebug versus Rise to Occasion in many Grand Finals actually in the past. These two trainers have played against each other so many times, neither one of them seeming to really get the actual upper hand. But Rise to Occasion took Dunebug down to that loser side of the bracket with a 3-1 victory in the winners finals.
Exactly. This has been a rivalry that started off pretty hotly contested, right? There was a lot of back and forth, but it's really evolved into a bit more of a friendship. I think that these two trainers realize that they only make each other better when they match up. And speaking of matchups, I'm very curious to see what changes Dunebug 97 makes now that he's fallen to Rise once. I don't think he's going to make the same mistakes twice.
I mean, Dunebug is very adaptable. Dunebug was the first trainer to be able to get 3 regional competitions in one season. He's so good at this game. You talk about knowing damage counts. He knows exactly how to play out his Pokemon, and he knows what it will take to be able to get another regional title. He managed to get through Rockhaven here. Even though Rockhaven took that game number 1, Dunebug took games 2, 3, and number 5.
What an incredible feat to get past that Shadow Kenta Marowak. That Pokemon was so problematic for Doombug's team. And if you're keeping an eye on the Championship Series meta, you're probably saying, oh yeah, Mudslappers are a thing of the past. Everybody's moved on to Unova Stunfisk and the occasional fighting type, whether it be the Primate or the Annihilate. But Mudslap is still extremely powerful.
And so was that Shadow Talonflame, as it just put in so much work for Doombug in these matchups here. Rockhaven played very well. He took this all the way to Game 5 in the losers finals. He came home with a lot of championship points, that bronze medal. And, you know, I have to say, Bastiodon, first time now, it has not been able to make it to the grand finals this season in North America.
Are you heartbroken?
I'm devastated.
Yeah, devastated. Okay, that's a very, very strong word. Well, we are getting word as well from our judging staff. It looks like the Ice Beam might not have been enough, and that what led to our final ruling. So our judging staff, of course, answered a lot of questions, looked at a lot of different scenarios, but I know a lot of Rockhaven fans are probably looking for an explanation there. So Doombug 97 ultimately our victor in that losers side finals, winning that Game 5. I mean, if anybody's got endurance, it's got to be Doombug, right? You recall back to San Antonio where he fell to that loser side bracket in round 2.
Yeah, I thought it was round. Well, yeah, it was his first round.
His first round.
He was
yeah,
seeded.
He got a bye. Then he went into his first round of battles and lost, and then just worked his way through that loser side bracket all the way to the grands. Reset the bracket and won it all. I mean,
we call that hard mode.
Yeah, exactly. He said, you know what? It's a little too easy. We'll play some hard mode this weekend, everybody. But I'm sure that he wants as smooth a path as possible versus Rise to Occasion. And it's up to Rise to slow him down.
Rise to Occasion, if he wins this tournament, he's the only trainer who has won a regional competition every single year since Pokemon Go has been part of this competitive circuit.
Wow, that's absolutely incredible, and I'm sure he wants to keep that streak alive. We've talked to him before about if that weighs on his mind, if that's something that he thinks about coming into the tournaments, and I think he's kind of put that in the back shelf, right? He's kind of focused more on what's in front of him.
You know, you say you put it on the back shelf, and I'm sure he does, but of course you gotta want it, and when you're this close to being able to do that, he needs 3 games. If he can secure these 3 games in this best-of-5 matchup coming up against Doombug, since Doombug's coming from that loser side of the bracket, Rise to Occasion has it. He has it already secured for this 2026 season.
You know what, Amanda? We're doing a lot of speculation. I'd love to hear from the players themselves. Wholesome _, what do our grand finalists have to say?
Thank you, Will. Yes, it's me, Wholesome _, joined by our grand finalists, Rise to Occasion and Doonbug. We're going to ask you a couple questions here. We really want to just get a gauge for how you guys are feeling here. I don't think it's a shock to anyone that we see Rise and Dune yet again in another finals, in another match. I got to ask you guys first off, is this the best rivalry in Pokemon Go? Rise, what do you think?
I'll leave it for the fans to decide and say that. I don't want to make that claim myself.
All right, Dune, question for you. We just saw an extended losers finals there. Axon talked about one of the traits that you need as a trainer, endurance. Kind of walk me through your mental there as we went through that extended Game 5, and then also, you know, having the judges take a look at that last moment.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just keep breathing, keep your breath steady, and keep calm. And I think that you'll be. I think that's why I was okay. I just kept thinking my plan in my head over and over again, and it just worked out in the end.
Yeah, well, we're happy to have you guys here in the grand finals. I did want to ask you guys both this question because we've seen you obviously for many, many seasons, having success season after season, tournament after tournament. What motivates you to keep coming to these tournaments, keep sharpening your skills and staying at this precipice? Rise, let's start with you.
I just love the competition. You hear the cliche of like the community, and that's what it's all about all the time. And yeah, it's especially true too. I get the same like feelings and nerves and excitement that I used to get like when I played basketball growing up before a big game. So I like that feeling. I like having those nerves and like trying just to strive to be the best you can at something.
Staying hungry. Dune, what about you?
I think for me, yeah, I'm a very competitive person. I had a big sports background growing up, so I'm always hungry to keep getting better and better, and I want a good Worlds performance. So that's going to keep motivating me to keep grinding.
Well, you guys are certainly earning a lot of championship points here in this tournament, no doubt, whether you finish first or second place. All right, one other question I had for you guys is, how did you prepare for this tournament? Was it different from other tournaments? I know, Rise, you mentioned that this is a team you've been using for near a month now, yeah?
Correct. I made this team like 2 days after Milwaukee, maybe 3 days, and I just have kind of stuck with it. I don't know if that necessarily speaks to it being a good idea because the meta will shift over time, and maybe it wasn't like sometimes maybe it wasn't the best play over time, but yeah, it's definitely the longest I've had a team prepared beforehand before a tournament.
Dune, anything you've done differently for this tournament?
Yeah, I took about a month off just to reflect and refresh myself, and this was definitely one of the harder tournaments to prepare for. I kept changing my team over and over again in the whole week leading up to this tournament, so it was definitely different than some of the others I've been to.
All right, well, we'll let you guys get prepared for these battles here, but any words to each other, any love or any trash talk that you want to share between each other?
No, it's always a pleasure, Dunebug. Or do you want more do you want it to be like volatile, like you're going down?
We'll keep it light.
Okay.
Dune, anything for Rise?
Rise, it's always a pleasure battling you. I look forward to another one, but you're going down.
All right, take us out here, Dune. Any shout outs for you, and then we'll go to Rise.
Yeah, shout out to AJ Axon and his mom and for all the support this weekend. Staying with them this weekend's been a blast. And also shout out to my amazing boyfriend, Dylan. I love you so much.
Rise, anyone you want to say thank you to or any shout outs?
Yeah, just shout out again to my family, everyone that supports me, Legends United, and the people that helped me scrim last night. I forgot to shout out my friend TZ Spence last time. So shout out to him. He was helping me scrim last night a little bit.
All right. Well, I'm sure you guys are excited. We are excited to feature you here in the grand finals. Congratulations on making it this far. Go get collected here. Get ready for these battles. We're going to kick it back to the casters.
Galarian Corsola is not the only thing throwing shade there. It looked like Dunebug97, you know, Rise, always a pleasure to play you. He did get knocked down to that loser's bracket by Rise, but he says, hey, now, you're going down.
I think that's how you have to look at it, though. You have to look at every opportunity as that. This is a chance to prove that you are the better trainer, to prove that you are the best competitor here this weekend. You can't look at it like you're coming in from behind. You can't look at it like you already have it in the bag. You just have to think of it as, I got to make the most of this moment.
Dunebug97 was able to beat Rockhaven in the losers finals in a best-of-5, taking it all the way to game number 5. He's got to be able to beat Rise to Occasion in at least 3 matches to reset the bracket to be able to take that title. Rise to Occasion sitting pretty at that top level, just needs to win 3 to take home the crown.
Dunebug alluded to this. I think that his brain is always working overtime. He's one of the few people that I know that you can ask him any move combination. You can say, okay, Dunebug, how many Vine Whips to a Boom Burst? And he can tell you. He knows it. He knows it inside and out.
Well, that's because Boom Burst is quite a popular attack. Everyone knows how long it takes to get to a Boom Burst. Am I right, chat? Am I right?
Am I right? You remember that season update? That was really nice. But I think that Dunebug is always thinking about matchups. He's always thinking about adjustments. And after losing to Rise, we alluded to this earlier, I don't think he's going to make the same mistakes. He's going to make some switches, some changes. He's going to come in with a different mindset into this grand finals.
He already said, you know, for a while, he took a small break from the game. He reset his mind, and he was able to come in here and make such an impactful difference. And that's exactly what he needs to be able to do before this grand finals. He needs to take a deep breath, reset his mind, and be able to take on Rise to Occasion. If you've been familiar with this competitive scene, you know that these two trainers have battled out so many times. This is one for the ages.
Yeah, I'm sure all the Rise to Occasion fans are hoping that he continues his streak, and Dunebug is just looking to get another championship under his belt. Amanda, we're doing this for the last time. Let's break down these teams.
I would say going ahead, and they got out of the lounge. They're into the arena now, and they are ready to get battling. On Rise to Occasion's side, actually just taking a look overall at the 12, I know in the losers finals we had a unique set of 12 Pokemon. There's 11 different Pokemon here, with the only one being the same is that Unova Stunfisk. That is the #1 Pokemon on day 2 usage here in Las Vegas.
Incredibly diverse meta that we are operating in currently, and the best trainer will find a way to weather the teams and the picks that they don't predict. That being said, I do think that Rise is going to bring that Empoleon quite often. That was so strong for him against Dunebug97 in their first go-around, because there's so many targets. You can hit the Wigglytuff, you can hit the Cradily, you can Hydro Cannon the Talonflame. There's very few options for Dunebug to maneuver around it.
If you look, there's a lot of weaknesses, but also some really strong things that both of these players can lean into, because the fact that Dunebug has a Wigglytuff on the side makes it so you can't bring both the Galarian Moltres and that Dusknoir. But in the same breath, Doonbug can't bring both that Credilli and the Wigglytuff because there's the Empoleon on that side of Rise to Occasion. So really, I mean, I think we might see what we saw a lot in that winners finals, in the losers finals, a lot of unique picks coming in each time, trying to throw in some different Pokemon, see what works, and see what your opponent wants to bring.
That's the thing, right? You don't always know what cards are left in the deck. You just have to work with the ones that are in your hand. And the grand finals and a gold trophy, a first place trophy are in the hands of both of these trainers. Just depends on which one is going to seize it.
Looks like both of these trainers are getting locked in. They're getting ready. Make some noise. Get back to your screens here. Click in for the grand finals. As we start off here, we have a great lead for Doonbug. We have that Wigglytuff up against that Shadow Dusknoir on the side of Rise Occasion. We see an immediate pivot out into a Gastrodon.
Great lead, as you called out. Wigglytuff's normal typing is so helpful, and the 3-turn fast attacks are chunking away at both of these Pokemon. Because there wasn't an instantaneous swap, it just proves that Doonbug is not ready for the Gastrodon. He's got to find a more neutral way to address it.
But Will, remember when I said you can't bring in both the Credilli and the Wigglytuff? The fact that the Wigglytuff is in the lead led Rise to Occasion to say, I can swap in my Gastrodon without having to worry about that Credilli coming into hard counter. And now this Wigglytuff, such a hard counter for that Dusknoir, is basically gone.
Wow, taking control, switch advantage, and KOing the Gastrodon. Doonbug is in firm control of this game number 1. Throws the Icy Wind here into the Empoleon. I think no matter what, he's going to be happy to throw a charge attack.
This is going to lower the attack of the Empoleon here, but it's not very effective. It doesn't do much damage. But you know what might is this Primeape as it comes in and just starts ramping up. Dusknoir comes back in here, but there's already some energy on that Primeape. Has to shield up this first Rage Fist.
Astonish hits so hard that the Karate Chop timing there is absolutely critical. Now we see a pivot into the Galarian Corsola versus the Dusknoir. It does have a Protect Shield advantage, so maybe it doesn't need to fear the Shadow Punch as much, but the Astonishes, my goodness, are they adding up.
There's almost astonishing amount of damage here. Doonbug doesn't use a shield on that Galarian Corsola. Recognizes how strong that Shadow Primeape is going to be against Empoleon, and they hang on. Actually, you see Rise not happy about that scenario because now this Primeape with 2 shields comes into an Empoleon.
Absolutely hanging on by a thread there, and Rise to Occasion is now on the back fence. He's got to figure out how he's going to get past this Primeape, and he doesn't think there's a way. He's going to let that Rage Fist connect and the Karate Chops do the rest. But what a couple of pivotal lives, right? We talked about the Wigglytuff surviving on just 1 HP after KOing the Gastrodon, and then again, a 1 HP survive on that Galarian Corsola. I mean, Doonbug's Pokemon are pulling through for him in a big way.
Doonbug said, Rise, you're going down, and he did in game number 1. Doonbug able to hang on there and just be able to squeak away with that win. But you know what? That is exactly what he needs to keep on doing to be able to flip this bracket.
Exactly. As you take a look back at our game number 1, Doonbug seemed to have all the answers, and it started with the lead call of Wigglytuff into Shadow Dusknoir. Dusknoir could not do much to help either because the Shadow Punch. This Galarian Corsola was just out of reach, and he couldn't get the KO.
Going ahead, and you see that. You see all of that energy. Doonbug didn't throw any charge attack there because he wanted to just get that Dusknoir out of the way. Didn't want to give him any extra fast attacks. And in the end, it was just too much to go through. Primeape too strong with 2 shields to hide behind.
We talk about hard answers to Empoleon. I think that Doonbug has 2. He's got his Primeape and his Unova Stunfisk. So, like you brilliantly said, Amanda, you cannot really bring both the Wigglytuff and the Cradilli, because then you're double weak to Empoleon. But I feel like Doonbug has to bring one or the other of that Primeape or Unova Stunfisk. Let's get right in to game number 2.
Game number 2, starting off here, we have that Unova Stunfisk on the side of Doonbug, up once again against that Shadow Dusknoir. A more neutral lead than definitely that Wigglytuff that was there. And if we take a peek at that backlines, we do see that Wigglytuff in the back lurking there, but so is the Empoleon.
Gonna see the Mud Bomb get thrown by the Unova Stunfisk, trying to chip down the Shadow Dusknoir. No Protect Shields yet from Rise to Occasion. It only does about, I don't know, 28-30% or so, so he's able to take that no problem. Shadow Punch coming back.
Now gonna throw that Shadow Punch here. No Protect Shield used by Doonbug's side. Puts that Unova Stunfisk pretty low, but Unova Stunfisk already at another Mud Bomb. It's up to Rise if he wants to use a shield. Exactly what he's going to do. He's already at enough energy here. We might see some sort of cheeky swap, or we might just see if he's gonna let that Unova Stunfisk go down.
One single Astonish, convert that into a Shadow Punch to pick up the KO, and at the cost of one Protect Shield, Rise to Occasion is going to secure Switch, which I do think is very important when you consider he does have that Empoleon in the back.
Oh, you come in though, and what you give, you take away. He didn't want to let those charms charm him down, but at the same breath, now he has locked his Empoleon into that Shadow Primate. Shadow Primate does have to put up a shield because that Drill Peck is super effective, but now Doombug is just going to start ramping up once again.
Yeah, something tells me maybe Rise was looking out for the Unova Stunfisk here, but instead it's the Primate. Primate does connect the Rage Fist. The Karate Chops are doing a lot of damage, and it will be able to pick up the knockout before the next Hydro Cannon is ready.
Dusknoir comes back in, but a Rage Fist already loaded, using the Protect Shield here because this is boosted definitely enough to knock out that Dusknoir at this stage. And now being able to get a Shadow Punch off. Do we see a double shield off of Doombug? Yes, he wants to be able to get that Primate, wants to see what's in the back.
Yeah, it's already boosted up one stage from the Rage Fist, so the final Pokemon for Rise comes out. It is the Florges, but it's going to take a boosted Rage Fist for its trouble, and that's going to set up the Fairy type from Doombug quite well here in the final part of the game.
Look how much that does. Boosted Rage Fist comes in. Wigglytuff comes back in just to soak up all of this damage. Rise to Occasion going for the Trailblaze means it's going to boost his attack a little bit, but Doombug already nodding. Look how close he is to the Swift.
I wonder, we're going to see here, the Trailblaze doesn't do nearly enough. I don't even think a boosted Trailblaze would have weakened this Wigglytuff down to being knocked out. So instead we see the Swift get fired off. Wigglytuff and Doombug looks like they're going to take game number 2 as well, and there it is.
You know, like honestly, sometimes, like the saying goes, you got to know when to hold them, and you got to know when to pull them. You got to know when to stay in if you have that alignment you're looking for and not swap out. Rise to Occasion, he didn't want to let that Wigglytuff get any extra charms through on the Dusknoir, but swapping into that hard counter Empoleon was exactly what Doombug needed to get that Game 2 victory.
No, you're exactly right. That was such a tricky position to be in, and Rise to Occasion giving up Switch after fighting so hard to secure it. I was definitely a little bit surprised to see that. He had already seen the Unova Stunfisk, so he knew that that was not going to be in the back. I don't know. Going into game number 3, we're going to see what happens because Doombug is one battle away from resetting this bracket.
Doombug was not happy with the way that those winners finals went down, losing 1-3 to Rise to Occasion. He fought his way back up for this Grudge Remax. He's 2 games ahead in this grand final series. One more is going to push him into that reset, but Rise to Occasion, we've seen him reverse sweep before. We know that he has it in him. He knows that he does not want to lose it. He's in that winner's side.
This might be the start of a comeback for Rise. Like you said, the reverse sweep is definitely in the cards, but he's got to win 3 games straight in order to pull it off. Doombug 97, though, already locked in, already selected his Pokemon, already knows exactly what he wants to do in this pivotal battle.
Momentum has shifted to Doombug's side, being able to take that Game 5 away from Rockhaven in those losers finals, able to take games 1 and 2 in the grand finals here. One more to him. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. Do you want to see this reset? Is Doombug going to take it away from Rise to Occasion, or is Rise going to rise to the challenge?
Game number 3 is slated and ready to go here. Our trainers have locked in. This might be the start of a bracket reset or the start of a comeback. Let's get right into it, everybody. Unova Stunfisk versus Galarian Corsola.
Things are getting a little bit spooky on that side of the Doombug here as he just lets that Corsola tank all of this energy the Unova Stunfisk is building up here. It's going to take a little bit longer for that Galarian Corsola to pace, but even still throwing the Nightshade first.
Yeah, definitely a very bulky matchup to start us off here. No clear winner. We're going to get a lot of charge attacks thrown, and in terms of resistances, I don't see a lot of chances for a swap, but in comes Rise with that Gastrodon, trying to get an early energy lead.
Going ahead now, Corsola staying in this matchup, going ahead and throwing yet another charge attack. Perhaps a bit of a chip and dip. Maybe Doombug is actually even going to stay in. No, he comes in with that Wigglytuff. But this is great for Rise to Occasion. He's already at a Water Pulse, and this Dusknoir can avoid this matchup.
Yeah, perfectly said. Water Pulse connects. Wigglytuff gets weakened down at half health. And this Gastron might even get to another charge attack here if Dunebug is not careful. Actually on the charge attack priority, beautifully thrown here, the Swift.
Great recognition by Dunebug, knowing he's going to win that charge attack priority, throwing that Swift, getting that Gastrodon out without using any shields. In comes that Unova Stunfisk again, and now being able to throw a Mud Bomb. This puts it in a much better position, however. There's so much energy on that Unova Stunfisk, and the Wigglytuff is so low that this Mud Bomb is able to knock out.
Yeah, two Thundershocks on the Mud Bomb makes you avoid that second charm damage, so Rise keeps his Unova Stunfisk healthier going into this next matchup. Still all 4 Protect Shields in play. Galarian Corsa returns to the field.
Going ahead now and seeing that this Mud Bomb is going through, still no Protect Shield on Dunebug's side. I think Dunebug is probably thinking it's the Empoleon in the back because Rise has brought it so many times. A simultaneous swap. It is that Dusknoir here just starting to astonish away, but Talonflame is already able to reach a Flame Charge. He's going to have to use a Protect Shield if he wants to use it.
2 Protect Shields in play. The first one of the battle does get burned here by Dunebug. And the question is, if he continues to Incinerate, can he pick up the knockout before the Dusknoir does? I don't know. Those Astonishes are dealing so much damage in kind.
Starting to sizzle here. Rise to Occasion uses his shield to block up this Flame Charge, but now this is boosted. Incinerate's coming through. Fly is loaded, but it goes down. Talonflame goes down.
3 Astonishes get the job done. In comes the Galarian Corsa, and it's going to peel the second shield away from Dunebug 97 here with the Shadow Punch.
Shadow Punch going to be deflected here with this shield, and down goes the Dusknoir, and now it's again a battle. Where it started is where it's going, but Rise to Occasion still has 1 shield to his name. Mud Bomb coming through Galarian Corsa. This will not be enough to knock out, but it's getting to endgame time.
Unova Stunfisk just 3 Thundershocks away. Galarian Corsa doesn't have much HP, and this is Rise striking back after losing the first 2 games of our grand finals. We've got a series on our hands.
Rise to Occasion says, I am not getting swept here. I'm taking this game. This is turning back into a competitive series. Taking some notes saying, I want to win this regional competition. I want to be the only trainer in Pokemon Go to win a regional competition every season.
So far, Dunebug has really controlled the narrative when it comes to just surviving on a couple of HP, winning those pivotal matchups that he needs to eventually win the battle. But that time, Rise showed why he's in this grand finals alongside his opponent. He showed that he can execute, he knows his damage intervals, and his Shadow Dusknoir is extremely potent.
These Shadow Pokemon mean business. Heavy hitting damage, but they also take so much damage. Dunebug not able to get to that second fly there, going down. Rise to Occasion taking the game. He needs to be able to get 2 more to call himself that champion. Dunebug just needs 1 more game to reset the bracket.
Going to game number 4 here. Rise to Occasion has locked in his squad, his trio, his best options for this next battle. He's got to win 2 straight if he wants to take that trophy. But if he lets Dunebug win even 1 more, we're going to see a brand new fresh set. Let's get right into it, everybody. We've got game number 4. Empoleon finally finds its target.
Looks like this is exactly the matchup Rise to Occasion is looking for, and Primeape comes in immediately. It's actually one of those Pokemon that, when it has 2 shields to hide behind, is an interesting, safe swap, especially if there's not going to be a Fairy-type Pokemon on the other side. This Rage Fist will connect. This will boost the attacks from the Primeapes for the rest of the game, or until it clears out.
Primeape taking its time to get to the Rage Fist here against that Gastrodon. Not sure if it's going to connect after all. Like you said, Amanda, this is something where you want to build up your attack, you want to boost that damage output, but I don't know if we're going to get there at this point.
This Annihilate has so much rage, it does not know what to do with it there. Just kind of sitting there, shaking its fist, saying, oh, I wanted to throw that attack.
Exactly. Well, we might be looking at a battle reset here as our judges work out what's happening on the stage. But that being said, I mean, Empoleon lead into Wigglytuff for Rise, that was tremendous. He's probably feeling very confident after that call. And I think he knows his Gastrodon versus Shadow Primeape matchup too, so maybe he felt like he had a pretty good shot to win that, but Dunebug was going to do everything he could to fight back.
I know that these 2 trainers, they've played against each other so many times, but this moment, this is a time when they're really trying to determine who is going to come out on top here in Las Vegas. Grand Finals moments. This is our first regional competition here in this place.
Rise to Occasion just starting a comeback there, but again, the ice hits in the moment where he is just starting to heat up. The question becomes, can Rise do what Dunebug said in that Grand Finals interview? Can he keep on breathing? Can he stay steady? in the face of all of these challenges.
Rise to Occasion had a really great lead there. Empoleon against Wigglytuff, there's not really anything that Wigglytuff could have done, but that quick swap out by Dunebug kind of put him in an okay position. I think both of those trainers might have tried to fight for that switch advantage in the middle. There's still so much to go. I mean, that was the very beginning portion of that matchup.
Exactly. Things were just getting started. Really hard to call which direction that would have gone. But I mean, at this level, right, when you're a trainer like Rise, like Dune, and you can predict that lead scenario so cleanly, I mean, that is a distinct advantage to start. But as we've seen all weekend, to be honest, winning the lead does not mean winning the game. We say it over and over.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Butters and Wholesome yesterday turned it into winning lead means you're going to lose the game, as they saw it so many times play out that way with trainers. Quick reflexes with this new 45-second switch timer that makes the switches just a little quicker, a little more engaging. You have to keep track of your opponent's energy. You have to keep track of your own energy, health. This game is so much fun to watch.
I'm sure both trainers feeling a lot of emotions up on the stage. Dunebug's trying to hold Rise back from winning this entire tournament, and he's just one step away from doing that. Meanwhile, Rise, he's probably got a lot on his mind. I mean, there's a lot of people that think he is going to be that trainer that continues that streak of winning a championship every single season. A lot of expectations, right? On his shoulders.
Absolutely. I'm sure there's a lot going through his mind. I know that he's saying, you know, he's taking it a game at a time. He's taking the preparation. He doesn't want the weight on his shoulders. But when you're in this hot seat, when you're recognizing how close you are to another one, he's got to be able to just really feel it, almost taste it. That championship is so close for him.
Dunebug really just coming for the crown, right? He's playing like he's got nothing to lose. He's already in the grand finals, and he knows he needs to pull off some special maneuvers to take wins away from Rise. So as our team gets all of our tech sorted out here, we will get back to those battles just as soon as we possibly can.
Both of these trainers super well versed with being in grand finals. Both of these trainers have been regional champions multiple times, so this is a familiar seat for them. They know that just because they're down doesn't mean that they're out. Dunebug, if he wins one more game, that means he's going to be part of this grand finals bracket reset. Rise needs to be able to take 2 games to seal that victory for him, or else we're going to have a basically brand fresh new set of best of 5.
I think that every championship series event is a different challenge, whether it's Dunebug falling to that loser side bracket in San Antonio and clawing his way back to the trophy, or whether it's Rise just kind of coming into another event with everyone's eyes on him and kind of figuring out how to center himself and what his personal goals are. And then you get to a position like this where you kind of feel like you're gaining momentum and then you're stopped. And you have to kind of rebuild that momentum and not let the anxiety get the better of you.
But absolutely what Dunebug said earlier, just keep breathing. This is a moment for both of these trainers, a little bit of time to pause, to self-reflect, to decide what they want to do in those battles that are coming up, because this is a big moment for both of these trainers. Even though they've been in these seats before, that doesn't mean that that's wants to be their last time. Doesn't mean that's their last gold medal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you would compare this to like 2022 when these two were in the grand finals, I'd say that their composure is probably a lot better, but the intensity has only gone up. And these trainers know exactly what they want to do. They want to execute that game plan. I can see Rise and Dune, when you look in their eyes, they are always thinking about what their next play is.
Their skill level has gone up so much since this competitive circuit started, but so has the skill level of so many other trainers. Not only have they gotten better, they've had to battle against the best to be here, to be in these top seats. And now it's going down to this boiling point where it's going to be who will be this champion of Las Vegas.
Everybody, we are in search of a stable connection so that we can give you the rest of the grand finals just as quickly as we can. I've got full confidence in our team here to get that done for all of us. So Rise to Occasion and Dunebug kind of staring at each other across the stage, but we might be getting into the battles very shortly.
Looks like both of these trainers now scanning the codes here, gonna get locked into the battles, and it looks like one of their sides is going up, so we should get into these battles relatively soon. If you remember, previously there was that Empoleon lead on that side of Rise to Occasion up against the Wigglytuff, the side of Dunebug. He immediately swapped out into that Primeape.
Because Yeah, exactly. However, things do not have to play out the same way necessarily. We might actually see a brand new lead, a brand new swap. Let's see what we get here, everybody. Rise, locked in. He wants to continue this comeback. He wants that first place trophy, and Doombug97 needs to make sure that he can slow down his rival and friend and reset this bracket.
Going ahead and just taking a couple minutes to lock in here. Like Will just said, since this was a rematch situation, that means it can be a fresh new team that would be locked in here. So both of these trainers just taking a couple seconds to decide what they want to bring to this. For Doonbug, if he wins this, this would be a bracket reset in these grand finals moments. They're hopping into the battle.
Game number 4 coming at you, everybody. We've got to lock in on both sides, waiting for the battle to get started. Should happen any moment.
And both of these trainers want to win this so badly. I promise you guys, there is a lock-in.
There is a lock-in on both sides. We can peek at the screens back here. We might need to resend it one more time to make sure that we are aligned and in the same battle, so to speak.
And both of these trainers just taking a moment to, they know what they need to do to be able to win the battles. When you're choosing 3 Pokemon of the 6 to be bringing in, I think the thing that goes through a lot of the trainers' minds is, what do I do if I lose the lead? What is my plan? What am I swapping into? And they kind of use that for all of the Pokemon. So with Rise to Occasion, when he had that Empoleon lead, Doonbug was like, if it isn't Empoleon, I'm going to swap to my Primate. That's exactly what he did last game. So in these moments, while it's taking a little bit to lock in, I think they're just running over the scenarios of what could be in the lead, how they want to play out the different matchups.
I gotta ask you, Amanda, because I'm looking at these trainers' faces, right? I'm trying to monitor their expressions and try to see how they're feeling. I just saw Doombug kind of smirk, just kind of smile, you know? So in a stressful situation, what kind of person are you? Do you smile, do you laugh about it, or do you kind of say, oh man, I gotta solve this, you know?
You know, Will, I'm so glad you asked. What I do is I crouch down to the fetal position, I lie down, and I just curl up into a ball and cry.
Okay.
Oh, why? What do you do?
No, sorry. I'm just imagining these trainers lying under the table, curled up. But I don't think we're going to see that. I don't know. For me, I kind of laugh. I feel like you have to kind of laugh it off, right? I mean, zoom out, have some perspective. Say that, you know, this is a stressful moment, but it's not the end of the world.
Exactly.
You know, you can kind of just chuckle about it. And you know what? Some of those moments become the funniest stories when you're at a party, when you're with friends. Let me tell you about this one time. It's absolute fire. All right, everybody. So maybe you should have that perspective sometimes.
And both of these trainers, obviously, we want to get into these matches. We want to see who is going to be our first ever regional champion of Las Vegas. But we, of course, want to make sure everything is running properly so we can get those matches to you. In the meantime, Will made me do it once before. I'm going to make him do it again. He's got more dance moves to show you. He was telling me during that break, that actually wasn't my best dance move. I said, I'll give you another opportunity. Whoa. This guy.
Can you top that?
No.
I don't think so.
I don't think anyone can.
I don't think so. Nobody clipped that. No, hey, listen, nobody clipped that, all right? I don't want to explain that to my loved ones.
Yeah, no, I think that dance actually needs no explanation at all.
That's a compliment, right?
Yes, exactly. That's a compliment. Let me tell you, in the meantime, since we do have a little sneak peek at the phones, what's going on, while they're waiting to make sure everything is working properly, there is still that event that's going on here in the venue, and that is the wild area. So I see them going ahead, catching some Pokemon. How are you doing on this? There's a collection challenge today, and I actually forgot about it until like a couple of minutes before we got back onto the booth. So I still need to catch an Inkay to be able to complete my collection challenge.
Amanda, when we were doing our top tips from Las Vegas trainers, the first tip was from Fraggin' Wagon. He said, make sure to check your time research and get those done. So maybe you weren't watching the same video I was watching, but I'm having a really fun time. There was a moment backstage where I got a little nervous because our producer asked me to trade away my perfect Grimmsnarl. He said, hey, we're lucky friends. Don't worry, it'll probably be a perfect one anyway. And I said, hold on a second. I don't think it works that way.
Well,
you never know.
Even if it wasn't, you could use that silver bottle cap if you got that deluxe pass to be able to maybe make it that completely full bar dark gray. I mean, there's been so many cool Pokemon that are here. I have that that, like you talked about, not Grimmsnarl, but it was a Dark Ray, a regular one, but I don't have the XL candies to be able to power it up fully, so I've been doing a lot of the Dark Ray raids, hopefully just to get those. I actually mega evolved my Houndoom to be able to get extra Dark XL candies.
Very, very smart. Amanda, you were the architect behind our suits yesterday. You have a penchant for style. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much aura does this Beware have from this Go Wild
Let
event?
me tell you, I love that little cape scarf thing. It looks pretty cool. At least a 7 out of 10.
Wait, 7?
At least.
Okay. Let me refine the question. How much aura does the shiny Beware with the scarf have?
That's a 10 out of 10.
Okay, that's what I thought.
10 out of 10.
Sometimes you just got to ask the right questions, right? I mean, we learned that from the Hitchhiker's Guide. Ask the right questions, everybody.
And let us know in the chat a couple things. First, let us know what you think of Will's dance moves, because that's also 10 out of 10, clearly.
My entire personality is riding on what you say, chat. So please be kind in the comments.
Yeah, I mean, just like you don't want to see him curl up into that fetal position and cry. So be kind.
It might be a solo cast from there on out for Miss Lundberg here.
The second thing I want to know is, what was your best catch during the wild area? What are you most proud of? Maybe even use that hashtag #PlayPokemon and we can feature it on different things. Third thing, who do you think is going to win between Dunebug and Rise to Occasion? Because these two trainers have battled it out so many times, and each of them have taken victories.
Yeah, they absolutely have. It's kind of like a back and forth kind of seesaw competition, and when you see one of them take 2 wins over the other, then that trainer who lost starts to think, oh, I need to step it up. I can't let my opponent get too far ahead of me. But we've had so many different meetings of these two trainers. I think it was last season, we called it the Tangle in Texas when they met at a regional championship there. So I don't know what kind of alliteration or metaphor we can use here in Vegas, but I'm sure we'll think of something.
Yeah, I think by the end here, when the the chips have been thrown and everything is settled, we'll come up with some definitely good metaphor for these two Titans going up against each other one more time.
We're here live in Las Vegas. Beautiful city, wonderful time.
Shoe on the head, or I don't believe it's live.
Okay, if you insist. Well, we've had an incredible event here in Las Vegas, but there are events all around. Go ahead and scan this QR code. Join a local cup or challenge in your area and get involved in the competitive scene. I mean, we'd love to see you here on stage at a regional championship. Maybe you will pair up against Rise to Occasion in the grand finals, or maybe you will meet Dunebug in that losers finals. Who knows?
I know a lot of trainers use their 6 Pokemon that they want to use in the regional competitions at their cups and challenges. It's a great way to test out which Pokemon are going to be viable, see which ones are going to work the best against opponents in this current meta. This current meta is actually dwindling down. There is about I think 17 days left before our new meta will be announced.
That's a really good point, Amanda. Every 3 months with the in-game season rotation, we do get an update to which Pokemon are going to get different movesets, or maybe moves get adjusted. Maybe we see new Pokemon gaining access to charge attacks or fast attacks that suddenly make them viable. So a lot can change come the season rotation in December.
Yeah. You know, Will, you're not getting out of it. I did say shoe on the head or it's not live. You said it's a live event.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to talk to production because I need to know if this is real or if this is just something you're saying. Oh, actually the camera goes off and it's back, all right? Production, be honest with me. Do I have to put my shoe on my head in order to prove that it's live? Hold on.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on. No, they say I don't have to do that, all right?
Okay.
Come on, Amanda.
I'm just so silly.
You're making me
I've
jump
got
through
nothing
hoops.
at this point here. I'm glad that we got to show off the shoes a little bit, though. Thank you, Will, for obliging with that. And thank you, everyone, for sticking with us through this. We just want to make sure that everything is going to be right for these trainers because, again, with a game that comes down to split-second decisions, when turns are half-second, we want to make sure everything is going according to plan.
Yeah, I agree. Well, we are going to get these trainers set up here as soon as we possibly can. Rise to Occasion still at 1 victory, Dunebug at 2. Dunebug is 1 game away from resetting the bracket, and Rise, like I said, I felt like he was heating up. He was starting to come back there after taking game 3 off of Dunebug, and he's going to look to continue that.
Yeah, he had a great lead with that Empoleon to the Wigglytuff, but now it's going to be fresh new teams into this new game 4 here. This was the moment in the losers finals when Rockhaven was able to take game number 4 to go into a decisive game 5. Rise to Occasion needs to do the same if he wants to be able to call himself champion in this current grand finals round.
We're running a couple tests here on stage to make sure everything is working correctly, and we are getting closer and closer to jumping back into our grand finals matchups. But honestly, if you're Rise or if you're Dunebug, you're probably feeling pretty nervous coming into this. I think at first, probably a little frustrated that you can't continue playing. But I think now at this point, they probably cooled off a little bit, maybe come to terms with it, and that actually might benefit them in the long run.
I mean, a lot of times trainers, you get really caught up in the emotions, your adrenaline is very high, and they're saying, okay, I'm on stage, this is my big moment. But now having a moment to just settle down a little bit, breathe, like Doonbug suggested earlier on, they have some time to compose themselves, come up with some new plans, because a lot of times when they're in this position, they don't get a big break. We saw them immediately in the lounge. They had to go run to the stage to start playing these matchups, but now they've had some time to think and process and have a bit of a game plan going forward.
Great interview, by the way. Wholesome?
Yeah, it was really, really fun between them.
With Rise and Doonbug. I mean, we've been calling Wholesome different names all weekend long. Let us know your favorite Wholesome nickname. Wherever you were watching, let us know what you think. I think Wholesome _ is a classic one.
That is, the go-to. I had a couple more, but we don't have any interviews with them. Maybe I'll save them for another time if we happen to be on any cast together.
Ooh, I'll tell you what. If people want to hear more Wholesome nicknames, and they want to see our shoes, maybe they should keep on watching for when we close out in the lounge.
That's a great idea. Talking about casting, I know that next weekend is going to be the Latin America International Championships, and one competitor that we see on the stage here making it so far is actually taking off that competitor's mindset and putting on the caster's headset, because Rise to Occasion is one of the casters who will be there. So tune in for that limited meta, this new meta. It's very exciting for Pokemon Go, first time ever being released, and he's going to be there live for all of the action.
We filmed a segment yesterday with Butters, with Wholesome, and yourself and myself. I honestly think that when we were challenged to draw our picks, I mean, let's be honest, everybody, I think my drawings were superior in every way.
You were drawing a superior? That was that first one?
No.
I mean, it almost looked like it.
Superior is not allowed. People that know the meta know that.
That is true. Probably superior doesn't really do too well into teams that are a lot of dragons and ice type Pokemon, so maybe superior wouldn't even have a place in the meta. As a reminder, next weekend you're going to want to make sure to tune into that, because that is going to be a big event with so many trainers from North America, from Europe, and the LATAM region competing there. I think we probably might even get some of them from Oceania.
Oh, I mean, jokes aside, I did do the LAIC pre-show on Friday, and I did my absolute best, everybody, for real, to break down the meta, to talk about the top picks. I analyzed a lot of practice tournaments and kind of dissected what people were thinking, what trainers were experimenting with, and I think there's a lot of value in that. So if you ever head over to the main Pokemon channel, you can check out that VOD and maybe get a little preparation in. But I think our preparation is over, Amanda. We might have a lock-in here any second.
Both of our preparation is over, but the preparation of Rise to Occasion on that left-hand side and Doonbug 97 is just beginning, because this is the grand finals here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Doonbug is leading this grand finals here 2-1, but he is coming from that loser's side of the bracket. That means he needs to win this next game or one before to be able to make it to that grand finals reset.
Exactly. Rise to Occasion's already locked in. Doing some final checks here before our trainer on the right does so as well. It looks like we're going to get into this game at any moment, everybody. I know this is what you've been waiting for. We're into it. We've got lock-ins on both sides, and I think we're going in right now.
Make some noise for your favorite trainer as we are kicking off into this game number 4 in the grand finals. We have an Empoleon lead up against a Galarian Corsola this time. It looks like Rise to Occasion going ahead, staying in this matchup, just gaining a little bit of energy here. If we take a peek at that backline there, we have that Shadow Primate and Shadow Talonflame on the side of Doonbug, and he is just content to stay in this, soak up that damage from the Empoleon here.
None of the traditional targets here in Doonbug's composition. You don't see a Cradily, you don't see a Wigglytuff here, but the Empoleon is a neutral monster as well. It can deal so much damage over time, and the Hydro Cannon getting fired off here into the Galarian Corsola is going to take it deep into the red.
Now, a quick pivot out, going to catch this, but has to put up a shield if you're Rise to Occasion, because this would still do a lot of damage to this Shadow Dusknoir that has just come in, and now we see that Shadow Primate. It's not often that you're seeing a Shadow Primate coming in to a Shadow Dusknoir, but I mean, look at this, already able to throw a Rage Fist, already able to boost up the attack, and Rise to Occasion does not shield the first one. Look how much damage that does.
Double resisted Karate Chops, but super effective Rage Fist, and we see a Shadow Punch get fired off in kind. Shield coming up here from Doonbug 97 as he wants to protect his glassy, high-octane Shadow Primate.
Rise to Occasion did not shield the first one because he knew the second one would be even more impactful, but you know what? not even shielding up the second one because Primeape has come into play, and now the Empoleon gets completely avoided as this Gastrodon comes to mudslap down. A quick pivot by Dunebug here into that Shadow Talonflame. Rise to Occasion staying in this here and going for the Water Pulse. This is the heavy-hitting attack. Dunebug might think it's a bait, but doesn't want to risk it. He puts up his last Protect Shield.
Can Shadow Talonflame ride the waves here, though? Because the Empoleon comes right in there, no Protect Shields in play, and Dunebug goes for the Flame Charge here.
Keep your eye on it because this Flame Charge is going to boost the Incinerate damage, and Empoleon is also part Steel, even though it's part Water. But since he's already at the Hydro Cannon on that side of Rise to Occasion, this should be enough to wash away the Talonflame. The real question is going to be, how long can this Primeape hang on?
Can't hang on. It gets KO'd through the Metal Sounds, and Rise continues his comeback here, evening up the series 2-2. We are headed into a decisive game number 5 in our grand finals.
You see it at that bottom there. Rise to Occasion on the winner's side of the bracket wins game number 4, going into our best of 5 matchup. If he wins this next one, we are already crowning a champion. He is already making history, but Dunebug wants to do everything he can to stop it.
I'm just not sure what Dunebug is targeting with the Talonflame. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know which targets it can really decimate on Rise's side. But Dunebug is in this grand finals for a reason. Maybe he needs to make that adjustment and look elsewhere in order to counter Rise's team. But Amanda, in the length of time that you spoke that sentence after the game, Rise to Occasion locked in his team.
He's locked in. He had so much time on that stage. He says, you know what? I think I'm ready to end this. I think I'm ready to win it all. And he has that mindset locked away. But Dunebug did say in the interview, you know, it's always a pleasure playing you, my friend, but you are going down. Dunebug took the first 2 games of this series. Rise to Occasion fought back to make it 2-2. It's still anyone's game.
Dunebug fans, rev your engines. Rise to Occasion fans, get out of your seats. This is game number 5. This could be it. Gastrodon takes on Unova Stunfisk.
And this is more of a neutral, but maybe more in favor of the Gastrodon because those fast attacks don't do anything at all. And actually, Dunebug immediately pivots into his Galarian Corsola here, and Rise to Occasion stays in, goes for the Water Pulse. No Protect Shield on Dunebug's side.
Looking for a little bit of chip and dip here. Water Pulse will connect into the Galarian Corsola. That Shadow Dust Noir is what Rise decides to pull here, as the Astonish damage will add up rather quickly.
Going for a Nightshade now and letting another Astonish go through. Rise to Occasion puts up a Protect Shield, wants to be able to get as much damage off as possible. Looking at his backline, he does have that Empoleon that hasn't been revealed yet. Another Nightshade going through, and Rise to Occasion doesn't want to use the shield. He goes for his own charge attack, forcing Dunebug to make a decision.
Yeah, beautiful timing there. He knows the Shadow Dust Noir win that charge attack priority tie, and he triggers it intentionally. In comes Unova Stunfisk, looking for another Shadow Punch here, but the Mud Bomb might actually be enough to KO. Let's see.
This Dust Noir is getting low. Keep in mind, it's also Shadow, so it's taking that 20% more damage. Mud Bomb connects. Dust Noir hangs on by a thread and actually goes for a dynamic punch.
Rise to Occasion hangs on by a thread like a puppet master pulling the strings. Dynamic Punch connects. Unova Stunfisk loses a ton of HP. In comes the Talonflame behind 2 shields. This is Dunebug's best chance.
Going ahead, just getting a little more energy. Rise to Occasion goes for the Body Slam. You talked earlier about how Dunebug knows his counts, but since this is a Shadow Talonflame, he's got to try to keep it healthy. He figures there's probably an Empoleon in the back, but with the shields to hide behind, with ramping up energy, this might be just what he needs.
3 Metal Sounds there. That means the Empoleon is 2 away from the Hydro Cannon as the Flame Charge gets fired here. After a boost, the Talonflame might put this Empoleon within range. Let's see.
No Protect Shields left on Rise's side as he ends up shielding that up. Dunebug has loses his last Protect Shield as well on this Talonflame. Looking at the energy at the bottom, he does have enough for another Flame Charge, but he goes for the fly. He goes for one more Incinerate first. This is already boosted. Should it be enough to knock out the Empoleon?
Highly calculated here. Fly connects. It is enough to kill the Empoleon, and I think that the Talonflame will outpace the Gastrodon to another fly.
You see,
Dunebug, Talonflame ascends to the grand finals reset.
You see Rise to Occasion wondering, what could I have done? Dunebug says absolutely nothing. We're taking this to the reset here as Dunebug takes the decisive game number 5.
Dunebug out to an early lead, winning 2 straight. Rise to Occasion trying to come back, but runs out of gas in the middle of the Nevada desert and can't cross the finish line. We're headed to a grand finals reset. It's not over yet, Rise and Doombug are going to face off in one more best of 5.
You know, Will, you did say earlier on, I'm not quite sure what is being targeted with that Talonflame, and Doombug says, okay, you don't know? Then watch this, because that's exactly the plays that he made at the end to take that game, number 5 from Rise to Occasion, being able to just powerhouse through the Empoleon and the Gastrodon in the back.
Counterintuitively, I think that what Talonflame is targeting is actually just one word. Everything. Anything it can hit with that fire type damage and the flies to boot, but expert energy management there by Doombug97. The Shadow Dusknoir hanging on here. I mean, this is what we've seen time and time again in this series. These Pokemon just refuse to faint.
You're going ahead, wants to get off as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible, but Doombug's slow and steady here, and by slow, I mean look how long it takes the Incinerate to go through our only 5-turn attack in the game, able to take out that Empoleon, able to take out that Gastrodon, able to take a Grand Finals reset.
All right, everybody, I hope that you have some snacks, some drinks, some good company. Tell your friends to get in here. We got a Grand Finals reset in Las Vegas. Not many trainers get a second chance in Vegas, but Doombug has one. Let's see if he makes the most of it as he looks to bring down Rise. The first trainer to win 3 battles will be your Las Vegas champion.
This is the reset. This is truly a winner takes it all moment here. Needs 3 battles to win here. Doombug just took game number 5 off of Rise to Occasion, who knocked him down to that loser's bracket earlier on. Now he's taken his first defeat of the tournament, but this is where it all comes down.
You've seen a lot of Primeape, you've seen a lot of Shadow Talonflame. Does this mean that Florges should be an option on Rise's radar? You've got the Chilling Water for the Fire type, you got the Fairy Winds for the Primeape. Let's see what they decide to do. Game 1, Grand Finals reset, Gastrodon into Galarian Corsola.
Heavy, slow-moving Pokemon, but lots of damage going to be coming through and giving both opponents a little bit of time to assess and think about what is in the back for both of these trainers. Obviously, Rise to Occasion is going to go for that heavier hitting Water Pulse, going right at the same time that Nightshade is available by Doombug's side.
I feel like Doombug is leading this Galarian Corsola in every single game. He has no fear at all that Galarian Moltres from Rise to Occasion is going to show up, and it just lends itself to a Galarian Corsola lead all the time. Going to see the Nightshade get thrown here into that Gastrodon and a pivot into the Talonflame.
Talonflame just coming in to try to get a little bit of energy since it does pace a little bit slowly. Those Incinerates take so long, already at it, and now Doombug is going for the Flame Charge. This means since there's 2 shields to hide behind, he's going to boost up its attack for the rest of the time the Talonflame is in this game.
At the cost of that shield, Rise is going to get the body slam here. I think he's confident he can withstand that Incinerate damage and get to 1 more charge attack, but it's going to be really close. Actually pivots out into that Shadow Dusknoir here.
Shadow Dusknoir is going to have to take yet another Flame Charge. Double boosting here. No Protect Shields remaining on the side of Rise to Occasion. This Talonflame is screeching energy into that Dusknoir. Dusknoir able to reach that Shadow Punch, and it looks like Doombug's trying to swap out into that Galarian Corsola. That's exactly what he's going to do. 2 Shadow Punches loaded on the side of Rise to Occasion.
So even if Doombug shields his first one, he's going to get hit with another. Does he decide to do it? No, he recognizes the energy, does not want to give up that invaluable Protect Shield at this stage in the game. He's got that Unova Stunfisk. I assume it'll come in as soon as that switch timer is expired.
Man, I'm looking at these backlines here. I'm looking at the fact that Doombug has a shield. In comes that Unova Stunfisk, and Rise has to be thinking, eek, because the Empoleon is there lurking in the back, trying to get off as much damage as possible. Dynamic Punch coming through, now coming in with the Gastrodon to just start chipping.
This is a test of late game counting, and Doombug is going to go ahead and shield up the body slam there. Wants to maintain some HP on his Unova Stunfisk. Does not want to take any more damage, but he's going to have to. The Mudslaps are super effective, but he's building to double. He might have what it takes to KO the Empoleon and win this game 1.
What a risk, but high reward there. You know, normally see an electric type farming down a ground type Pokemon, but what comes out is just a ton of energy. In comes the Empoleon. Mud Bomb #1 coming through. No Protect Shield on Rise's side.
Switch timer is 45 seconds. Every charge attack minigame is 10 seconds. He needs to time this perfectly. He needs to throw right now, and Doombug knows exactly what he has to do. Double Mud Bombs are going to bury this Empoleon and pick up the KO.
Mud Bomb puts that Empoleon back into the ground with the rest of that mud, and it's able to take out that Dusknoir. Doombug takes the first game of the Grand Finals reset.
Doombug winning 2 games early on, losing 2, winning the decisive game, and then starting off this Grand Finals reset on the right foot. Rise to Occasion needs an answer. He needs to figure out how to slow down Dunebug, because I just feel like he can't cover everything. Maybe he feels limited, maybe he feels like he can't bring certain Pokemon, but he's got to figure out how to hit back against Dunebug 97.
Dunebug has brought in the Credilli before. He's brought in the Wigglytuff before. So it's a real big question of what Pokemon does he want to bring in, since these two trainers have been playing against each other in the winners finals, in the grand finals, and now the grand finals reset. There's been so many different ways to play out these matches, and Dunebug has seemed to unlock the code here, winning that last round in the game 5 of the grand finals, and now winning game 1 in the reset. Rise to Occasion has to reset himself, use that time to be calm and collected, but also realize what he needs to do to keep that championship dream alive in his mind.
Dunebug already locked in. Rise just now followed suit. We're heading into game number 2 of our grand finals reset. Dunebug 2 battles away from becoming your champion. Rise has to win 3 straight, and this is a tough lead for Rise to start.
Dunebug is so adaptable, bringing in that Wigglytuff. Rise to Occasion quickly pivots out. We talked about this a little bit earlier on. Because there is a Wigglytuff in the lead, there's most likely not a Credilli in the back, which leads Rise to Occasion to slave swapping his Gastrodon.
I think we saw this earlier as well, but last time Dunebug opted for the Primate. We're going to see what happens, though, because the Gastrodon does get to the Water Pulse. This will likely connect and deal a ton of damage to Wigglytuff.
Wigglytuff will be able to take all of this. It does knock it down very low into the red, but the Swift is already available. And actually, same thing happened the first time. Wigglytuff gets to be able to have all of its charge attacks, survives on just a sliver of HP, and gets to dictate what will come in.
Icy Wind is going to be the charge attack of choice no matter what Rise chooses to bring in, and it is the Empoleon. This feels eerily similar to a game that we saw earlier in the grand finals first bracket. Icy Wind is going to slow down the Empoleon, and it looks like Dunebug brings in the Primate.
Man, I tell you what, though, this Empoleon is in between a rock and a hard place here. Do you want to have electric damage and ground damage, or do you want to have fighting type damage against you? This Dusknoir coming into that Unova Stunfisk. 2 Protect Shields left on Rise to Occasion's side. He doesn't shield up that first Mud Bomb. Knows it's not going to be enough to knock out, just continuing to get a lot of energy, now throwing a charge attack of his own.
Shadow Punch will connect into the Unova Stunfisk. No shield used here by Dunebug 97. He knows his bulky ground and electric type Pokemon can tank it. This next Mud Bomb, I think Rise probably could have withstand it, but he's going to throw up the Protect Shield anyway.
Wants to make sure, because Dusknoir might be his big hope here, because those Astonishes are going to be what's putting in the work to that Primate in the back. He's got to start stripping away shields here, because Dunebug might be in the same position he was in when he won a game earlier with a 2-shielded Primate up against an Empoleon.
The challenge here is that Primate cannot fast attack down the Dusknoir. It's got to throw some energy, and those Astonishes are adding up so quickly. Rise to Occasion is locked in his strategy. He's going for a fast attack, damage, win condition. He wants to land as many Astonishes as possible and let Empoleon do the rest. But will it be enough? 2 more Astonishes come through. The knockout will connect, though.
Yeah, you see Rise to Occasion a little bit frustrated at this point, because just generating energy with every chop here. This Primate is primed and ready to go. 2 shields to hide behind. Doesn't even matter. 1 more Rage Fist to go to secure game number 2.
The 3rd Rage Fist in a row, and Primate and Dunebug 97 continue to ratchet up the pressure. Rise to Occasion bends. He doesn't break often, but this looks really, really tough for him.
He's got to be able to get what we call a reverse sweep. These are the big moments. This is already the reset. Rise to Occasion needs 3 games, the next 3 games, to be able to win this tournament. Dunebug 97 knocked down to the losers bracket from Rise to Occasion, climbed back up to be in this exact spot.
Just to give everyone a sense of the vibe on stage, before Rise clicked the rematch button, Dunebug had already locked in his trio.
Dunebug is so locked in. You can see it on his face. He knows what he wants to do. He's showcasing why he's been the first 2-time regional competition winner in 1 season, and then he won 1 more right after that. Just say, okay, 2 wasn't even enough. Let me continue to make history. He could win another one if he just wins this next game.
For Rise, the challenge is not to let your mind wander. You cannot think, oh, I've got to win 3 battles. I've got to win 3 games in a row after facing so many tough matchups. You need to think about what's right in front of you. That is 1 battle. This is all that matters. Game 3 of the Grand Finals reset is on, everybody. Let's see. We get Shadow Primeape into the Unova Stunfisk.
Unova Stunfisk against Primeape here, and it looks like both of these trainers probably going to stay in for a little bit. I always like to look at that backline just to see how it's going to play out, how important this first matchup is. Sometimes you see trainers protecting, using their shields later on in the game. Sometimes they're used right away because they recognize how important this first matchup is. Rise to Occasion is going for that Mud Bomb. No Protect Shield was used on that Rage Fist, and no Protect Shield on the Primeape either. This will connect.
Doonbug didn't even build to the Ice Punch on that first go-around, but he is going to build to it here. He knows a boosted Ice Punch would threaten the KO. Does Rise take the bait, or does he call it? He's thinking about it. He does use the shield here.
Going ahead and shielding this up. Now 1 shield for Rise to Occasion. He has a ton of energy on this Unova Stunfisk. Goes for another attack, and actually Doonbug shields up this super low health Primeape. Maybe he's thinking, this is so important. I want to get that switch at the beginning because he's wondering what is in the back. He wants to line up his Corsola if there's an Empoleon, he thinks, or if there's a Dusknoir, he wants that Wigglytuff right on it.
Yeah, when you were this ramped up, it's tomato, tomato. Primeape can get the KO either way, so he does pull the shield away from Rise. Down 0-1 shield. Galarian Corsola comes in, gonna get an energy lead, but Gastrodon comes out to meet it.
Now keep in mind that Unova Stunfisk is super low health, but it has a lot of energy on it. More than 1 charge attack. It has a charge attack and a little bit of extra energy before swapping to this Gastrodon. Gastrodon throwing this Water Pulse against the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff doesn't shield. We've seen this similar scenario before. Wigglytuff does seem to survive with just a little bit of HP to be able to throw that Swift. And it looks like he's going for the Icy Wind instead.
This might not actually KO the Gastrodon due to that water typing, but it's going to bring it so low. And I think Rise has 1 eye on his switch timer. He wants to get out of this matchup, but he still has too much time to wait, so he's forced to throw the Body Slam.
There's 1 shield left on Doonbug's side. We see a complete undercharge of the side of Rise, just barely tapping the bubbles. Not quite enough to knock out the Wigglytuff. And now coming in with the Shadow Dusknoir. There's a lot of charm damage here, but he gets so much energy.
This might be Doonbug's game to lose because he's got the charge attack. Shadow Dusknoir has no Protect Shields left. I think he's closing in on a Grand Finals victory.
Going ahead, this Nightshade is super effective. Heavy damage, Shadow Punch in return, but Doonbug has that shield to hide behind. He puts it up here. He keeps that Galarian Corsola in the green.
Galarian Corsola is healthy. There's a little bit of HP left to go around. Rise to Occasion running out of options. He might fold here. What does he decide to bring in? He's going to go ahead and select the Unova Stunfisk. It's got 2 Mud Bombs, but isn't enough.
Going ahead, throwing Mud Bomb number 1. He is 1 fast attack away from it, but their health is dwindling on it. The switch timer is up. He has a potential catch, but if Doonbug knows what he's doing, he knows he just needs to keep farming down. We saw how little that first Mud Bomb did.
Looks like Rise fires his final charge attack, goes in the Gastrodon. Does he have the Water Pulse? No, he doesn't have it. The Astonish connects. Doonbug 97 is poised for victory here.
Doonbug pumps his fist. He astonishes down. He takes the victory. Give it up for your Las Vegas Regional Champion.
Doonbug came down to Vegas, and he set the stage on fire this weekend. Incredible victory after a Grand Finals reset over his friend and foe, Rise to Occasion.
Doonbug knew what he was saying when he said, Rise, it's always a pleasure playing you, my friend, but you're going down. That's exactly what happened. Doonbug knocked down to that loser's bracket by Rise to Occasion, only winning 1 game in that winner's finals, but says, you know what? I'm not satisfied with that. Doonbug is a trainer who's been playing out of his mind for so many years.
Doonbug wanted to be a champion, and I know Rise did as much as he did, but in the end, only one of those trainers could stand atop of the podium. Congratulations. Kudos to Doonbug 97 for winning that Grand Finals reset and taking down one of his oldest foes in Rise to Occasion. What an insane bracket reset and best of 5 series before.
Absolutely. He was able to take it all the way to game number 5 in that Grand Finals. He reset the bracket and then he just pushed it to the limit against Rise to Occasion there in the Grand Finals reset.
Let's relive the action here. We're taking a look back at where we started game 1 of our Grand Finals when these trainers were just getting warmed up. Shadow Punch into the Galarian Corsola. A lot of Shadow Dusknoir, a lot of Gastrodon. Not a single appearance of Galarian Moltres in any game here from Rise to Occasion.
Going ahead and just getting that Primeape lined up against Empoleon so many times. Doonbug had a plan and he executed it. He was able to exactly get into the mindset of Rise to Occasion and know exactly what Rise was going to bring in.
I think that Dunebug's month off paid massive dividends here because he looks fresh, he looks poised, he looks calm, and he knew exactly what he wanted to do. Like you said, Amanda, again, we see it. The Primate into the Empoleon. Dunebug just had all the answers.
Dunebug with that Empoleon, great pick by, I believe it was Wholesome, saying, you know what, this is definitely the MVP and definitely the most valuable Pokemon as well.
I got confused there. So the Empoleon was Wholesome's pick, but the Primate was mine.
Oh, I see.
And I was
Will was pointing to himself. He was like, that was Primate's so great.
You're going there, Amanda, but as you take a look back at game number 2, the Swift net into its fellow Fairy-type Pokemon, and Wigglytuff, it's Axon's favorite, taking that game before we head into game number 3.
I mean, I tell you what, so many trainers, we saw the team basically of PvP David with very small adaptations throughout this tournament, our largest tournament for Pokemon Go this season. But if you're taking a look at this actual grand finals, you barely see any of those Pokemon. There's no Burret, there's no Altaria on the sides of either one of these trainers. There's Shadow Talonflame, there's Wigglytuff, there's new Pokemon. This meta is not solved.
Yeah, great point. Talonflame for Dunebug 97. Sometimes it fizzled out, other times it soared. And as we were trying to figure out what Dunebug was trying to do, he kept bringing it over and over again. And I honestly was not seeing the vision until we hit this game 3, game 4, and game 5 stretch, because it finally started clicking.
Yeah, Talonflame picked Will up by his shoulders and said, see what I'm looking at here, as it kept being able to win matches for Dunebug, taking it all the way from the grand finals to the bracket reset and to the winner's podium.
Hydro Cannon, such a potent charge attack from Empoleon. Empoleon, like you said, the MVP for Rise Occasion, and it did bring him out on top there in our game number 3. But game number 5, Dunebug struck back.
Dunebug was just able to keep some confidence, keep calm and collected, and take that victory. When you're coming from that loser's bracket, there's a little bit of nerves that have to play into these battles. You realize this is my moment. I can't afford to lose any more rounds, and Dunebug just simply did not.
Flame Charge and Fly combination was too much for Rise Occasion. Another Fly as well. I just want to hone in on this point. If Dunebug would have thrown another Flame Charge there, he would have been behind and the Gastrodon would have gotten to the Water Pulse. So that first Flame Charge was so important, not only for ramping up the Fly to KO the Empoleon, but also for keeping pace so that he could go Flame Charge, Fly, and win the game.
But that sounds like a cheat code. Flame Charge, Fly.
Yeah, exactly, right? Up, down, left, right. That's what we call it. Let's head into the Grand Finals reset and relive these epic plays as well. Game number 1 going to Dunebug 97. Game number 2, he just trusted in his Wigglytuff so much, and we saw this twice, actually.
Being able to just use this pivot point and recognizing which Pokemon are going to be important to shield, and it turns out it was definitely the Primate at this end here, because Primate up against that Dusknoir with only 1 shield, and then up against the Empoleon. Empoleon had nowhere to go.
Yeah, nowhere to escape to. Empoleon just getting karate chopped into the KO box there as the 3rd Rage Fist of that series connected. Still 2 shields for Dunebug too. He didn't even break a sweat.
No, and this was a complete sweep by Dunebug in this grand finals reset. He knew exactly how he wanted to play it. He knew exactly what was on the line and how he was going to take it on home. This Gastrodon comes on in against a Galarian Corsola, and Dunebug says, no problem.
Comes in with the Wigglytuff, just like we just saw. I knew we weren't overthinking it. The Wigglytuff versus that Gastrodon, and the 1 HP survival there, plus a few charms to boot. But I think Dunebug starts to realize that he's got it in the bag as the Nightshade connects.
Nightshade goes, Dunebug pumps his fist. He's so happy with his performance, and who wouldn't be, being able to make it so far in our most stacked, largest tournament that we've had this season. Dunebug 97, a name that's been around since the beginning. This name is sticking around, taking another championship title.
Double Mud Bombs, a Mud Slap from the Gastrodon. No matter what Rise threw at Dunebug, he just could not slow him down. These are our final standings. The dust had settled, everyone. in the Nevada desert, and Dunebug stands above everyone else.
But of course, we cannot forget these other amazing trainers who made it so far, rise to occasion, knocked Dunebug down to that loser side bracket, also knocked Rockhaven down there. Rockhaven with one of his best finishes so far, and who can forget Out of Pocket, who always is such a joy to watch on stream.
I really want to point out Sceptile Ice finishing in 6th place and Ash Nash right behind him. Talking to Nighttime Clash during the interview, he said he just wanted to make top cut. He wanted to be top 8. He was really excited with that, and I think he achieved all of his goals there. But these are your winners from 1st place to 3rd. Rockhaven standing right next to these two titans.
I mean, look at Dunebug 97. Look at all of those medals hanging around his neck. There's going to be another one now, another gold medal added. He has now taken Las Vegas. Rise to occasion coming in so close. And Rockhaven with his trusty Bastiodon, with Goodra with such a high placement, coming in 3rd.
Rockhaven was so much fun to watch. I really appreciate all the trainers that came out this weekend, not just our finalists, but everyone who competed at the regional championships. What a fun city, what an incredible event, what a unique experience. And as you pointed out a few times, Amanda, the meta is not solved. Things are still changing.
Everything's changing, but some things stay the same, and that is Dunebug's dominant performance against everyone. We're gonna go ahead and bring it over to the award ceremony with Butters.
Thank you so much, Amanda. What an epic regional this was in Las Vegas. But it's time to celebrate our top 3 trainers. And first off, in 3rd place, we got Rockhaven. Congratulations, Rockhaven. You have now matched your best performance yet with 3rd place. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good because apparently this time all the winner side is very stacked, and I'm pretty happy that I can make the top 3 place that I am right now.
I remember earlier in the day, it was actually the 4 trainers that ended up in top 4 at this tournament, and we were saying, oh, just one win away and we can get the medal. You have that medal, but you've also competed twice at the World Championships. Is that your goal for this season as well?
Oh, absolutely. I am definitely gonna, because last 2 times I didn't qualify for day 2. I'm like 1 game away from day 2, the last 2 Worlds experience. So I'm definitely gonna wanna make better performance this year.
Yeah, I did see that 33rd place in both of them, which is really impressive though, and the World Championships. So a new goal for this season, get there and then try to get into that top cut. And actually, my last question is a question I feel like I can't believe I've never asked you. Is Rockhaven because you like rock-type Pokemon, and are you happy that you got 3rd place with a rock-type Pokemon?
It's actually not. This name is actually my college dorm, the dorm name of my college. So 703 is just the unit number there. I'm just using this name to honor one of my college roommates.
Fair enough. Okay, so no correlation to the rock types, but you've done well with the rock types, obviously with the Carbink and the Bastiodon. Congratulations once again to Rockhaven. All right, now in 2nd place, the runner-up, we got Rise to Occasion. Yeah, watch your head there. You're tall, Rise. Congratulations. We were just chatting a little bit. You're in good spirits. I know tough, the bracket was reset. You ended up with 2nd place, but how are you feeling overall?
I actually feel really good, honestly. I think your emotions really depend on other circumstances, like nuances, like whether it's the matchup. So personally, I really didn't expect to be doing the first time. I really didn't like the matchup, taking nothing away. So I was happy to get past, and then it was really close, so maybe I had a chance there to get that first set. But once he forced the reset, I knew I had I was back against the wall. And he's the only 6-time champion in our game for a reason, so all credit to him.
Speaking of 6, you're now tied 6-6. Are you looking to beat him in a tiebreaker down the road?
Of course, yeah.
Fair enough. Awesome performance once again. A unique feat that you were able to have that team for a month straight. With this meta changing so much, do you feel like that was an advantage here today?
Yeah, I wouldn't change anything. I mean, 2nd place, obviously you wish you could have gone 1st place when you get to this point, but if you told me coming into the weekend 2nd place and The Gastro was a Pokemon that, like, against most teams, it had no play. But in the finals, and I think against Rockhaven as well, like there's a few matchups where it did really well. So I have no regrets about the team.
Well, you shouldn't, because you did really well. Congratulations once again to Rise to Occasion, our second place finalist here in Las Vegas. But now it is time to bring up the champion. First place at the Las Vegas Regionals. Bring up Dunebug 97. Congratulations, Dunebug. That's fantastic. What number is this for you? How many regional championships do you have?
It is number 6.
Wow, number 6. That is just incredible. I want to ask you something that I asked our world champions. When you woke up this morning, did you think you were going to be the Las Vegas regional champion?
Yes, I did. I had all the confidence in the world going into today after yesterday's dominant run.
Wow, okay, and you're obviously no stranger to winning regional championships, but what's up next for you the rest of the season? What are your goals? An international championship, maybe?
Yeah, LAIC next weekend. I gotta keep proving that I'm do well on back-to-backs and win LAIC now.
You are the champion, so I want to give you one last opportunity. Do you have anything you want to say to the people?
So now me and Rise are tied 6-6. The next time we play, the score is gonna be 6-7.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I can't wait for that matchup. I'm sure you guys can't wait as well. Congratulations once again to Dunebug 97 on that first place championship. Rise to Occasion, second place. Rockhaven, third place. I believe we probably got the crew ready to wrap this show up, so let's head on to the lounge.
Thank you, Butters. That's right. The crew is ready here to wrap up an incredible tournament in Las Vegas. What a day 2 championship Sunday that we just saw. Congratulations again to Dunebug 97 on what is now his 6th tournament win. That's absolutely amazing. All right, any takeaways from Amanda and Speedy? What do you think?
Amanda.
Well, let me tell you what, it's always such a pleasure to be over here, seeing the differences between North America and also seeing the differences between Europe and the different Pokemon that are being able to be brought. I tell you what, I love to see Rise to Occasion go up against Dunebug 97, and to have another one of those matches when I was here, absolutely incredible.
They are 6-6 now. I think Dune was counting that as 2 series, which is fair enough. He did win 2 series versus them there, very long series. So, I mean, what better way to round out that tournament to keep things even Stevens in their head-to-head matchup?
I just appreciate how positive everyone was. I felt like no matter who we were interviewing, everybody was all smiles, talking about their hopes and their goals and their dreams. Everybody was very, very fired up for this 2026 season. I think it's going to be very special as we move through the end of this year and into next year.
It's been a super fun season so far, but if you just tuned in for the finals, let's look back at the bracket so we can kind of take you through what led up to this moment. We saw some very well-known people like Nighttime Clasher, Enhoff, Firestar, Ashton Ash working through the loser side of the bracket. But I think the big takeaway for me is that I think it was those trainers that we see time after time after time rising to the top. The It's Accents, the Out of Pockets, the Dunebugs. You know, Rockhaven became the underdog, and he's a top 3 finisher.
Rockhaven was so impressive. I really appreciate the Goodra gameplay, the Bastion. I know it broke Amanda's heart that we didn't see another Bastion win in North America, but Dunebug, our champion, such an incredible trainer. And that Shadow Primeape, I believe one of us thought that Shadow Primeape in Dunebug was the key.
Listen, I said it was Jim, and then it turns out Speedy was like, excuse me, Amanda, it was me who said it.
Yeah, he was very particular about that. We had an extended conversation here in the lounge.
That's how I sound?
Excuse me, just
Good
1
impression.
minute.
I've heard worse for sure, and I've seen worse, including some drawings that we saw to start out our tournament. All right, but we're going to take a look at our day 2 usage now. We saw a very different meta from what we've seen in the past. I think the big story for me was the Unnovan Stunfisk, a Pokemon that, yes, we're not, it's not unfamiliar, but we've never seen it even close to first place finish. Speedy, what do you think?
Unnovan Stunfisk is such a durable and reliable Pokemon. Our friend House Stark used to play it in all kinds of grassroots formats for those exact reasons. Like we talked about during the cast, it's not going to deliver like a massive knockout. It's not going to flash and surprise you, but it's going to be so reliable. We saw it take so many charge attacks, and that electric and ground type coverage is just impeccable.
It was actually the only Pokemon that was shared between Dunebug and Rise to Occasion in those grand finals. All the rest of the Pokemon were a unique 6. So, I mean, I think that's kind of an interesting show that the meta is not completely solved.
Well, I think there was some room for debate earlier, but let's actually just pull up our caster predictions. We can take a look and see how everyone was thinking this tournament is going to be going. We have the Speedy Alolan Sandslash. Did we see a single one this tournament?
You know, sometimes, Wholesome, you're right, but you're just too early. I think we are going to see this after LAIC. Mark my words, everybody. But I'm pretty happy with Wigglytuff, Primeape, and Bastion. I mean, 3 out of 4 is pretty good.
Yeah, Amanda, you got the Empoleon there for sure. That was looking very strong. I feel good about the Shadow Talonflame. We didn't see a ton of it, but it's on the winning team. Can't feel bad there. Let's continue on here, though. We actually have our MVP picks as well. Look, I don't want to toot my own horn too much, but Dunebug and Shadow Primeape, I feel like I really nailed that one.
Absolutely, Wholesome. Wherever you're going this evening, let us know, because you seem like you know exactly how you want to play this out.
He's very lucky. He knows what's up.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, just in, actually, this wasn't the only regional happening this weekend. In the LATAM region, we also had our Buenos Aires tournament going on as well. And you can see LNDS Oreo has become the regional champion there. What an incredible tournament. I can't wait to cover that. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of coverage ahead of LAIC.
And that means he has his direct invitation to Worlds along with 350 championship points. So that is going to be huge.
I'm so excited for the rest of the schedule. Like you said, a direct invitation to Worlds is monumental, but there are so many other events left on the calendar, like Toronto, like Seattle, like Houston and Orlando. There's something for everybody. So if you do see an event near you, we encourage you to come out and compete.
We have to mention it again because LAIC is going to be our very first limited meta that we've had in the championship series. Going to be really a fresh start for a lot of trainers where, Open Great League, there's just so much variety, so much room for almost any type of pick. I think we're going to see a much more centralized meta for this Latin America International Championships happening in Sao Paulo. All right, but we also have some upcoming events in other regions as well that we're very excited for. I think we're going to have a little bit of a holiday break, but don't forget, we're going to be having on November 29th through the 30th, Stuttgart coming up. It's going to be, I think, the 4th European regional in the 2026 season. And what's going to be exciting there is that I think this is the last regional that's going to be taking place in this current season. So we've seen trainers like Dunebug that really seem to thrive in this late season meta. I wonder what we're going to see in Europe.
You know, what I was saying before is we saw so many Pokemon that were very similar to PvP David and Boom 20's team that took it in Gdansk. But in the end, the team of Dunebug 97, the team of Rise to the Occasion, the ones were nothing like that. So again, this meta is still being able to be turned on its head. Burt taking that top place just last regional, and now Unova Sunfisk. I don't know what I'm going to predict for the next.
Well, we're going to take it back to NA as well. We just wrapped up our Las Vegas tournament, but in January, it's going to be a little bit of a gap here for sure. Like I said, a holiday break. We're going to be heading back to North America, this time Canada, for our Toronto regional.
I absolutely adore the Six. We've been there a couple of times in these past few seasons. A beautiful city, a wonderful environment. I love that we're also giving our trainers in Canada a chance to compete. And in times past, we actually have seen trainers come from EU as well to come and compete at that stage. So maybe we'll get some of that as well.
All right, well, let's get our final thoughts from the three of us here. I'm going to start us off here. I think that this may be the most flexible meta that we've seen, at least in a long time. Maybe not ever, but it seems like there's a lot of different creativity that goes into these teams. You don't have to follow a formula or a blueprint. You can really architect your team the way that you see fit and bring in a lot of Pokemon like Bastiodon, like Goodra, like Azumarill that seem to have no place in the meta initially, but then when you balance them with a complementary team, can have a lot of play. Amanda, what do you think?
I think that, one for one, these suits are incredibly hot, but not as hot as the battles that we've seen this weekend. This was the largest tournament so far for Pokemon Go this season, which just also shows that there's been so many Titans that have been coming out, but so many newcomers as well. I hope to see this continued growth for our game.
I just wanted to add to your point, Wholesome. We've had a Grand Finals in Belo Horizonte with 12 unique Pokemon, and then we had a Grand Finals with only 6 unique Pokemon in Gdansk a few weeks later. The meta is constantly changing, but I want everyone to make sure they're following the channel so you can watch the LAIC event coming up next weekend. That's going to be unlike anything you've seen in competitive Pokemon Go so far.
That's right. Make sure you guys follow along and go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. You guys can follow us on Twitch as well as on YouTube to check out the action. And if you happen to miss it for some reason, make sure that you check out the VODs as well. And Amanda, how can people interact with us on social media?
Well, you're going to want to be able to follow the channels. You can see them right here. I know that Arceus Aurelius claims that he was in that top 499 subscribers. You're going to be way past that, but you're definitely going to want to subscribe to be part of that action.
Absolutely. Well, it has been a great tournament. Thank you for helping us round things out. What an incredible grand finals that we saw. Congratulations again to Dunebug. It's gonna be a little while till we're back in North America, but make sure you guys tune in this weekend here in North America. I think we're gonna be relaxed and maybe kicking up our feet and just enjoying a little bit of Thanksgiving in the holiday season. But again, tune in next weekend for the Latin America International Championships. We will see you then.